Huo Tianyao, Warlord of the Golden Triangle, King of Weapons, and King of Mercenaries. 7 capitals under his command gathered and swept across Southeast Asia. Tank. Airplane. Only you can't think of it. There's nothing he can't get. Unexpectedly diagnosed with cancer, I just want to return to Hong Kong Island and meet my sworn brothers in their former home. Hong Kong Island Club? What are you pretending to be in front of warlords? Did the Hong Kong Island Security Bureau send someone to track it? Go back and ask your boss what the consequences are if you offend him. The 4 major families on Hong Kong Island? More than money. His money has long been so abundant that it has gone moldy. When missiles exploded on Hong Kong Island, when the sound of money jingled, everyone surrendered at his feet. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1 Tank Trading, Butcher of the East. On the belly of the Golden Triangle, a huge and terrifying steel beast appeared in front of Bong. Looking at the T-72 main battle tank, his face was flushed and his fingers were trembling slightly. 300 kilograms of gold. Huo Tianyao walked out of the shadow of the tank. Settled now, no credit. Hua. Mr. Hua, why did you come in person? Ba Song's eyes trembled. He swallowed saliva, and the sound of his Adam's apple rolling was so loud that he could hear it himself. Behind him stood 20 personal soldiers, all of whom were ruthless killers. But now they all lowered their heads in fear, even breathing lightly. This is the king of Southeast Asian arms, the king of South African mercenaries, and the leader of the strongest apocalypse base in the Golden Triangle Armed Forces. Over the years, all the major drug lords in the Golden Triangle have lived under his shadow. The moonlight shone on Huo Tianyao's face. He was 32 years old, but his eyes were like those of a 60-year-old person, deep and weathered. Bong, my rule is to pay a 10 interest rate for 1 day of delay. Last time, you were 3 days overdue for that batch of rocket launchers. Ba Song's forehead broke into a cold sweat. He wants to say that he encountered an official military inspection on the way and that there were problems with the channels. But all the excuses shattered into powder in front of Huo Tianyao's eyes. Last year, Yunnan Gang wanted to pay off the remaining balance of 2 helicopters. On the 7th day, their command center and an arsenal disappeared from the map. There is only a deep pit left in place. Now it has become a famous artificial lake. No one knows how Huo Tianyao did it, but everyone knows he did it. Interest. Ba Song's voice dried up. No need. Huo Tianyao flicked off the cigar ash. Tell Kunsha, this is my last reminder. The next time it's overdue, it won't be the weapons traded, but his head. The air froze for 3 seconds. Bong nodded hastily and waved desperately to his subordinates, saying, move. Quickly move the gold down. His subordinates seemed to have burned their butts and lifted 12 iron boxes out of the back of the truck. Having 2 extra boxes of beautiful knives, Bong wiped away his cold sweat and hurriedly explained that there was not enough gold. Open it. The gold bar flashes a heavy light under the gas lamp. Cold Fong stepped forward to count. This Special Forces soldiers' movements are so fast that they don't seem to be counting gold, but rather like dismantling a bomb. 30 seconds later, he nodded at Huo Tianyao. Teach them how to operate, Huo Tianyao said. I'll see the tank leave here in 5 minutes. Bong almost climbed onto the tank. When the roar of the diesel engine tore through the rainforest night, this ruthless warlord grinned like a child. The T-72 main battle tank is an invincible monster capable of intimidating any opponent. But the smile only lasted for 3 seconds. He saw Huo Tianyao looking at him through the periscope, and his gaze immediately made him put away all his expressions, leaving only respect and fear. When the steel giant beast left the empty space, Huo Tianyao coughed. The voice was very light, but Lung Feng immediately turned his head. His ears are more agile than radar. Dust, Huo Tianyao said, stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket unusually fast. Lung Feng didn't say anything, just his gaze paused on his face for 2 more seconds. Only when the taillights of the last truck disappeared deep into the jungle did Huo Tianyao release his tightly held right hand. The handkerchief was spread out, and the bloodstains on it were as black as dried oil in the moonlight. Late-stage gastric cancer. 6 months. The white and black lettering of Europe's top hospital is now lying in the corner of his 300-meter square pocket, alongside piles of missiles, firearms, and ammunition, perhaps the most ironic display in the world. 16 years have passed. He has been away from Hong Kong Island for exactly 16 years. Looking up at the sky, I suddenly felt a longing to fall leaves and return to their roots. Go back to the base, he said. Shan Plateau, Tianchi Base. When the convoy entered the camp surrounded by barbed wire, the searchlight swept over 3 MiG-21s with painted markings on the apron, 6 T-55s next to the hangar, and finally froze in Huo Tianyao's face. The light was too dazzling, and he squinted his eyes. Boss. 7 people rushed out of the barracks, like 7 unsheathed knives. All the soldiers patrolling around stood at attention and saluted. The Burmese military tested the Eastern Front yesterday. Tian Yangxing reported the situation and was repelled by Abu and his men. 9 people died, the 2 of us. 5 times the pension. Huo Tianyao walked steadily towards the command post, as if walking in a military parade. Send the ashes back to his hometown. For those with parents, pay monthly until the day they leave. For those with children, pay until they graduate from college. This was the rule he set 10 years ago. He was 22 years old that year, just establishing himself in the Golden Triangle, with only 12 people under his command. Now he has 2,374 people, and the rules have not changed. At breakfast, his core team sat on either side of the long table. Lung Feng, Aji, Gao Gang, Ajai, Tian Yangsheng, Luo Tianhong, Abu. Like his personal space, the reward from the system. But since he achieved the title of Eastern Butcher on the South African battlefield, the system suddenly disappeared without a trace. Boss, the treasurer handed over the account book. The gold and beautiful knives and kuncha were put into storage. The Kachin army asked about the missiles again. Tell them. Huo Tianyao took a mouthful of kanji, and there was something burning red in his stomach. Let the captured villagers go first. I sell arms, not murder permits. Everyone exchanged glances. This is the weirdest thing about the boss, an arms dealer who actually speaks the bottom line. But 16 years have passed, and it is precisely because of this that they have wholeheartedly followed this man from Hong Kong Island. After dinner, everyone gathers. 2,374 people stood on the vast training ground, like a forest of steel. Some of these people were betrayed by their motherland, while others were forgotten by the world. Huo Tianyao gave them guns, organization, and one more important thing, the qualification to be a good person. Starting today, Lung Feng will act as the acting commander. Huo Tianyao's voice spread through the loudspeaker, humming in the early morning air. I want to take a vacation. The team was in turmoil, like the wind blowing through a wheat field. Boss, where are you going? Luo Tianhong asked. The word, go home, stunned everyone. 16 years, no one has ever heard of the boss bringing up the family. They even thought he jumped out of a stone or crawled out of hell. When I'm not here, the rules will remain the same. Huo Tianyao's gaze swept over the crowd, and those he saw instinctively straightened their backs. Drug traffickers die, bullies die, and those who collude with foreign enemies die. These 3 rules, whoever touches them dies. Before he could finish speaking, the logistics captain escorted the person forward. He is an old Burmese man, 19 years old, with a face as white as paper and holding a pack of heroin in his hand. Boss, it was found behind the warehouse, said the captain. According to the rules, drug addicts must be executed by firing squad in front of everyone. Everyone looked at Huo Tianyao. The young man knelt down and cried bitterly. He said that he had only tried once and was cheated. He said that his mother was still waiting in Yangon for him to send money back. Huo Tianyao remained silent for a long time. If it were before, he would have shot himself. But today, he remembered the 3 words 6 months on the diagnosis book. I remembered the blood I coughed up. Remembering the rainy night when he left Hong Kong Island 16 years ago, he knelt before the statue of Guangong and said he would come back. He suddenly felt tired, so exhausted that he didn't even have the strength to pull the trigger. Throw it into the Wildman Mountain, he said. It's his life to be able to come out. Wildman Mountain, a primitive jungle in northern Myanmar, swallowed up 50,000 expeditionary forces during World War II. Throwing it in is equivalent to the death penalty, but it is a suspended sentence. Chapter 2. The girl who boldly approaches at the hawker stall. The proprietor, Cold Foam, furrowed his brow. Huo Tianyao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Behind him, the anguished cries of a young man being dragged away echoed in the air. He paused momentarily, but ultimately did not look back. Inside the command room, Cold Foam followed him in and shut the door. Boss, something feels off, he remarked. That Special Forces soldier's gaze has been too penetrating, ever since 3 months ago. I'm weary, Huo Tianyao replied, his gaze fixed on the map adorned with red and blue markers. It's been 16 years, Cold Foam. I was merely 16 when I left Hong Kong Island, and now I am nearing 40. I've earned enough money and taken enough lives. It is time to rest. 40? Cold Feng's eyes bore into him. Boss, you just turned 32 last month. Huo Tianyao smiled, though it was a grimace. My heart is aged. Where will you rest? Hong Kong Island, Huo Tianyao stated, lighting a cigarette with steady hands. Where I came from. Cold Foam fell silent for a full minute before finally asking. How long? I do not know. Huo Tianyao gazed out the window, watching the metallic giants on the tarmac awaken in the morning light, like a pack of hounds awaiting their master. Perhaps half a year, perhaps. He left the latter half of his sentence unspoken, the implication hanging heavy in the air. Perhaps he would never return. Once Cold Foam departed, Huo Tianyao retrieved an iron box from his personal space. Inside lay an old photograph of 4 young men, arms draped over one another's shoulders in front of a hawker stall on Temple Street, their laughter carefree. The eldest, Chun Tianxiong, the second, Lu Wei, the fourth, Zhang Yongjia, and the 16-year-old version of himself. In the picture, he was just 16, clad in faded school uniform trousers, grinning with a smile that nearly reached his ears. It was taken on the day they swore brotherhood, celebrating after paying homage to Guangong at the temple. That year at 16, they vowed to share both fortune and misfortune. Yet, due to an unresolved rift among the 4 brothers, He had ventured to Southeast Asia, never returning for 16 years. Leaving at 16, now at 32, the years apart were not merely 16, they constituted an entire youth. Now, as he faced death, he yearned to return and take a final look. As dawn fully enveloped the Shan State Plateau, Huo Tianyao stepped out of the base with a simple travel bag in hand. Contained within were only a few garments, a passport, and that iron box. He did not have anyone see him off, leaving behind only a message for Cold Foam. Keep this place safe. Do not let me down. The jeep rolled toward the border, the rearview mirror reflecting the ever-shrinking base until it vanished among the folds of the mountains. Huo Tianyao lit the last of his cigars, watching the rising sun set the eastern sky ablaze with crimson. Hong Kong Island, I have returned. After 16 years. Burdened with a terminal illness and the entirety of that 16-year-old boy's past. When the plane landed at Kai Tak Airport, it was already dusk. Under the setting sun of 1984, Hong Kong Island shimmered in golden hues. Huo Tianyao emerged from customs, travel bag in tow, having no checked luggage as most of his belongings resided within that 300-meter space. Sir, need a ride? Inquired the taxi driver, peering in. Huo Tianyao provided an address on Temple Street. The vehicle left the airport, traversing bustling avenues. Double-decker buses adorned with movie posters passed by, while the sounds of Alan Tam's latest song echoed from nearby music stores. Youngsters clad in bell-bottom trousers gathered at the entrance of an arcade. It was somewhat different from his memories of Hong Kong Island, yet in many ways, it felt unchanged. Where are you coming from, sir? The chatty driver asked. Old Myanmar. Wow, that place is chaotic. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror. I heard there's an arms king in the Golden Triangle that even the official army dares not provoke. Is that true? Huo Tianyao gazed out the window. Just hearsay. It's not hearsay. The driver grew animated. My cousin works on a boat and claimed he saw dozens of corpses floating down the Mekong River last year, all belonging to the Vietnamese gang. Rumor has it they offended that arms king. Huo Tianyao chose not to respond further. The driver, sensing the conversation had grown stale, fell silent as well. After over 10 minutes, they arrived at Chunji Hawker Stall. Huo Tianyao stood beneath the sign, observing the 4 faded red characters. 16 years had passed, yet the sign remained unchanged, the plastic awning having shifted from green to a dull gray-green. However, the people seemed transformed. It was here, on the day he turned 16, that the 4 youths, after paying their respects to Guangdong, rushed to drink. The eldest, Chun Tianxiong, banged on the table, exclaiming, "Boss, fry up 4 of your signature dishes, and bring a dozen beers." The second, Lu Wei, draped an arm around his shoulder, saying a yow. "If anyone dares to bully you, tell your second brother." The fourth, Zhang Yongjia, at the time too young to drink, blushed as he took a sip, choking on it. He entered the stall, the greasy floor slightly sticky beneath his feet. Pulling out a plastic stool, he sat down. "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The proprietress, clad in an oil-stained apron, approached, her gaze glancing at his wrist where a Rolex Daytona gleamed, worth a small apartment on the black market. "Stir-fried beef ho fun," Huo Tianyao ordered, and a bottle of Blue Label. The beer arrived first. He filled a glass, the foam spilling over the rim. Huo Tianyao stared at the froth, recalling that night 16 years ago when the 4 boys drank here, vowing eternal brotherhood. The raucous chatter from the neighboring table pulled him back to reality. A group of young men in floral shirts were playing a drinking game, their voices piercingly loud. "Last night, I took on 3 at the nightclub, and I was impressive." "Impressive? You think you're as fearsome as the 4 tigers of Temple Street back in the day? You young lads have no idea. The 4 tigers of Temple Street." Huo Tianyao glanced over, a slight smirk forming on his lips. Raising his glass, he took a sip, feeling a familiar burn in his stomach, as if a searing iron was pressed against it. He swallowed it down without flinching, pouring himself another. "Sir, are you alone?" came a voice with a deliberately sweet tone. Huo Tianyao looked up to see a girl of about 20 standing at his table, her exaggerated curls framing her face, heavy makeup accentuating her features. Clad in tight jeans and an off-shoulder top, adorned with multiple earrings. Her eyes sparkled, especially upon seeing him. "Is something the matter?" Huo Tianyao inquired. "Mind if I join you?" "There's no space left," she said, already taking a seat, her gaze mischievous. "Drinking alone is rather dull. May I keep you company?" Huo Tianyao remained silent, continuing to eat his beef ho fun. The girl, undeterred, continued, "I'm Amin, I live nearby. What should I call you?" "Mr. Hua." "Where do you hail from, Mr. Hua? You're not a local, are you?" Amin leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand, exposing her collarbone and a hint of cleavage. "That watch is quite lovely, Rolex, right? My brother has one too, but it's not as new as yours." Huo Tianyao set down his chopsticks and gazed at her. "What do you wish to say?" Amin was momentarily taken aback by his piercing gaze, but soon broke into a smile. "Oh, nothing much. Just thought I'd keep you company, perhaps make a friend." "So, Mr. Hua, are you in business?" "I suppose one could say that," he replied. "What kind of business, to be so affluent?" Before she could finish her inquiry, a throng of 7 or 8 individuals surged through the doorway. They were not patrons. Each bore tattoos of the Azure Dragon on their arms. And leading them was a young man with dyed yellow hair, wielding a baseball bat. Chapter 3. The Return of the Huo family. He bellowed, "Clear the place out. My brother is here to discuss matters. Those who know their place should leave at once." The diners scrambled to their feet like startled fish. The owner extinguished the flames, while the elderly cashier bowed his head to tally the accounts. Within a minute, only Huo Tianyao's table remained. "Hey, are you deaf?" The yellow-haired thug approached Huo Tianyao, slamming the bat onto the table. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost?" Huo Tianyao continued to savor his beef rice noodles, his eyelids remaining unraised. Enraged, the thug reached to overturn the table. However, halfway through his movement, a shriek escaped his lips. Huo Tianyao had ensnared his wrist with a pair of chopsticks. Those 2 ordinary wooden sticks clamped down upon his bone like iron pincers. As Huo Tianyao finally lifted his gaze, it was evident he disliked being disturbed during his meal. With a gentle twist of his wrist, a faint crack echoed. The thug collapsed to the floor, his right wrist bent at an unnatural angle. The remaining ruffians cursed and rushed forward, but Huo Tianyao remained seated. The first assailant charged in, only to have Huo Tianyao deftly fling a chopstick that embedded itself into the man's thigh, eliciting a cry of pain. The second thug swung a plastic chair at him, but Huo Tianyao sidestepped, the chair narrowly missing his shoulder and crashing onto the table, shattering a beer bottle. Seizing a shard of glass, he swiftly sliced through the tendons of the assailant's wrist. As the third and fourth assailants lunged simultaneously, Huo Tianyao finally rose from his seat, advancing toward them. Grabbing the hair of the third man, he forced his head downward with a knee strike, shattering his nose. The fourth assailant's fist swung in, but Huo Tianyao evaded it, his elbow colliding with the man's ribs with a sickening crack. The fifth thug brandished a switchblade. Huo Tianyao regarded him with a sudden smile. "Playing with knives? Allow me to teach you." He stepped forward, seizing the man's knife-wielding hand, twisting and pushing it. The blade turned, grazing the man's neck before embedding itself into the wooden pillar behind him. The handle still trembled as the man crumpled to the ground. The entire exchange lasted less than 15 seconds. All 6 thugs lay on the ground groaning, while the yellow-haired thug clutched his severed wrist, trembling. The young woman, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, displayed no fear or panic, merely watching Huo Tianyao with a smile. He cast a fleeting glance in her direction before returning to his table, retrieving a $1,000 bill from his wallet. "Boss, this is for the damages to your table and chairs," he called toward the kitchen. Just as he was about to leave, another figure entered the establishment. This time, it was a middle-aged man in a suit, his hair slicked back, flanked by 4 bodyguards clad in black shirts. Upon seeing the sprawled thugs, he furrowed his brow, his gaze landing on Huo Tianyao. "Who dares to touch my people?" His voice was deep, carrying the weight of authority. Huo Tianyao met his gaze. "And who might you be?" "I am with Lianxing, Big D," the man replied, chin held high. "If you're scared now, you may kneel and bow 3 times, and I might spare you a hand." "Big D?" Huo Tianyao pondered for a moment, recollecting he did not recognize the name. "Is Fat Deng still around?" The man's complexion shifted. Fat Deng had once presided over Lianxing, retiring to Canada 5 years prior. Now, few young individuals were familiar with that name. "You know Uncle Deng?" "Not personally, but he should be aware of me," Huo Tianyao stated. "Call your superior and inform him that Huo from Temple Street has returned." Skeptically, the man produced a mobile phone, turning his back to dial, murmuring a few words. When he turned back, his face was as pale as a sheet. He hurried to Huo Tianyao, bowing deeply at 90 degrees. "Mr. Huo, I sincerely apologize for my lack of recognition. I had no idea it was you." Big D said he would come right away. "No need. I have no interest in meeting him. Be gone." "Yes, yes." A hasty retreat ensued, with the group scrambling to drag their injured companions away. The eatery fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The owner's wife stood speechless, still clutching her spatula. Yet the woman continued to smile as before. Huo Tianyao picked up his travel bag, preparing to leave when a sudden spasm gripped his stomach. He clenched his teeth, pausing for just half a second, but a sheen of cold sweat appeared on his brow. "Wait," the woman called out to him. As he turned, his expression had already returned to calm. "Mr. Huo, you're quite impressive. Let us get acquainted." She approached, offering him a business card. It was a white card, bearing only the name Mandy in English and a phone number. "Feel free to call me when you have the time," leaving him with a meaningful glance. She turned and walked away. Surprised, Huo Tianyao pondered how a young woman like her could possess a business card. Exiting the eatery, the neon lights of Temple Street continued to flicker. He casually discarded the card and strolled down the damp street, the pain in his abdomen coming in waves. He walked steadily, his back straight, though the fine beads of cold sweat betrayed him. Upon reaching the street corner, he spotted a black Toyota parked across the way. The window rolled down, revealing a familiar face, 40-something, hair peppered with gray, yet his eyes remained sharp as ever. Big brother, Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao crossed the road and slid into the passenger seat, his movements smooth and natural. Though only he knew that the acute pain in his stomach nearly caused him to groan. The car began to move, merging into the night. The two remained silent until they exited Temple Street, at which point Huo Tianyao broke the silence. You've already stirred up trouble upon your return? They made the first move. I am aware, Huo Tianyao replied, lighting a cigarette. I witnessed the entire affair. That brat is Big D's subordinate. Currently the most prominent figure in Lianxing. I never imagined he would still remember you. Huo Tianyao remained silent. His recollections of Big D were somewhat hazy, as if there had been little interaction. Perhaps Fat Dang had mentioned him. The interior of the car fell into silence for a moment. Huo Tianyao tapped his fingers on the steering wheel. The moment you stepped into Temple Street, I was informed. Why didn't you come back sooner? It's not too late now. Huo Tianyao gazed out the window, the streetlights casting flowing lines upon the glass. Huo Tianyao glanced at him. Stay at my place. I've kept a room for you. All right. The car made its way toward Sham Shui Per. Regarding the events of yesteryear, Huo Tianyao suddenly remarked, as for the fourth. Let us refrain from revisiting the past. Huo Tianyao interrupted. The vehicle came to a halt beneath the Tang building. Huo Tianyao parked the car, but did not open the door. Io, how long do you intend to stay on this return? I am uncertain. He pulled open the car door and exited, his movements as steady as ever. Upon reaching the entrance of the corridor, Huo Tianyao abruptly called out to him. Join me for a meal at my tea restaurant tomorrow. The second and fourth should meet as well. Huo Tianyao did not turn back, but merely waved his hand. He ascended the staircase, each step taken with great steadiness. Only after rounding the corner and ensuring that Huo Tianyao was out of sight did he lean against the wall. Gasping for breath, cold sweat drenched his shirt lining. He retrieved painkillers from his belongings and swallowed them dry, waiting for the wave of excruciating pain to gradually recede. The key to the third-floor room remained in its usual spot. Huo Tianyao felt for the key atop the doorframe and unlocked it. The room was impeccably clean, clearly well-maintained. The furnishings were nearly identical to those he had left behind, save for traces of life, an ashtray on the coffee table, a calendar hanging on the wall, and signs of use in the kitchen. Huo Tianyao approached the window and gazed downwards. All the lights on the first floor were illuminated. That was the residence of the eldest brother, Huo Tianyao. He drew the curtains, retrieved the diagnosis report from his belongings, and reviewed it once more under the dim light. Advanced gastric cancer. 6 months. Perhaps even less. The success rate of surgery was dismally low. He was unwilling to live in a state of disgrace. He tucked the diagnosis away and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow, he would meet the second brother and the fourth. It had been 16 years since they last met, and he could hardly fathom what they had become. Chapter 4 Liang Kuan is seeking payment from my brother? Apologize at once. At the corner of Mongkok, the golden sign of Xiong GT restaurant glimmered warmly in the morning light. At 9 in the morning, the establishment was filled with locals. As Huo Tianyao pushed open the glass door, the copper bell hanging from it chimed. Huo Tianyao, stationed behind the cash register, lifted his head, momentarily stunned. Before a smile blossomed on his face, an unchanged, elder brotherly smile after 16 years. Third brother. Huo Tianyao emerged from behind the counter and enveloped Huo Tianyao in a hearty embrace. Patting his back vigorously. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? That jet lag must be rough. I've grown accustomed to it, Huo Tianyao replied. Huo Tianyao scrutinized him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, though he quickly composed himself. Sit, sit. I shall prepare a bowl of wonton noodles for you. With extra leeks. I remember that you adore this. Huo Tianyao settled into his usual spot by the window. This table afforded a view of the entire street. Back in the day, the four brothers relished sitting here, eating while observing the bustling street life. When the wonton noodles were served, steam wafted upwards. Huo Tianyao took a bite, and the taste was reminiscent of days long gone. His stomach felt somewhat at ease, yet a dull ache lingered deep within. The second and fourth will arrive shortly. Huo Tianyao joined him, maintaining his composure as he continued to eat, scanning the restaurant. Only a few waitstaff were present. What of my sister-in-law? She left long ago. Huo Tianyao shook his head, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes. The glass door swung open once more. 2 individuals entered. The man at the forefront, in his early 40s, was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. This was the second brother, Lu Wei. Known for his liaisons with numerous actresses, he remained unmarried to this day. Following closely behind was a young man in his 20s, clad in a floral shirt. His sleeves rolled up to the elbows, displaying a dragon tattoo on his arm. His long hair and wandering gaze, coupled with a slight swagger, embodied the demeanor of a typical lowlife. This was the fourth, Zhang Yongjia, one who had struggled within the underworld for years without ever rising to prominence. The two approached the table and stood still. Huo Tianyao set down his chopsticks and regarded them. 16 years had passed. The second brother had streaks of gray at his temples, while the fourth had deeper wrinkles than one would expect at his age. Sit down, why stand? Chun Tianxiong urged. Lu Wei took a seat first, placing a heavy hand on Huo Tianyao's shoulder, the weight of his touch palpable. Third brother. Just 2 words. Yet his voice caught in his throat. Zhang Yongjie pulled out a chair, lowering his head as he sat, unable to meet Huo Tianyao's eyes. Third brother, he spoke softly. Fourth, Huo Tianyao addressed him. The air thickened for a few seconds. Then Lu Wei suddenly laughed, tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, it's been 16 years. We are all together again. Indeed, Chun Tianxiong chuckled, to still be able to sit together is a blessing. Zhang Yongjie lifted his head, his eyes reddening. Third brother. I'm sorry for what happened back then. Those matters are in the past. Huo Tianyao interrupted. Let us not speak of them. Your apology suffices. But, fourth. Huo Tianyao gazed at him. When I say it is in the past, it is truly behind us. We are brothers, and that will never change. Tears streamed down Zhang Yongjie's face, which he hastily wiped away, nodding vigorously. At that moment, the door swung open again. A young woman entered, in her early 20s. Her long hair flowing, dressed in a beige suit, carrying a briefcase. She was strikingly beautiful, yet bore an artistic air reminiscent of Chun Tianxiong. Dad. She nodded towards Chun Tianxiong. Then her gaze fell upon Huo Tianyao, lingering for a moment. In that fleeting second, Huo Tianyao recognized her. 3 months prior. In the Eagle Sauce Nation, at that French restaurant. He had drunk too much and ended up at a hotel with a woman who was equally inebriated. She had a small mole on her collarbone and was quite forward in bed. Afterwards, she frequently contacted him, only to be blocked. Little did he expect she was the eldest brother's daughter, Chen Shui. Chen Shui remained composed, extending her hand. Third uncle, I am Chen Shui. I often hear my father speak of you. Their hands clasped. Huo Tianyao's grip was steady, while Chen Shui's hand felt cool. Their eyes met momentarily before quickly averting. Shui has completed her law degree in the Eagle Sauce Nation and returned 6 months ago. She is now working at a law firm, Chun Tianxiong introduced, his tone brimming with pride. Excellent. Huo Tianyao released her hand, his expression unchanged. Chen Shui naturally settled beside Chun Tianxiong. Dad. I'd like a bowl of wonton noodles as well. Then turning to Huo Tianyao, she inquired, Third uncle, where have you come from? Southeast Asia. In business? Import and export. That sounds arduous. Chen Shui smiled, her demeanor poised. The entire exchange flowed as smoothly as a genuine first meeting. Only Huo Tianyao noticed the tension in Chen Shui's fingers as she gripped her cup tightly. Zhang Yongjie glanced between Chen Shui and Huo Tianyao. Confusion evident in his eyes. Just then, the door was thrust open with force. A middle-aged man clad in a floral shirt entered, a gold chain around his neck. Flanked by 4 lackeys. Upon his arrival, the patrons in the restaurant lowered their heads. Liang Kuan, the prominent figure of Hongxing in Mongkok. He strode directly to Lu Wei's side and patted his shoulder, saying, Lu Sheng, is the money ready? Today is indeed the final deadline. Lu Wei rose, extracting a thick bundle of cash secured with a rubber band from his inner pocket. Brother Kuan, here are 150,000. The remainder will be settled next month. Next month? Liang Kuan chuckled, taking the money and weighing it in his hands. Lu Sheng, I specified that the entire amount, 200,000, be settled today, not a single cent less. What do you mean by giving me 150,000 now? I simply cannot gather the full amount, Lu Wei confessed. Cannot gather? Liang Kuan's smile faded. Then your film company will belong to me. And that house of yours? It should still hold some value. Lu Wei's complexion turned pale. Chun Tianxiong stood to speak, but was restrained by Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao set down his chopsticks and looked at Liang Kuan. How much are we short? Only then did Liang Kuan notice him. Who are you? He's my brother. Oh, a brother? Liang Kuan scrutinized him. You wish to settle his debt? Fine, 5,000. Produce it now, and I shall leave immediately. Zhang Yongjie suddenly stood up. Kuan go. Show some respect. This is my third brother. Liang Kuan cast a sidelong glance at him. And you are? My name is Jie, from Dongxing. My elder brother is Changfa, Zhang Yongjie replied. Changfa's. Liang Kuan laughed coldly. A mere 49er dares to speak of respect? Even if your boss Changfa were here, he'd still have to address me as Kuan go. Who do you think you are? Zhang Yongjie's face flushed with anger, his fists clenched tightly. One of Liang Kuan's lackeys stepped forward, hand reaching toward his waist. The atmosphere grew tense. Unfazed, Huo Tianyao calmly retrieved a mobile phone from his inner jacket pocket and dialed a number. When the call connected, he spoke a few words in an obscure dialect that no one understood. Soon, he hung up, looking at Liang Kuan. Wait a minute. Liang Kuan was taken aback. Then sneered, playing tricks, are we? His lackeys erupted in laughter. 30 seconds later, Liang Kuan's phone rang. He answered, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his expression shifted dramatically. A furious roar erupted from the speaker, loud enough for those nearby to hear. You scoundrel. How dare you offend Mr. Huo? Apologize to him immediately. Liang Kuan's face drained of color, cold sweat beading on his brow. He stared incredulously at Huo Tianyao, hastily stepping aside to murmur an apology. After hanging up, Liang Kuan's hands trembled. When he turned back to Huo Tianyao, his eyes were filled with terror. Mr. Huo, the one you need to apologize to is not me. Huo Tianyao interjected. He pulled out a checkbook, tore off a check, scribbled a number, and placed it on the table. This is 100,000. 50,000 for the debt, and 50,000 for you to stay away from my brother in the future. Liang Kuan, terrified, did not dare to take the check. Instead, he hurriedly bowed deeply to Lu Wei. Lu Sheng, I am truly sorry. It was my ignorance that led me to underestimate you. I no longer want the money or the interest. Just take it. Take it. Huo Tianyao stated firmly. I never retract my words. Liang Kuan's face turned ashen as he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Thank you, Mr. Huo. He then turned to Zhang Yongjie, bowing again. Brother Jie, I apologize for my earlier insolence. I was blind to your worth. Zhang Yongjie stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Liang Kuan and his lackeys scrambled away in haste. Chapter 5. Do you think the Security Bureau's chief is aware of the consequences? The atmosphere in the establishment suddenly froze. Everyone stared at Huo Tianyao, their eyes filled with shock. Who is that? One phone call reduced Liang Kuan to such a state. Didn't you hear? His surname is Huo. The Huo Tianyao from the Four Tigers of Temple Street. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Shoo, quiet down. Are you tired of living? Can't you see he is sitting there just fine? Chun Tianxiong, stunned for a moment, asked, Third brother, what is going on? After all these years, how do you still wield such influence? The bystanders exchanged glances. Back in the day, Huo Tianyao was the most prominent among the Four Tigers of Temple Street, and even the most esteemed brothers would defer to him. But so many years had passed. Third brother, Lu Wei swallowed hard. What exactly have you been doing outside? Import and export, Huo Tianyao replied. Second brother, Liang Kuan will no longer trouble you. If you ever find yourself short on funds for the film, just let me know. Lu Wei nodded in a daze. Huo Tianyao turned to Zhang Yongjie. Fourth brother, don't take what happened earlier to heart. Zhang Yongjie shook his head. Third brother, I don't blame Kuan Gu. In our world, strength speaks volumes. He paused, lowering his voice. Actually, I'm on the verge of undertaking something significant. If I succeed, I'll gain a high position within the organization, and then I won't have to bow to anyone. Huo Tianyao regarded him. What is this significant matter? I cannot disclose it. Zhang Yongjie's eyes flickered. But once it's accomplished, I'll have my standing in Dongxing. I've waited 7 or 8 years for this opportunity. Huo Tianyao remained silent for a few seconds before nodding. Just be sure of your own decisions. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you. Third brother, Zhang Yongjie replied, his eyes sparkling. Once I achieve this, I'll treat you all to a drink. Chen Shui suddenly interjected. Fourth uncle, be cautious with the gang affairs. Zhang Yongjie laughed. Don't worry. Fourth uncle knows what he is doing. Chun Tianxiong and Lu Wei exchanged glances, shaking their heads. It was evident that they were well aware of fourth brother's singular ambition to rise within the gang, and they had cautioned him numerous times, yet to no avail. Chen Shui glanced at Huo Tianyao, their eyes meeting once more. She stood up, addressing the room. Dad, third uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle. I have an urgent matter at the law firm and must take my leave. Grabbing her briefcase, she passed by Huo Tianyao, whispering in a tone only he could hear. 9 o'clock tonight, at the Blue Note Bar in Lan Kwai Fong. Come alone. With that, she pushed the door open and departed. Huo Tianyao remained unfazed, continuing to sip his tea. A sharp pain in his abdomen resurfaced, this time more intense. He set down his cup, pressing his right hand firmly against his stomach while his left hand held the teacup steady. Third brother, Chun Tianxiong observed him. Are you planning to stay this time? It depends on the circumstances. How is your health? Quite well, Huo Tianyao replied, his smile appearing natural, just a bit tired. I'll rest. Chun Tianxiong scrutinized him for a long while before finally sighing. This will always be your home. I know. Huo Tianyao stood up. Eldest brother, I must be on my way. There are matters to attend to. Come over for dinner tonight. I'll prepare some soup for you. All right. As he exited the tea house, the sunlight was blinding. Huo Tianyao donned his sunglasses and strolled slowly along the street. Upon reaching the alleyway, a sudden sharp pain gripped his stomach. He quickly turned into the alley, leaning against the wall as he retrieved some pills from his pocket, swallowing them dry. Cold sweat soaked through his shirt lining. As the pangs of pain subsided, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. Behind him, 2 men in suits stealthily approached. They had previously made their presence known at the tea restaurant. Huo Tianyao turned into an alley, leaning against the wall, his figure vanishing from sight. The 2 men hastily quickened their pace to catch up. Huo Tianyao suddenly emerged, blocking their path. Are you from the Security Bureau? He inquired. The 2 exchanged glances but remained silent. Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette. Go back and inform your superior that I am merely a businessman visiting family. Should you continue to follow me, The consequences are known to your superior. The men's expressions changed, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. The orders from above were exceedingly peculiar. The target was an internationally wanted and highly dangerous individual, yet the directive was neither to capture nor to assassinate, but rather to follow discreetly, ensuring not to provoke him. Huo Tianyao turned and walked away. After a distance of several meters, his phone rang, an encrypted satellite call. "Boss, we've got the information," came the voice. Dongxing is planning to hijack a shipment from the Chaozhou gang, a batch of flour valued at 30 million, arriving from Siam. Lao Si has been selected as the enforcer for the operation. Huo Tianyao halted. "When?" "The night after tomorrow, at the Saigon pier." "Understood." He hung up and continued walking. The pain in his stomach surging once more. Lao Si's grand endeavor involved seizing the flour. A shipment worth 30 million meant that casualties were inevitable. Yet, he had just stated he would not intervene. Everyone had their own path. Huo Tianyao pressed his hand against his abdomen and moved forward. Tonight at 9, Long Kwai Fong. He reminded himself. He had to go. The dim lighting of the Blue Note bar was just right, with jazz music flowing through the air. Huo Tianyao pushed the door open, his gaze sweeping the room until it landed on Chen Shui in a corner booth. She had changed into a black dress, her makeup lighter than during the day. Upon seeing him, she nodded. "Third uncle." Only after he took a seat did she speak, deliberately maintaining a sense of distance. A waiter approached, and Huo Tianyao ordered a whiskey on the rocks. Chen Shui's martini was already half consumed. "Let me be frank," she said, setting her glass down. "The incident with eagle sauce was a mistake. We had all drunk too much." Huo Tianyao nodded in agreement. "So it should be forgotten." Chen Shui fixed her gaze on him. "You are my father's brother, which makes you my third uncle. That matter cannot be disclosed to anyone, especially not to your father. Indeed, especially not to him." Chen Shui traced the rim of her glass with her finger. "He has high blood pressure and cannot handle such stress." Huo Tianyao took a sip of his drink. The whiskey burned his throat, momentarily suppressing the pain in his stomach. "I can't stay long," he remarked. "No one will know." "That's good." Chen Shui sighed with relief, but there was something else in her eyes. "Additionally, I wish to ask you a question. What have you been doing all these years? Import and export trade. Just trade?" Chen Shui leaned forward. "Third uncle, don't lie to me. I'm not a child. My father told me about last night's incident at the street stall, as well as today's matter with Liang Kuan. A regular businessman couldn't accomplish those things." Huo Tianyao regarded her calmly. "To conduct business, one must cultivate relationships with influential friends. Wouldn't you agree?" His tranquil demeanor revealed nothing to Chen Shui. She pondered for a moment before nodding. Chapter 6. A Shui belongs to Lu Gongzi. "You should be cautious, uncle. There's another matter." A faint blush appeared on Chen Shui's face. "You said something that night." "What did I say?" "Everyone carries a coffin through life. Some are aware, while others remain oblivious." Chen Shui scrutinized him. "You were quite inebriated when you made that statement, and your eyes were peculiar. Third uncle, do you have something on your mind?" "Nothing." Huo Tianyao interrupted her, his tone neutral. "I'm simply fatigued." Chen Shui observed him for a long while before finally nodding. "All right, I won't pry. But if you need assistance, be it legal or otherwise, you can reach out to me. After all, you are my third uncle." "Thank you." Huo Tianyao prepared to rise. But just then, a group of patrons entered the bar, causing a ruckus as they settled at the bar. One of them glanced over, his gaze lingering on Chen Shui for a few seconds before shifting away. Chen Shui furrowed her brow and lowered her voice. "Let us leave, it's too noisy here." The two stood and exited. As they stepped out into the cool night breeze, she said, "I'll drive you." "No need, I'll take a taxi." "Third uncle." Chen Shui called out. "Are you aware of what is happening with fourth uncle?" Huo Tianyao halted. "What is the matter? He seems to be acting strangely lately. As if he is plotting something," she said. "As a lawyer, I'm a bit concerned for him. Young people often seek to make a name for themselves, which can lead them astray. He has his own choices." Huo Tianyao smiled. "Moreover, he is your fourth uncle. Don't you find it odd to refer to him as a young man?" Chen Shui playfully stuck out her tongue. "To me, he is just a young man who shirks responsibility." "Third uncle, you are his third brother." Chen Shui grew serious. "If you can persuade him." "I can't." Huo Tianyao replied. "Everyone must walk their own path." Chen Shui sighed. "All right then, I'll take my leave." She walked toward the car parked at the roadside, turning back as she opened the door. "Take care, third uncle." Huo Tianyao nodded, watching her drive away. As the taillights faded into the distance, someone approached from behind. "Hey, uncle, have you seen enough?" He turned to see the young man from the bar who had caused Chen Shui to frown, sauntering over with a beautiful girl draped over his arm, lazily glancing at the disappearing taillights. "Now, don't say I didn't warn you. A Shui is a woman favored by Lu Gongzi." Huo Tianyao shot him a sidelong glance and moved towards the dark alley. "Hey, uncle, look at you. Not even having a car. How could you possibly pursue a Shui?" The young man appraised Huo Tianyao, whose attire appeared ordinary, then smugly pulled out a BMW key, waving it. "Recognize this." In Lu Gongzi's eyes, such a car is merely a toy. He shrugged. tightening his hold on his giggling companion. Lu Gongzi is currently abroad for business. If he were to catch you approaching a shui, you would be in deep trouble, uncle. Huo Tianyao remained indifferent. Stepping into the dark alleyway. Hey, don't be ungrateful. I'm telling you, don't let me catch you harassing a shui again. Otherwise, you won't have a pleasant outcome. The young man at the alley's entrance was incessantly shouting when, suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. An unexpected small stone, flying from an unknown source, precisely struck the young man's open mouth. Gasping, he desperately clutched his throat, coughing laboriously as his face quickly flushed red. What's wrong? His female companion exclaimed, rushing to pat his back. Upon exiting the alley, his phone rang. It was Zhang Yongjia, third brother. Zhang Yongjia's voice brimmed with excitement. I have great news. The big boss has agreed to let me lead the team. If this goes well, I can secure my position as a red stick. Huo Tianyao fell silent for 2 seconds. What exactly is this about? I can't disclose that, Zhang Yongjia whispered, but it's a significant deal. Third brother. Once I secure my position, I'll treat you and the elder and second brothers to drinks. We must celebrate. Be cautious. Don't worry, third brother. I've been preparing for a long time. After a pause, Zhang Yongjia added, by the way, thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I would have lost face in front of brother Cohen. Between brothers, such words need not be spoken. All right. See you the day after tomorrow. As he hung up the phone, Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette. He knew what awaited them the night after tomorrow. 30 million worth of goods, regardless of the path taken, would not be easily seized. With the fourth brother's departure, the situation seemed dire. Yet, he could not intervene. Just as he could not have stopped the fourth brother from fleeing in fear on that rainy night 16 years ago. Each person has their own path to tread and debts to settle. His phone rang again. This time it was Huo Tianyao. Third brother, are you still out? Come back for dinner. The soup is ready. I'll be right back. Huo Tianyao hailed a taxi. As the vehicle made its way towards Sham Shuipa, the neon lights outside resembled a flowing river of colors. He reminisced about the days 16 years ago, when the four brothers struggled on Temple Street. Back then, they had nothing but an indomitable spirit. The eldest brother always protected them, the second brother was the strongest, and the youngest, the fourth brother, always trailed behind. Now, the eldest ran a tea restaurant, the second was filming movies, and the fourth brother was still entangled in gang activities. As for him, he had become an arms dealer in Southeast Asia, nearing the end of his days. Time had altered everything, yet it seemed as though nothing had changed. The taxi stopped downstairs. As Huo Tianyao exited, he noticed the warm glow of lights from the third-floor window. He ascended the stairs with steady steps. His stomach still ached, but he was accustomed to it. Upon pushing open the door to his home, the aroma of food enveloped him. Huo Tianyao emerged from the kitchen, apron-clad. Back already? The soup is just right. Come and have some. The dining table was set with 4 dishes and a soup, all of his favorites. Where's Ashue? Huo Tianyao inquired. She's working overtime at the law firm and won't be back. Huo Tianyao served him a bowl of soup. Drink it while it's hot. It's lotus root and pork rib soup, your favorite from childhood. Huo Tianyao received the bowl, the steam warming his face. He took a sip. The soup was flavorful and comforting. Delicious, he remarked. Huo Tianyao smiled. If it's good, drink more. You're too thin. You must not be eating well out there. The two ate in silence, the evening news playing on the television, the anchor's voice echoing in the room. By the way, Huo Tianyao suddenly said, the fourth brother came looking for me this afternoon. He said he has a big plan for the day after tomorrow, and if it succeeds, he'll make a name for himself. He told me not to worry. Huo Tianyao paused mid-bite. What did you say? I told him, the path is his to choose. And he must see it through, even if it means crawling. Huo Tianyao sighed, but I still worry about that kid. He is too eager to prove himself. Everyone has their own path to follow. Indeed. Huo Tianyao regarded him. Third brother, since your return, is there something on your mind? Huo Tianyao looked up. Why do you ask? It's just a feeling, Huo Tianyao replied. You've changed. Not in appearance, but in essence. It seems as though something burdens your heart. Huo Tianyao chuckled softly. What could there possibly be? I merely miss you all, and came back to visit. Huo Tianyao scrutinized him for a long moment before finally nodding. As long as there's nothing wrong. Remember, if anything arises, tell the eldest. Understood. After dinner, Huo Tianyao helped wash the dishes. The water was scalding, steam rising into the air. He gazed out the kitchen window at the twinkling lights of Sham Shuipa at night. Third brother, Huo Tianyao said, wiping the table and turning his back to him. Regarding that incident from years ago, don't hold it against the fourth brother. He was just scared, it wasn't he intentional. I don't hold it against him. That's good. Huo Tianyao turned to face him. For the 4 of us brothers to gather again at the table is a blessing. Everything else is insignificant. Huo Tianyao nodded. His stomach throbbed again. He turned off the faucet and rested his hand on the edge of the sink. What's wrong? Huo Tianyao asked. Nothing. Just a bit tired, Huo Tianyao replied. I'll head to bed now. All right, rest early. Huo Tianyao entered his room and closed the door. He retrieved a bottle of pills from the space, poured out two, and swallowed them with water from the bedside. Outside, the night in Hong Kong continued. The sounds of traffic, voices, and distant bar music melded into a blurred backdrop. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling. The night after tomorrow. At Sai Kung Pier, the fourth brother would be risking it all. He knew he ought to take some action. Not to intervene, but at least to ensure the fourth brother returned alive. Even if, 16 years ago, the fourth brother's cowardice had led to the eldest and second brother's imprisonment. Huo Tianyao closed his eyes. Perhaps he could do something, in his own way. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. Boss. The night after tomorrow. There's a deal at Sai Kung Pier, and Dongxing intends to seize the goods from the Chaozhou gang, Huo Tianyao said. My brother will be leading. What do we need to do? Send 2 people to keep a discreet watch. Do not intervene unless his life is in danger. Understood. Should we bring weapons? Yes. But do not use them unless absolutely necessary. All right. I will make the arrangements. Hanging up the phone, Huo Tianyao lay back down. The pain in his stomach gradually subsided under the effects of the medication. This was all he could do. Everyone has their own path to follow. But brothers are still brothers. The night deepened outside. Huo Tianyao slowly drifted into sleep, dreaming once more of Temple Street from 16 years ago. For boys running through the night, laughing heartily without a care in the world. Chapter 7. The Dock Heist. Zhang Yongjie has grown up? At Sai Kung Pier, Warehouse No. 3, Zhang Yongjie crouched in the shadow of a shipping container, tightly gripping a Type 54 pistol purchased from the black market. The cold metal felt chilling against his palm, which was drenched in sweat. 7 individuals accompanied him, all the lowest-ranking members of Dongxing, youthful and reckless, their eyes glinting like wolves in the darkness. Brother Jia. 10 more minutes, whispered a younger associate, a Chong, his voice trembling. Zhang Yongjie glanced at his luminous watch. It was 11:50 p.m. The cargo ship of the Chaozhou gang was scheduled to dock precisely at midnight, with only 15 minutes allotted for unloading. Within this brief window, they planned to storm in, snatch the goods, and flee. The plan was straightforward, so simple it bordered on suicidal. Yet the boss had declared, fortune favors the bold. He had waited 7 long years for this very opportunity. Check your gear, Zhang Yongjie instructed. 7 men silently inspected their weapons, 3 pistols and 4 machetes. That was all they had. Opposite them stood at least 20 adversaries, rumored to be armed with rifles. 2 shadowy figures had been lying atop the warehouse roof near a leaky spot for 2 hours, clad in black tactical gear with camouflage paint on their faces, rendering them nearly invisible in the darkness. Unit 2, this is Unit 1, came the whisper over the mini earpiece. Position 6 confirmed. Target, 7 individuals. Armed with light weapons, Unit 2 responded, adjusting his night vision goggles. The Chaozhou gang had entered through the rear door, 18 men, for shotguns, the rest pistols. They were prepared. Whereas the boss's brother, behind the container, at the forefront. The sniper's scope locked onto Zhang Yongjie. The young man's face was pale, but his gaze was steely. He recalled his first mission 10 years ago, fearful yet resolute. Maintain observation. Engage only if absolutely necessary, Unit 1 ordered. At the dock, the Chaozhou gang's cargo ship silently approached, lights off like a shadowy phantom. The gang began unloading rectangular wooden crates, each requiring 2 men to carry with great effort. Unit 2 counted at least 20 crates through his night vision. No wonder it's worth 30 million, Unit 1 murmured. Zhang Yongjie saw the crates too, gritting his teeth. He gestured, move out. 8 men surged from the shadows like ravenous wolves pouncing on prey. Anyone who doesn't want to die, get out of the way. Zhang Yongjie shouted, firing a shot into the air. The gunshot shattered the dock's silence. The Chaozhou gang froze for a moment before reacting. Damn it. Who the hell are these fools? Open fire. Shotguns roared, pellets rattling against the containers. A man leading Zhang Yongjie's side screamed and collapsed, blood blooming across his chest. Humming. Zhang Yongjie's eyes reddened as he returned fire. A fierce firefight erupted, pistols against shotguns, utterly outmatched. 2 more of Zhang Yongjie's men fell, while the rest crouched behind containers, terrified to show themselves. Brother Jia, this isn't working. Their firepower is too intense. Achong cried. Zhang Yongjie stared blankly at the fallen comrades, realizing this was no mere heist, it was a death sentence. On the warehouse roof, Unit 1's finger hovered over the trigger. Target is in danger. Hold fire. The boss said only engage if there's a life-threatening situation, Unit 2 replied. At the dock, the Chaozhou gang began to encircle them. For shotguns sealed off their retreat, while others pressed from the flanks. Zhang Yongjie backed against the container, out of ammunition. His trembling hands fumbled with the magazine, failing to reload. This is it, he thought. I'm going to die here. Suddenly, 2 muffled gunshots rang from the warehouse roof. The 2 lead gunmen of the Chaozhou gang dropped instantly, wounded in the shoulders, not fatal, but incapacitating. Ambush, the gang leader shouted. 2 more shots followed. Two men wielding shotguns were hit in the wrists, their weapons clattering to the ground. Silence fell. The remaining Chaozhou gang members dared not move, shrinking behind cover. Zhang Yongjia was stunned. He glanced toward the roof, but saw nothing. Brother Jia, what now? A Chong asked. Grab the cargo. Move. Zhang Yongjia growled. 5 men dashed out, hoisting the crates and fleeing. The gang attempted pursuit but were halted by another gunshot at their feet, forcing them to retreat. 2 minutes later, Zhang Yongjia and his men escaped the dock with 4 crates, jumping into a waiting van. The engine roared as they vanished into the night. On the warehouse roof, Unit 1 lowered his sniper rifle. Mission accomplished. Target safely extracted. Withdraw. Roger that, Unit 2 replied. Like ghosts, they melted into the darkness. In a Tong Lao apartment in Sham Shui Po, Huo Tianyao sat by the window, gazing into the night. His phone vibrated. An encrypted message. Mission complete. Target safe. 2 lightly wounded. No fatalities. 4 crates secured and extracted. He deleted the message and lit a cigarette. His stomach ached worse than the day before. He swallowed 2 pills and leaned back, awaiting relief. An hour later, the phone rang. It was Zhang Yongjia, his voice trembling with excitement. Third brother. We did it. We got 4 crates, all flour. The boss says I made a big contribution this time. I'm getting promoted tomorrow. Are you hurt? Huo Tianyao detected weakness beneath the bravado. Just some scrapes, nothing serious. Zhang Yongjia laughed heartily. Third brother, you should have seen the scene. 6 or 7 of us took down over 20 of them. Clearly. Zhang Yongjia was saving face, unwilling to admit how close he'd come to death, or that someone had covertly aided them. Get some rest, Huo Tianyao said, ending the call and lighting another cigarette. Outside, a gentle rain began, blurring the city lights. He recalled that rainy night 16 years ago when fourth brother had called, crying apologies, confessing fear and retreat. Now, fourth brother no longer fled. He had charged forward and nearly died. Perhaps this was growth earned with life itself. The phone buzzed again, this time Huo Tianyao. Third brother, are you asleep? Not yet. Fourth brother just called me. He succeeded. Promotion tomorrow. Huo Tianyao voice was heavy with complexity. He wanted to rejoice but couldn't shake his worries. Once on this path, there was no turning back. He made his choice. I know. After a pause, Huo Tianyao asked, Third brother, be honest. Tonight's dock incident, were you involved? Huo Tianyao hesitated. Why do you ask? I know fourth brother better than anyone. He couldn't have done this alone. Maybe he has matured. Let us hope so. Huo Tianyao sighed, then spoke again. Third brother. I know you're capable. But this island isn't like the outside world. The ties here are tangled. One wrong move affects everything. I don't know what you're up to out there, but it's serious. Your matters are minor. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. I know my limits. Good. Now get some sleep. After ending the call, Huo Tianyao reclined on his bed. A gentle rain began to fall outside the window. Chapter 8. Bloodstained Walled City. Leave the professional matters to the professionals. At 3 in the morning, his phone vibrated unexpectedly, rousing him from slumber. A message appeared. Zhang Yongjia has been kidnapped. The assailants number 8, and their vehicle is heading towards Kowloon Walled City. This is a shadow team lurking in Hong Kong Island. The operatives who previously assisted in cleaning up after Zhang Yongjia, known as number 1 and number 2, are both members of this team. They are directly under Huo Tianyao's command and are his most elite unit. Huo Tianyao replied, I will arrive in 20 minutes. Continue surveillance. He rose, donned his attire, retrieved a handgun and 2 magazines from his stash. While checking his weapon, his hands remained steady. Yet the pain in his abdomen caused beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. He swallowed 2 pills and stepped out of his room. The streets were desolate in the early morning hours. He hailed a taxi, Kowloon Walled City. Sir, at this hour the driver hesitated, knowing that few dared to venture into that cursed place at midnight. However, upon seeing the stack of $1,000 bills Huo Tianyao offered, he fell silent. The taxi sped away. Huo Tianyao received another message. Interrogation escalated, sounds of beating. He closed his eyes, tapping his fingers lightly on his knee. Old 4. 20 minutes later. The taxi halted at the entrance of the walled city. Huo Tianyao alighted, and the leader of the shadow team emerged from the shadows, a man in his 30s. Clad in a dark jacket, his face impassive. Boss, there are 8 assailants. 6 are guarding the 2nd floor, 2 are downstairs, the leader whispered. The target is severely injured but not in life-threatening condition. I will go up to negotiate, Huo Tianyao asserted. Do you require backup? Wait for my signal. Huo Tianyao entered the walled city. The windows on either side of the alley were tightly shut, with only a few streetlights casting a dim yellow glow. He approached building number 7. 2 burly men smoking at the bottom immediately stood when they saw him. Who are you looking for? Huo Tianyao replied calmly. I am Zhang Yongjia's third brother, here to talk. The 2 exchanged glances, and one of them went upstairs to report. A few minutes later, he returned. Brother Biao wants you to go up. The lights were on in the room on the 2nd floor. Huo Tianyao pushed the door open and immediately spotted Zhang Yongjia, bound to a chair, his face bloodied, clothes torn, and his skin marred with bruises and wounds. He was unconscious, his head drooping weakly. 6 individuals stood in the room. At the center was a bald man with a snake tattoo coiling around his neck, presumably Brother Biao. You are his third brother? Brother Biao drawled, a cigarette dangling from his lips. You arrived just in time. Your brother is stubborn, refusing to disclose who assisted him last night. What do you have to say? Huo Tianyao's gaze shifted from Zhang Yongjie to Brother Biao. How much will it take to resolve this? Money? Brother Biao chuckled, sizing up Huo Tianyao with avarice in his eyes. Are you wealthy? Huo Tianyao remained silent. Unfortunately, this is not merely a matter of money. Brother Biao sneered. Your brother stole my goods last night, valued at 6 million, and even killed a few of my brothers. Do you think I can simply let him go? However, since you appear quite affluent, he paused, as several of his subordinates began to encircle Huo Tianyao, their right hands subtly moving toward their waists. Let us see your sincerity. 10 million. Huo Tianyao immediately proposed 10 million, catching Brother Biao off guard momentarily, but that surprise was swiftly replaced by unbridled greed. It appears you truly are wealthy. However, 10 million is insufficient. 30 million. He raised 3 fingers. You are becoming insatiable. That means we have nothing to discuss. Brother Biao stood, advancing towards Zhang Yongjie, grasping his hair. Look at your brother's state. If you continue to haggle, do you believe I want to cripple him right now? Huo Tianyao's gaze turned icy. Release him. What? Brother Biao feigned ignorance. I said, release him. Huo Tianyao's voice was calm, yet the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Brother Biao stared at him for 2 seconds before suddenly laughing. Who the hell do you think you are? As his words fell, Huo Tianyao moved, not towards Brother Biao, but to the side, drawing his gun from his waist. He did not fire. Instead, he struck the nearest henchman with the butt of the gun, landing a solid blow to his temple. The man collapsed without a sound. Almost simultaneously, the windows of the room shattered, and 2 shadow team operatives swung in from outside. They descended from the rooftop, crashing through the broken window. The ensuing 10 seconds unfolded like a meticulously choreographed dance of death. One henchman barely reached for his weapon before an operative incapacitated him with a swift strike to the neck. Another attempted to flee towards the door, but was tripped by Huo Tianyao's leg, followed by a hard blow to the back of his head. Brother Biao reacted, reaching for his waist. Yet, as his hand moved, an operative was already before him, twisting his wrist with a sharp crack, breaking his bone. As Brother Biao's scream escaped his lips, a heavy fist struck his jaw, silencing him instantly. The remaining 2 henchmen tried to resist, but the shadow team acted too swiftly. One was kicked in the knee, collapsing to the ground, while the other, brandishing a knife, had his wrist seized, the blade turned against him, plunging into his own thigh. The entire ordeal lasted less than 15 seconds. All 6 men lay sprawled on the ground, 3 unconscious, 3 moaning. Huo Tianyao approached Zhang Yongjie, checked for a pulse. He was still alive, albeit with weak breaths. He cut the ropes binding him and gently laid Zhang Yongjie on the floor. Clean it up, he instructed the shadow team. The leader nodded and, along with another operative, began to act. They retrieved silencers from their backpacks, attaching them to their handguns. Aiming at the heads of the 6 sprawled on the floor, 1 gun per person. The gunfire was soft, akin to the sound of a balloon bursting. Brother Biao twitched in unconsciousness and then lay still. Huo Tianyao did not glance at the bodies. He crouched down to assess Zhang Yongjie's injuries. Bruises marred his face. A rib might be broken, but his internal organs appeared unharmed. Huo Tianyao pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The phone rang 5 times before being answered by a drowsy voice. Who is it? Tiger, it's Huo Tianyao, he replied. My brother Zhang Yongjie has encountered some trouble in Kowloon walled city, caused by the Chaozhou gang. I've rescued him, but the scene requires cleanup. There was a 3-second silence on the other end before the voice sharpened. Mr. Huo? Your brother he is alive, but seriously injured, Huo Tianyao interjected. 2nd District, Building No. 7, 2nd floor. 6 members of the Chaozhou gang are dead. Send someone to clean up the scene and do it thoroughly. Consider it a personal favor owed to me. Understood, I will arrange it immediately. The voice on the other end was anxious. Mr. Huo, do you need a doctor? I know one well. No need. I'll find a doctor myself, Huo Tianyao replied. Within half an hour, I want to see your people here. 20 minutes. After hanging up, Huo Tianyao told the shadow squad, you all retreat first. Understood. The captain nodded, and the team swiftly descended the building via ropes through the window. Only Huo Tianyao and Zhang Yongjie remained in the room, alongside 6 lifeless bodies. The stench of blood began to permeate the air. Huo Tianyao moved Zhang Yongjie to a corner, seating him against the wall. Then he lit a cigarette by the window, waiting. 18 minutes later, the screech of brakes came from downstairs. 5 men hurried up the stairs, led by a man in his 40s. Mr. Huo, I'm Hu Guo's man. Just call me Abao. The man casually surveyed the scene. Leave this to us. You take Jie Gu away first. The car is downstairs, a black Toyota. Huo Tianyao nodded. Lifting Zhang Yongjia and heading downstairs. The four men Abao brought had already begun processing the scene, laying plastic sheets, moving bodies, and wiping away bloodstains. Professional and composed. They were a team specialized in handling the dirtiest work. Their boss, Lao Hu, had been a mercenary under Huo Tianyao's command. Chapter 9. You want me to star in a movie? What a joke. As expected, a black Toyota waited downstairs. Huo Tianyao placed Zhang Yongjia in the back seat and took the driver's seat himself. The car started and departed the city compound. Instead of heading back to Sham Shui Po, he drove toward a safe house in Kowloon Tong, one of several prepared by the Shadow Squad across Hong Kong Island. The vehicle entered an aging residential complex's underground garage. He carried Zhang Yongjia on the elevator up to the 12th floor. The safe house was fully equipped. Huo Tianyao laid Zhang Yongjia on the bed, retrieved a medical kit from his bag, and began treating the wounds, disinfecting, dressing, and stabilizing potentially fractured ribs. His movements were practiced, as if performed countless times before. Once finished, he sat beside the bed, gazing at the unconscious fourth brother. Under the light, Zhang Yongjia's face was pale, but his breathing had steadied considerably. Huo Tianyao pulled out his phone and messaged Chen Tianxiong. Big brother, the fourth is with me. He drank too much and will stay here tonight. He'll return tomorrow. A swift reply came. Drank again? Tell him to drink less. Got it. Having completed his tasks, Huo Tianyao walked to the window. Dawn was breaking, the eastern sky tinged with pale light. The 6 corpses in the compound downstairs should have been thoroughly dealt with by now. Lao Hu's men were meticulous, bodies sunk at sea, the scene cleaned, all traces erased. The Chaozhou gang knew Abao had disappeared, but without a body or evidence, it would be dismissed as a mere underworld feud left unresolved. Such was the law of Hong Kong Island. No one sees the living, no one finds the dead. Huo Tianyao returned to the bedside as Zhang Yongjia stirred faintly. Emitting a soft groan. Fourth brother? He whispered. Zhang Yongjia slowly opened his eyes, unfocused at first, then gradually sharpening. Third brother, it's me. Don't speak. Huo Tianyao poured a glass of water and helped him sip it. How do you feel? My whole body aches. Zhang Yongjia frowned and groaned, suddenly recalling the torture. He grimaced bitterly. Third brother, they kept beating me, trying to force out who else was involved. I didn't say a word. Am I really stronger than before? Yes. Huo Tianyao nodded. Don't tell big brother or the others about this. Spare them the worry. Zhang Yongjia nodded, then suddenly remembered Abao and the others. Third brother. What about Abao and the others? They've been taken care of. Don't concern yourself with them or inquire further. They won't trouble you again. Huo Tianyao said. Also, your ribs might be fractured. Don't move recklessly these days. There's a banquet tonight. Can I go? You can. Zhang Yongjia struggled to sit upright. I must go, third brother. Thank you. Between brothers, no need for thanks. Huo Tianyao urged him to lie down again. Rest now. I'm here. Zhang Yongjia closed his eyes and quickly fell asleep. Huo Tianyao settled into a chair, watching the sky brighten outside. 6 lives lost. For the fourth brother, it was worth it. When Zhang Yongjia awoke, Huo Tianyao was no longer in the room. A note lay on the table. I'm at second brother's company. See you tonight. Rest well. Zhang Yongjia struggled to sit up, his body aching as if crushed by a truck. Memories were fragmented. Mahjong parlor, unfamiliar faces, then nothing. Third brother said he fell after drinking too much, but these injuries were severe. At 2 in the afternoon, Huo Tianyao stood beneath the Lu Wei Film Company building. The office tower was mid-range for Kowloon Tong. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. His stomach pain was especially stubborn today. The medication's effect lasted shorter and shorter. The elevator doors opened to a corridor where a sign for Weilong Pictures hung at the end. The door was ajar, and Lu Wei's excited voice drifted out. Director Wong, you're really willing to invest? That is fantastic. Huo Tianyao pushed the door open. Lu Wei's office was cramped, cluttered with S originally. She had already recognized him. Mandy cast a few meaningful glances at Huo Tianyao, her smile tinged with intrigue, and extended her hand. Director Lu, may I ask who this is? Oh, this is my third brother, Huo Tianyao. Lu Wei introduced. Old 3, this is General Manager Wong. Mandy Wong. Huo Tianyao stood to shake hands. Mandy's hand was quite cool, her fingertips betraying a barely perceptible tremor. Mr. Huo, a pleasure to meet you, she said. Her voice steady. General Manager Wong, Huo Tianyao replied, releasing her hand. The 3 took their seats. Lu Wei began to elaborate on his film project, speaking animatedly. Mandy listened intently, occasionally posing questions that were remarkably professional. Huo Tianyao remained silent, simply observing Mandy. She was performing, portraying a seasoned investor. Yet he could discern that half of her attention was fixed upon him. So, General Manager Wong, if this film is executed well, it will undoubtedly be a box office success. Lu Wei concluded, looking expectantly at Mandy. She nodded. The script is commendable, filled with passion. In addition to the previously agreed 2 million, I can add 5 million. However, I have a few conditions. Please, go ahead. First, I require 40% of the box office share, Mandy stated. Second, I wish to specify the leading lady. Third, she paused, glancing at Huo Tianyao. I want Mr. Huo to serve as a consultant for this film. Lu Wei was taken aback. Huo Tianyao narrowed his eyes. Consultant? Lu Wei asked, puzzled. My third brother is not from the film industry. I understand. Mandy smiled, but Mr. Huo is well-versed and quite familiar with Southeast Asia. This film contains certain Southeast Asian elements that necessitate a professional consultant. Moreover, Mr. Huo's demeanor is perfectly suited for a particular character in the film. Character? Huo Tianyao finally spoke. Yes, Mandy replied, gazing at him. There is a character in the script, a businessman returning from Southeast Asia, shrouded in mystery, with a compelling backstory. I believe Mr. Huo would be a fitting choice for this role. Chapter 10. The woman associated with the CIA. Lu Wei's eyes lit up. Old 3. This is a brilliant idea. I'm not interested, Huo Tianyao interjected. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Mandy chuckled softly. That's all right, Mr. Huo can take his time to consider. Let us discuss other terms for now. For the next half hour, Mandy and Lu Wei finalized the details of their collaboration, totaling a 7 million investment, dispersed in 3 installments. The leading lady Mandy specified was a newcomer, freshly graduated from a performing arts academy, and Lu Wei had no objections. After signing the letter of intent, Lu Wei was so excited his hands trembled. General Manager Wang, I am immensely grateful. I shall treat you to dinner tonight. No need. I have other commitments this evening. Mandy rose. Director Lu, it has been a pleasure collaborating. Mr. Huo, I hope you will reconsider my proposition. She extended her hand. Huo Tianyao shook it, and this time her palm felt slightly damp. After bidding farewell to Mandy, Lu Wei closed the door, exhilarated as he pumped his fist in the air. Old 3. We did it. It's truly happening. 7 million. Huo Tianyao walked to the window, gazing down below. Mandy exited the building and entered a black Mercedes. Before the car departed, she glanced up at the 5th-floor window. Second brother, Huo Tianyao said. Have you looked into this Mandy Wang? Lu Wei paused. I haven't, but I know some of her background. She graduated from Stanford, worked on Wall Street for 5 years, and returned home last year. Her father is in real estate, and they are quite affluent. Why do you ask? Nothing much. Huo Tianyao turned. Have a lawyer review the contract thoroughly before signing. Don't worry, I'll have a Shui help me with that, Lu Wei replied. By the way, Old 3, are you going to 4th brother's engagement party tonight? I will, Huo Tianyao affirmed. I'll go too, Lu Wei quickly added. After leaving the film company, Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette by the roadside. His stomach ached severely, and he leaned against the wall, waiting for the sharp pain to subside. His phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Mr. Huo, this is Mandy. Let us talk. Her voice was calm on the other end. About what? About that night at the food stall, Mandy continued. And also about Mr. Huo's illustrious past. Huo Tianyao's brow furrowed slightly. Where are you? At the Peninsula Hotel, room 1808. Mandy paused. Come alone. The call ended. Huo Tianyao extinguished his cigarette and hailed a taxi. At the Peninsula Hotel, room 1808, he knocked on the door, which opened to reveal Mandy already changed into a seductive silk robe, her hair cascading down, holding a glass of red wine. Jazz music filled the room, reminiscent of that night 6 months prior. Please, come in, she said, stepping aside. Huo Tianyao entered without closing the door. Speak, what do you wish to discuss? So impatient. Mandy chuckled, shutting the door and taking a seat. Would you like something to drink? No, thank you. Mandy shrugged, seating herself on the sofa. Mr. Huo, or should I call you a Yao? You did ask me to call you that night. What exactly do you want? To invest in the film. Mandy swirled her wine glass. I genuinely believe director Lu's script is quite good. Of course, meeting you was an unexpected delight. Unexpected? Huo Tianyao regarded her. You've investigated Lu's background and are aware of our connection, which is why you came to invest, am I correct? Mandy's smile faded slightly. Yes. I did my research. I wanted to see what kind of man had captured the attention of the Americans 6 months ago. And now you see. I do. Mandy set down her wine glass. Huo Tianyao, the largest independent arms dealer in Southeast Asia, codename, the Oriental Butcher. Over the past 8 years, the arms you've handled could equip an entire division. Furthermore, there are rumors of your close ties with the British royal family. Initially, I was skeptical, but it's hard to ignore the respect the Security Bureau shows you now that the Oriental Butcher is in Hong Kong. The room fell silent, with only the jazz music flowing in the background. You've done your homework, Huo Tianyao stated. I possess considerable wealth and extensive connections. Mandy rose and approached him. A Yao, that night in the States, I admit, at first, I merely sought amusement. But you were different. You are not like those other men. In what way am I different? There is something intoxicating in your eyes. Mandy reached out to touch his face, but Huo Tianyao blocked her hand. She chuckled lightly, unbothered, and withdrew her hand. Huo Tianyao turned to walk towards the door. Wait, Mandy called out. I know you don't have much time left. I want to help you. Huo Tianyao came to an abrupt halt, turning his head with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Do you wish to kill me? Mandy's smile bore an intriguing quality. I have unmasked your identity as the Eastern Butcher, yet you do not display such a reaction. It appears that your ailment is your greatest taboo at present. Huo Tianyao approached her closely, the scent of her perfume reminiscent of 6 months prior. Mandy, I know who you are, he murmured. Your father is not merely involved in real estate. He possesses political connections in the Eagle Sauce and has ties to the CIA. Your return to Hong Kong is not solely for film investment, is it? Mandy's expression shifted. I am unconcerned with your intentions, Huo Tianyao continued, but do not disturb me. And do not harass my brother, or I shall ensure you regret it. He turned and left, and this time, Mandy did not attempt to stop him, though her expression darkened considerably. Chapter 11. The Old Guards of the Security Bureau. The Banquet of the Fourth. Exiting the hotel. Just as he was about to hail a car, an alpha parked at the roadside suddenly roared to life and slowly approached Huo Tianyao. The door swung open, revealing a familiar face. A fleeting look of distraction crossed Huo Tianyao's countenance, a rare display of emotion for him. Director, are you so free? He gazed deeply at the man before him, his tone laden with complexity. The man, referred to as the director, offered a wry smile. His identity was no simple matter. Wang Jiaxing, the director of the Special Operations Unit of the Hong Kong Security Bureau. Inside the vehicle sat several men clad in suits and wearing earpieces, their eyes trained on Huo Tianyao with a mix of vigilance and wariness. The sudden grimace from Wang Jiaxing caused them to exchange glances, their expressions laden with suspicion. Do you know the director and the Eastern Butcher? Please, you all may leave. I wish to speak with Mr. Huo privately, Wang Jiaxing instructed, prompting the others to exit the vehicle with wary expressions as they positioned themselves at a distance for surveillance. Huo Tianyao cast Wang Jiaxing another glance before stepping into the car. It has been 3 years, hasn't it, Ashang? Accustomed to being addressed as director or boss. Wang Jiaxing was momentarily taken aback by the nostalgic, yet distant moniker. Huo. He parted his lips, hesitated, and ultimately altered his address to Yao Ge. 3 years prior, Huo Tianyao had not merely commanded 7 formidable subordinates like Lung Feng. There was an 8th, Wang Jiaxing, who had dispatched countless adversaries on the battlefields of South Africa and Southeast Asia. He was known by the moniker Bloody Hand Wang. Yet, no one anticipated that this man, whose hands were stained with blood, would turn out to be an undercover agent sent by the Hong Kong Security Bureau. Although he had never betrayed Huo Tianyao, once his identity was exposed, he could no longer remain, returning to Hong Kong to don his police uniform once more. Taking a deep breath, Wang Jiaxing inquired, Yao Ge, the matter with the Chaozhou gang's Biao was orchestrated by you, wasn't it? Indeed, Huo Tianyao acknowledged bluntly. The only way to eradicate the evidence was to ensure a complete obliteration of witnesses. However, should an investigation ensue, it could easily lead back to Zhang Yongjia and ultimately to Huo Tianyao himself, especially given the pervasive reach of the Security Bureau. So, are you here to apprehend me? Wang Jiaxing chuckled wryly. Yao Ge, you jest. Given your connections with the John Bull monarchy, we wouldn't pursue this matter with you. Even if we did detain you, we would have to release you in the end. Besides, a person like Biao is hardly worth mourning. We should even express gratitude for your service in ridding society of him. Huo Tianyao shrugged noncommittally. Then what brings you, director, to seek me out? Wang Jiaxing's gaze sharpened, his expression becoming intricate. Yao Ge, you should refrain from using a sniper rifle in Hong Kong, especially one equipped with a silencer. He gestured upward. The higher-ups are quite displeased, or rather alarmed. Huo Tianyao nodded in understanding. Rest assured, this was for my brother. It was an unavoidable necessity. And there will be no next time. Rising, he prepared to exit the vehicle. Wang Jiaxing, evidently relieved, quickly queried, Yao Ge, how long will you be staying in Hong Kong? Huo Tianyao glanced back, a teasing smile gracing his lips. For a lifetime. Wang Jiaxing was left speechless, his eyes widening in astonishment. It was only after Huo Tianyao's figure had completely vanished that he exhaled deeply, slumping back in his seat. In Mong Kok, at the Fu Lin Men restaurant, the neon sign flickered in the night. Huo Tianyao stood at the street corner opposite the restaurant, lighting a cigarette. The entrance of the restaurant was filled with vehicles as members of the gang came and went. Zhang Yongjia, dressed in a brand new suit, stood at the entrance welcoming guests. His facial injuries concealed beneath makeup, though they were still discernible upon closer inspection. Huo Tianyao extinguished his cigarette and crossed the road. Third brother, Zhang Yongjia exclaimed upon seeing him, his eyes lighting up. You have arrived. Congratulations, Huo Tianyao said, patting his shoulder. The restaurant's main hall was set with 25 tables, all filled to capacity. At the main table sat several elders from the Dongxing Society. Huo Tianyao seated himself at an outer table. Chen Tianxiong and Lu Wei had already arrived, sitting beside him. Chen Tianxiong turned to glance, whispering, Third brother, the atmosphere feels off. Indeed, it felt unusual. Although the hall was bustling, the merriment was superficial. Huo Tianyao sensed at least a dozen pairs of eyes covertly fixed upon him. As the banquet commenced, a senior elder from the Dongxing Society took the stage to speak. The initiation ceremony had already been conducted, and this gathering was purely a thank you banquet. Subsequently, Zhang Yongjia and 2 other newly initiated members took the stage to deliver a flurry of flattering words, pledging their allegiance to the society, followed by a round of toasts. According to tradition, the newly initiated red sticks were to toast at each table. Zhang Yongjia began with the main table, first toasting to the elder. Elder, thank you for your guidance. Zhang Yongjia raised his glass and drank it down in one go. The elder sipped a bit and nodded, do well. Everything appeared to proceed smoothly. However, Huo Tianyao noticed that when Zhang Yongjia reached the 5th table, where a certain individual named Ah Chang, the nephew of the Dongxing Society's leader, sat, the man remained seated, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yongjia. The others at the table rose to toast, but he remained seated. Brother Chang, I toast to you, Zhang Yongjia said. Ah Chang lifted his glass, but did not drink. Ah Jia, I heard you had an incident last night. The hall fell silent, many eyes now upon them. No, nothing happened. Zhang Yongjia forced a smile. I just had a little too much to drink and stumbled. Stumbled, you say? Ah Chang laughed. What a fortunate tumble. Last night, a Biao from the Chaozhou gang went missing, along with 6 of his subordinates. Neither a trace of the living nor a remnant of the deceased could be found. It is quite the coincidence that you also had a fall. Zhang Yongjia's complexion drained of color. A Chang, an elder nearby, interjected. Today, A Jia is on duty. Let us refrain from such talk. Very well, I shall say no more. A Chang rose, finally downing his drink. A Jia, congratulations. I hope you, as a red stick, can maintain your position. There was an underlying message in his words. However, the events of yesterday seemed to have escalated considerably. A Biao and his companions had vanished, likely dealt with by Brother San. Brother San had insisted that this matter should not be mentioned outside, and naturally, Zhang Yongjia would not betray any sign of his thoughts. He nodded. Thank you, Brother Chang. The toasts continued, yet the atmosphere had shifted. Huo Tianyao quietly enjoyed his meal, his gaze as calm as a deep pool of water. Chun Tianxiong whispered, Third brother, that person it's nothing. Huo Tianyao replied as he picked up a piece of roast goose. Eldest brother, eat your food. After several rounds of drinks, the scene grew lively once more. Zhang Yongjia had turned a shade of crimson, but continued to hold his composure. At that moment, several individuals entered the restaurant. At the forefront was a man in his 40s, clad in a tang suit. The moment he stepped inside, half of the hall fell silent. Xiangge, an elder from the Dongxing Society, rose. What brings you here? Xiangge was the second in command of the Chaozhou gang. He was followed by 4 fierce-looking henchmen. I heard there's a celebration at the Dongxing Society tonight, so I came to share a drink, Xiangge replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. What is this? Am I not welcome? Of course you are welcome. Instantly, someone offered a seat. Xiangge sat down right next to Huo Tianyao. He turned to glance at Huo Tianyao. And who might this be? He is my third brother, Chun Tianxiong replied. Oh, Xiangge elongated his tone. You must be Xiong from the 4 Tigers of Temple Street. I've heard of you. And this gentleman must be Mr. Hua, who has just returned from abroad. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, he chuckled. Huo Tianyao nodded but remained silent. Chapter 12. You want me to provide an explanation? What pretense is this? You who mingle in the underworld? Xiangge poured himself a glass of wine, took a sip, and suddenly said, Mr. Hua, are you in the business sector? A small business. What kind of business? Import and export. Ah, import and export is quite commendable, Xiangge remarked with a knowing smile. I have a friend who also deals in import and export. A few days ago, he encountered some trouble. His goods went missing, and so did some people. I wonder if Mr. Hua has heard anything about it? I haven't tea. Is that so? Xiangge fixed his gaze on him, but I've heard that Mr. Hua's brother faced some issues last night. Quite the coincidence, isn't it? The hall was utterly silent. All eyes were upon them. Huo Tianyao set down his chopsticks, slowly picked up a napkin to dab at his mouth, his movements calm and unhurried. Xiangge, he began, his voice soft yet each word clear. I truly know nothing of your friend's situation. However, I do have a suggestion. When seeking someone, it's best to ascertain precisely who you should be looking for. Targeting the wrong person may lead to trouble. What kind of trouble? A significant trouble. Huo Tianyao regarded him. For instance, your friend Biao. Why has he gone missing? It is because he targeted the wrong individual and interfered with someone he should not have. Xiangge, you are a perceptive man. You should grasp my meaning. The smile on Xiangge's face faded. He stared at Huo Tianyao for a long time. Mr. Hua, are you threatening me? I am merely offering a reminder. Huo Tianyao replied. Hong Kong is small, but the underworld is vast. There are some individuals you can provoke, and others you cannot. I believe Xiangge understands this better than I do. The two locked eyes. The air felt as though it had solidified. Suddenly, Xiangge burst into a loud laugh. Well said. Mr. Hua, I toast you. He raised his glass. Huo Tianyao reciprocated, and they both downed their drinks. I came here to enjoy a drink, not to discuss dreary matters. Xiang Ge set down his glass and turned to the elders of the Dongxing Society. Congratulations on adding another formidable talent to your ranks. I raise my glass to you all. The atmosphere became lively once more. However, Huo Tianyao knew this matter was far from over. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Xiang Ge stood up to head to the restroom. As he passed by Huo Tianyao, he lowered his voice to a level only the two could hear. Mr. Hua, shall we have a word outside? Huo Tianyao rose and followed him out of the hall. The back alley of the restaurant was dimly lit, illuminated only by a single yellow street lamp. Xiang Ge's 4 henchmen stood at both ends of the alley, blocking the entrance. Mr. Hua, Xiang Ge lit a cigar. Let me be straightforward. Biao is my cousin. He captured your brother last night and subsequently vanished. You need to provide me with an explanation. What kind of explanation? Either hand over the perpetrator or compensate me with 10 million. Xiang Ge stated, choose one. Huo Tianyao chuckled. Xiang Ge, you have misunderstood a crucial point. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to inform you of the outcome. The outcome is that this matter ends here. If you are unwilling, feel free to try your luck. Try my luck? Xiang Ge narrowed his eyes. Mr. Hua, who do you think you are? This is Hong Kong. Not some small place in Southeast Asia. The Chaozhou gang has been in Hong Kong for 30 years. Do you really think you can contend with us? I have no intention of battling with you, Huo Tianyao responded, but should you insist on a confrontation, I shall gladly oblige. However, let me remind you, I am a person who, once provoked, takes decisive action. The Chaozhou gang has 12 warehouses in Hong Kong, 8 nightclubs, 5 gambling dens, and various other enterprises. Indeed. Quite impressive. He paused, casting a glance at the somewhat smug Xiang Ge. However, with just a word from me, all of this could vanish within 3 days. Xiang Ge's expression changed. Are you threatening me? It is a fact. Huo Tianyao pulled out his phone, pressed a few buttons, and handed it over. Take a look. The screen displayed several photos of the Chaozhou gang's largest warehouse, filled to the brim with goods. The timestamp showed this afternoon. Xiang Ge's hand began to tremble. This warehouse stores arms and narcotics, with a high degree of confidentiality. Its significance to the Chaozhou gang is self-evident. How did they find this place? Xiang Ge, I said, this matter ends here. Huo Tianyao retracted his phone. I regret Biao's fate, but he should not have touched my brother. Once he did, he had to pay the price. You should understand this principle. Xiang Ge stared at him, his cigar squished in his grip. Finally, he took a deep breath. Fine. Let us leave it at that. Wise decision. Huo Tianyao turned to leave. Wait, Xiang Ge called out. Mr. Hua, there is something I must remind you. Your brother. This red stick of his is precarious. There are those within the Dongxing Society who wish for his demise. You may be able to protect him today. But what about tomorrow? The day after? That is my concern. Huo Tianyao walked back to the restaurant. As he passed the alley's entrance, Xiang Ge's henchmen automatically stepped aside to clear a path. Returning to the hall, the banquet was still in full swing. Zhang Yongjia was inebriated, swaying unsteadily, supported by 2 underlings. Chen Tianxiong looked at Huo Tianyao with a worried expression. Third brother, are you all right? I'm fine, Huo Tianyao replied, sitting down as a sudden surge of pain gripped his stomach. The agony intensified to the point where his vision darkened, forcing him to clutch the table for support. Third brother? Chen Tianxiong sensed something amiss. I'm just feeling a bit suffocated. I'll step outside for some fresh air. Huo Tianyao stood up and swiftly exited the hall. As he reached the corridor, he could no longer endure the pain. Leaning against the wall as cold sweat soaked through his shirt, he retrieved some medication from his belongings and swallowed it dry. The effects of the medication would take time, but the pain surged like a relentless tide, each wave more potent than the last. He clenched his teeth, suppressing any sound. Back in the hall, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. Huo Tianyao approached Zhang Yongjia. Fourth brother, it's time to go. Third brother, I can still drink. We're leaving. Huo Tianyao instructed the 2 underlings to escort him home. As they stepped out of the restaurant, the night air was brisk. Huo Tianyao observed Zhang Yongjia being assisted into a vehicle before hailing a taxi. Inside the car, he closed his eyes. The stomach pain persisted. But what troubled him more than the physical discomfort were other matters. Chang would not relent, nor would the Chaozhou gang. Should he eliminate them directly? Indeed. It was but a matter of a single command, yet such an action would render his stay on Hong Kong Island untenable, and several of his brothers would inevitably bear the consequences. The Security Bureau might tolerate his visits to Hong Kong Island to see family, but they would not allow him to act recklessly. His phone vibrated. It was a text from Mandy. I want to see you. Huo Tianyao deleted the message and turned off his phone, surrendering to sleep. Chapter 13. Zhang Yongjia's Journey of Self-Reliance. As dawn broke, the light was extraordinarily bright. Huo Tianyao sat in a chair by the window, idly toying with an old Burmese coin, crafted from copper, engraved with the head of a roaring tiger. This was a trophy from the Golden Triangle, and he enjoyed collecting such trinkets. The dull ache in his stomach persisted like an ever-present background noise as he swallowed 3 pills without altering his expression, washed down with cold water. The bottle of pills was nearly half empty, and he understood the implications of that. His phone vibrated on the table. It was Zhang Yongjia. His voice laced with suppressed fury. Third brother, Chang has taken full credit for the incident at Saikang Pier. This morning at the meeting, he claimed the robbery last night was his plan, and I was merely the executor. Now the entire gang believes I rose to power on his coattails. A cold smile tugged at Huo Tianyao's lips. The Shadow Squad had already uncovered that Zhang Yongjia had obstructed Chang's underlings from ascending the ranks. The robbery at Saikang Pier was, in fact, a trap set by Chang for Zhang Yongjia, one that had unexpectedly turned in his favor, allowing him to rise to prominence. After yesterday, Brother Xiang from the Chaozhou gang had contacted Chang. It was likely the two had conspired together. Furthermore, Zhang Yongjia continued. He has instructed me to collect 3 debts in Kowloon City. If I can't recover them within 3 days, the gang's rules dictate consequences. Those debts had been outstanding for nearly 5 years. There was no one capable of collecting. Which 3 debts? Huo Tianyao inquired. Zhang Yongjia named 3 individuals. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll collect the first debt, Huo Tianyao stated. Call me when you arrive. Third brother, want you accompany me? Zhang Yongjia still exhibited a hint of timidity. No need. Huo Tianyao gazed out at the street scene. Fourth brother, if you wish to navigate this gang, I will assist you, but I cannot perpetually support you. If you wish to solidify your position and rise to prominence, you must rely on your own merit. After hanging up, Huo Tianyao retrieved another encrypted satellite phone from his belongings, contacting the Shadow Squad to report the names of the 3 debtors. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in Kowloon City, Zhang Yongjia stood at the entrance of a gambling den, accompanied by 2 underlings. The den was filled with swirling smoke, and several gaming tables were occupied. Inside, the notorious gambling lord, Lan Minghua, was seated at the farthest table. Engaged in a game of Pai Gao, Brother Hua, Zhang Yongjia approached. It's time to settle your debts with Dongxing. Lan Minghua did not even lift his head. What debts? Who do I owe money to? 5 years ago, 200,000, Zhang Yongjia replied. It's documented in writing, with your signature. 5 years ago? Lan Minghua chuckled, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Who remembers such things? You claim I owe you money, but I could just as easily say you owe me. Zhang Yongjia gritted his teeth, producing the IOU from his pocket. Lan Minghua glanced at it and scoffed. What is this? Did you write it yourself? The onlookers in the gambling den turned to observe, their gazes filled with mockery and indifference. Zhang Yongjia's face flushed red. He recalled his third brother's words, call me when you arrive. Moving to a corner, he dialed Huo Tianyao's number. Third brother, doesn't he acknowledge the debt? Put it on speaker. Huo Tianyao's voice crackled through the receiver. Zhang Yongjia complied. Lan Minghua, is it? Huo Tianyao's voice resonated amidst the cacophony of the gambling den. Your daughter finishes work at 5 this afternoon and takes the 72 bus home. Your wife works at the kindergarten in Rainbow Estate, starting at 8 and finishing at 4. Lan Minghua's smile froze on his face. Now, Huo Tianyao continued, you have 2 choices. First, deliver the money to Dongxing Society by 5 this afternoon. Second, starting tomorrow. Neither your daughter nor your wife will need to go to work. The den fell silent. Lan Minghua glared at the phone in Zhang Yongjia's hand, shouting, you bastard. Are you threatening me? Indeed, I am threatening you. You. His hands began to tremble. Who are you? Who I am is irrelevant, Huo Tianyao replied. What matters is, will you choose option 1 or option 2? Lan Minghua's complexion shifted from red to pale, finally settling into a deathly gray. He nodded laboriously. I'll pay. By 5 this afternoon. Huo Tianyao said, Yongjia, proceed to the next debtor. The call ended. Zhang Yongjia pocketed his phone. Looking at Lan Minghua. Brother Hua, did you hear that? I heard. Lan Minghua slumped into his chair, exiting the gambling den. One underling could not contain his curiosity. Brother Jia, who was that on the phone? My third brother, Zhang Yongjia replied, his voice imbued with pride and an indescribable complexity. The next debtor was the owner of a mahjong parlor. Upon seeing Zhang Yongjia, the owner immediately knelt and began to plead poverty. Zhang Yongjia dialed Huo Tianyao's number once more. This time, Huo Tianyao spoke but a single sentence. The 30,000 you've hidden under the tiles at the cash register, along with the 80,000 in your Macau account, should suffice. Do you need me to provide the account number? The mahjong parlor owner was left speechless. The third debtor was the formidable Cheng Zaihui. He was a tough nut to crack, with 6 underlings, each more menacing than the last. Upon seeing Zhang Yongjia, Cheng Zaihui laughed. Dongxing Society truly is in dire straits, sending a mere rookie to collect my debts? This time, Zhang Yongjia did not make a phone call. He gazed at Cheng Zaihui, recalling what third brother had said that morning. You must rely on yourself. Brother Hui, Zhang Yongjia began, striving to make his voice sound steady. 200,000, to be settled today. I'm not here to negotiate, but to inform you. Cheng Zaihui was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Inform me? Who the hell do you think you are? I am Zhang Yongjia, the newly appointed enforcer of Dongxing Society. Zhang Yongzhi declared. Your goods are in Tunman, hidden inside an abandoned container numbered B47. They came from Yuannam, 50 kilograms. Do you want me to give you the exact coordinates? The smile on Cheng Zitsui's face froze. He stared intently at Zhang Yongzhi, his eyes murderous. How do you know? I know more than you imagine. Zhang Yongzhi echoed Huo Tianyao's words, though his palms were sweating. Brother Hui, 200,000, hand it over now. Or tomorrow the cops will be taking a stroll in Tunman. Cheng Zitsui's expression shifted repeatedly. Finally, he gritted his teeth. Fine. You're ruthless. 10 minutes later, 200,000 in cash was placed before Zhang Yongzhi. Cheng Zitsui fixed his gaze on him. Zhang Yongzhi, today you've shown your ruthlessness. But Kowloon walled city has its own rules, and this debt, I've taken note of it. Zhang Yongzhi took the money and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the alley, his legs trembled beneath him. At 4 in the afternoon, 3 delinquent debts totaling 500,000 in cash were neatly arranged before the boss, Changfa. Changfa stared at the money and then at Zhang Yongzhi for a full minute. Ajia, how did you manage this? Just collected it, Zhang Yongzhi replied. Just like that? Changfa laughed. Those 3 debts have been owed for 5 years. The society sent 3 groups to collect. Not a single one succeeded. And you got it all back in one day? Zhang Yongzhi remained silent. He knew this was thanks to third brother. Without that intelligence, he was nothing. At that moment, A Chong entered from outside, his expression changing as he saw the money on the table. Yo, Ajia, you really got it back? I can't refuse what Brother Chong asks. Zhang Yongzhi said. A Chong scrutinized him for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled. Good, good, you've got talent. Since you're so capable. There's a shipment coming into the pier tomorrow. You'll handle the pickup. 11 o'clock at Pier 3. Changfa frowned. A Chong, that shipment it's important. That's why I entrusted it to Ajia. A Chong patted Zhang Yongzhi's shoulder. Young man, get some experience. If you do well, I'll commend you in front of the hall. Zhang Yongzhi nodded. All right. He suspected it was a trap, but he had no choice. Chapter 14. The truth about Huo Tianyao, the fury of the Chaozhou gang. At 7 in the evening, Huo Tianyao appeared at Chen Shui's law firm upon invitation. The office was atop a skyscraper in Central, with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the dazzling nightscape of Victoria Harbor. Chen Shui, dressed in professional attire, was organizing files. Seeing Huo Tianyao, she put down her work. Third uncle, please sit. Huo Tianyao settled on the sofa. Chen Shui poured him a cup of tea, then took a seat opposite him. Their distance was neither too close nor too far, yet the air held a subtle tension. I've reviewed the contract, Chen Shui said, sliding the documents over. Mandy Wang's terms are generous, but one clause requires attention. The investor reserves the right to adjust funding disbursements based on the progress of the film production. This means she can withdraw investment at any time. Huo Tianyao flipped through the contract, his eyes scanning the clauses swiftly, nearly 10 lines at a glance. Chen Shui looked at his focused profile, recalling that night in Yangon when he was equally concentrated, though then the distance between them was negative. Here, Huo Tianyao pointed to a clause. Yes, Chen Shui nodded. I suggest modifying it to phase disbursement with clear standards for each stage. Change it, Huo Tianyao said. Closing the contract. No other issues. They fell silent for a moment. Neon lights outside cast kaleidoscopic patterns upon the glass. Third uncle, Chen Shui suddenly spoke. You don't look well. A bit tired, Huo Tianyao replied. Not just tired, right? Chen Shui studied him. You've lost a lot of weight. And you're always taking medication. Huo Tianyao lifted his eyes to meet hers. Chen Shui's gaze was filled with concern, inquiry, and an emotion he dared not delve into. An old ailment, he said. What old ailment requires medication several times a day? Chen Shui pressed. Third uncle, Ah Shui. Huo Tianyao cut her off. Some things are better left unasked. Chen Shui bit her lip. All right, I want to ask. She rose and walked to the window. But third uncle, I want you to know I'm very worried about you. Huo Tianyao watched her slender, upright, and shapely figure, evoking a tender sympathy. He wanted to approach, to embrace her from behind, to tell her everything. But he could not. Send me the revised contract, he said, rising. I'm heading off. Third uncle, Chen Shui called after him without turning. If you need help, remember to reach out. Huo Tianyao paused. Exiting the law firm, the night breeze was chilly. He stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette. His phone vibrated. It was Zhang Yongzhi. Third brother, A Chong wants me to pick up cargo at the pier tomorrow night. I feel something's wrong. What kind of cargo? Huo Tianyao gritted his teeth. Don't know. He only said it's important and told me to bring 5 men. Huo Tianyao closed his eyes. Pier, 11 at night, important cargo. This sounded off. Decline it, he said. Can't refuse. Zhang Yongzhi's voice was low. It's a society mission. Refusal means insubordination, punishable by severe mutilation. Huo Tianyao took a deep breath. Which pier? Pier 3. Understood. Huo Tianyao ended the call and dialed another number. Check if there's any activity at Pier 3 tomorrow night. Also, any recent moves from Brother Xiang and the Chaozhou gang? Checking now, came the reply. Huo Tianyao crushed his cigarette. Get back to me as soon as possible. Inside the Chaozhou Gang's main hall, incense coils burned, filling the air with sandalwood and unease. Brother Xiang sat in the grand chair beneath the Guanyu shrine, spinning 2 well-worn walnuts rapidly in his hands. 3 loyal followers stood silently before him, heads bowed. 2 days, Brother Xiang's voice was grim in the still hall. 5 men sent to investigate that Huo Tianyao, none have returned. No sign of life, no bodies found. Just like Abiao. The eldest, Chen Bo, cleared his throat. Brother Xiang. This Huo Tianyao may not be an ordinary businessman. To have our men vanish so completely, few on Hong Kong Island could accomplish such a feat. Nonsense. Brother Chung slammed the walnut decisively on the table. What I want to know is, what exactly is his background? Have you inquired with Big D of the United Victory side? A subordinate stepped forward half a pace. We have. They warned us not to pry where we shouldn't tea. Their tone was curt. Not even a cup of tea was offered. Brother Chung's brow furrowed into a knot. Although United Victory ISNT aligned with the Chaozhou Gang, the code of the Underworld demands mutual respect. Big D's discourtesy suggested that Huo Tianyao's background was formidable enough to intimidate even United Victory. What about Liang Kuan? Brother Chung pressed. Didn't he have dealings with Huo Tianyao? Another subordinate's face darkened further. We asked. Liang Kuan bluntly said he didn't know, and told us to get lost. Brother Chung, although Liang Kuan used to be arrogant, he was still courteous to our Chaozhou Gang. This time he is afraid. Brother Chung sneered coldly. It seems this Huo Tianyao truly wields considerable power. Rising, he walked to the window. Outside lay the bustling streets of Yao Mati, teeming with traffic and life. Yet his own younger brother, Bayu, that shipment, and 5 trusted men had inexplicably vanished. This debt could not be overlooked. Ming. Brother Chung turned. Don't you have a friend over at Old Burma? Make a call and find out if there's a Huo Tianyao in the Golden Triangle. Ming nodded and went out to make the call. Half an hour later, he returned with a peculiar expression. Did you find anything? Brother Chung fixed him with a stare. Just a little. Ming swallowed hard. My friend said there is indeed a mysterious man surnamed Hua in the Golden Triangle. Closely connected with the Kunsha General, frequently conducting transactions. Transactions of what? Narcotics? Unclear. Ming shook his head. No one knows exactly what business the Hua man is in. Only that he wields immense influence. Even the Burmese military grants him respect. Once, when the official army tried to inspect one of his shipments, the commander was replaced the very next day. The room fell utterly silent. Brother Chung slowly sank back into his throne-like chair, the walnut spinning once more. He recalled the look in Huo Tianyao's eyes at the cafe, not the gaze of an ordinary merchant, but of a man who had seen blood and shed it. What goods might flow through the Golden Triangle? Besides narcotics, nothing else. Brother Chung murmured, no wonder Liang Kuan fears him. Half the narcotics on Hong Kong Island come from the Golden Triangle. If Huo Tianyao truly traffics in this trade, and in large volumes, then Liang Kuan indeed cannot afford to offend him. Uncle Chan frowned. Brother Chung, if that's the case, then what of us? Then we must strike first. Brother Chung's gaze suddenly hardened. No matter how mighty he is in the Golden Triangle, this is Hong Kong Island. Our Chaozhou Gang has weathered storms here for 30 years. Our roots run deep. Some outsider thinks he can overshadow us merely by dealing in narcotics? He paused, a cold smile curling his lips. Besides, if he truly trades in narcotics, then the shipment we lost must have been seized by his brother. Let us send him a warning. Have his brother rot in the prison of Kuyao. I want to see just how much power he really has. Chapter 15. The ambitionless Chun Tianxiong, Zhang Yongjia's crisis. The next morning, as the dawn's light poured in, Huo Tianyao sat in a corner of Xiong GT restaurant. Before him was a steaming bowl of GT porridge. Chun Tianxiong sat opposite, wiping the gleaming tabletop with a cloth. Third brother, is the porridge to your liking? I remember you loved GT porridge as a child. Saying the pork liver inside was tender. Still the same taste. Huo Tianyao ladled a spoonful and sipped slowly. The warm porridge soothed the dull ache in his stomach momentarily. The two ate in silence for a while. Huo Tianyao glanced around the cafe. Though clean and tidy, the tables and chairs were old, the paint peeling from the walls. The patrons were mostly familiar neighborhood folks, dressed plainly, chatting about everyday matters. Big brother, Huo Tianyao suddenly spoke. Do you intend to guard this tea restaurant forever? Chun Tianxiong paused his wiping. What else can I do? I'm almost 50. Start a company, Huo Tianyao suggested. Transport, trade, anything. I'll provide the capital. You manage it. Profits are yours, loss is mine. Chun Tianxiong set down the cloth, eyes complex. Third brother, why this sudden proposal? Not sudden. Huo Tianyao took another spoonful. You were once the war god of Yao Mati, a blade carving from Temple Street to Portland Street. Now you're holed up in this tea restaurant. It's a pity. Not at all. Chun Tianxiong smiled, tinged with bitterness. I've had enough of fighting and killing. This is fine, peaceful, steady, enough to support myself, and I can still help the neighbors occasionally. He paused, voice dropping. Besides, although your sister-in-law divorced me, she still comes back sometimes. She says this tea restaurant's silk stocking milk tea is the best on Hong Kong Island. If I moved, she might stop coming. Huo Tianyao studied his elder brother. Over 40, Chun Tianxiong's temples were entirely white, wrinkles etched deep like carved lines. This man, once a titan ruling Yaoma tea, now harbored the greatest wish that a woman who might never return would come to drink a cup of milk tea, he brewed himself. Third brother. Chun Tianxiong looked at him. Are you hiding something from me? Since you came back, it feels like you're arranging something. Huo Tianyao remained silent. Just then, the tea restaurant's door opened. Chun Shui entered. She wore a light, gray business suit, carrying a briefcase, clearly on her way to work. Seeing Huo Tianyao, her steps faltered imperceptibly before she approached. Dad? Third uncle, she said as she sat beside them. Get me a bowl of porridge too. Chun Tianxiong rose to the kitchen. Only Huo Tianyao and Chun Shui remained at the table. Morning light streamed through the window, casting upon Chun Shui's profile. She did not look at Huo Tianyao, but instead bent over, organizing documents in her briefcase. Yet Huo Tianyao sensed her unease. Third uncle, Chun Shui spoke softly. I heard everything you said to Dad just now. Huo Tianyao looked up. You said you want to help him start a company. Chun Shui turned to him. Her gaze fixed. Why this sudden talk? You came back, first investing in second uncle's film, then helping fourth uncle establish himself in the society, and now helping Dad start a company. It all sounds like you're making arrangements for the future. The last 4 words were uttered so softly, but pierced Huo Tianyao's heart like a needle. A woman's intuition is always more acute than a man's. He looked at her. Chun Shui's eyes shone brightly, filled with concern, worry, and a deeper emotion she tried to conceal. He is aware of her thoughts. Some matters simply occur as they will, unplanned. I merely wish to assist my brothers, Huo Tianyao stated calmly. Is that all? Chun Shui scrutinized him. Uncle, you cannot deceive me. Since your return, you have changed entirely, not in appearance, but in essence. It feels as though you are racing against time. As if you are in pursuit of something. Huo Tianyao lifted his teacup and took a sip. The tea had grown cold and bitter. Ah Shui, he remarked. There are certain things it might be better not to know. But what if I want to know? Then you will find yourself regretting it. Huo Tianyao set down his cup. Listen to your uncle. Do not inquire. Do not investigate. Simply live your life. That is what is best for you. Chun Shui bit her lip. In the morning light, her lips appeared vividly red, evoking memories of that night when he had kissed her. He averted his gaze. The kanji arrived, and Chun Tianxiong returned, shattering the delicate atmosphere between them. Chun Shui bowed her head and began to eat, lapsing into silence. Yet Huo Tianyao understood that she had not given up. This woman possessed a stubbornness akin to her father's. After breakfast, Huo Tianyao stood to leave. As he reached the door, Chun Shui called out to him, Uncle. He turned back. Tomorrow, the formal signing of the second uncle's film contract is scheduled. Will you be attending? I will. Good, Chun Shui replied, gazing at him. I will await your arrival. Huo Tianyao nodded and exited. The bell above the door jingling softly behind him. Stepping out of the tea house, the morning breeze swept through the streets of Sham Shui Po. He lit a cigarette. Lingering rather than hurrying away, standing at the corner while observing the tea house's window. Through the glass, he could see Chun Shui conversing with Chun Tianxiong. She was saying something, and Chun Tianxiong shook his head before patting his daughter's shoulder. A commonplace father-daughter scene, yet it caused a slight tightening in Huo Tianyao's heart. At 10 o'clock that evening, at the third pier in Sai Kong, Zhang Yongjia crouched in the shadow of a container with 5 subordinates, the sea breeze salty and cold. He glanced at his watch. It was 10:50. The crucial shipment that Ah Chong had mentioned should arrive by 11. Brother Jia, one subordinate whispered. I sense something is off. This sort of delivery has always been handled personally by Ah Chong. Why would it be entrusted to us? Zhang Yongjia remained silent, feeling the same unease. However, gang tasks could not be refused. At 11 o'clock sharp, a dark cargo ship approached the shore without its lights on. The vessel slowly docked and lowered its ramp. 7 or 8 individuals disembarked, beginning to unload bulging waterproof bags, flour. Such a quantity was worth at least several million. Zhang Yongjia steeled himself and approached. I am Ah Jia from Dongxing. Brother Chong sent me to collect the goods. The unloaders glanced at him, but said nothing. Continuing their work, an unsettling feeling crept over Zhang Yongjia. Their eyes held a chilling indifference, as if they were gazing at corpses. As the last bag was brought down from the ship, the distant wail of police sirens suddenly pierced the air. The cops are coming, a subordinate exclaimed. Almost simultaneously, floodlights illuminated the dock, and a dozen police cars barreled in. The amplified voice echoed through the night sky. Everyone, do not move. Police. Zhang Yongjia's mind went blank. It was a trap. Ah Chong had sent him to collect the goods, while simultaneously alerting the police. They intended for him to perish at their hands. The unloaders suddenly drew guns, not aimed at the police, but at Zhang Yongjia. Run! Zhang Yongjia bellowed, turning to flee. Gunfire erupted. One subordinate screamed and collapsed. Zhang Yongjie dashed into a stack of containers, bullets ricocheting off the metal around him. He had no idea how long he ran before ultimately finding refuge in an abandoned cargo container, gasping for breath. Outside, the cacophony of sirens, gunfire, and shouts blended into chaos. It was over. This time, it was truly over. Possessing flour unlawfully and resisting arrest could lead to decades of imprisonment. Ah Cheng's scheme was ruthless. Chapter 16. Has Brother Xiang discovered the truth? The internal strife ends in tragedy. Just as Zhang Yongjie's face turned pale and his chest heaved violently, footsteps suddenly echoed outside the container. He swallowed hard and gripped his gun tightly. Bracing for a fight. It's me, fourth. The familiar voice made Zhang Yongjie freeze. The container door was pulled open a crack, revealing Huo Tianyao standing outside, flanked by two strangers. Brother San, what are you doing here? Come out, Huo Tianyao instructed. The police have been diverted, and the Chaozhou gang members have been contained. I've arranged for the cargo to be dealt with. The scene has been cleared. Zhang Yongjie stepped out of the container, dazed. The pier was indeed quiet. The police cars had vanished, and the unloaders were nowhere to be seen, leaving only the sea breeze and the distant sound of waves. What is happening, Brother San? This was a trap orchestrated by Ah Cheng in collusion with Brother Xiang. Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette. Brother Xiang provided the people and the goods, while Ah Cheng arranged for you to pick them up and simultaneously alerted the authorities. Zhang Yongjie felt a chill run down his spine. How could they dare to deal with so much cargo? The goods are counterfeit. Huo Tianyao exhaled a plume of smoke. Within it was flour. Brother Xiang wouldn't part with genuine goods, nor would Ah Cheng. They only wished for your demise. He fixed his gaze on Zhang Yongjie. Do you understand now? In the gang, if you do not harm others, others will harm you. Zhang Yongjie lowered his head. He recalled relying on Brother San's intelligence when collecting debts today. Now, escaping the pier depended on Brother San's arrangements. Without him, he would have perished twice over. Brother San, his voice was hoarse. Am I truly so useless? Must I rely on you for everything? Huo Tianyao regarded him thoughtfully before finally saying, everyone must learn to walk on their own. But having someone to support you while you learn is not a bad thing. He patted Zhang Yongjie's shoulder. I will handle tonight's affairs. Brother San, what will you do? Follow me. Huo Tianyao turned and strode into the darkness. His silhouette appeared particularly solitary, yet resolute against the night. Zhang Yongjie suddenly felt a sense that Brother San was in a hurry for some reason, a pressing urgency, and he himself could no longer rely entirely on Brother San. He clenched his fists. Next time, he would resolve matters on his own. He had to. Deep within Kowloon walled city, in a concealed Tong Lao, smoke curled languidly. Brother Xiang, cigar in mouth, wore a cruel smile. Ah Cheng, your scheme is truly remarkable. That kid Zhang Yongjie is finished this time. Ah Cheng swirled his glass with satisfaction. Haha, Brother Xiang, you flatter me. Next, it will be that Brother San, Huo Tianyao. Indeed, but... Xiang squinted. For although the 4 boxes of flour snatched by Zhang Yongjie were of little value, an explanation was owed to his brothers. It turned out that the theft orchestrated by Zhang Yongjie was a result of collusion between the two. Ah Cheng sought to eliminate the eyesore that was Zhang Yongjie, while Xiang aimed to seize the gang's merchandise. Thus, the two found common ground. Little did they anticipate, however, that Zhang Yongjie would escape with the goods. Ah Cheng maintained his smile. Fear not, Xiang. I have already arranged for someone to retrieve the items once he is apprehended by the authorities. Very well. Xiang nodded in satisfaction, flicking the ash off his cigarette. I have learned that Huo Tianyao possesses considerable influence over in old Myanmar. Therefore, this individual must be dealt with post-haste. Xiang Ji's assessment was indeed accurate. As Ah Cheng spoke, he suddenly drew a gun, the dark muzzle aimed squarely at Xiang. Xiang Ji's complexion changed drastically. Ah Cheng, what are you doing? I apologize, Xiang. Ah Cheng's eyes were cold, his expression twisted. What do you mean by this? Ah, Xiang, you truly are rather foolish. Allow me to enlighten you before your demise. Ah Cheng's face was suffused with smugness. In truth, I had already set up my own people for the last shipment. I merely awaited the moment when Zhang Yongjie and your men would mutually annihilate each other, at which point the goods would rightfully belong to me. Alas, it seems an unforeseen element disrupted the plan. He shook his head, feigning regret. Xiang Ji's eyes widened in shock and fury. He had never imagined that Ah Cheng harbored such treacherous intentions. You just mentioned that Huo Tianyao is not to be trifled with. Ah Cheng smirked ominously, his finger tightening on the trigger. Once you are gone, the blame shall fall squarely on Huo Tianyao. The Chaozhou gang will seek vengeance on your behalf, and in the ensuing chaos, I shall reap the benefits. The shipment you possess will also be mine. Just as he finished speaking, Xiang Ji's mobile phone on the table rang unexpectedly. Is that your subordinate? Ah Cheng chuckled. Directing the gun towards the phone, answer it, and instruct them to deliver the goods to the Yuanlong Gaopican ferry. There will be a boat to collect them. Xiang inhaled deeply. Very well, the goods are yours. Spare my life. A Chang raised an eyebrow. You no longer possess the luxury of negotiation. Incensed, Xiang Gu gritted his teeth, but faced with the gravity of the situation, he reluctantly answered the call. Before he could utter a word, the terrified voice of a Ming came through. Xiang Gu, Huo Tianyao's acquaintance from the Golden Triangle just contacted me. He is the internationally notorious fugitive known as the Eastern Butcher. A Ming's voice trembled. He commands a base in the Golden Triangle with over 2,000 armed personnel, all elite, and even possesses intercontinental missiles. He also controls several top-ranked mercenary groups in South Africa. They say that even Kunsham must bow before him, and official forces avoid him at all costs. Xiang Gu, we cannot afford to provoke him. My friend warned me never to mention that we inquired about him. Xiang Ji's complexion paled, as though struck by lightning. The Eastern Butcher, with his 2,000 armed men and top-tier mercenary forces, revealed the terrifying reality of the entity he had incited. A Chang, Huo Tianyao, Xiang Gu shouted in desperation. Yet before he could finish, a Chang's furious voice interrupted. Damn it, no tricks. Get them to deliver the goods immediately. Xiang Gu hesitated, and at that moment, a faint gunshot rang out from the other end of the line, followed by a Ming's muffled groan. A Ming and a group of his subordinates awaited below. Clearly something had gone awry outside. Xiang Gu glanced towards the door, his expression shifting to one of cunning. A Chang, you will not obtain the goods. Tonight, we shall perish together. No sooner had he spoken than he suddenly reached for his waist. A Chang, startled, hastily pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot reverberated harshly within the confined space. Blood blossomed from Xiang Ji's forehead as he fell backward, eyes wide in shock. Bastard! A Chang cursed in frustration, preparing to call for assistance to deal with the aftermath when a gentle creak sounded as the door opened. Startled, a Chang turned abruptly with his gun raised. At the entrance stood Huo Tianyao, his face devoid of any expression, as if merely passing by. Behind him, Dongxing's long-haired member wore a grim countenance, while Zhang Yongjie glared at a Chang with bloodshot eyes, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 17. The woman delivered to the door, Chun Shui's misunderstanding. A Chang's gun trembled erratically between the three of them. How did you find this place? What happened to my men? Huo Tianyao walked deliberately into the room, ignoring the gun aimed at him. He toyed with a miniature recording device in his hand, pressing a button delicately. A Chang's voice, laced with pride and malice, echoed clearly from the recorder, reverberating in the stillness of the room. In truth, I had already set up my own people for the last shipment. I merely awaited the moment when Zhang Yongjie and your men would mutually annihilate each other, at which point the goods would rightfully belong to me. Once you are gone, the blame shall fall squarely on Huo Tianyao, and I shall reap the benefits. Each word from the recording struck like a hammer upon the hearts of the long-haired member and Zhang Yongjie, nailing a Chang irrevocably to the pillar of shame for betrayal and conspiracy. A Chang's face drained of color, his hand trembling violently as he aimed the gun. You bastard! I will kill you, he roared, ready to pull the trigger. Shadows flitted like phantoms from his periphery. The shadow squad acted swiftly, disarming him, restraining him, and pressing him down, their movements seamless. A Chang was pinned to the ground like a defeated dog, his cheek pressed against the cold floor, reduced to desperate gasps. The long-haired member's chest heaved violently as he gazed at Xiang Ji's lifeless body on the ground, then turned to the subdued Chang, his eyes filled with icy resolve. He faced Huo Tianyao, clasping his fists respectfully. Mr. Huo, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Cleaning up the mess and upholding the rules of our gang is a matter for Dongxing. This man and this debacle are now my responsibility. Dongxing owes you a significant favor. He glanced at the shadowy figures surrounding them, and then at Zhang Yongjie, stating solemnly, Mr. Huo, from now on, Ajia is my sworn brother. Anyone, within or outside the gang, who dares to lay a hand on him, shall face my wrath first. Huo Tianyao nodded slightly, his gaze resting upon Zhang Yongjie. Old Four, have you understood? Zhang Yongjie nodded heavily and slowly, all his rage, fear, and shock coalescing into a profound clarity and determination. I understand, third brother. Huo Tianyao spoke no further, turning to exit the room steeped in blood and conspiracy. The corridor lay shrouded in shadows as he walked with steady steps, unnoticed by anyone. Yet, when he turned his back to the crowd, a subtle furrow appeared between his brows, and beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. The sharp pang in his stomach lingered relentlessly, a shadow that never strayed far. Zhang Yongjie hastened to catch up, walking alongside him into the gradually brightening dawn. Third brother, he said, his voice low and resolute. I will traverse this path on my own. Yet, I will cherish your kindness for a lifetime. Huo Tianyao offered no reply, merely placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. In the dimly lit Tang building of Sham Shui Po, the lights of a third-floor room blazed brightly. Who had entered his room? Was it Brother Chen Tianxiu? Or Aishue? As Huo Tianyao opened the door, he keenly detected a hint of unfamiliar perfume in the air, one not associated with Chen Shui's usual scent. He did not pause, swiftly shutting the door behind him while his fingers quietly moved towards his waist. "Don't be alarmed. It's me," came a languorous voice from the direction of the bedroom. Mandy, clad in a seductive camisole, leaned against the doorframe, a half-filled glass of red wine in hand. The warm glow of the street lamp filtered through the window, accentuating her alluring curves. Huo Tianyao relaxed his grip on the gun. "How did you gain entry?" His voice remained calm, betraying no emotion. Mandy sauntered closer, swirling her wine glass. "You didn't lock the door," she replied with a playful laugh. Her presence enveloped in the warm fragrance of her post-bath scent mingled with the aroma of alcohol. Her fingers lightly traced Huo Tianyao's chest, returning so late. "Where were you off to, indulging in some secret escapades?" Huo Tianyao grasped her wrist, his grip firm, yet not forceful enough to allow escape. "Mandy, let us be direct. What is it that you truly desire after approaching me time and again?" Mandy smiled, wrapping her other arm around his neck. "Don't you already know? That night with the eagle, I was quite fulfilled." "Is that so?" Huo Tianyao released her, moving to the window to light a cigarette. "You are not the type to become entangled over a mere one-night stand. CIA training should include lessons on emotional control." Mandy's smile faded noticeably. "CIA? I don't comprehend." She set down her wine glass and lit a cigarette of her own, the allure in her expression waning. "All right then. Let us skip that and discuss business." She exhaled a puff of smoke. "I've heard you are quite familiar with the people from the Ural Scientific Research Institute in Russia." Huo Tianyao's gaze sharpened. "Don't look at me like that." Mandy raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. "Some of your equipment in the Golden Triangle traces back to their lost items. It's no secret. At least not for those of our caliber. So I wish to invest." Mandy met his gaze directly. "Help me make the connection. I want to meet their head. With the Russian economy in shambles and the ruble reduced to worthless paper, it's the perfect time to capitalize. That institute possesses several promising projects in aerospace materials and precision instruments, not to mention nuclear technology." Huo Tianyao cut her off, turning to face her, his eyes piercing. "Mandy, are you interested in the blueprints for the Tsar Bomba or the latest design for their uranium centrifuges?" The room fell into a heavy silence. Mandy's smile vanished entirely. She stared at Huo Tianyao for a full 10 seconds before suddenly bursting into laughter, her mirth vibrant and unrestrained. "Yao, you are truly fascinating. I'm merely an investor seeking to make a profit. Those violent matters are far beyond my realm." She moved closer, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Her voice lowered and laced with seduction. "Help me this once, and you can set the terms. Money, connections, even myself." Huo Tianyao extinguished his cigarette, gazing at her beautiful, yet dangerous visage. "Some deals may be feasible," he began slowly, "but certain things are off-limits. Crossing those boundaries could lead to the demise of many, including yourself." He pushed her away and opened the door. No need for a send-off. Mandy's demeanor finally turned icy. She fixed her complex gaze on Huo Tianyao, a mix of anger, confusion, and an unwillingness to have her intentions laid bare. "You will regret this, Huo Tianyao." She snatched her hand back, regaining her haughty posture. "In Hong Kong, it is always better to have one more friend than one more enemy." "I already have enough friends," Huo Tianyao replied, stepping aside to clear the passage. "An enemy like you isn't worth counting." Mandy scoffed, the sound echoing as she strode away in her high heels, her footsteps fading down the corridor. Huo Tianyao closed the door, leaning against it as the familiar pang in his stomach returned. He slid down to the floor, retrieving a pill bottle from his bag, his hands trembling as he struggled to twist off the cap. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden rapping at the door interrupted him. Huo Tianyao swallowed the pill, regaining his composure, and opened the door. "What do you want?" He expected it to be Mandy returning, but to his surprise, it was Chen Shui. "Shui? Why are you still awake at this hour?" Chen Shui's expression was complex as she glanced at the staircase, where the faint sound of departing high heels still lingered. "If you wish, you may." She mustered the courage to voice part of her thought, but faltered, her cheeks reddening. Abruptly shifting her tone, she scolded. "Why would you seek out that kind of woman?" "That kind of woman?" Huo Tianyao paused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. It seemed Chen Shui had mistaken Mandy for a courtesan. Before he could finish, Chen Shui shot him an indignant glance and turned to leave. Huo Tianyao shrugged, letting the misunderstanding stand. Tomorrow, his second brother would be signing contracts, and it would be best to avoid the festivities to prevent any awkward encounters. It was time to visit his sister-in-law and lend a hand to his older brother. Chapter 18. Sister-in-law Lin Meifeng. The greedy best friend. The following afternoon, in the Peninsula Hotel Cafe, Huo Tianyao met Chun Tianxiong's ex-wife, Lin Meifeng. She appeared at least 10 years younger than her actual age. Well-preserved and dressed in luxury brands, carrying the latest Hermes handbag. The phrase "a middle-aged beauty still retaining her charm" suited her perfectly. Beside her sat a more flamboyantly dressed woman, adorned with jewels and radiating an ostentatious aura, in her 30s with a makeup style that bordered on harsh. "Yao." Over here. Lin Meifeng beckoned warmly. Huo Tianyao approached and sat opposite her, his gaze briefly scanning the other woman. This is my good friend, Lin Meifeng introduced. Lin appraised Huo Tianyao, her eyes lingering on his simple, yet finely tailored suit before glancing at his wrist, a smirk playing on her lips. You must be Huo Sheng, right? A pleasure to finally meet you. Feng Jia. Huo Tianyao bypassed Lin's presence, focusing on Lin Meifeng. To be succinct, my elder brother Qin Tianxiong has never truly moved on from you. I hope you can consider returning to his side. Before Lin Meifeng could utter a word, Arlen scoffed derisively. Really, Mr. Hua? You traveled all this way to meet Meifeng just to say that? Qin Tianxiong? That fellow running a shabby tea restaurant? What kind of good life could Meifeng possibly have with him? Drinking the wind from the northwest? Lin Meifeng felt a bit embarrassed and tugged at Arlen. Arlen. I'm merely stating the facts. Arlen rolled her eyes and turned to Huo Tianyao with a mocking tone. Mr. Hua, I've heard you've been doing quite well out there. That suit you're wearing, handmade in Italy? TSK, and a Rolex Daytona to boot. Huh, my apologies. But I can't help but laugh. I truly can't fathom how someone in this day and age could wear counterfeit goods without being aware of market trends. Just look at you. She laughed disdainfully. Huh, so you're just putting on a show, and now you come here to act as a mediator for Qin Tianxiong? To suggest that Meifeng should return to suffer alongside that loser? How utterly inconsiderate. Arlen. Lin Meifeng pushed her lightly, feeling awkward. Huo Tianyao remained unfazed, observing her calmly. If you mean to imply that money can solve everything, then that would be most fortunate. Money is not an issue. Not an issue. Arlen seemed to hear the most ridiculous joke. Mr. Hua, anyone can make grand claims. Do you even know what kind of life Meifeng is living now? Residing in the mid-levels, driving a BMW, indulging in weekly spa treatments, and occasionally shopping in Europe. The profits from Qin Tianxiong's tea restaurant Woon Tea even suffice for her to buy a few handbags. She leaned forward, lowering her voice, yet her sarcasm intensified. Furthermore, if you were truly affluent, where's your car? Your chauffeur? You wouldn't expect Meifeng to squeeze into the subway, would you? Huo Tianyao did not respond. He indeed had not driven here nor purchased a car. During that incident in South Africa, a designated vehicle was bombed, resulting in the death of 3 brothers and leaving him severely injured. Since then, he never took fixed transportation and seldom drove himself. His itineraries were always spontaneous. Arlen, please stop. Lin Meifeng cast an apologetic glance at Huo Tianyao. Why not speak up? Arlen raised her voice. Meifeng, don't be foolish. I've seen many men like him, talking a big game, yet unable to produce a few coins. And he's trying to persuade you to reconcile? I see him as merely Qin Tianxiong's pawn, attempting to pull off a clever ruse. Huo Tianyao finally shifted his gaze to Arlen. His expression calm, yet it sent an inexplicable chill through her. However, he refrained from retorting and simply pulled out a checkbook, placing it on the table. Meifeng. He turned to Lin Meifeng, his tone still steady. Return to my brother's side and assist him in establishing his new company. Your standard of living will not diminish. It will only rise. Choose any property in the mid-levels that catches your eye, and you can purchase it today. As for the car, whatever model you fancy, order it now. I will cover all expenses. He filled in a number on the check and slid it across the table. Lin Meifeng stared at the long string of zeros on the check, her breath quickening, fingers trembling slightly. Arlen also caught a glimpse of the figure, her pupils constricting sharply. Yet she maintained a tough facade. A check? Anyone can write a worthless check. Who do you think you're fooling, a 3-year-old? Huo Tianyao closed the checkbook and stood up. If you don't believe me, you can verify it right now. Landmark North or Harbor City? You choose. Arlen was momentarily stunned by his resolute demeanor, then coldly chuckled. Fine, let us go to Landmark North. I want to see whether Mr. Hua is genuinely affluent or merely pretending to be. Half an hour later, at the Cartier boutique in Landmark North, Huo Tianyao pointed to a diamond-studded leopard watch and told the sales associate, this one, let her try it on. He was referring to Lin Meifeng. The associate respectfully retrieved it. Lin Meifeng appeared somewhat intimidated and hesitated to try it on, reluctant to put Huo Tianyao in a difficult position. But Arlen coldly laughed and forcefully helped her put it on, the diamonds sparkling under the lights, priced at 780,000. Arlen cast a cold glance, eager to see how Huo Tianyao would conclude this. Wrap it up, Huo Tianyao said, producing a check. The associate cautiously took it, quickly verifying it through an internal phone call. Moments later, the store manager personally arrived, extremely respectful. Mr. Hua, the check has been confirmed. Would you like us to arrange delivery? No need. Huo Tianyao looked at the astonished Lin Meifeng and Arlen. Wear it. Let us continue shopping. The next hour turned into a dramatic scene of Arlen's ever-changing expressions. Hermes bags, Chanel outfits, Cartier jewelry. Huo Tianyao didn't blink. As long as Lin Meifeng glanced at something, he nodded to the associate. All checks were swiftly confirmed as valid. Arlen transitioned from initial mockery and disbelief to shock and jealousy, ultimately left with nothing but a forced smile of near flattery. She closely followed Lin Meifeng, occasionally casting fervent glances at Huo Tianyao. Mr. Huo, you truly are remarkable at concealing your prowess. Arlen leaned in, the scent of her perfume overpowering. Earlier, I failed to recognize your stature. Please don't hold it against me. I'm practically like a sister to Meifeng. Her matters are my matters. I'm genuinely happy for her to find someone like you as a supporter. As she spoke, she subtly attempted to brush against Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao sidestepped. Turning to Lin Meifeng, Meifeng, I've outlined the conditions before. Return to my brother's side and help him get the company started. You can hold a 30% stake. You may oversee the finances. Lin Meifeng was dazed by the series of extravagant purchases, glancing at the diamond watch on her wrist. Nodding repeatedly. Okay, Yao, I'll listen to you. Arlen's eyes shifted, urgently interjecting. Mr. Huo, isn't 30% a bit low? The company is just starting, and Meifeng will be managing finances and contributing effort. It's quite demanding. How about 40%? She swallowed hard and continued. Moreover, Meifeng might struggle to handle it all alone. I could assist. I've worked in accounting and am quite familiar. After saying this, she threw Huo Tianyao a flirtatious glance. Huo Tianyao glanced at her, a look that sent a chill through Arlen, yet her overwhelming greed made her overlook that flicker of coldness. That is acceptable. Huo Tianyao replied nonchalantly. The specific details can be discussed with my brother. With that, he left those words hanging and turned to depart. Behind him were Lin Meifeng, her cheeks flushed with excitement, and Arlen, her eyes gleaming with greedy delight. Once outside the mall, Huo Tianyao took out his phone and dialed a number. There's a woman named Arlen, a close friend of Lin Meifeng. Ensure she disappears completely from Hong Kong Island. Do not let Lin Meifeng catch wind of anything. Understood. Boss. After hanging up, Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette. The dull pain in his stomach resurfaced. Some flies are merely noisy and greedy. Swatting them away suffices. Chapter 19. Rejecting 5 million. The ambition of the fourth. That evening, at Xiongji restaurant, Huo Tianyao slid a 5 million check across the table to Chen Tianxiong. Chen Tianxiong was momentarily taken aback. Third brother, what on earth are you up to? Big brother, I've already spoken with Feng Jie, Huo Tianyao replied. She's willing to reconcile with you, on the condition that you establish a company. Chen Tianxiong abruptly looked up, a glimmer of delight flickering in his eyes. She truly is willing? Huo Tianyao nodded. Instantly energized, Chen Tianxiong rose and paced back and forth within the shop. When he finally sat down again, his countenance was radiant and spirited. Third brother, I understand your intentions. He pushed back the check. But I cannot accept this money. You've struggled all these years out there. It's hard-earned. So keep it for yourself. Besides, you're my brother, not my father. A faint smile appeared on Chen Tianxiong's lips, one tinged with a stubborn pride unique to him. I'm nearly 50, and though I'm not particularly talented, I'm not at the point where I must rely on my brothers for support. If Feng wants to start a company, I still have some savings. This tea restaurant is in a decent location. Selling it could raise some initial capital. He glanced around the modest establishment he'd run for over a decade. A trace of reluctance in his gaze, yet overshadowed by resolute determination. The path is mine to tread. Whatever the outcome, I accept it. Huo Tianyao regarded his elder brother's graying temples and weathered hands in silence for a long moment. He recalled how, 16 years ago, Chen Tianxiong had done the same, offering him the thickest coat and the last of his money for meals, while going hungry himself to confront adversaries. Some things never change. Very well, Huo Tianyao said, pocketing the check. Don't sell the tea restaurant. It's a cherished memory. If funds run short, come to me anytime. Chen Tianxiong gave Huo Tianyao's shoulder a hearty pat. Agreed. Outside the window, the setting sun bathed the old streets of Sham Shui Po in a golden hue. The two brothers sat facing each other, words unnecessary. Some bonds of brotherhood need no articulation. They reside in the tea, in their eyes, and in the enduring fate that had weathered decades of turmoil. Huo Tianyao lifted his teacup and drained it in one gulp. His stomach ached, yet somewhere deep within, his heart felt warm. For several consecutive days, each time Chen Shui saw Huo Tianyao, her expression remained cold, even refusing to greet him. He understood that this young woman harbored deep fears. Sigh, accursed fate. Huo Tianyao sighed, casting aside all thoughts. No matter what, his time was limited. The days seemed gently propelled forward by an invisible hand, rolling steadily onward. Neighborhood residents of Sham Shui Po noticed that the proprietor of Xiongji restaurant, Chen Tianxiong, had suddenly become invigorated. The restaurant operated as usual, but he often closed early, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting, inexpensive suit, dashing out frequently. No one knew where he had obtained a sum of money, but quietly. The sign of Tianxiong Freight Company was hung on the third floor of an old office building in Kowloon. The office was modest, just 2 rooms, but everything necessary was in place. Lin Meifeng indeed went to assist at the company, always impeccably dressed, presiding over the so-called financial director's office. Although she and Chun Tianxiong had not remarried, they appeared inseparable. A long-lost smile returned to Chun Tianxiong's face. And even the milk tea he brewed seemed to taste a touch sweeter. Second brother Lu Wei was busier than ever, scarcely seen. Mandy's initial investment installment arrived on time, and he seemed revitalized, carrying a polished script he had labored over for years, meeting actors, scouting locations, assembling a team. Occasionally, he sent messages to Huo Tianyao late at night, every word brimming with unrestrained excitement. Fourth brother Zhang Yongjie underwent the most profound transformation. His long hair became a symbol of his word, openly and covertly protecting him, granting him authority over 2 streets, with several astute and diligent underlings at his command. He abandoned his gaudy shirts in favor of a more subdued dark polo. Walking the streets with a straightened back, he began to resemble a certain Jiego. On the surface, everything seemed to be improving. Yet beneath the surface, hidden reefs surfaced quietly. The Numbers Gang's leader, Brother Xiang, had been missing for over a week. Neither alive nor dead, no trace remained, along with a batch of valuable goods that had vanished without a trace. Within the gang, anxiety ran high. Several elder uncles were at their wits' end. Suspicions had fallen on Dongxing, especially Ah Chong, who was the last to see Brother Xiang. Yet Dongxing's side sent back a decisive message. Ah Chong had betrayed them, colluding with outsiders, and had been executed in accordance with gang rules. His body sunk into the sea, no evidence, no witnesses. The Numbers Gang's influence had waned considerably. Confronting the resurgent Dongxing head-on was akin to smashing eggs against a rock. The frustration weighed heavily, almost causing internal injuries among the old bosses. At this critical juncture, Mandy proactively sought out the current leader of the Numbers Gang, Fatty Lai. In a suite at the Peninsula Hotel, Fatty Lai regarded the poised, capable woman before him with some unease. He knew Mandy's father, a senior figure who had emigrated overseas long ago and now wielded considerable influence in the North American Chinese community, had once shared a close relationship with the Numbers Gang. Miss Wang, may I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today? Fatty Lai asked respectfully. Mandy elegantly sipped her coffee and got straight to the point. Uncle Lai, I regret what happened to Brother Xiang. I have some knowledge about the whereabouts of that batch of goods. Fatty Lai's eyes lit up. I can help you recover double your losses. Mandy set down her cup, adding, perhaps even more. And the conditions? Fatty Lai was no fool. Very simple, she smiled. I understand you have dealings with Kunpa from the Golden Triangle. I need you to broker a connection. So he will proactively contact Zhang Yongjie of Dongxing to negotiate a major transaction. Fatty Lai was stunned. Zhang Yongjie, the new rising red baton of Dongxing? Miss Wang, why this? His face was etched with confusion. Zhang Yongjie was but a minor figure. Was he truly worth this? Mandy's smile faded slightly, revealing a cold resolve that brooked no argument. Uncle Lai, some matters are best left unknown. All you need to do is answer, will you do it or not? If yes, double the payment will be transferred immediately, and there will be further cooperation. If not, consider this conversation never happened. Cold sweat formed at Fatty Lai's temple. He could not fathom this woman's true intentions, yet the promise of double payment and future collaboration was too enticing. The Numbers Gang was desperate for funds and influence. This might be their chance to revive their fortunes. As for Zhang Yongjie, he was merely a pawn of Dongxing. If he got duped, so be it. Do it. Fatty Lai gritted his teeth. I'll arrange it immediately. A few days later, Zhang Yongjie received an encrypted call from abroad. The individual refers to himself as Kunpa, possessing considerable influence in the Golden Triangle and having a substantial shipment at hand. Due to a sudden alteration in channels, he urgently seeks a reliable new partner on Hong Kong Island to take over, offering an astonishingly favorable price. Through various acquaintances, he has learned of Brother Jia's good reputation and formidable methods, making him an ideal collaborator. Zhang Yongjie clutched the phone, his heart racing. He was acutely aware of the immense profit this shipment could yield. If he could indeed secure it, he would firmly establish himself within Dongxing, perhaps even ascend further. However, the astronomical figure quoted by the counterpart instantly brought him crashing down from the clouds. 20 million, a sum he could never possibly muster. His first thought was to sever his reliance on Brother San. Thus, he steeled himself to approach Chun Tianxiong. Brother, I need to borrow a sum of money to manage my affairs. Zhang Yongjie spoke ambiguously. Chun Tianxiong, preoccupied with the trivialities of his new company's inaugural business deal, smiled wryly upon hearing this. Fourth, it's not that I don't want to help you. The company is just starting, and all the funds are tied up in vehicles and goods. Your sister-in-law is keeping a tight grip on the accounts, and I'm also quite strapped for cash. Zhang Yongjie then sought out Lu Wei. Lu Wei, troubled by an exceeded budget on set, shook his head vigorously upon hearing the amount. Fourth, your second brother may seem prosperous now, but all the money belongs to the investors. I cannot afford to make any reckless moves. The film hasn't even begun shooting, and the expenses will only increase. This sum is just too large. I truly don't have it. After facing repeated setbacks, Zhang Yongjie stood on the bustling street, watching the incessant flow of traffic, feeling utterly powerless. That immense opportunity dangled before him like a tantalizing morsel, fragrant and enticing, yet perpetually out of reach. The following evening, Zhang Yongjie reappeared beneath the small building in Shamshui, where Huo Tianyao resided, his eyes bloodshot yet ablaze with an almost fanatical intensity. Upon opening the door and observing his expression, Huo Tianyao brow furrowed imperceptibly. "Come in and sit." Zhang Yongjie did not take a seat, standing in the center of the room like a restless, cornered beast. "Brother San, I want to make a substantial deal. I need money. A significant sum." Huo Tianyao gestured for him to sit, pouring a glass of water and pushing it toward him. "Take your time." Zhang Yongjie spoke at a rapid pace, his excitement barely contained, divulging the details of Kumpa's proactive outreach, the absurdly favorable conditions, and the profits that could transform his life. He gesticulated animatedly, his cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. "Brother San, this time is different. This is my own lead. If this works out, I'll truly establish my footing in Dongxing. No more bowing to others or relying on their favor." Fourth, Huo Tianyao's voice was calm, but resonated like ice dropped into boiling water, abruptly halting Zhang Yongjie's fervor. "This business has issues." Lighting a cigarette, Huo Tianyao's gaze pierced through the smoke as he coolly dissected. "Why would a major player in the Golden Triangle seek you out, offering such generous terms? Fourth, think about it. This reeks of a trap." "Trap?" Zhang Yongjie felt a jolt of indignation, springing to his feet, his voice rising. "Brother San, I know I've relied on you before. I know I've been useless. But this time, I received the lead myself. They see potential in me." Zhang Yongjie. He gasped for breath, his eyes glistening with hurt and defiance. "Yes, I was a waste before. I was a burden. But can't I have a chance of my own? A shipment worth 20 million could yield them a profit of 60 million. That is 60 million, Brother San. Can't you trust me just this once?" "I don't distrust you." Huo Tianyao maintained his steady tone, though a hint of helplessness lurked in his depths. "I just don't believe in miracles falling from the sky. Fourth, this situation is too precarious for you to handle. Too precarious for me to handle." Zhang Yongjie was thoroughly incensed, a culmination of his desperation to prove himself, the shame of past failures, and the overwhelming allure of the opportunity before him coalescing into reckless impulse. "Brother San, I'm being upfront with you. I'm determined to pursue this deal. I'm not here to seek your approval. I'm here to borrow money. If you lend it to me, I'll be grateful for life. And I'll pay you back immediately. If you refuse, I'll sell everything I have and turn to loan sharks if I must. I will do this." His chest heaved violently, staring intently at Huo Tianyao, resembling a young lion refusing to be tamed. The room fell into a brief silence, the only sound being the quiet burn of the cigarette. Huo Tianyao observed the redness in Zhang Yongjie's eyes and the tautness of his body. Realizing that any rational analysis at this moment would be futile, his strong sense of pride and ambition had clouded his judgment. To forcibly intervene would only alienate his brother and potentially drive him toward a more perilous path. After a few moments of deliberation, a familiar pang in his stomach reminded him of the urgency of time and the complexity of the situation. Finally, he extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, producing a faint hissing sound. "Very well." Huo Tianyao lifted his gaze, his calm eyes settling on Zhang Yongjie's face. "I can provide you with the money." Zhang Yongjie was momentarily stunned, an overwhelming wave of joy washing over him, just as he was about to speak. However, not at this moment. Huo Tianyao interrupted him, his tone brooking no argument. "When it comes to the transaction, I will accompany you." The joy on Zhang Yongjie's face faltered, his lips moved as if to protest. But upon meeting Huo Tianyao's inscrutable gaze, he swallowed the words. Securing the funds was already the most favorable outcome. Although having brothers sent alongside might bruise his pride, it could also offer greater assurance. He pondered in confusion. "All right, Brother San, thank you." He ultimately nodded emphatically. As long as he could complete this deal, everything else could be addressed later. Huo Tianyao refrained from saying more, moving to the window to gaze at the gradually illuminating myriad lights below. The bait had been cast. The fish were eager to bite. Since he couldn't prevent it, he would personally accompany him into this den of danger, to discern who was truly pulling the strings behind the scenes. A few days later, at dusk, at a secluded small dock in Saigon, the sea breeze was sharp, igniting a fervor within Zhang Yongjie. He paced restlessly, fixated on the pitch-black surface of the sea. Huo Tianyao stood silently beside him, the cigarette in his fingers flickering. When he learned that the transaction was set to occur in international waters, the furrows on his brow deepened. International waters signified absolute lawlessness. "Brother San, the boat is here," Zhang Yongjie whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. An unmarked speedboat ghosted to shore. After confirming Zhang Yongjie's identity, two formidable men aboard scanned Huo Tianyao with scrutinizing eyes. "Do you have the money?" "I do." Zhang Yongjie hastily lifted the black suitcase beside him, bulging with an abundance of US dollars. Aboard the vessel, the speedboat sliced through the sea, racing towards the boundless open waters. Zhang Yongjie gripped the handrail tightly, gazing into the all-consuming darkness ahead, as if it were a shortcut to paradise. Huo Tianyao reclined with his eyes closed. Approximately an hour later, a brightly illuminated mid-sized cruise ship emerged into view. As he ascended the gangway, Huo Tianyao had barely steadied his feet on the deck when the satellite phone in his pocket vibrated. He gestured for Zhang Yongjie to wait, moving to a secluded part of the ship's railing. "Boss." The voice of Lungfen came through, hushed and urgent, the background a cacophony of indistinct noise and distant thuds. "The base is surrounded. The old Myanmar, Siam, and Vietnam factions have joined forces. At least 3 regiments are involved, and heavy artillery is already in place." Huo Tianyao's expression abruptly turned icy. The situation had escalated. The first line of defense had been breached. Abu and his men had fought back with significant casualties. The enemy had armored vehicles and was organizing a second charge. "Boss, can we mobilize those hard goods in the warehouse?" Deploying that heavy equipment would mean declaring total war, leaving no room for negotiation. The sea wind howled, and the music and voices from the deck drifted in, creating a surreal atmosphere. Huo Tianyao fell silent for 2 seconds. "Agreed. Without hesitation, at all costs, we must defend the base. I authorize you to use all means necessary." "Understood." After the call ended, Huo Tianyao's face returned to its calm demeanor as he turned to head towards the cabin. Inside, the atmosphere was lively, with music and laughter. At the head of the table sat a flamboyantly dressed man in a garish Hawaiian shirt, wearing a black leather eye patch. This was Kumpa. Behind him stood 4 bodyguards, towering like iron sentinels, exuding an intimidating presence. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao enter, Kumpa's single eye suddenly gleamed with a serpent-like intensity, and he broke into a grotesquely exaggerated grin. "Oh my, look who we have here. Isn't this the infamous boss Huo from the Golden Triangle?" His laughter was disturbingly twisted. "Huo Tianyao, you actually came crawling into my web for this useless little brother of yours?" "Ha!" Zhang Yongjie was taken aback, looking at Huo Tianyao in confusion. Huo Tianyao remained composed, his gaze fixed on Kumpa. "It seems that last time, you didn't learn what it means to behave." "Behave?" Kumpa's eye turned crimson as if struck in a sensitive spot. "You dare lecture me on behaving? Back in the Golden Triangle, over a few measly guns, you let them stab my eye out with a red-hot iron rod. You left me crawling out like a dead dog. Huo Tianyao, I've held this grudge for 5 whole years. Every day, every night, I've thought of how to flay you alive." He suddenly spread his arms wide, appearing almost mad. "Do you have any idea how long I've prepared for today? This ship, the surrounding waters, all my men are here. 6 speedboats, filled with the finest mercenaries from Colombia, each one armed with the latest weaponry. This open sea, this dark night, is the slaughterhouse that heaven has prepared for me. You, Huo Tianyao, will find it impossible to escape today." As if to bolster his declaration, powerful searchlights suddenly illuminated the waters surrounding the cruise ship, and the roar of engines grew louder as 6 modified speedboats surged through the waves, their decks teeming with figures, firearms glinting in the light. Zhang Yongjie turned pale, his legs trembling, cold sweat soaking his back. He finally realized the grave danger he had dragged his brother into. Chapter 21, The Soaring Missile. Zhang Yongjie was in shock. Huo Tianyao let out a soft scoff, shaking his head, his eyes filled with unabashed pity. "Kumpa, it's been 5 years, and you remain this naive. Do you really believe that with these few shabby boats and a handful of ragtag fighters, you can hold me back? Even in the face of death, you still cling to bravado." Kumpa was utterly enraged by his attitude, abruptly drawing a gold-plated desert eagle from his waistband, pointing it directly at Huo Tianyao's forehead. "Kneel. Bow down. Lick the soles of my shoes clean. Perhaps I'll show some mercy and allow you and your worthless brother to keep your corpses intact." His 4 bodyguards also drew their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed at Huo Tianyao as vital points. The atmosphere in the cabin plummeted to freezing levels, a palpable sense of impending doom enveloping the space. Zhang Yongjie's breath hitched, and in despair, he closed his eyes. Just then, a piercing shriek, sharp as a knife, sliced through the night sky, an astonishingly bright point approaching at an unfathomable speed. "What sound is that?" one bodyguard exclaimed, looking up in confusion. Before he could finish, 2 streaks trailing long orange tails dove from the darkened sky, striking with thunderous force at the 2 speedboats arrogantly approaching. Boom! The explosive sound erupted with earth-shattering intensity, and 2 massive, brilliant fireballs rose from the sea, their searing light illuminating half the sky. The 2 speedboats, along with their mercenaries, were obliterated in the violent shockwave, disintegrating into a rain of fire and debris. The cruise ship rocked violently as the surging waves hit it, dishes and drinks spilling across the table. Kumpa and his men were thrown about, their previously arrogant smiles frozen in sheer horror and bewilderment. Missiles. Koompa's single eye bulged as he screamed in disbelief, his voice cracking. How is that possible? We're in international waters. Your base is 100,000 miles away. How could they possibly come to aid? Before they could recover from this devastating blow, a deep, continuous, death-laden hum quickly approached. 2 armed helicopters, adorned with jungle camouflage and resembling monstrous birds, tore through the clouds, suddenly appearing. The multi-barrel rotary cannon beneath the nose slowly adjusted its aim, and a crimson targeting laser swept across the sea surface. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the next moment, a furious storm of metal descended. A barrage of searing fire swept across the water, leaving the remaining speedboats riddled with holes, exploding into pieces. Koompa and his bodyguards were left utterly dazed, their minds blank, unable to comprehend how such a military-grade assault, beyond their understanding, had occurred right here. Amidst the overwhelming shock and chaos, Huo Tianyao made his move, still as the abyss, swift as thunder. His figure seemed to transcend the very limits of vision, leaving behind only a faint afterimage in his wake. Koompa felt a searing pain radiate from his wrist, as if it had been crushed, and in an instant, the gilded desert eagle was no longer in his possession. Immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force collided with his abdomen. Ugh! Koompa let out a wretched howl, his body propelled backward as if struck head-on by a speeding truck, his feet leaving the ground before he crashed heavily against the sturdy wall of the ship's cabin, slowly sliding down to the floor, blood gushing from his mouth. The world fading to black before his eyes, robbed of even the strength to groan. The 4 bodyguards, though momentarily stunned by the scene outside, reacted swiftly, nearly simultaneously redirecting their weapons. However, Huo Tianyao was swifter still, disarming, pivoting, aiming, and firing. These 4 actions were executed in less than a second, as fluid as if rehearsed 1,000 times. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 sharp and merciless gunshots nearly overlapped. The foreheads of the 4 bodyguards burst forth with crimson blooms, their eyes frozen in terror, their bodies collapsing to the ground. Zhang Yongjia was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stared blankly at the unfolding scene. Third brother, the businessman who had returned from Southeast Asia, now revealed an almost inhuman absolute power and control. The missile from earlier, the armed helicopter overhead. These made him acutely aware for the first time that the world third brother inhabited was a far cry from the Jianghu he once understood. Huo Tianyao stepped forward to where Koompa lay curled up like a shrimp, continuously coughing up blood. He pressed the still warm muzzle of the gun against Koompa's chin, forcing him to raise his head. Who orchestrated this from behind the scenes? His voice was calm, yet more chilling than the gunfire and bloodshed outside. Koompa's single eye was filled with primal fear as he stammered his response. It was the number gang. Fatty Lee contacted me. I had someone investigate and learned that Zhang Yongjia is your brother. I just agreed. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his gaze rife with regret. A glint of cold light flickered in Huo Tianyao's eyes. Number gang? Fatty Lee? He ceased his questioning and made a decisive gesture toward the helicopter circling outside. Turning, he looked at the still dazed Zhang Yongjia and spoke in a voice that had regained its former calmness. Fourth brother, let's go. Zhang Yongjia jolted, hastily rising, his legs trembling as he trailed behind Huo Tianyao, nearly crawling back to the waiting speedboat. He dared not glance back at the slowly turning cruise ship, now under the intimidation of the armed helicopter, nor could he bear to contemplate Koompa's fate. The speedboat veered around, racing toward the direction of the island. Huo Tianyao stood alone at the bow, the sea breeze tousling his dark hair. He lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke dissipating rapidly in the biting wind. The lingering pain in his stomach remained stubborn, yet it was now overshadowed by a far greater, frigid intent to kill. Number gang, Fatty Lee. He exhaled the last puff of smoke, flicking the butt into the inky sea. Before long, Huo Tianyao received a report from the Shadow Squad. Boss, Fatty Lee and his 3 core subordinates unexpectedly perished 10 minutes ago at their respective residences or frequented locations. The scene was cleaned up meticulously, resembling a case of vendetta or accident. All individuals potentially linked to this high-seas incident have vanished. Huo Tianyao listened to the report while gazing at the still thriving city before him, his eyes unfathomably deep. The trail had gone cold, cleanly severed. Coupled with the sudden encirclement of the base, this was a well-crafted trap, a series of lethal maneuvers aimed at erasing everything about Huo Tianyao. The hidden hand behind this was more far-reaching and cautious than he had imagined. Chapter 22, Zhang Yongjia's Terror and Awakening. The speedboat sliced through the waves in the night, heading towards the island. Zhang Yongjia huddled in a corner of his seat, gripping the icy handrail tightly. His body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering softly, producing a faint clattering sound. The briny scent of seawater lingered in his nostrils, mingled with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the overwhelming stench of blood. He dared not look at the figure standing at the bow of the boat, the man he had called third brother for over a decade. Just moments ago, aboard that luxurious yet terrifying cruise ship, he had witnessed everything that surpassed his comprehension. Missiles raining from the sky, helicopters resembling beasts of steel, and Third Brother's speed like that of a wraith, his ruthlessness akin to a demon. This was not the familiar street brawling of Temple Street. This was true warfare. A crushing force of annihilation. He had once believed that Third Brother was merely engaged in some perilous business, possessing a few mysterious contacts and methods. But now he realized how utterly mistaken he had been. Third Brother's world was a chasm so profound that he could scarcely fathom its depths. Those nonchalant mentions of imports and exports concealed a terrifying power capable of deploying missiles and armed helicopters. Fear coiled around his heart like a cold serpent, tightening its grip. He recalled the absurd bravado he had displayed before Third Brother, his impulsive need to prove himself. Now, in retrospect, it seemed laughably naive. Before absolute power, his meager streetwise schemes and so-called courage were as insubstantial as paper. He could hardly bear to contemplate Kumpa's fate. The one-eyed man, once so arrogant and determined, was likely now lying at the bottom of the sea along with that cruise ship. And all of this was merely because of him, Zhang Yongjie, the self-righteous fool who had plunged headlong into a deadly trap meticulously laid out for him, and for Third Brother. Had it not been for Third Brother's unfathomable trump card, he would now be a cold corpse floating in the open sea. Guilt, fear, and a profound sense of shame, mingled with a deep-seated reverence, threatened to engulf him. He lacked even the courage to glance at Third Brother. At the bow, Huo Tianyao gazed at the increasingly near lights of the island, the sea breeze dispersing some of the blood stench from his body. He did not need to turn around to sense the palpable fear and rigidity emanating from Zhang Yongjie behind him, a visceral tremor in response to the unknown power. As the speedboat approached the shore, it docked at a secluded small pier. Huo Tianyao disembarked first, his step steady. Zhang Yongjie nearly scrambled down, his legs giving way, and he barely managed to steady himself by grasping a nearby wooden post. Huo Tianyao paused, turning back. The dim light on the pier illuminated the sharp contours of his profile, his gaze obscured in the night. Zhang Yongjie was rendered speechless by that piercing gaze, his heart momentarily ceasing to beat. Instinctively, he lowered his head, his throat parched, yearning to utter something, perhaps a heartfelt thank you, Third Brother, for saving my life. Or an apologetic I'm sorry, Third Brother, I was wrong. Yet, all words became lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Old 4. The calm voice of Huo Tianyao resonated. Devoid of emotion, yet it sent a shiver down Zhang Yongjie's spine. Lift your head and look at me. With great difficulty, Zhang Yongjie slowly raised his heavy head, his gaze flickering as it met Huo Tianyao's penetrating eyes. They remained deep and inscrutable, yet in that moment, Zhang Yongjie felt as if he were gazing into a sea of corpses and blood, recognizing his own insignificance, akin to mere dust. He could not suppress the urge to bow his head once more. Remember, Huo Tianyao's voice was low, but each word was distinct, striking at the core of Zhang Yongjie's heart. Today, on the high seas, you saw nothing. Everything that transpired is irrelevant to you and has never occurred. Especially, you must not divulge anything to elder brother or second brother, do you understand? Zhang Yongjie nodded fervently, the intensity causing a strain in his neck. I understand, Third Brother. I swear, I won't say a word. It will remain buried within me. Observing Zhang Yongjie's panicked demeanor, Huo Tianyao paused for a moment before suddenly stepping forward. In that instant, Zhang Yongjie's body tensed, nearly recoiling instinctively in response to the imminent danger. Yet he constrained himself, frozen in place. Beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Huo Tianyao extended his hand, gently resting it on Zhang Yongjie's shoulder. This seemingly simple gesture nearly shattered the tautness of Zhang Yongjie's nerves. There is no need to be so frightened. Huo Tianyao's tone softened slightly, infused with an almost imperceptible hint of exasperation. I am your third brother, and I always have been. A wave of emotion surged within Zhang Yongjie, causing his nose to tingle and his eyes to redden. Fear had yet to dissipate, but a deeper sentiment, that of brotherhood, began to struggle for prominence. Third brother. I am sorry, he finally choked out. The path you tread is of your own choosing. Huo Tianyao withdrew his hand. If you wish to make a name for yourself in the underworld, I shall not hinder you. I will assist you as I have in the past. He paused, locking eyes with Zhang Yongjie, his tone steady yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Even if you desire to occupy the dragon head seat of the East Star, it would not pose a challenge for me. Zhang Yongjie's eyes widened in shock, staring at Huo Tianyao in disbelief. The dragon head? That was a position he would not dare to dream of. Yet, spoken so casually by his third brother, it carried an unsettling credibility. Given the power Huo Tianyao had demonstrated today, perhaps it was not an impossible feat after all. However, at that moment, the overwhelming temptation brought not excitement, but a deeper chill and clarity. For the first time, He comprehended the terrifying costs and entanglements that would accompany the assistance offered by his third brother. No, third brother. Zhang Yongjia fervently shook his head, his voice hoarse. I haven't thought that far. I know my own worth. Even if you were to elevate me to that position, I could not maintain it. I only wish to rely on myself and establish a solid foundation. If I can manage a few streets and a few venues, I would be content. His voice began to quaver. Third brother, I realize you do not wish for me to be involved in the underworld. But after so many years, if I distance myself from this circle, I would be nothing. This was the most genuine expression of his thoughts at that moment. Following tonight's events, his fleeting ambitions and desires for recognition had been washed away by fear and reality. Yet, the years spent within this circle, the longing endured, could not simply be cast aside. Huo Tianyao regarded him intently, as if perceiving the transformation within him, and nodded. As long as you have thought it through. The road ahead is long. Take it one step at a time. From now on, avoid the white flower, as it is not a game you can afford to play. He turned and walked towards a nondescript car parked in the shadows. Let us go. Return home and get a good night's sleep. Zhang Yongjia nodded, joining his third brother in the vehicle. As the engine roared to life, the taillights illuminated the darkness with two red beams, swiftly vanishing from sight. He glanced back at the pitch-black sea, where the echoes of explosions and the dying screams of Kumpa seemed to linger. Shaking his head vigorously, he endeavored to dispel those haunting images. His third brother remained his third brother. Yet, some things had irrevocably changed since he boarded that speedboat. He clenched his trembling hands, inhaled deeply, and looked at his third brother. Fear, perhaps, would always linger, but the journey had to be traversed by himself. With each step forward, he would forever remember the flames of the high seas and the immense power concealed beneath his third brother's calm gaze. Chapter 23. The CIA's Target. Lu Wei is targeted by Mandy. After escorting Zhang Yongjia home, Huo Tianyao returned to the small building in Shamshuepa. The night was deepening, and as he watched the shadow team drive away, he ascended the stairs and opened the door. Almost simultaneously, the encrypted satellite phone rang. Boss, they VE retreated. The voice of Cold Blade came through, the background falling into silence. Heavy armaments had just been set up, and they had not yet fired a shot. The enemy, as if receiving a unified command, retreated swiftly and decisively. The perimeter is now secure. Huo Tianyao approached the window, observing the scattered lights below. Casualties. Final tally, 9 dead. 12 severely injured, 23 lightly injured. The enemy left behind over 60 corpses and the wreckage of 2 destroyed armored vehicles. Coldblade paused. Boss, this attack was quite sudden, and their withdrawal was even more abrupt. It's not characteristic of their usual tactics. Indeed, Huo Tianyao replied, his gaze drifting into the darkness. Heighten vigilance and repair the fortifications. Provide the highest standard of compensation for the fallen brothers, and arrange it immediately. Understood. After hanging up, the room fell silent once more. Huo Tianyao lit a cigarette, but did not smoke. Instead, he watched the smoke rise, twisting and dissipating. There were many enemies. Countless wished for his demise. Warlords from the Golden Triangle, foes from South Africa, arms groups from Europe and America he had previously cut off financially, and even certain national intelligence agencies. The list was extensive, but the precision with which they coordinated their assault, launching it as he left the base, and the decisive retreat after he revealed a portion of his strength to avoid greater losses, suggested a much narrower scope of control and intelligence. The first name that sprang to his mind was Mandy, along with the shadow of the CIA lurking behind her. Only they possessed the capability to coordinate the official military forces of the 3 nations within such a brief span. But what of their motivations? If the CIA's objective truly lies in accessing the nuclear technology or experts of the Russian nation through him, then their overt hostility, even attempting to dismantle his base, effectively severs that avenue entirely. Such reasoning is illogical, unless their intent from the outset was not cooperation, but rather eradication, or perhaps a mere test, a probing of his limits, an assessment of his true strength, and the degree of his affiliations with certain factions. Faces flit through his mind: the drug lords of the Golden Triangle, the warlords of South Africa, the princes of the Middle East. Yet he dismisses each one in turn. In this locale of Hong Kong Island, those individuals cannot extend their reach so far nor orchestrate such intricate schemes. Ultimately, Hong Kong is not the chaotic lands of the Golden Triangle or South Africa. As his thoughts spiral, the familiar dull ache returns to his stomach. He extinguishes the cigarette he barely smoked and rubs his temples. Resolutely, he decides to cease pondering. When soldiers come, let them be met. When water arrives, let the earth conceal it. The survival of Huo Tianyao until this day has never relied on deciphering all conspiracies, but rather on possessing sufficient strength and always retaining a hidden card. After taking a cold shower, enveloped in fatigue and an unshakable discomfort, he forces himself to sleep. Meanwhile, atop a luxurious villa in mid-levels, Overlooking the panoramic view of Victoria Harbor, the city skyline sparkles like a river of stars outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Yet inside, only a dim wall lamp casts a glow. Mandy, clad in a silk robe and barefoot, stands before the window, a glass of red wine in hand. Untouched for an eternity, her complexion appears pallid, her lips pressed tightly, entirely devoid of the elegance she exuded during the day. The satellite-encrypted phone on the coffee table suddenly lights up, emitting a low, persistent vibration that shatters the stillness of the room. Mandy inhales deeply, approaches, and presses the answer key. Father. Her voice is soft, laced with an imperceptible tension. On the other end, a deep, authoritative, slightly hoarse male voice speaks fluent English, infused with a palpable sense of dominance born from long-held power. Emily, I have just received a rather distressing briefing. Emily is Mandy's English name. Mandy's fingers unconsciously tighten. It concerns your unauthorized mobilization of resources from the East Asia Division to coordinate the border forces of 3 nations for an assault on the Apocalypse base. Her father's tone turns frigid. Moreover, it pertains to your attempt to test or even eliminate Huo Tianyao through a foolish, flawed trap. Father, I have my reasons. Huo Tianyao is more dangerous and difficult to control than we anticipated. I believe a direct elimination, or at the very least, a significant blow to him, aligns more closely with our interests. Simultaneously, it would clear the path to engage with Ural. Mandy's words hasten as she endeavors to explain. Interests? Obstacles? Her father interrupts, anger and disappointment evident in his voice. Emily, I had thought your years on Wall Street had at least taught you the importance of situational awareness and risk assessment. Do you realize your reckless actions nearly exposed several key intelligence lines in East Asia? Do you understand how many local resources, which should not have been mobilized, I had to deploy to cover the traces of those in the number gang? Mandy's face grows even paler. You dealt with the number gang? The moment your foolish plan failed and Huo Tianyao returned alive to Hong Kong from international waters, I knew we had to clean up the mess. Her father's voice carries a weary severity. Do you think hiding behind the number gang will prevent Huo Tianyao from discovering your involvement? You underestimate him far too much. To maintain a foothold in the Golden Triangle for over a decade, becoming a source of concern for various military forces, his vigilance and counter-surveillance capabilities exceed your imagination. He may not yet know precisely who it is, but with even the slightest clue, he can latch onto it like the most astute hound. Mandy falls silent. As the results from international waters come back, she too feels a jolt of shock and apprehension. Missiles, armed helicopters. The retaliatory force Huo Tianyao displayed indeed surpassed her expectations. Listen, Emily. Her father's tone softens slightly, but remains unequivocal. The Ural project is currently one of the Bureau's most critical strategic objectives in the Eurasian region. Those technologies and experts are vital to us. Huo Tianyao is, as of now, the most likely candidate to establish a reliable bridge for us. The patience of the Bureau's upper echelons is limited, and resources are not meant to be toys for personal ambitions. From this moment on, you are restricted from utilizing any international operational resources. Your identity in Hong Kong is merely that of a businessman returning to invest, Wang Mandy. Her father commands, enunciating each word. Your task is singular and unequivocal. Employ all reasonable means to swiftly gain Huo Tianyao's trust. Through his channels, establish secure and stable connections with Ural. The Bureau requires results, not an inexplicable skirmish, and certainly not a case of startling the snake. All reasonable means. Mandy murmurs, a complex glint flashing in her eyes. Indeed, as long as she does not breach core boundaries or provoke uncontrollable international disputes. Her father pauses, adding with pointed implication, you are a clever woman, Emily. Sometimes, softness proves more effective than swords. Remember, our target is Ural, not waging war with Huo Tianyao. Resolve this swiftly. That is an order. The call is abruptly terminated, leaving only the monotonous tone of a busy signal. Mandy slowly lowers the receiver, her body leaning wearily against the cold glass window. The city's neon lights cast shifting shadows upon her face. Her father's words wash over her like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the agitation and dissatisfaction born from the failure of her international endeavor, while also sharpening her awareness of the gravity of her mission and the peril posed by Huo Tianyao. Employ all reasonable means to swiftly resolve this. She tilts her head and drains the remaining red wine in her glass, the chilled liquid sliding down her throat. A bitter smile plays on her lips. She has already resorted to the so-called softness, offering her body twice, both times yielding no results. It seems a different approach is warranted. Mandy retrieves her phone and scrolls to Lu Wei's contact. Chapter 24. Chun Shue's boyfriend? Is Huo Tianyao jealous? The following morning, Huo Tianyao is roused by the low, arrogant roar of an engine. It is no ordinary vehicle, but a modified sports car, its exhaust deliberately amplified. The sound ceased downstairs. He approached the window, lifting a corner of the curtain to gaze below. A flamboyant yellow Lamborghini Countach ostentatiously parked at the street corner, starkly contrasting with the surrounding, dilapidated tenement buildings. The car doors lifted like wings, and a young man emerged, clad in a white casual suit. His hair slicked back with an impeccable sheen. In his hands, he cradled a lavish bouquet of vibrant red roses. The man was strikingly handsome, exuding an air of privilege tinged with a hint of irreverence. Leaning against the car, he glanced at his watch before looking up at the first-floor corridor, a confident smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Chen Shui briskly exited the corridor. She was not donned in her usual professional attire, but rather in a soft yellow dress that accentuated her fair complexion. Her long hair was simply tied up, with a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks, creating a fresh and enchanting appearance. Upon spotting the young man and his extravagant roses, her steps faltered momentarily, a trace of resignation appearing on her face. Yet she quickly replaced it with a polite smile as she approached. "Jihua, how did you find your way here?" Chen Shui's voice floated up on the breeze. "To see you, I could find you from the ends of the earth," replied the man, identified as Jihua, as he presented the roses with a radiant smile. "I just returned from Switzerland and would like to invite the beautiful Miss Chen to lunch." Chen Shui accepted the flowers, holding them somewhat awkwardly. "Thank you, but I have an appointment with a client today." "Cancel it," Jihua said, reaching out as if to drape his arm around her shoulder. "What client is more important than I?" Chen Shui subtly sidestepped. "Jihua, please don't." Jihua chuckled good-naturedly, pulling the car door open for her. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Just get in. I've already made reservations at a place I guarantee you will love." Chen Shui hesitated, glancing at the flowers in her arms and then at the ostentatious sports car. Ultimately, she turned to look towards the third floor. Huo Tianyao quickly stepped aside. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the shadow was caught by Chen Shui, a hint of a smile unconsciously tugging at her lips as she slipped into the car. The yellow sports car roared to life and sped away. Huo Tianyao stood behind the window, his fingers absently twisting the curtain fabric until the vehicle disappeared around the corner. A subtle, oppressive, and even slightly bitter emotion spread silently within his chest, not violently, but entwining itself like creeping vines. Was this the Lu Gongzi that the young man had mentioned that night at the bar? It seemed that Shui's life was not lacking in admirable suitors. This Lu Gongzi, with his lineage, appearance, and demeanor, resembled a Prince Charming straight out of a television drama. And he, Huo Tianyao, a gunrunner with blood-stained hands and a terminal illness, uncertain of even tomorrow, had no right to care. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, revealing a trace of self-deprecating irony. Yet, the vague, unshakable irritation within him lingered. He suddenly felt an urge to inquire about Shui's feelings towards this Lu Gongzi. But whom to ask? Big brother Chen Tianxiong? That seemed inappropriate. He shouldn't even show excessive concern about this matter. Perhaps that brat Li Haoyu might know something? Li Haoyu was the son of his brother's sister, just turned 18 and currently in his last year of high school, stubbornly refusing to attend university. He was at odds with his father, a civil servant, and had been staying at his uncle Chen Tianxiong's place for over a week. Having a good relationship with Chen Shui, his cousin. But how to ask? To inquire about his niece's romantic status as an uncle? That seemed plausible, but it felt somewhat awkward. To ask if Shui liked that Lu Gongzi? Too direct. Or perhaps to approach it obliquely. Before Huo Tianyao could formulate his words, there was a rapid knocking at the door, vigorous and characteristic of youthful impatience. Huo Tianyao opened the door. Standing outside was a tall, lanky youth with slightly long hair that obscured half of his face, dressed in an oversized denim jacket and ripped jeans, with scuffed sneakers on his feet. It was Li Haoyu. There was a defiant glint in his eyes. "Third uncle," Li Haoyu began, his voice still at the tail end of adolescence, slightly raspy. "What is the matter?" Huo Tianyao stepped aside to let him in. Once inside, Li Haoyu didn't take a seat, but stood in the middle of the room, hands shoved in his pockets, his toes unconsciously scuffing the floor. After a considerable pause, as if gathering courage, he finally looked up. "Third uncle, I don't want to go to university anymore." Huo Tianyao walked to the table to pour water, remaining silent, encouraging him to continue. "Studying is pointless, and I can't concentrate." Li Haoyu's words quickened, as if reciting a rehearsed speech. "I want to go out and work, just like fourth uncle." Huo Tianyao paused slightly in his pouring, looking up at him. "Like your fourth uncle? Joining a gang?" "Exactly." Li Haoyu's eyes brightened, sensing a glimmer of hope. "Fourth uncle is quite impressive now. He has people under him, and everyone respects him when he goes out. Many in our school follow the big brothers outside, collecting protection fees, chasing girls, riding motorcycles. How exhilarating. I want that too." "What nonsense." A voice thundered from the doorway, laced with anger. Both turned to see Chen Tianxiong standing at the entrance, his expression stern, evidently having overheard their conversation. He was holding a bag of groceries. Li Haoyu shrank back slightly. "Joining a gang? Impressive?" Chen Tianxiong strode in, slamming the bag down on the table. Do you have any idea how many years your fourth uncle struggled and how much he suffered to achieve even this little success? Impressiveness? That came at the cost of his life. You haven't even grown a full beard yet, and you want to follow that crooked path? Li Haoyu lowered his head under the scolding, though his lips remained stubbornly pressed together, clearly unconvinced. Chen Tianxiong pointed at him, turning to Huo Tianyao. Look at this. The youth today really have no sense of their own limitations. They refuse to study, opting instead to learn how to be thugs. Huo Tianyao handed a glass of water to Chen Tianxiong to help him calm down, then turned to Li Haoyu. Many people in school follow the big brothers? He inquired, his tone revealing neither approval nor disapproval. Li Haoyu nodded. Yeah, especially from the vocational school next door. Several have allied with the small leaders of Liansheng or the Haoma gang. They act quite cocky. No one dares to provoke them in our school. So you think that following them makes you impressive? Huo Tianyao pressed further. Li Haoyu opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. However, the longing in his eyes was unmistakable. Huo Tianyao fell into a moment of silence, reminiscing about the youthful visage of Zhang Yongjia, reflecting on the myriad of young souls who had ventured into the treacherous paths of the Golden Triangle or South Africa for various reasons. Ultimately, they either met untimely ends on the streets or languished in prison for the remainder of their lives, with few finding a peaceful resolution. Chapter 25, Security Bureau. Brother Yao, you must not encounter any trouble. How you? Huo Tianyao spoke. The grandeur you perceive is merely a facade, crafted for your viewing. The lurking dangers and the inescapable shadows of the past remain concealed from you. He stepped closer to Li Haoyu, studying the youth who stood nearly at eye level with him, yet whose gaze still bore the innocence of youth. If you truly wish to make your mark, there are alternative paths to tread. Huo Tianyao paused. Your second uncle's film company is just taking off, and they are in need of reliable hands. Your elder uncle's transport business also requires trustworthy personnel. Begin with serving tea and running errands. Learn the ropes from the ground up. With diligence, the money earned will be clean, and your sleep will be undisturbed. Li Haoyu was taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Huo Tianyao's words. He had assumed that a figure of his third uncle's stature, who had traversed Southeast Asia, would better understand his yearning for adventure. Chen Tianxiong also regarded Huo Tianyao with a complex expression, yet refrained from further rebuke. But third uncle, Li Haoyu protested, feeling a sense of reluctance. The pace seemed too slow, lacking in prestige. Prestige? Huo Tianyao's lips curled into a faint, cool smile. True prestige emerges when you possess the skills to command respect on your own merit, not through the intimidation of gang affiliations. To frighten students with mere reputation? That is truly shameful. Li Haoyu found himself at a loss for words. Reflect on this. Huo Tianyao gestured dismissively. Being an errand boy is not as simple as you perceive. Ultimately, Li Haoyu dared not counter further. He lowered his head and mumbled an acknowledgement, leaving with a sense of defeat. Chen Tianxiong sighed, turning to Huo Tianyao. This child has the same stubborn streak as his father. Only your words seem to penetrate his resolve. I genuinely fear this foolish boy may follow in his fourth uncle's footsteps. The world is not so simple. Perhaps recalling past events, his face was etched with a blend of nostalgia and helplessness. Huo Tianyao shook his head, choosing to remain silent. His thoughts lingered on the yellow sports car and the figure of Lu Gongzi holding roses. With Li Haoyu's interruption, the questions he had intended to ask faded into oblivion. Third brother, you are always full of ideas. Perhaps you could help me keep an eye on this boy. Chen Tianxiong suggested after a moment, his gaze turning hopeful as he regarded Huo Tianyao. Throughout history, troublesome youths have always posed the greatest challenge. Huo Tianyao had little inclination to intervene, yet the earlier scene downstairs compelled him to nod decisively. All right, I shall give it a try. Chen Tianxiong muttered a few more grievances about Li Haoyu's immaturity before he departed downstairs with a basket of groceries, his brow furrowed with concern. The room fell quiet once more, as Huo Tianyao approached the window, his gaze absent-mindedly scanning the vacant street below, where the yellow sports car and the rose-bearing figure had long since vanished. The restlessness within him had not dissipated. Rather, the promise made to his elder brother to discipline Li Haoyu added a layer of unnamable weight to his heart. At that moment, his private phone buzzed in his pocket, an unknown number. He answered without uttering a word. Brother Yao. Wang Jiaxing's voice came through the receiver, the background unusually quiet. Unlike an office setting, last night, on the high seas, a yacht registered in the Cayman Islands exploded. Preliminary assessments of the scene reveal a horrific sight, with numerous remnants of weaponry and signs of missile detonation. Huo Tianyao's expression remained unchanged. That was my doing. There was a pause on the other end, as Wang Jiaxing seemed taken aback by the directness of his admission. Who was aboard the vessel? Kumpa. A fool who didn't know his place. Huo Tianyao replied succinctly. Kumpa, Wang Jiaxing echoed. I found that Fatty Li from the Number Gang had recent dealings with him, shortly after the yacht explosion. Fatty Lee and several of his associates were discovered dead at various locations. The methods were quite clean. He hesitated, lowering his voice. Brother Yao, regarding the number gang. That's not me, Huo Tianyao interrupted, his tone calm. I have no reason to act against them. This response seemed to relieve Wang Jiaxing. Yet it also deepened his seriousness. We have received some vague intelligence indicating that the Golden Triangle is also experiencing unrest today. Brother Yao, is someone targeting you? Huo Tianyao refrained from a direct answer. Director Wang, what exactly are you inquiring about? On the other end of the line, Wang Jiaxing offered a bitter smile. Brother Yao, please don't misunderstand. While some individuals above may not be keen on your extended presence in Hong Kong Island, they are even less inclined to see you come to harm here. If anything were to happen to you, the ensuing repercussions would be unbearable for Hong Kong Island. What I mean is, if you require assistance or sense any danger aimed at you, do not hesitate to inform me. Within certain parameters, I can offer some conveniences. His words were veiled but clear. The Security Bureau, or rather Wang Jiaxing personally, did not wish for Huo Tianyao to meet his demise on Hong Kong Island, as it would incite unpredictable turmoil. Not at the moment, Huo Tianyao replied evenly. Should the need arise, I will reach out to you. All right, let us keep in touch. Wang Jiaxing concluded the conversation succinctly before hanging up. Setting down the phone, a cold light flickered in Huo Tianyao's eyes. It was not surprising that Wang Jiaxing could swiftly uncover the situation regarding the high seas and the number gang. However, the fact that he took the initiative to call, either to extend goodwill or gauge the situation, indicated that the pressures from the official realm and the undercurrents he faced were closer than anticipated. He rubbed his temples, suppressing the discomfort in his stomach and the turmoil in his heart. For now, he would address the troubles entrusted to him by his elder brother. Huo Tianyao descended the stairs, finding that Chun Tianxiong had already left. He knocked on the door of the guest room downstairs. Li Haoyu opened the door with his head hung low, and upon seeing him, timidly called out, "Third uncle." Huo Tianyao assessed his disheveled appearance. Change into something more presentable. I will take you out for a while. Li Haoyu's eyes brightened, thinking his third uncle had changed his mind and would introduce him to the world of the underbelly. He hastily donned a relatively clean jacket. Huo Tianyao hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take them to a prestigious members-only restaurant in Central. As the taxi halted before the ornate iron gates, a well-dressed attendant respectfully opened the door. Upon entering the restaurant, Li Haoyu was instantly captivated by the luxurious yet understated decor, the melodious strains of live piano music, and the delicate mingling of culinary aromas and perfumes in the air. He lowered his gaze to the whitewashed sneakers and denim jeans he had scrubbed clean, his hands and feet awkwardly unsure of where to rest. Yet, Huo Tianyao moved with the ease of someone returning to his own home, as the waiter guided them to an exquisite window seat. Beyond the glass stretched the unparalleled vista of Victoria Harbor. Upon the table lay elegant silverware and crystal goblets. Without so much as glancing at the menu, Huo Tianyao exchanged a few words in English with the waiter and promptly ordered the restaurant's signature and most opulent set meal, accompanied by a bottle of vintage champagne. One exquisite dish after another, each resembling a masterpiece of culinary art, was presented. Chapter 26. The nephew taken under the wing of the little brother of the Bao Pai gang. Li Haoyu grasped the heavy silver knife and fork with clumsy caution. Fearful of producing even the slightest untoward sound, he furtively surveyed his surroundings. Gentlemen engaged in genteel conversation, adorned in fine attire. Ladies bedecked with jewels. Every individual exuded a composure and superiority emblematic of a social echelon he had never before encountered. Huo Tianyao leisurely sliced his steak, remarking with measured deliberation, "See this? This is the life. A life earned by intellect, skill, or the clean money of noble heritage. Only such means afford this kind of existence." He sipped the champagne and continued, "Your fourth uncle has been involved in gang affairs for so many years. Has he ever set foot in a place like this? Could he sit here with a clear conscience, enjoying such luxuries? He might have some money in his pocket now, but every bill is tainted by invisible stains, condemning him to live forever in the shadows, perpetually anxious. Is that the kind of prestige you desire?" Li Haoyu gazed at the costly fare before him, then recalled his uncle's usual habit of taking them to street-side stalls, drinking beer and cursing. For the first time, he vividly perceived the vast chasm between these two ways of life. After the meal, Huo Tianyao escorted him to browse the luxury boutiques at Landmark and the Peninsula Hotel. Any item that caught Li Haoyu's eye, the latest Sony Walkman, limited edition Adidas sneakers, even a flashy watch branded with a name he could not decipher, was purchased without a second glance by Huo Tianyao. At last, he slipped a gilded supplementary credit card into Li Haoyu's hand. This card has a limit sufficient for any purchases appropriate to a student. Remember, only what a student should buy. Clutching the card, Li Haoyu felt as if he held a piece of scorching gold, his heart pounding wildly. The overwhelming material shock combined with Huo Tianyao's calm yet incisive words clashed fiercely within his 18-year-old mind. The following day, Li Haoyu returned to school laden with bags of spoils. Generously distributing some of the expensive snacks, clothes, and shoes to friends, he caused quite a stir. The brand-new Walkman and limited-edition sneakers made him the center of attention. Bathed in admiration and envy, Li Haoyu felt a heady sense of pride, though not earned through violence. This face bought with money seemed equally satisfying. However, his sudden extravagance soon attracted the notice of unsavory groups. One afternoon after school, mere steps from the gate, several figures blocked his path. Leading them was a blond youth nicknamed Fat Dog, barely in his 20s. Bearing a green serpent tattoo coiling his arm and the blue lantern emblem of the Hung Hing Society, a gang notorious for extorting protection fees near several schools and recruiting delinquent students. "Kid, you've been quite the big shot lately, huh?" Fat Dog drawled, cigarette dangling from his mouth as he scrutinized Li Haoyu's new attire with a sidelong glance. "Heard you struck it rich. You know the rules. In this world, you gotta pay tribute." Li Haoyu's heart tightened, but recalling what his third uncle had said, he feigned composure. "What rules? I don't know any." "Don't know, huh?" Fat Dog sneered and slapped Li Haoyu's cheek. "Let me tell you, every month, you pay this amount." He gestured vaguely. "Show some respect to Fat Dog, and I'll have your back around here. Otherwise." His gaze darkened ominously. Li Haoyu was both fearful and furious, uncertain how to respond, when one of Fat Dog's lackeys forcibly searched his wallet, scattering loose cash and the golden supplementary card onto the ground. "Whoa, what's this card? Looks badass," the lackey exclaimed. Fat Dog's eyes gleamed as he snatched the card, turning it over and over. "Damn, this is an HSBC gold card." He narrowed his eyes, then glanced at the flashy watch on Li Haoyu's wrist, its value unknown to him, his greed plainly evident. "Kid, looks like you've got some serious backing." Fat Dog clapped a possessive arm around Li Haoyu's shoulder, his tone suddenly amicable. "Hey, kid, you know who my big brother is? Bao Pai, one of the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay." At the mention of Bao Pai, Li Haoyu's heart skipped a beat. Among the youths, the most revered figure was Chun Haonan, the flamboyant current leader of the Hung Hing Society, a figure beyond their reach. Bao Pai was Chun Haonan's most trusted lieutenant. "Huh. You know how powerful that is now, huh?" Fat Dog boasted, tightening his grip. "Stick with us, call me Big Brother. I guarantee no one will dare mess with you. You'll live the high life." Had it been merely Fat Dog, a petty bully preying on students, Li Haoyu might have refused outright. But the prestige associated with Bao Pai, the prospect of working under his idol Chun Haonan, and his own vanity swayed him, and he nodded absent-mindedly. In the days that followed, under Fat Dog's deliberate flattery and protection, Li Haoyu swiftly rose to become the school's new sensation. Skipping classes, smoking, frequenting arcades and billiard halls with Fat Dog, though not yet involved in any serious misdeeds, the reputation of being a minion of Fat Dog's Hung Hing faction spread, causing ordinary students to steer clear. Prestige, genuine prestige. Yet, due to his continuous truancy and insolence towards teachers, his homeroom teacher's patience was exhausted. He was summoned to bring a guardian to school or face suspension. Li Haoyu was terrified, calling his rigid civil servant father. A severe beating was inevitable, perhaps even broken bones. Calling his eldest uncle Huo Tianyao, he could already picture the look of bitter disappointment in his uncle's eyes. After much deliberation, he dialed the number Huo Tianyao had given him. "Third uncle." Li Haoyu's voice quivered with tears. "The school wants to see a guardian." I don't dare call my dad or uncle. Could you come?" Silence hung on the other end for several seconds. When? In a historically significant and renowned secondary school on Hong Kong Island, the corridors of the administrative building were suffused with the scent of aged wood and books. Huo Tianyao followed Li Haoyu into the teacher's office. The door was ajar, and he rapped lightly upon it. "Please come in," came a clear and gentle female voice. Huo Tianyao pushed the door open, with Li Haoyu trailing behind him, his head hanging low. Inside the office sat a young female teacher, engrossed in the task of grading assignments. Upon hearing their footsteps, she lifted her gaze, and their eyes met. A rare moment of slight hesitation flickered across Huo Tianyao's typically impassive face. The teacher before him was quite youthful, perhaps around 23 or 24 years of age. Donned in a well-fitted light gray suit, her long hair loosely gathered at the back of her head, with a few stray strands cascading down her cheeks. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her complexion fair as snow, and her eyes particularly captivating, exuding a blend of clarity and an intelligent warmth. Yet at this moment, those beautiful eyes were rapidly overtaken by shock, bewilderment, and a hint of unexpected fluster. Several years prior, during a trip to Siam to handle a sensitive arms deal, he had serendipitously encountered her in a riverside bar in Bangkok, and they had shared a mesmerizing night together. It was she. He vaguely recalled that it was her graduation trip, during which she had introduced herself as Mary, expressing her aspiration to become a teacher. After that night, They had exchanged no contact information, like two intersecting lines that drifted apart. He had never anticipated encountering her again here, in such an unexpected manner. Chapter 27. The Indescribable Past with the Beautiful Homeroom Teacher. Ms. Ming evidently recognized him as well. The lesson plan book in her hand fell onto the desk with a soft thud, her cheeks flushing visibly as a delicate hue crept up to her ears. Instinctively, she raised a hand to tuck a few strands of hair behind her ear. A subtle gesture that resonated with her posture as she had combed her hair before the morning light at the hotel in Bangkok that fateful night. Li Haoyu, who had been following closely behind Huo Tianyao and was initially consumed by fear, suddenly sensed an unusual tension in the air. He stealthily lifted his gaze, first observing Ms. Meng, whose face had turned crimson and whose demeanor was evidently flustered. She was known for her gentle composure. When had he ever seen her like this? He then discreetly glanced at his towering uncle in front of him. Though his back remained straight, Li Haoyu felt as though his uncle had momentarily stiffened the instant he laid eyes on Ms. Meng. "Hello, may I ask if this is?" Ms. Meng began, her voice slightly strained as she endeavored to maintain her professional demeanor, yet the flicker in her eyes betrayed the tumult within. "I am Huo Tianyao, Li Haoyu's uncle," he interjected, swiftly suppressing all outward emotions. "Hua, Hua," Ms. Meng repeated the surname, casting a quick, complex glance at him. So this was indeed his true name. Taking a deep breath, she regained a semblance of composure by the time she looked up again, though the blush had yet to fully fade. "Hello, Mr. Hua, please have a seat." "Li Haoyu, you too," she gestured. Huo Tianyao took a seat across from the desk, while Li Haoyu slid onto a nearby chair, barely perching on the edge, his eyes darting between his uncle and Ms. Meng. Something felt amiss, distinctly amiss. The atmosphere between the two bore an inexplicable tension. It did not resemble the typical dynamic between a parent and a teacher meeting for the first time. Rather, it felt as if Li Haoyu's mind raced with scenes he had seen in films, yet he dismissed the notion as impossible. Ms. Meng began to articulate Li Haoyu's transgressions, her voice striving for steadiness and professionalism, though a barely perceptible tremor could be detected upon closer listening. Her gaze often fell upon the record book in her hands, but whenever she briefly met Huo Tianyao's eyes, she would quickly avert her gaze, as if scalded. Li Haoyu lowered his head, feigning earnest attention to the reprimand while his ears pricked up, his curiosity piqued. He noted that as Ms. Meng spoke, her fingers would unconsciously curl around the corners of the pages of her record book. Meanwhile, his uncle, though appearing calm and composed, occasionally tapped his index finger lightly against his knee, a small gesture Li Haoyu had observed over the past few days, a sign of his uncle's contemplation or discomfort. Could it be that his uncle and Ms. Meng were acquainted, and of a particularly special nature? Li Haoyu was taken aback by his own overactive imagination, his heart skipping a beat. Huo Tianyao listened quietly to Ms. Meng's objective assessment. Yet fragments of that night in Bangkok flickered through his mind, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of literature, her soft profile illuminated by the dim lights of the bar. He suppressed these untimely associations, feeling a dull ache in his stomach intensify. "That is the general situation," Ms. Meng concluded, gently closing the record book and looking towards Huo Tianyao. The professional concern in her eyes masked a deeper turmoil. "Mr. Hua, Li Haoyu is not inherently bad, but he is currently in a rebellious phase, susceptible to negative influences from his surroundings. The guidance and education from his family are of paramount importance. As his uncle, are you aware of his recent changes in friendships?" Huo Tianyao met her gaze. "I have only recently returned to Hong Kong Island. Thus I am not well acquainted with his past circumstances. I have noticed he has been somewhat overambitious lately, so I took him out to broaden his horizons. My intention was to expose him to a wider path. Perhaps my approach was misguided, or my provision of pocket money inadvertently fueled his vanity. As for his associations with individuals from outside, I will handle it. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to you and the school, Ms. Meng." Ms. Meng regarded him, momentarily at a loss for words. "Handle it? How will you handle it?" She could not help but recall that night when, after receiving a phone call, his demeanor had transformed into something cold and sharp. "Mr. Hua," she carefully chose her words, "educating children requires patience and strategy. Resorting to violence or overly harsh measures may yield counterproductive results." Huo Tianyao discerned the implied meaning behind her words. It seemed she had misunderstood him. Hitting children? He had no interest in that. He nodded slightly. "I understand your concerns. Rest assured, I will have a proper conversation with him." It felt as though the dialogue was drawing to a close, yet the air in the office remained subtly charged. If there is nothing further, Huo Tianyao prepared to rise, and Li Haoyu stood up eagerly beside him. "Mr. Hua." Suddenly, Teacher Meng called out to him, her fingers unconsciously curling the corner of her notebook. "Li Haoyu, you may step out first. I need to have a private conversation with your uncle." "All right, Teacher Meng." Li Haoyu nodded obediently, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He lingered between the two, glancing back and forth several times before finally exiting. The door clicked shut. In the solitude of the room, the thought struck Teacher Ming that she was alone with a man. Her cheeks flushed. Mr. Huo, about that night. Rest assured, it's all in the past. Huo Tianyao interjected, his tone flat, as if to delineate a boundary. Teacher Ming was momentarily taken aback. She yearned to express that it was her first experience. And since then, she hadn't dated anyone. Yet, in Huo's expressionless eyes, there seemed to be no recollection of that night. A pang of hurt pricked her heart, and the words she longed to say lodged in her throat. She managed a somewhat forced, professional smile and nodded. Well, that's good. I hope Li Haoyu can correct his behavior soon. Huo Tianyao nodded, rose, and opened the door before stepping out. The office door gently closed, leaving Teacher Ming seated in her chair, motionless for a long while. On the desk, the name Huo Tianyao, which she had just written, gradually blurred before her eyes. Meanwhile, outside, Huo Tianyao strode down the empty corridor, his footsteps resonating clearly. Li Haoyu trailed half a step behind, fidgeting as a multitude of questions bubbled within him, his curiosity clawing at him like a cat. After walking a short distance, as they approached the stairs, Li Haoyu could no longer contain himself. He quickened his pace to catch up with Huo Tianyao, lowering his voice and brimming with barely concealed gossip and excitement. Third uncle. Third uncle. Huo Tianyao glanced at him without breaking stride. That Teacher Ming of yours. Li Haoyu raised his eyebrows. Did you know her before? I saw Teacher Ming blush when she saw you. The atmosphere between you two just now. TSK, there's definitely something there. Huo Tianyao halted and turned his head, but did not respond. Instead, he inquired, do you truly wish to join a club? Li Haoyu was momentarily stunned. His third uncle had evaded the question. What did that imply? It affirmed his suspicions. His mind began to stage a grand drama of love and hate. He hadn't anticipated that his seemingly cold and formidable third uncle had such a past with his class teacher. Chapter 28. Li Haoyu was astonished. Was Liang Kuan truly so obedient to his third uncle? What are you thinking? Huo Tianyao's voice snapped Li Haoyu back from his myriad of speculations. Huh. He paused, offering an awkward smile. The club? Huo Tianyao stopped, turning to face him. Did you not think it would be impressive to be a gangster? I want you to see what real gangsters are like. Li Haoyu's heart raced, a mix of anticipation and unease swirling within him. Huo Tianyao said no more, instead retrieving a large mobile phone and dialing a number. The call connected swiftly. It's me, Huo Tianyao. On the other end, Liang Kuan, clearly caught off guard by a call from this formidable figure, responded with utmost caution and respect. Mr. Huo, why are you personally calling? Is there something you need? I have a favor to ask. I have a nephew, Li Haoyu. He's a young man lacking experience and is quite curious about your line of work. Huo Tianyao's tone remained even. I want him to accompany your subordinates to gain some insight into the most fundamental, arduous, and perilous tasks. Li Haoyu's eyes widened in disbelief at the side. Most dangerous? Was his third uncle sending him to his doom? On the other end, Liang Kuan fell silent, evidently in a quandary. Taking on an inexperienced novice, especially one who was the nephew of Mr. Huo, was a double-edged sword. Mr. Huo, the Underworld is treacherous, and danger lurks everywhere. Should anything happen to your nephew? Liang Kuan treaded carefully. I am aware, Huo Tianyao interrupted. Thus, it is merely for observation. He may witness debt collection, horse racing, and even the more chaotic scenes, but one thing is imperative. His voice dipped to a chilling tone. He must not suffer even a scratch. If a single hair is harmed, I will hold you accountable. The calmness of his words sent a shiver down Liang Kuan's spine. Ensure that this young master remains unharmed, while taking him to the most perilous situations. Huo Tianyao's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it bore a weight that Liang Kuan found difficult to dismiss. Liang Kuan, Huo Tianyao's tone softened. Do me this favor, and I will owe you a personal favor. Should you encounter trouble in Southeast Asia in the future, you may invoke my name. Invoke his name. Liang Kuan's heart raced. Though he was unaware of Huo Tianyao's exact dealings, the reactions from the drug lords in the Golden Triangle last time, coupled with the subsequent inquiries that were shrouded in secrecy, indicated that this man was anything but ordinary. His reputation would surely hold weight. You're too kind, Mr. Huo. I must help. Liang Kuan switched to a resolute tone. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. Your nephew will have a comprehensive experience, and not a single hair will be harmed. Good. Huo Tianyao ended the call and turned to the now astounded Li Haoyu. Did you hear? Starting tomorrow, I will inform your uncle to take you for some social practice. You will follow the Hongxing members, observe more, speak less, and refrain from making any rash movements. Li Haoyu swallowed hard. Third uncle, who was that Liang Kuan you just spoke with? Didn't Ti mention? He asked with Hongxing. The Liang Kuan from Hong Kong's Hongxing? He should be, yes. Huo Tianyao remarked casually, resuming his stride. Li Haoyu stood frozen, eyes wide, staring incredulously at Huo Tianyao's retreating figure, filled with shock and disbelief. How could his third uncle know Liang Kuan? Moreover, judging by his tone, it seemed he regarded him with disdain. This was unfathomable. Even his idol, Chun Haonan, had to respectfully address Liang Kuan as Brother Kuan. Third uncle, you must be joking. He hurriedly caught up. How could Liang Kuan possibly heed your words? You're pulling my leg, right? Huo Tianyao cast a sidelong glance at him, his pace unyielding. You will find out tomorrow. The next day, Li Haoyu accompanied Huo Tianyao to a film company located in a high-rise building in Mongkok, where he finally met the legendary Liang Kuan. He trembled with excitement. This single event was enough to fuel his bragging rights for an entire year at school. As the events unfolded, he was left utterly astounded. The formidable leader of Hung Hing in Mongkok, reduced to serving tea and offering compliments to Uncle San with utmost deference. Uncle San, surprisingly unruffled, exhibited an air of calm assurance throughout the exchange. Li Haoyu, enveloped in a haze of confusion, remained dazed until Huo Tianyao departed. It was only then that he was escorted by Liang Kuan and the dim-witted Chong to a gaming hall, where he was handed over to a young fellow known as Pighead. Listen up, you're going to experience a few days under Chong Gu's instructions, Pighead remarked, his tone laced with indifference and annoyance. Stay sharp, keep your mouth shut. If I say hide, you hide. If I say run, you run. Li Haoyu, bewildered, could only nod in response. In the ensuing days, Li Haoyu followed Pighead, collecting protection fees, observing the scene, and even attending a settlement meeting. The atmosphere, fraught with tension, haunted him with nightmares for several nights. This was a far cry from the grandiosity he had imagined. One afternoon, Pighead received alarming news. His expression tightening. Tonight, we face a tough battle. The East Star San Mantis has overstepped their bounds. Kuan Gu and Boss B are teaming up. We'll send 60 men, while Boss B will bring 40 to negotiate with the opposition. Chong Gu insisted I bring you along. Keep close to me and stay out of sight. Another negotiation? And with a significantly larger group than before? A flicker of fear crossed Li Haoyu's eyes. Yet the rebellious spirit and pride of youth prevented him from retreating, compelling him to nod resolutely. At 3 a.m, in the abandoned warehouse district of Kowloon City, the moonlight cast a dim pallor. The Hung Hing crew arrived in droves, a sea of darkness. Chong and Chun Haonan led the charge, standing at the forefront, while Pighead positioned Li Haoyu at the rear. The East Star San Mantis emerged from the alley, and both sides faced off. Just as Chong was about to speak, a few figures burst forth from the flank of the Hung Hing crowd, led by Fei Go. The moment Fei Go appeared, he zeroed in on Li Haoyu, hurling vitriol. Li Haoyu, you son of ABTCH. No wonder you haven tea answer my calls. So you've turned traitor and sided with Liang Kuan, huh? With this outburst, every gaze turned towards Li Haoyu. Chong's expression darkened, while Chun Haonan frowned, and the Sand Mantis smirked. Fei Go, what the hell are you doing? Chong barked, get lost. Fei Go, somewhat intimidated by Chong, took a hesitant step back, glancing at his superior, Bao Pai. Chong, this kid is under my wing. Bao Pai interjected, pointing at Li Haoyu. You're trying to poach my man, aren't you? Chong was taken aback, then retorted coldly, what nonsense is this? Who do you think you are? Bao Pai, enraged, shot back, you bastard. Enough. Chun Haonan interjected sharply, his expression darkening. It was embarrassing for their faction to confront another sect of their own publicly. With a fleeting glance at Chun Haonan, Chong observed the seething Bao Pai and sneered. Bao Pai, can't you hear what your boss is saying? Take your men and get lost. Don't make a fool of yourselves here and give the East Star something to laugh about. Fueled by humiliation, Bao Pai, now further incensed by Chun Haonan's reprimand, retorted, Chong, don't think you can intimidate me. This kid is mine, and if I don't get an explanation today, we're not done. Chun Haonan, with a scowl, glanced at the mocking Sand Mantis, reluctant to escalate the situation further. Chong's expression turned icy. What kind of explanation do you want? Have this traitor come over and bow to me in apology. Bao Pai glared menacingly at Li Haoyu. You're crazy. Chong, now angered himself, countered. Who do you think you are? In an instant, both factions began to shove each other, curses flying. Damn your mother. Want to fight? Come on. The scene teetered on the brink of chaos. The Sand Mantis, arms crossed, watched with keen interest. Just then, one of their men pointed at Hung Hing, shouting something. Amidst the turmoil, someone threw the first punch, and in an instant, a Hung Hing member was knocked to the ground with a resounding thud. That single act was like igniting a powder keg. Fight! Take down the East Star. The standoff between Hung Hing and East Star erupted into a full-blown melee. Chong and Bao Pai, disregarding their earlier quarrel, charged into battle against East Star. The warehouse transformed into a scene of pandemonium. Amidst the cacophony of shouts, screams, clashing metal, and bodies colliding, shadows danced in the moonlight, blades glimmering ominously. Pighead shielded Li Haoyu, retreating to a darker corner, cursing under his breath, damn it. It's really happening. Stay low. Don't look up. Li Haoyu, paralyzed by fear, curled up behind a tire, trembling uncontrollably. He witnessed a Hung Hing member get his arm severed, blood spraying as he collapsed, wailing in agony. The overwhelming stench of blood filled his nostrils, and his stomach churned, almost causing him to vomit. In the chaos, Fei Go, seizing the moment when attention waned, crept towards Li Haoyu's south hiding place wielding a cleaver. "You brat! You've made my boss lose face." Fei Go's face contorted with rage as he swung the blade towards Li Haoyu's back. "Watch out, pighead!" Catching a glimpse, shouted in horror, but it was too late. Li Haoyu felt Silly Chong caught a glimpse, and his heart sank. It was over. Blood had been shed. How was he to explain this to Brother Kowloon and Mr. Hua? A surge of fierce determination erupted within him as he swung the iron pipe, knocking down two assailants who rushed at him. He swiftly pulled up the nearly unconscious Li Haoyu and shouted at Pighead, "Protect him! Let us go!" Silly Chong, along with Pighead and several trusted confidants, fought desperately to carve a bloody path through the chaos, shielding the injured Li Haoyu as they stumbled out of the tumultuous fray and into the dark alley nearby, sprinting for safety. In the shadowy recesses of the warehouse's ceiling, two figures, as if fused with the darkness, observed everything below with cold detachment. One of them, armed with a sniper rifle, kept his finger poised on the trigger until he saw Silly Chong escorting Li Haoyu to safety, at which point he slightly relaxed. Subject 1 is injured, with a laceration on the left arm, moderate blood loss, but not life-threatening. He has been successfully extracted, he murmured into a miniature earpiece. The calm response that followed was, "Received. Continue covert observation to ensure subject's safe return. The boss instructs, intervene only if life is at stake." Understood. Silly Chong and his companions ran until they were certain they had evaded any potential pursuers, finally stopping at a secluded alleyway. Li Haoyu's face was ashen, and he slid down against the wall, the wound on his arm still oozing blood, causing him to gasp in agony. Pighead tore off a strip from his own shirt, hastily using it to staunch the bleeding. Panting heavily, Silly Chong looked at Li Haoyu's wretched and pained expression. Recalling the harrowing scene they had just escaped and the instructions from Liang Kowloon, a wave of dread and agitation washed over him. "Get him back!" Silly Chong shouted at Pighead, then turned to Li Haoyu, his tone complex. "Little brother, you witnessed it tonight. This is the reality of the underworld. It's not the glamorous life you imagined. It's a matter of survival. We fought tooth and nail to protect you today, but blades are blind. And you can't blame us for this injury." Barely able to speak, Li Haoyu was taken back to the small building in Sham Shui Pa. The wound had received only basic treatment, yet pain and blood loss left him utterly weakened, compounded by the tremendous psychological shock. Huo Tianyao observed the blood-stained sleeve and pale visage of Li Haoyu, his expression inscrutable. He merely gestured for him to sit down and proceeded to re-examine, cleanse, and bandage the wound with practiced steadiness. "Third uncle," Li Haoyu's voice trembled, laced with tears and fear. I nearly died. They truly intended to kill me. Now you understand?" Huo Tianyao secured the bandage with a knot. Li Haoyu nodded vigorously, tears finally spilling down his cheeks. "I understand. I no longer wish to be a lowly mule. I want to return to studying, to study diligently." He gazed at his bandaged arm, where a dull ache persisted. A poignant reminder of the night's harrowing events. The gruesome images, the ghastly face of Fat Dog, the cold edge of the blade. And Silly Chong's frantic rescue flooded his mind. All fantasies of grandeur shattered in that moment, leaving only the terror of survival and a yearning for a mundane existence. Huo Tianyao observed the extinguished flame in Li Haoyu's eyes and the profound fear etched across his features, recognizing that although the lesson was brutal, it had been effective. Some paths, once taken, offer no turning back, and some lessons can only be truly understood through personal experience. Chapter 30. The Triad forces actively support Huo Tianyao. As Li Haoyu donned his backpack to return to school, in this surreal and dreamlike period, he came to grasp many truths. Yet the most significant realization was the true enigma and prowess of his third uncle. Names like Chun Haonan and Liang Kowloon paled in comparison. From this moment on, his sole idol would be his third uncle, Huo Tianyao. Sis Shue's boyfriend? Third uncle? I'm not quite sure. I haven't heard Sis Shue mention it. Well then, I'll find an opportunity to ask for you. Huo Tianyao's words were treated as gospel by Li Haoyu. As for why third uncle was inquiring about this matter, it was quite obvious. He was simply a caring person, concerned for his niece, which was entirely normal. The following morning, at the Hung Ki Tea restaurant, Huo Tianyao sat alone in his usual spot by the window, the milk tea before him long since gone cold. A dull ache persisted in his stomach as he gazed vacantly out at the street scene. The bell at the door jingled urgently. Liang Kowloon entered, accompanied by two subordinates, burdened with bags of expensive nutritional supplements. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao, his face immediately transformed, filled with apprehension and trepidation. "Mr. Hua, I sincerely apologize for not taking better care of Haoyu. Please accept this as a means to help him recover, Liang Kuan said, lowering himself significantly as he set the items down. Huo Tianyao did not regard the offerings, but slowly turned his head, his gaze settling calmly upon Liang Kuan's face. That placid yet piercing stare sent chills down Liang Kuan's spine, making him feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Mr. Huo. Liang Kuan's throat went dry. Rest assured, I will ensure this matter is resolved satisfactorily for you. Huo Tianyao remained silent, taking a sip of the cold milk tea and shifting his gaze back to the window. This oppressive silence instilled greater fear in Liang Kuan than any reprimand could. He comprehended that this situation would not be easily brushed aside. Mr. Huo, I will take care of it right away, Liang Kuan hastily declared, leaving the items behind as he made a hasty exit. Once outside the tea restaurant, the warm breeze finally allowed Liang Kuan to catch his breath. Yet the weight on his heart felt heavier than ever. He wiped the cold sweat from his brow, his expression hardening. To Causeway Bay. Find Chen Haonan. In Causeway Bay. Chen Haonan's bar was not yet open for business. Liang Kuan, flanked by 20 or so subordinates, confronted the entrance with an imposing demeanor. Chen Haonan emerged with the Tian Air, Bao Pai, Chow Pai, and others, and the two parties faced each other in the street. Kuan brother. What else with this grand display? Chen Haonan frowned. Deliver fat dog to me. Liang Kuan pointed at Bao Pai. Bao Pai's expression changed. Kuan brother. It was a misunderstanding yesterday. Chen Haonan attempted to smooth things over. Fat dog acted impulsively, and it was Silly Chong who instigated first. Misunderstanding my foot. Liang Kuan exploded. If he has not handed over today, this matter is far from over. As the conflict escalated, Big Brother B hurriedly arrived on the scene. Kuan, calm down. Big Brother B stood between them. Yesterday's incident was chaotic. Both sides share blame. Moreover, Silly Chong instigated it first, while Fat Dog retaliated later. I suggest we let this matter rest. We are all brothers of the Hung Hing. We shouldn't let outsiders laugh at us. Under normal circumstances, for such a minor issue, Big Brother B would have had enough standing to smooth things over, and Liang Kuan would likely have accepted a token compensation and moved on. But today was different. The memory of Huo Tianyao's eerily calm gaze sent shivers through Liang Kuan's bones. B brother, it's not that I don't respect you. I'm telling you. Fat Dog must be handed over today. No one's face will matter. The expression on Boss B's face darkened as he exclaimed, Kuan, must you incite discord among our own for the sake of a mere student? He is no ordinary student. Liang Kuan blurted out, only to immediately clamp his mouth shut. The Golden Triangle had instructed him not to divulge Huo Tianyao's identity carelessly, lest it bring unimaginable calamities upon him. In any case, I must take this person away. Step aside, Boss B, Liang Kuan shouted through clenched teeth. The two factions immediately bristled with tension, shoving and cursing at one another. On the verge of erupting into a full-blown melee, bystanders scurried away, and shopkeepers hurriedly closed their doors. At that critical moment, a sudden screech of brakes echoed from the street corner. 7 or 8 vans sped towards them, halting abruptly across the street. The doors swung open with a clatter, and 3 to 4 dozen rugged men in mismatched attire poured out, each bearing a fierce glint in their eyes. At the forefront stood Chong Fa, the formidable leader of the Dongxing Society. The appearance of Chong Fa rendered both sides momentarily speechless. What brought the Dongxing crew here? He strode directly into the fray, his gaze sweeping over Liang Kuan before settling on Boss B and Chen Haonan, finally landing on Bao Pai, his voice icy. I have heard that someone from Hongxing has harmed my brother's nephew. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Brother's nephew? Who? Liang Kuan's heart stirred, a vague realization dawning on him. Boss B replied in a deep tone, Chong Fa, this is a family matter for Hongxing and does not concern Dongxing. Does not concern me? Chong Fa sneered. Isn't it your Hongxing faction that injured Li Haoyu? Bao Pai's face turned even paler. Li Haoyu is the nephew of my brother Zhang Yongjia. Chong Fa emphasized each word. Ajai is my brother, and his nephew is, in essence, my own. If your Hongxing faction has harmed my brother's nephew, tell me, how is this not my concern? The Dongxing men he brought stepped forward menacingly, intensifying the already complex situation. Boss B's expression was grim. Dealing with Liang Kuan was already a challenge. And now with Chong Fa's involvement, the situation had escalated. Chong Fa, it was a misunderstanding yesterday, Boss B attempted to explain. A misunderstanding? Chong Fa interrupted. My nephew now has 7 stitches in his arm, and you dare tell me it was a misunderstanding? I warn you, if the perpetrator is not handed over today, Chong Fa, will not let this go. The 3 factions formed a precarious and dangerous standoff in the street. The air seemed to thicken, filled solely with heavy breaths and suppressed fury. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, a brash honking erupted from the street corner. A convoy of black sedans, led by a roaring Hummer, screeched to a halt. The doors swung open, and dozens of expressionless men in black suits swiftly emerged. D, from Lianxing, stepped down from the Hummer, cigar in hand, swaggering as he surveyed the chaotic assembly before him, scoffing. Wow, is it always this lively in Causeway Bay? Is Hongxing not enough for a brawl? Does Dongxing wish to join the fray as well? Should I stoke the flames further? The faces of those from Hongxing and Dongxing shifted dramatically. D's sudden appearance with such a contingent signaled that he was not here for trivial matters. Boss B spoke gravely. D, this is a matter between Hongxing and Dongxing. There is no need for you and Lianxing to concern yourselves. A matter between Hongxing and Dongxing? D removed his cigar, blowing out a smoke ring, casting a sideways glance at Liang Kuan and Chang Fa. Is it Hongxing that has harmed someone who should not have been touched? Does this concern me and Lianxing? Liang Kuan and Chang Fa felt a chill run down their spines. Rumors had circulated about a close connection between Lianxing and Huo Tianyao, and it now seemed all too true. D's expression suddenly hardened as he crushed his cigar beneath his foot, pointing at Boss B and Chun Haonan, cursing. I'll be damned. Do you lot not care about your livelihoods anymore? You dare to lay hands on Mr. Huo's nephew? Are you seeking death, Mr. Huo? Boss B, Chun Haonan, and all their subordinates stood frozen in shock. Which Mr. Huo? Chang Fa's eyes flickered. He knew more than Boss B and felt an even deeper shock. D scanned the crowd, his voice rising with menace. I care not for your Hongxing and Dongxing grievances. Let me be clear. That fellow known as Fat Dog must be handed over. Anyone who dares to touch Mr. Huo must be prepared to face the dire consequences. If your Hongxing refuses to comply, it shall be seen as a personal affront to me, D, and to Lianxing. At that point, do not blame me for disregarding the code of the Underworld. The men in suits he brought stepped forward menacingly, exuding an overwhelming pressure. Boss B's face turned ashen. He was completely bewildered. How could a mere student be entangled with Chang Fa from Dongxing and provoke such a formidable intervention from D of Lianxing? Who exactly was this Mr. Huo? At that moment, Chang Fa was also shaken. He had an inkling that Huo Tianyao was no ordinary individual, but he never anticipated that even Lianxing's D would be so fearful, willing to offend Hongxing entirely to stand up for Huo Tianyao. Chun Haonan clenched his fists, glancing at Bao Pai, who appeared deathly pale and was trembling all over. Chapter 31. Jiang Tianxing bows his head. Li Haoyu's renown spreads far and wide. The events unfolding in Causeway Bay quickly reached the ears of Hongxing's leader, Jiang Tianxing. What? Chang Fa and D have both intervened? Just who is this Li Haoyu? Why is Liang Kuan so protective of him? And why have Chang Fa and D come because of him? Beside him, the composed Hongxings by Zhishan, Qinyao, remarked. I have heard that this Li Haoyu is the nephew of Mr. Huo. Mr. Huo? Who? From the Huo family? Impossible. Upon hearing the surname Huo, Jiang Tianxing's first thought was of the Huo family on the island, but then he reconsidered. The Huo family was well known, and if there were such a nephew, they would surely be aware. Jiang Tianxing's brow furrowed deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he called Dongxing's leader, Lao Tu. Mr. Huo? Not from the Huo family? Is it just such a trivial matter? All right, Ah Shang, I will call Chang Fa and ask him to return. However, when the call was made, Chang Fa outright dismissed Lao Tu's authority as a leader. With the reason of his brother's nephew being harmed, Lao Tu could not maintain a hard stance. I'm sorry, Ah Shang. Let the young people handle their own affairs. Jiang Tianxing's expression darkened. He had a strong intuition that this Mr. Huo was not to be trifled with. After much deliberation, the call eventually reached Fat Deng, who did not speak directly but advised Jiang Tianxing to tread carefully and not offend those who should not be offended over such a trivial matter. Jiang Tianxing was left stunned for a while before making a difficult decision. Let them hand over the person. Qinyao nodded and picked up the phone. Causeway Bay. Though Boss B was filled with anger, he recognized that he could not withstand the pressure today. A formidable Liang Kuan combined with the long-haired Eastern Star was already a challenge, and now with the clearly more formidable, larger presence of Big D, any confrontation would undoubtedly lead to their defeat. At this moment, a call from Qinyao came through. AB, Mr. Jiang has instructed you to hand over someone. Boss B was taken aback, questioning, why? Who exactly is the other party? Yet, Qinyao was equally in the dark and could not provide an explanation. After hanging up, Boss B took a deep breath and exchanged a glance with Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan gritted his teeth and whispered something to Bao Pai. Stumbling, Bao Pai rushed back to the bar, and shortly after, emerged with the trembling Fat Dog in tow. Fat Dog had been eavesdropping and was terrified, knowing that all three factions were after him, his face pale and barely able to stand. Big D nodded in satisfaction and gestured to his subordinates. Take him away. Two suited men stepped forward, dragging Fat Dog to the car like a lifeless animal. Only then did Big D turn his attention to Liang Kuan and the long-haired man. Casually patting Liang Kuan on the shoulder and nodding at the long-haired one, his tone laden with significance. Kuan, long hair, go back and tell Mr. Huo that I've taken the person. I guarantee it will be handled cleanly. If anything arises in Hong Kong Island in the future, feel free to call me. With that, he turned and entered the vehicle, the convoy departing with haste, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a profound shock among the onlookers. Boss B's face turned ashen as he first looked at Liang Kuan. Kuan, who exactly is this Mr. Hua? He then glanced at the long-haired man, asking, Long hair. Do you know as well? Long hair exchanged a glance with Liang Kuan, remaining silent, merely clasping his hands in respect towards Boss B. Brother B. My apologies for the disturbance today. I shall treat you to tea another day. With that, he swiftly departed with the Eastern Star crew. He needed to inform Zhang Yongjia about this matter, or rather, Huo Tianyao, to see if there was an opportunity to connect with this enigmatic figure. Liang Kuan, too, dared not linger, hastily making his exit. In the tea restaurant, Huo Tianyao listened to the reports from Liang Kuan and Long Hair as they returned, his expression remaining inscrutable, merely responding with a soft hum. It was as if the loyalty displayed by the Eastern Star's Long Hair and the assertive intervention of Lianxing's Big D were merely trifling matters. Both Liang Kuan and Long Hair, separated by the phone line, could sense an unfathomable calmness. This was the essence of a true boss. Without making an appearance, without a word spoken, different factions and leaders were eager to resolve issues on his behalf, clearing obstacles from his path. The events unfolding in Causeway Bay spread like wildfire throughout every corner of the Hong Kong underworld. Have you heard? There's an internal conflict in Hongqing. And the Eastern Star's Long Hair, along with Lianxing's Big D, have brought their men. What student are they after? That's Mr. Hua's nephew. Mr. Hua? Which Mr. Hua? I don't know. But even Big D and Long Hair call him sir. Liang Kuan is like a dog in front of him. Wow. So formidable. The name Huo Tianyao, though still shrouded in mystery, left an indelible mark of awe among countless henchmen, grass shoes, and even higher-ups through the gathering of these three factions. True power isn't something you announce. It's when you sit there and legends about you circulate in the underworld, with countless individuals eager to vouch for you. Huo Tianyao lifted his cup, only to find the milk tea had grown entirely cold. He set down the cup and gazed out the window. Beneath the skies of Hong Kong Island, undercurrents surged because of him, ripples expanding outward due to his presence. And he sat there quietly, awaiting the dwindling moments of time to pass slowly. The turmoil in Causeway Bay gradually subsided, yet its ripples continued to spread both within and beyond the campus. Since that meeting with Huo Tianyao, the homeroom teacher, Meng Jiahui, had noticeably increased her attention towards Li Haoyu. It wasn't favoritism, rather. She would inquire a bit more about his schoolwork after class, gently reminding him when he seemed distracted. Occasionally calling him to her office to kindly ask about the healing of his arm injury and reminding him to rest. She would even bring him some of his favorite snacks. The concern in her eyes was delicate and sincere, warming Li Haoyu's heart. Yet he sensed an underlying emotion intertwined within this care. A more significant change occurred in the vicinity of the school. Those small-time thugs who used to loiter at street corners, occasionally blocking students to extort pocket money or cigarettes, now averted their gazes upon seeing Li Haoyu in his school uniform, hastily clearing the path whenever they spotted him. Li Haoyu's status at school gradually became nuanced. Previously an ordinary student, he now found some delinquents from other classes approaching him, offering cigarettes and water, or fawningly calling him Brother Yu. Even more astonishing, 2 students from the neighboring vocational school actually waited at the school gate for him, stammering that they wished to follow him as his underlings. That day after school, this scene happened to be witnessed by Teacher Meng as she exited the school. Her brows immediately furrowed as she quickly approached. In a serious tone, she exclaimed, Li Haoyu, why are you associating with those people outside? Li Haoyu was startled, hastily waving his hands. Teacher Meng, no, I'm not associating with them. They came to me. I sent them away. He paused, a complex and helpless expression beyond his years appearing on his face. They must be looking at my uncle's face. Your uncle? Teacher Meng's gaze flickered. Yes. Li Haoyu nodded, about to boast about his uncle, when Teacher Meng suddenly asked, I heard you haven't been home. Staying at your uncle's? And your uncle too? Li Haoyu detected something amiss. Teacher Meng was inquiring about his uncle. Could it be that they truly had some connection? Remembering that his uncle had remained single all these years, he quickly added, my uncle has been doing big business outside for over a decade. He just returned to Hong Kong Island not long ago and is temporarily staying at my uncle's place. He is really impressive. In truth, it was unnecessary for Li Haoyu to elaborate. Teacher Meng already understood. The brief encounter in Bangkok, Huo Tianyao's eloquence, extravagant demeanor, and those unfathomable eyes were far from ordinary. Yet, at that moment, seeing Li Haoyu's bright, adoring gaze, Teacher Ming's complex emotions surged once again. She fell silent for a few seconds, as if suddenly recalling something. Ah, yes, the school has recently been promoting homeschool collaboration. They require homeroom teachers to conduct home visits for some students, to gain a deeper understanding of their family environment and educational support. You've changed quite a bit recently. So I'd like to visit your home and communicate with your parents. Li Haoyu was momentarily stunned, But then a spark of curiosity flared up within him. Teacher Ming is coming to my home? Is it a genuine home visit, or simply a pretext to see my uncle? Embarrassing images flashed through his mind. He hastily nodded, nodding vigorously. Sure. Teacher Ming, when will you come? I'll ask my uncle to get ready. The tone of his last words carried a subtle undercurrent of excitement and anticipation. Teacher Ming's cheeks flushed slightly. Glancing at her wristwatch, she said, right now then. I'll drive you home. Chapter 32. A confession from the nephew's homeroom teacher. Teacher Ming drove a brand new Crown as she and Li Haoyu headed toward Sham Shui Po. She was dressed casually today, a beige thin sweater, light-colored trousers. Her long hair flowing smoothly over her shoulders. Her profile, bathed in the sunset's glow, exuded a gentle elegance. Teacher Ming. Li Haoyu finally burst out after holding it in for a while, cautiously asking, did you know my uncle before? Teacher Ming's grip on the steering wheel tightened imperceptibly. Her gaze remained fixed ahead, and her voice was calm. Why do you ask? Just a feeling. Li Haoyu scratched his head. Last time in the office. The two of you seemed strange. Teacher Ming did not answer immediately. After a long pause, she sighed softly. I suppose we've met once a long time ago. This confirmed Li Haoyu's suspicions. When the car arrived in Sham Shui Po, Li Haoyu directed Teacher Ming to park near Hung Ki Cafe. My eldest uncle owns that cafe right ahead. My uncle often hangs out there, Li Haoyu said. The two entered the cafe. It was nearing evening, and there were few customers. The counter was manned by a hired assistant. Huo Tianyao was absent. Li Haoyu's eyes brightened as he scanned the room. In the familiar old spot by the window sat Huo Tianyao alone, nursing a cup of milk tea, gazing out the window. His silhouette conveyed a solitary melancholy that seemed incongruous with the bustling surroundings. Uncle, Li Haoyu called out. Huo Tianyao turned his head at the sound. When his eyes met those of Teacher Ming, who followed Li Haoyu inside, the usual calm on his face momentarily froze, then quickly resumed its normal composure. Teacher Ming's heart skipped a beat. She looked at him with a complex gaze. He appeared thinner than the last time at school. His complexion still pale under the warm yellow light of the cafe. Mr. Hua, Teacher Ming spoke first, striving to sound natural. The school arranged this home visit so I could see the family environment of Li Haoyu. Huo Tianyao rose and nodded slightly. Teacher Ming, please sit. His demeanor was polite yet distant, entirely that of a typical parent meeting a teacher. Teacher Ming sat opposite him. Li Haoyu, ever alert, darted to the counter to order 2 lemon teas, then returned to sit beside Huo Tianyao, his eyes furtively flicking between the two. Li Haoyu has shown marked improvement at school recently, focusing much more in class, Teacher Ming began, adopting a professional tone in fulfilling her home visit duties. This progress owes much to familial support. Mr. Hua, you have been attentive to Haoyu, even coming to school specially last time. It's my duty, Huo Tianyao replied evenly. With his parents away and his elder brother busy, I try to keep an eye on him whenever I can. After a brief exchange about Li Haoyu's academic performance, an awkward silence settled. The evening news played softly on the cafe's television, and the assistant's activity in the kitchen made their table's quietness all the more pronounced. Teacher Ming studied Huo Tianyao's pale face and the subtle fatigue in his eyes. Remembering Li Haoyu's mention of his uncle's stomach troubles, she gently inquired, Mr. Hua, are you well? You don't look very healthy. Huo Tianyao glanced at her, his gaze profound and inscrutable. An old ailment. It's nothing. Thank you for your concern. The polite thanks felt distant. Teacher Ming's eyes dimmed slightly as she nodded and took a sip of her lemon tea, masking her inner disappointment. Seeing this, Li Haoyu slyly gave Huo Tianyao a meaningful look. Teacher Ming, uncle, you two talk. I'm going out to play for a while. With that, he dashed out of the cafe. Meanwhile, the last table of customers settled their bills and left. The assistant glanced at Huo Tianyao and Teacher Ming before retreating to the kitchen to begin cleaning. The cafe was left with only the two of them. Teacher Ming gripped the cold glass tightly, her fingertips pressing slightly. Scenes from that night in Bangkok flashed uncontrollably in her mind. Since their last reunion, she had dreamed every night of those blushing moments. She drew a deep breath and summoned perhaps the greatest courage of her life. Her voice was soft, nearly drowned by the television's murmur, yet clear enough to make her own heart pound. Mr. Hua, she began, her gaze fixed on the lemon slice in her glass. I have never regretted what happened in Bangkok. Huo Tianyao's fingers tightened subtly around his milk tea cup. He lifted his eyes to meet hers. Teacher Ming did not shy away, raising her head. Her clear eyes now brimmed with complex emotions, tender memories, the thrill of reunion, and a touch of fearless resolve. I know that to you, it may have been merely a fleeting episode during a journey, she continued slowly, weighing each word carefully, but to me, it was not. Over the years, I turned many suitors away, not out of arrogance, but because something always felt missing, until I met you in Bangkok. She paused, her cheeks faintly flushed. Yet her gaze remained resolute. I am aware there is much about each other we do not understand. Your world seems distant from mine, but I want to try to understand it. Teacher Ming was interrupted by Huo Tianyao. He looked at the brave woman confessing before him. The light in her eyes was pure and sincere, tinged with a fervent warmth. Yet he could not, and should not, respond. Teacher Ming, Huo Tianyao slowly began to speak. Each word articulated with clarity and a calm demeanor, imbued with an unyielding resolution that brooked no argument. You are exceptional, a commendable teacher, destined for a splendid future. However, between us, it is impossible. The color drained rapidly from Teacher Ming's face. Her hand trembled slightly as it gripped the cup. Huo Tianyao averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of her any longer. The incident in Bangkok was an unfortunate accident, one that had long since concluded. My life, my world, is entirely different from what you envision. Drawing closer to me will bring you no benefit, only ensnare you in a maelstrom you cannot possibly navigate. He paused. A sharp pain pierced his abdomen, causing him to furrow his brow almost imperceptibly. We are like two intersecting lines, having shared a singular point. Thereafter, we should each continue along our original paths, never to intersect again. This is the best choice for you. Danger? Trouble? Teacher Ming's voice quavered, her eyes uncontrollably reddening. I am not afraid. I can endure. But I am afraid. Huo Tianyao interrupted, finally looking back at her, his gaze complex. Teacher Ming, please focus on living your own life. This is where we part ways. Having spoken, he offered her no further opportunity for words. Rising from his seat and walking steadily out of the tea house, Teacher Ming sat there in a daze, staring at the glass door that still swayed slightly, beyond which was his figure merging with the dusk, devoid of any lingering attachment. Tears fell silently, splattering onto the table. This is where we part. He did not even grant her a vague thought to hold on to. Chapter 33. Chen Shui was flustered. Mandy's methods. Li Haoyu had been wandering outside for quite some time, and when he deemed the moment appropriate, he cautiously re-entered the tea house. Upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Teacher Ming sat alone, her head bowed, her shoulders quivering slightly. Meanwhile, his uncle's seat was already empty. Teacher Ming? Li Haoyu approached gingerly, hearing his voice. Teacher Ming quickly wiped her eyes with the back of her hand, lifted her head, and forced a smile, though it appeared rigid and fragile. Haoyu, you're back. I must be going. Where is my uncle? He had something to attend to and left early. Teacher Ming stood up, grasping her bag, her voice wavering. Haoyu, the teacher is also leaving. Please study hard. She nearly fled the tea house. Li Haoyu scratched his head, glancing at the now vacant chair, gradually comprehending the situation. He sighed and turned to exit the tea house, but just as he pushed open the door, he nearly collided with someone. Oh, Haoyu, why are you in such a hurry? A bright voice chimed. Li Haoyu looked up to find Chen Shui, carrying a briefcase, seemingly just returning from work. Sister Shui? What brings you here? Li Haoyu inquired. I was passing by, thought I'd check if Dad was around, and perhaps grab some food to take home, Chen Shui replied, her gaze sweeping across the tea house. Is Dad not back yet? Indeed, he is quite the busy man now, Li Haoyu remarked, suddenly recalling the earlier scene. The lingering gossip and regret bubbling up again. He looked at Chen Shui, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Sister Shui, I have a secret to tell you, but you must promise not to share it with anyone. Amused by his demeanor, Chen Shui asked, what secret? Did you fail another exam? No. Li Haoyu leaned in closer, his eyes sparkling. It's about my uncle. I think he might be starting a romance. What? The smile on Chen Shui's face instantly froze, her pupils dilating as if struck by lightning, her entire being momentarily paralyzed, causing the briefcase in her hand to clatter to the ground. Li Haoyu, startled by her reaction, bent down to retrieve the briefcase, continuing to speak. But that doesn't seem right. He shook his head in disappointment, sighing. Oh, I feel so sorry for Teacher Ming. It seems like her confession was a failure. You know how my uncle is, so cold and unyielding. He must have turned her down directly. Her eyes were red when she left. Chen Shui stiffly accepted the briefcase, her heart racing in her chest, the suffocating sensation from just moments ago not yet dissipated. She struggled to keep her voice steady. Teacher Ming, your homeroom teacher? She confessed to my uncle? Yes. Li Haoyu nodded, oblivious to Chen Shui's unease. Teacher Ming told me herself. They were both in the shop earlier, and she mentioned a lot. It was pretty much that, you know? What a pity. My uncle seems utterly unmoved, just left her behind. TSK, Teacher Ming is wonderful, so beautiful and gentle. Li Haoyu continued chattering, but Chen Shui was no longer listening. Her mind was a whirlwind, torn between the shocking revelation of her uncle possibly starting a romance and the inexplicable relief at the failure of a confession. These conflicting emotions clashed within her, leaving her utterly flustered. Yes, her uncle is so remarkable, he must face various romantic entanglements. And what of the increasingly undeniable, inappropriate fluttering in her heart? Hey, Sister Shui. Li Haoyu suddenly recalled something, interrupting her thoughts. Why are you so concerned about my uncle's love life? Your reaction is quite intense. Chen Shui's heart skipped a beat, a fleeting unease flickering across her face, which she quickly masked. I'm his niece. Isn't it normal to care a bit? Besides, I've met Teacher Ming and think she is quite nice, just feeling a bit sorry for her. She quickly shifted the topic. You mentioned that Teacher Ming and my uncle knew each other before? Where? Li Haoyu scratched his head. I'm not sure. Teacher Ming just said it was a long time ago. Very mysterious. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. Oh right. Sister Shui, my uncle asked me to ask you something. I almost forgot. Ask me. Chen Shui's heart leaped again. Yes, my uncle wanted me to inquire if you're in a relationship. Li Haoyu blinked. Relaying Huo Tianyao's previous request. Chen Shui's heart raced. A wave of indescribable emotions surged, mingled with surprise and bitterness. Her uncle. He actually took the initiative to ask about this? Was he concerned about her? Or? She subtly shifted her gaze, a glimmer of cunning sparkling in her eyes. Are you referring to Lu Gongzi? Yes, he seems quite decent, comes from a good family. I'm currently trying to get to know him better. She paused momentarily, as if casually, yet seemingly with deliberate emphasis, added, however, at present, I am truly only attempting to make contact. There has been no substantial development. Upon finishing her statement, she discreetly observed Li Haoyu's reaction, her heart racing like a startled fawn. This remark was intended for Li Haoyu, but it was also, in some ways, directed towards the individual who might hear it through him. Li Haoyu cast her a puzzled glance, feeling that Sister Shui's words today were somewhat peculiar. Though he could not quite articulate why, he replied, Oh, understood. I will relay this to Uncle San. Chen Shui felt her cheeks heat up slightly, nodded, and hurriedly turned to leave. Meanwhile, Huo Tianyao, who had just declined Teacher Ming's invitation, remained expressionless after hearing Li Haoyu's recount, gazing silently at the distant streetlights that were gradually illuminating the night. Understood, he eventually uttered these 3 words. Yet, Li Haoyu sensed that Uncle San's emotions seemed rather complex. His gaze appeared heavier than usual. The following day, at an upscale restaurant in Kowloon Tong, Lu Wei's film officially commenced production. He had reserved the largest banquet hall for the opening ceremony. The venue was abuzz with stars, directors, investors, and media reporters, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Huo Tianyao, Chen Tianxiong, and Zhang Yongjie were all present, seated at the main table. Lu Wei, as the host, was bustling about, yet his face radiated an undeniable excitement and brilliance. Most striking was the presence of a distinguished lady, Mandy Wang, who was always by his side. Lu Wei was attentive to her needs, speaking to her in an affectionate tone during introductions. Mandy, in turn, maintained a poised yet somewhat aloof smile, skillfully mingling among various guests, occasionally whispering to Lu Wei with an air of intimacy. Huo Tianyao's gaze fell upon Mandy several times, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Chapter 34, Lu Wei falls in love. The situation is precarious. As the banquet commenced, the 3 brothers sat together. Chen Tianxiong, observing Lu Wei's affectionate behavior towards Mandy, nudged him playfully and whispered, Second brother, it seems you have more than just the film's commencement to celebrate today. Your progress with General Wang seems quite promising. Lu Wei's face, rarely betraying embarrassment, lit up with brightness. Elder brother, please don't speak out of turn. Mandy is merely my investor, my collaborator. Does a collaborator need to speak so intimately? Zhang Yongjie jested. Lu Wei chuckled softly, lowering his voice. I do like her, but she hasn't given me a nod yet. No rush, let's take our time. Nevertheless, the look of a man smitten with love was unmistakable on his face. Huo Tianyao listened quietly, refraining from interjecting, merely raising his teacup to take a sip. In his youth, Lu Wei was known as a notorious playboy. Now, in his 40s, he had become a wealthy bachelor. Although he may have lacked in wealth compared to others, he had his share of encounters with young starlets, perhaps enough to form a formidable entourage. His brothers had long urged him to settle down with a good woman, yet he had always maintained that he would never forsake an entire forest for a single tree. However, it seemed he had developed a newfound resolve to regard Mandy as his ultimate destination. His eldest brother felt gratified, and the youngest brother was happy for him, while Huo Tianyao felt a sense of helplessness. A fleeting romance was inconsequential. He trusted that Mandy would not divulge anything to the second brother. Yet, he suspected that her intentions were not entirely pure. He did not wish to see his brother harmed. If this wayward son, who had finally found his way back, were to suffer such a blow, it would be devastating. During the banquet, Huo Tianyao noticed Mandy walking alone towards the terrace. He set down his cup and followed her. The night breeze was cool on the terrace, a welcome respite from the din of the hall. Mandy leaned against the railing, gazing at the night view, a glass of champagne swaying in her hand. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Huo Tianyao, her expression revealing a faintly amused smile, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Mr. Hua, are you also here to get some fresh air? She said lazily. Huo Tianyao approached her, standing close, his gaze piercing and unyielding, his tone icy and commanding. Mandy, I care not for your intentions. Keep your distance from my second brother. Mandy met his gaze without flinching, leaning forward slightly, her red lips curling into a provocative smile. What's this, Mr. Huo? Did you not express disdain for me before? Are you feeling jealous now that I am close to your second brother? Do not play games with me, Huo Tianyao replied, his voice colder still. I know exactly who you are. What are your true intentions in getting close to him? Mandy's smile deepened. What I intend is none of your concern. Mr. Huo, aren't you being a tad overreaching? Chen Wei is an adult. He has the right to choose whom he associates with and whom he collaborates with. As for me, she paused, casting a meaningful glance at him. I am genuinely investing in your second brother's film career. As for my interest in him as a person, it is not entirely absent. We both have our needs. What is the issue? The issue lies in your questionable background and dubious intentions, Huo Tianyao countered, unwavering. I will not allow you to drag him down. Mandy let out a cold laugh. Oh, Huo Tianyao, you are drenched in blood, yet criticize others for being dirty? What right do you have to judge me? The atmosphere between them grew tense, charged with unspoken hostility. Just then, Lu Wei's voice echoed from the terrace entrance. Third brother? Mandy, what are you two discussing here? Upon seeing the two standing face to face, the atmosphere appeared off, and confusion crossed his features. In an instant, Mandy's expression shifted, the sharpness and provocation vanishing, replaced by a blend of vulnerability and helplessness. She swiftly approached Lu Wei, naturally linking her arm with his. Her voice adopting a tone of playful complaint. Ah Wei, you've arrived. Mr. Huo seems to misunderstand me. He believes that my closeness to you is for ulterior motives. Lu Wei paused, turning to Huo Tianyao. Third brother, this. Huo Tianyao regarded Mandy's sudden change in demeanor with a colder gaze. Before Huo Tianyao could respond, Mandy tilted her head to look at Lu Wei. Ah Wei, haven't you always asked me if I would consider being your girlfriend? Lu Wei's breath caught, his heart racing. Mandy, you. I agree, she replied. Mandy gazed into his eyes, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. Then, as if to validate something or perhaps to provoke Huo Tianyao, she rose onto her toes and gently pressed her lips against Lu Wei's cheek. Lu Wei froze, only to be subsequently engulfed by a wave of overwhelming joy, his face flushed crimson, utterly at a loss, save for a foolish grin. Really, truly? Mandy, have you genuinely agreed to this? He exclaimed, his excitement rendering him oblivious to everything else. He grasped Mandy's hand tightly, turning to Huo Tianyao with exhilaration. Third brother. Did you hear that? Mandy has consented to be my girlfriend. Haha, what a double delight today. Observing the blissfully naive expression on his second brother's face, lost in profound happiness, and then glancing at Mandy, who nestled against Lu Wei yet harbored a glimmer of triumph in her eyes, Huo Tianyao's heart sank. He recognized that this woman harbored ulterior motives. Her agreement came too abruptly, too deliberately, especially after he had just issued a warning to her. This was clearly a provocation, a declaration of war, and a cunning scheme designed to place him in a precarious position. Should he expose Mandy now, it would undoubtedly shatter Lu Wei's heart, potentially leading to a rift between brothers. Eliminating her through underhanded means, this woman, having initiated this game, was surely well prepared for any countermeasures. Yet, if he allowed this to unfold unchecked, Lu Wei would inevitably be manipulated and harmed by her, possibly entangled in unimaginable troubles. What exactly did you intend, Mandy? To coerce him through Chen Wei, cornering him into compliance? Or had the CIA issued new directives, altering their approach towards him? Standing in the night breeze, a wave of pain surged through his stomach. He observed his exuberant second brother alongside the enigmatic Mandy, and for the first time, he felt a prickling sense of dilemma. Chapter 35. Mandy, is your mind filled with nonsense? For a fleeting moment, Huo Tianyao contemplated indulging Mandy's ambitions, dismissing any concerns about nuclear weaponry, as he felt he was nearing death, rendering everything inconsequential. However, should any detail leak, the ramifications would be catastrophic. Everyone associated with this matter, including Lu Wei, would face irrevocable ruin. Even his elder brother, the fourth brother, and all their relatives would not be spared. This was a lesson he had learned through painful experience. By the time the banquet concluded, Huo Tianyao, having declined the offers of his elder brother and others to see him off, wandered the streets, still pondering how to address the situation. In truth, if it weren't for Lu Wei's genuine feelings, this issue would have been quite simple to resolve. The difficulty lay in the sincerity of this wayward son's affection. Suddenly, a bright red BMW came to a halt beside him, the window slowly descending to reveal Mandy's beautiful visage. You must be eager to discuss matters with me, yes? She indicated with a tilt of her head, inviting him to enter the vehicle. Huo Tianyao shot her a glance before opening the door and stepping inside. You find yourself in a quandary, do you not? Mandy remarked, a hint of smugness in her smile as the car began to move. You must have concocted numerous strategies to deal with me, haven't you? Let me ponder. Eliminating me? Or perhaps employing a decoy to provide me with false information? Or might you wish to reveal the entire truth to Lu Wei? One could not deny this woman's cleverness. Huo Tianyao narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying their surroundings. Are you not concerned that I might decide to end your life right now? Mandy laughed, a carefree and mocking sound. Fear? Why would I fear? Mr. Ho, you are renowned as the Eastern Butcher, with a body count surely reaching into the hundreds. To kill a mere woman like me would be no different than slaughtering a chicken. Alas, she continued, raising a hand to reveal a miniature remote control. This vehicle is rigged with explosives capable of obliterating us both. I suspect you, a man on the brink of death, have many unfulfilled tasks. You wouldn't wish to perish alongside me, would you? In the rearview mirror, Huo Tianyao's eyes flickered. Do you think you can take this from me? Mandy scoffed, tossing the remote control towards him. No need for such complications, you can have it. A smile played on her lips, uncontainable. Huo Tianyao understood that the remote was merely a ruse to tease him, yet the bomb was likely real. You are the first woman daring enough to play tricks before me. It is an honor to receive such praise from the Eastern Butcher. Enough of the pleasantries. Concerning the nuclear weaponry, I cannot interfere. Are you afraid? Fear? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Huo Tianyao's gaze turned icy. Mandy, if you truly believe you can manipulate me at will, you are gravely mistaken. Oh, is that so? She replied, bursting into laughter once more, her expression brimming with arrogance. Utterly unbecoming of a woman of her beauty. Mr. Ho, I currently hold your Achilles heel. What can you do to me? Or rather, what would you dare to do? Huo Tianyao's expression settled into calm resolution. Indeed, I cannot do anything to you, because in my heart, neither the nuclear weaponry nor your entire CIA holds a candle to my brother. Mandy's smile deepened, relishing the moment. The infamous Eastern Butcher, renowned throughout Southeast Asia and the talk of South Africa, had admitted defeat before her. She felt a surge of pride, excitement coursing through her veins, almost compelling her to strip bare and engage in an intense encounter with Huo Tianyao. However, to her surprise, Huo Tianyao's tone shifted, becoming chillingly serious. From this moment forth, every member of your CIA in Hong Kong will meet their demise one by one. Furthermore, I guarantee that none of the planes carrying your agents will ever land in Hong Kong. With a screech, the car abruptly halted, and Mandy's smile vanished. Her expression turning grave as she turned to face Huo Tianyao, her words sharp and deliberate. Mr. Ho, can I interpret your recent statement as a declaration of war against our CIA? Huh. You finally acknowledge your affiliation with the CIA? Huo Tianyao replied with a cold smile. If that is how you wish to interpret it, then so be it. With that, he pushed open the car door, preparing to exit. Wait, Mandy, both anxious and furious, exclaimed, Mr. Hua, the capabilities of our CIA are far more formidable than you might presume. Do not think that your reign over Southeast Asia grants you the audacity to challenge us. We'll see about that, Huo Tianyao interrupted coldly, exiting the vehicle without a second glance. Damn it, Mandy seethed in frustration, seated in her car, watching Huo Tianyao's silhouette vanish around the corner. Her chest heaved with agitation as she struck the steering wheel, the blaring horn shattering the silence of the street. Madman, you're a lunatic, she muttered under her breath. Yet an uncontrollable chill crept up her spine. She harbored no doubts about Huo Tianyao's resolve. The notorious reputation of the Eastern Butcher was not earned through mere bravado. Steeling herself, she started the engine and sped away, determined to verify the situation and mobilize resources. She could not believe Huo Tianyao would dare to lay a hand on a CIA operative, much less hinder their reinforcements. However, grim news arrived more swiftly and violently than she had anticipated. As she drove home, her encrypted communicator began to vibrate incessantly. The first message, a senior agent, concealed under the guise of a trade company manager at the Hong Kong intelligence station, had perished in a car accident on his way home. The vehicle lost control, colliding with a guardrail and subsequently exploding into flames, leaving the body unrecognizable. Preliminary investigations indicated foul play with the braking system. The second message, two analysts, posing as cultural exchange scholars, had tragically succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning in their shared apartment. There were no signs of forced entry, yet minute fibers not belonging to them were discovered on the gas valve switch. The third message, a covert recruitment specialist, masquerading as a visiting professor at a university, was brutally attacked on campus by a mentally unstable student wielding a knife, resulting in a severed carotid artery and instant death. The assailant, subdued by security, suddenly convulsed and foamed at the mouth, expiring en route to the hospital, presumably having ingested a fast-acting nerve toxin. One after another, these incidents occurred with precision, ruthlessness, and efficiency, leaving no direct evidence pointing to Huo Tianyao. Yet Mandy was certain he was behind it all. He was responding to her threats in the most direct and blood-soaked manner imaginable. Furthermore, he evidently possessed an intimate knowledge of the CIA's operatives in Hong Kong. Cold sweat drenched Mandy's back. She finally grasped that she had gravely underestimated this man's madness and execution capabilities. He cared little for international repercussions or diplomatic disputes. He was akin to a ferocious beast provoked, adhering solely to the primal principle of an eye for an eye. She nearly faltered as she drove back to her apartment in mid-levels. Upon stepping through the door, with no time to even switch on the lights, the red encrypted phone directly connected to her father's office, a device that only rang in emergencies, let out a shrill, piercing beep. Mandy's heart sank. She hurried over, taking several deep breaths before tremblingly lifting the receiver. Father, Emily. Her father's unprecedented roar of fury echoed from the other end, causing the receiver to buzz and crackle, imbued with a hint of panic she had never heard before. What have you done? What on earth have you done? How dare you threaten him? Threaten Huo Tianyao, the Eastern Butcher? Are you out of your mind? Mandy's face paled at the onslaught of his wrath. Father, I merely intended to apply pressure to ensure his cooperation. Apply pressure? Leverage his brother to apply pressure? Her father's voice contorted with extreme anger and fear. Do you have any idea what foolishness MI6 committed with John Bull back in the day? They believed they had grasped one of his vulnerabilities. It was nothing more than a woman who had been with him for a mere 3 months, not even a lover. They sought to use her to extract the coordinates of a diamond mine in South Africa. Mandy stood frozen. She was completely unaware of this incident. Do you know what the consequences were? Her father's voice dropped to a chilling tone, more terrifying than before. 3 days. It took only 3 days. 7 clandestine intelligence stations of MI6 in South Africa and the Middle East were uprooted. 47 agents and informants vanished without a trace, including 2 regional supervisors. The only remnant left at the scene was a simple symbol drawn in blood, his mark from the Golden Triangle. The John Bull royalty was incensed. Yet they dared not publicly retaliate. They understood that if he were pushed too far, his next target could very well be the heart of London. Mandy felt a wave of icy dread wash over her, as if plunging into a frozen abyss. Do you think that is why the John Bull royalty later chose to befriend him? Why they accorded him such great respect, even permitting him to remain in Hong Kong? Her father's voice, imbued with exhaustion and regret, conveyed the truth. It was not because he fortuitously saved the reckless Prince Richard who fancied hunting in Africa. That was merely an excuse, a convenient rationale for both parties to save face. The real reason is that they were afraid. They learned through bloody consequences that Huo Tianyao is a man who cannot be understood through conventional means, nor can his boundaries be encroached upon. If you threaten him directly, he may weigh the pros and cons. But if you dare to involve those he holds dear, he will stop at nothing to drag everyone into the abyss with him. He is a madman devoid of borders and rules, adhering only to the most primitive logic of revenge. And this lunatic possesses the power to turn the tables. Taking a deep breath, her father's voice turned grave, laced with an undeniable command. Emily, I command you. Cease all your foolish, self-righteous actions immediately. Stay away from his second brother. The Ural project can be temporarily shelved or even abandoned. I sent you to Hong Kong to employ all reasonable means to approach him and earn his trust, not to threaten him through those he cherishes most. You are playing with fire, dragging the entire CIA's foothold in East Asia into the flames. But father, the Ural project, there are no buts. He interrupted sternly. Stand down. Extend goodwill to him, and make amends at all costs. If he is willing, we can provide the best medical resources and the world's top cancer specialists for him to choose from. Remember, this is about reconciliation and cooperation, not threats. If I learn that you dare to act recklessly again, I will personally send someone to bring you back for judgment. Do you understand? I understand, father. Mandy's voice was dry and feeble, all her pride and calculations shattered in that moment. For the first time, she truly felt the despairing, terrifying pressure emanating from the man known as Huo Tianyao. The call was abruptly terminated, leaving only the sound of a busy signal. Mandy slumped onto the expensive carpet, her back against the cold wall, utterly drained of strength. Outside, the night view of the harbor remained dazzling, yet she felt an overwhelming chill enveloping her. She gazed at her meticulously cared-for hands, now trembling slightly, recalling Huo Tianyao's icy and penetrating gaze before he exited the vehicle, along with his chilling words. Let us wait and see. He had truly succeeded. In the most brutal fashion, he delivered a resounding slap to her and the CIA. And now, not only had she utterly failed her mission, but she also had to find a way to make amends. To appease the terrifying Eastern Butcher whom she had just angered, Mandy closed her eyes, overwhelmed by an unprecedented fatigue and fear. She finally comprehended why her father harbored such trepidation toward this man. Some individuals you may be able to defeat, even kill, but never, under any circumstances, should you threaten those they hold dear. For the price of such actions is one that no one can bear. But how, indeed, could she make amends? Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady her trembling hands, picked up the phone, and dialed Lu Wei's number. The call was quickly answered, and Lu Wei's voice, filled with excitement yet tinged with fatigue, resonated through the line. Mandy, you're still awake at this hour? Are you missing me? I just finished a meeting with the director and finalized several crucial scenes. Although I'm tired, thinking of you invigorates me. Listening to Lu Wei's unabashed joy and reliance, the cold declaration of breakup that had been on the tip of Mandy's tongue suddenly lodged in her throat. She remembered Huo Tianyao's chilling warning on the terrace, and her father's admonition not to touch Huo Tianyao's bottom line. If she were to propose a breakup now, it would undoubtedly be a devastating blow to Lu Wei, who had just fallen in love and regarded her as a goddess. Could this be considered another form of harm? Would it provoke that terrifying madman once again? Mandy, why aren't you speaking? Are you unwell? Lu Wei's voice was laced with concern. And no, Mandy replied, her voice somewhat hoarse. She quickly adjusted her emotions and forced a smile. I just heard your voice and found myself missing you a bit. Really? Lu Wei's voice brightened instantly. I miss you too. Once filming is a bit more on track, and I'm not as busy, I'll take you to the Maldives. Just the two of us, enjoying the sea, soaking up the sun, and relaxing. Didn't you say the sea there is your favorite? The thought of the Maldives, with its sunshine, beaches, and a simple life free from all machinations and bloodshed, suddenly struck a tender chord within Mandy. Over the years, she had navigated through various conspiracies and missions, playing different roles, nearly forgetting that she too once longed for the ordinary happiness of an unremarkable life. And Lu Wei, this pure, passionate man who cherished her like a treasure, painted a picture that stirred an unexpected ripple in her cold heart, a sensation she had not anticipated. Perhaps her father had been right to prevent her from joining the CIA. To distance herself from those perilous games and seek a loving partner for a simple life was not an unworthy choice, especially after witnessing Huo Tianyao's reckless terror. The ambitions and tasks of the CIA suddenly appeared laughable and insignificant. Once this thought took root, it grew wildly within her heart, compelled by an inexplicable impulse. She blurted out to Lu Wei on the other end of the line, away. Let us get married. Chapter 37. Agent Mandy proposes to her second brother. The other end of the line fell into a stunned silence. After a few seconds, Lu Wei's voice trembled with disbelief. Mandy? What did you say? Please repeat that. I said, away, let us get married. This time, Mandy spoke clearly and resolutely, as if persuading herself and severing any retreat. I want to be with you. To lead a simple, ordinary life. You can make movies, and I'll help you manage things. Shall we get married? Yes, yes, yes. Lu Wei's voice suddenly soared, brimming with ecstasy, even tinged with tears. Mandy, you truly want to marry me? I can't be dreaming. This is the happiest day of my life. 1,000 times happier than the start of any film. Mandy, I love you. I will ensure you become the happiest woman in the world. We'll marry immediately. Right away. I'll go buy a ring tomorrow. No, I'll go right now. Listening to Lu Wei's incoherent excitement and promises, Mandy held the phone, her face reflecting a complex array of emotions. There was relief, determination, and perhaps even a hint of genuine emotion that she herself had not yet recognized. The two spoke for quite some time on the phone, with Lu Wei eagerly planning their future while Mandy softly responded. It was only when Lu Wei had to return to his meeting that they reluctantly ended the call. Setting down the phone, Mandy gazed out at the still splendid night view, which no longer felt cold to her. Her gaze gradually grew resolute. She picked up the phone again, this time dialing Huo Tianyao's private number. After several rings, the call was finally answered. Mr. Huo, it's me, Mandy. Her voice regained its usual clarity, but without the deliberate allure and calculations, infused instead with sincerity and fatigue. Huo Tianyao did not respond immediately, seemingly waiting for her to continue. Or perhaps he simply did not care to hear what she had to say. Mr. Huo. Mandy took a deep breath. Away and I are genuinely in love. The silence on the other end persisted. Yes, I admit, I am indeed a CIA agent. She continued, her tone resolute. Initially, my proximity to you and Away was driven by a mission. However, she paused. I have long grown weary of that life. Just now, I officially announced my resignation from the CIA through the proper channels. They will handle all related procedures and settlements. From this moment forth, I shall have no further association with the CIA. Huo Tianyao finally spoke, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Withdraw? Indeed, withdraw, Mandy asserted with conviction. All I desire now is to lead a life as an ordinary woman, a woman who loves Lu Wei and is loved in return. I long to share moments with him, to create films together, to savor the joys of our later years. She emphasized her words, as if to underscore her resolve and perhaps to persuade herself. We are about to wed. It has just been decided. Marriage? Huo Tianyao's voice finally betrayed a hint of surprise. This development was clearly unexpected for him. He had anticipated that this woman would quibble, continue to threaten, or plead for mercy, yet she had unexpectedly presented the prospect of marriage and her withdrawal from the CIA. Mr. Huo, I understand you may be skeptical. Mandy offered a wry smile. but I assure you, every word I say is true. I recognize that my previous actions were excessive and have angered you. I am willing to pay any price and accept any punishment for it. Only please do not take your ire out on Lu Wei. He is genuinely unaware of everything. His feelings for me are sincere, and I, too, am wholeheartedly committed to being with him. She expected Huo Tianyao to continue questioning her or to respond with scorn. However, he remained silent for a moment before coldly stating, even if you marry him, even if your intentions are genuine, what you seek shall remain unattainable. That abyss is one you cannot brave. Upon hearing this, Mandy felt a sense of relief wash over her. At the very least, he had not outright dismissed her relationship with Lu Wei. I have already stated that I am withdrawing from the CIA, she reiterated, her tone imbued with a hint of liberation. The Ural project, the nuclear materials, all those matters are no longer my concern. My sole focus now is my fiancé and our future together. Huo Tianyao did not reply. The phone line was filled only with the faint hum of electricity. He regarded Mandy's words with skepticism. Withdraw from the CIA? Was it truly that simple? Marriage? Was it yet another trap? Or had this woman truly experienced a sudden awakening? He found himself unable to ascertain the truth. Yet, at least she had clearly expressed her abandonment of any designs on nuclear materials and invoked Lu Wei's name. As he pondered in silence, another call came through. It was Lu Wei. I have matters to attend to, Huo Tianyao said to Mandy before ending the call and connecting to Lu Wei's incoming call. Third brother. Third brother. Lu Wei's exuberant voice erupted, nearly cracking with excitement, the background noise hinting that he was still on set. A tremendous delight. Mandy has agreed to marry me. We are to be wed. Ha! Your second brother is getting married. Soon you will have a second sister-in-law. Listening to his brother's unreserved and pure joy, Huo Tianyao could almost envision him dancing with glee. He remained silent for a few seconds before responding, congratulations. Thank you, third brother. I knew you would be happy for me. Lu Wei was completely enveloped in bliss. Once we wrap up these few days of filming, I'll take Mandy home. We must all gather as a family. After hanging up with Lu Wei, Huo Tianyao stood by the window, gazing into the profound night. The unrestrained happiness radiating from his brother was undeniably genuine. If Mandy were to propose a breakup at this moment, or if he were to resort to any extreme measures, it would undoubtedly devastate Lu Wei. Should he adopt a stance of cautious observation? He picked up another phone and dialed a number. Action paused. The objective is now surveillance. Focus on monitoring Mandy Wong and all her communication channels, assessing the authenticity of her withdrawal from the CIA, simultaneously enhance the level of covert protection for Lu Wei. Understood. Boss. After hanging up, Huo Tianyao rubbed his aching stomach. Was Mandy's withdrawal and marriage a genuine change of heart or merely a strategic retreat? He could not tell. All he knew was that for the sake of the pure smile on his brother's face, he was willing to temporarily retract his claws and afford this woman, named Mandy, an opportunity for observation. Chapter 38. The Strange Family Banquet, the nephew's father flattering the powerful. A few evenings later, to formally and ceremoniously reintroduce his fiancée Mandy, Lu Wei hosted a gathering at an upscale restaurant in Kowloon Tong, reserving a private room. Huo Tianyao was the first to arrive, choosing a seat by the window. Shortly thereafter, Chun Tianxiong and Lin Meifeng entered. Chun Tianxiong donned a deep blue suit, his hair meticulously groomed, exuding vitality, while Lin Meifeng was adorned in a champagne-colored gown. Her makeup exquisite, her expression imbued with a touch of springtime allure. Third brother, you are quite early, Chun Tianxiong greeted with a smile. Huo Tianyao nodded. Sister-in-law looks well today. Lin Meifeng's smile was somewhat ingratiating. Ah Yao, you are becoming increasingly handsome. Zhang Yongjie arrived next, accompanied by a tall and striking young woman. The girl appeared to be in her early 20s, heavily made up and clad in designer attire, curiously surveying the private room and its decor upon entering. Elder brother, sister-in-law. Third brother, Zhang Yongjie exclaimed, casually wrapping an arm around the girl. This is Mei, a model. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Wei and Mandy made their timely entrance. Today, Mandy wore a simple cream-colored ensemble, her hair elegantly pinned up, her makeup understated, presenting a stark contrast to her previous sultry persona. She linked her arm with Lu Wei, her face adorned with a gentle smile. Everyone, allow me to formally introduce. Lu Wei declared with a beaming countenance and a resonant voice. This is my fiancée, Mandy Wong. We are getting engaged next month. Congratulations resonated from all corners. Mandy gracefully greeted each person, her demeanor humble, especially towards Huo Tianyao, her gaze sincere and her tone respectful. Mr. Hua, if I have ever acted thoughtlessly in the past, I ask for your understanding. From now on, we are family, and I hope you will guide me. Huo Tianyao raised his eyes, his gaze lingering on her face for a second, where he discerned an underlying anxiety beneath her deliberate overtures. He recalled the surveillance reports from the Shadow Team over the past few days. Mandy had indeed severed direct contact with several known CIA links, her movements simplified. Spending most of her time alongside Lu Wei or managing affairs of her investment company, it appeared she was genuinely attempting to extricate herself from the CIA. In light of the beaming smile that revealed his teeth but concealed his eyes, Huo Tianyao chose not to embarrass her. He offered a slight nod as a response. His tone bland, yet providing a gracious exit. The past need not be revisited. Going forward, simply treat my second brother well. This was already a concession made for Lu Wei's sake, affording her ample dignity. Mandy visibly relaxed, her smile becoming more genuine. Absolutely. I will. As everyone settled down, a lively chatter ensued, naturally revolving around the marriage of Lu Wei and Mandy, when they would take wedding photos, where they would host the banquet, and whom to invite. Lu Wei spoke animatedly, while Mandy sweetly chimed in, the pair embodying the image of an affectionate couple on the verge of matrimony. Chun Tianxiong, witnessing his brother's happiness, felt a genuine sense of joy as he sipped his drink. He casually inquired of Lin Meifeng beside him. By the way, off phone, where's your good friend Alan? I haven't seen her around lately. Her? Just a few days ago, she suddenly announced her intention to travel abroad, without even a word of farewell. Her phone has been switched off, shrouded in mystery. Lin Meifeng's tone carried a hint of curiosity and reproach, but she did not dwell on it. Merely assuming her best friend had struck up a romance with a wealthy suitor. Zhang Yongjie glanced at the blissful Lu Wei and Mandy, chuckling. Big brother, have you and Sister Feng renewed your marriage certificate? When will the banquet be held? We brothers should celebrate together. At these words, Chun Tianxiong's smile faltered momentarily, his gaze flickering as he instinctively glanced at Lin Meifeng. His throat moved as if he wished to say something, but swallowed it back, his expression revealing a tinge of awkwardness and discomfort. Lin Meifeng, however, was quick to respond. She set down her chopsticks, beaming as she playfully gestured towards Zhang Yongjie, chiding, Ajia, you just love to stir the pot. At our age, why bother with such formalities? She turned and naturally linked her arm with Chun Tianxiong's, leaning against his shoulder. That certificate is merely a piece of paper. After all these years of weathering storms together, our hearts have long been united. Today is a joyous occasion for Ah Wei and Mandy. With our family gathered so harmoniously, celebrating joyfully is far better than any ceremony, don't you think, Tianxiong? Chun Tianxiong, feeling her embrace, allowed a satisfied smile to grace his face, affirming, yes, Ah Feng is right. As long as we hold it in our hearts, the formalities matter little. Today is all about celebrating Ah Wei. Huo Tianyao, holding his teacup, imperceptibly furrowed his brow. His elder brother's reaction was peculiar. Yet, he chose not to delve deeper, nor did he contemplate arranging for someone to investigate his brother and sister-in-law's private lives. Everyone has their own path, their own struggles and choices. Lin Meifeng, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat delicate, deftly redirected the conversation. Oh, where's Ah Shui? Didn't she say she would come right after work? Just then, a knock echoed at the door, and Li Haoyu peeked in. Uncle, third uncle, second uncle, fourth uncle. Wei Yi arrived. Following closely behind were his parents. Li Haoyu's father, Chen Guofu, of a slightly stout build, donned a gray jacket and gold-rimmed glasses. His pace was measured, chin slightly raised, as his gaze habitually scanned the room before sweeping over the faces of the guests. His eyes reflecting the scrutiny and aloofness of one accustomed to the bureaucratic sphere, a quintessential bureaucratic demeanor. His mother, in contrast, appeared much gentler, entering with a warm smile and enthusiastically greeting everyone. Upon spotting Huo Tianyao, her eyes sparkled as she pulled Li Haoyu over. Ah Yao, we are truly indebted to you. This child, Haoyu, was quite unruly in the past, and no matter how we tried to guide him, he wouldn't listen. His uncle mentioned that since he has been with you for a while, he has transformed entirely. His studies have improved, and he has become more sensible. We are immensely grateful. Li's mother spoke sincerely, giving Li Haoyu a firm pat on the back, urging him, now, quickly thank your third uncle. Li Haoyu scratched his head, grinning foolishly. Thank you, third uncle. Huo Tianyao nodded at Li's mother. It is he who has chosen to learn. At this moment, Chen Guofu leisurely strolled over, adjusting his glasses, and scrutinized Huo Tianyao from head to toe, emitting a faint grunt as a greeting. Chun Tianxiong shot him an annoyed glance. Enough, enough, let us take our seats. He waved his hand dismissively and leaned closer to Huo Tianyao, whispering an apology. Ah Yao, you know how my brother is, having been in power for so long. He has nearly forgotten his own surname. Huo Tianyao merely nodded slightly, not taking it to heart. Chen Guofu was a typical Phoenix man, having married into the Li family and climbed the ranks swiftly through the connections of Li Haoyu's grandfather. However, he had gradually changed over time. Noticing the atmosphere had grown somewhat stagnant, Zhang Yongjie promptly launched into a joke, prompting the lovely girl named Ah Mei to giggle uncontrollably. The ambience brightened once more. Chapter 39. Ridiculed. There are many who are wealthier than you. The door swung open again, and Chun Shui entered. accompanied by the dapper Lu Zhihua, dressed impeccably in a suit. Dad, Mom, Uncle, second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, I apologize for being late. There was a bit of traffic. Chen Shui smiled, her gaze lingering on Huo Tianyao for a few extra seconds before introducing. This is my friend, Lu Zhihua. Zhihua, these are my family members. Lu Zhihua, strikingly handsome with an elegant demeanor, stepped forward, humbly greeting everyone. His respectful addresses to each elder were just right, and his prepared gifts were appropriate in weight, neither ostentatious nor lacking in respect, embodying the poise expected of a scion from a distinguished family. Haha, Ashua, what friend? Could it be your boyfriend? Zhang Yongjie teased with a laugh, prompting smiles from the others. Chen Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly glanced at Huo Tianyao. Opting not to clarify, images flashed in her mind, recalling the words Li Haoyu had conveyed regarding Huo Tianyao's demeanor. What expression did the third uncle have? No expression at all. Perhaps he thinks you're of age and should be dating now. Lu Zhihua, however, shrugged, his tone tinged with a hint of regret and self-deprecation. Everyone, I too wish I were Ashue's boyfriend. But alas, I am still striving for that. The crowd broke into warm smiles. Yet, no one noticed that at the moment Lu Zhihua entered and all eyes turned towards him, Lin Meifeng's body trembled slightly. Almost imperceptibly, gazing upon Lu Zhihua's face was like a startled bird's glance, briefly lingering for less than half a second before swiftly dropping away, as if scorched. Lu Zhihua himself remained composed, exhibiting no outward sign of disturbance. However, the moment Chen Guofu laid eyes on him, his eyes instantly sparkled. All traces of previous arrogance and aloofness vanished, replaced by an almost obsequious smile. He rose eagerly, taking the initiative to approach and extend both hands. Oh, young Master Lu. What an honor. I've heard so much about you from Chen Shui. Truly a man of remarkable talent and distinguished appearance. I am Chen Guofu, Aunt Shui's uncle, holding a modest position in the district. I look forward to your kind guidance in the future. He clasped Lu Zhihua's hand firmly, shaking it with enthusiasm, all the while emphasizing his official post and familial connection to Chen Shui in an attempt to foster closeness. Lu Zhihua maintained a courteous smile, neither overly warm nor cold, gently withdrawing his hand. Uncle Chen, you are too kind. The guests resumed their seats as the waitstaff began serving dishes. Chen Guofu was exceptionally lively, frequently toasting Lu Zhihua and flattering him incessantly. Observing this, Ame cast several furtive glances at Lu Zhihua, quietly whispering into Zhang Yongjie's ear, Brother Jia, who exactly is this young Master Lu? Zhang Yongjie mischievously pinched her pert derriere. What? Have you taken a fancy to him? Annoyed, Ame blushed and playfully tapped Zhang Yongjie. I'm just curious. Didn't you say your third brother is very influential? But I see your nephew, the official father, barely pays attention to him, while fawning excessively over young Master Lu. What is his background, really? Zhang Yongjie scoffed softly. Lowering his voice, he is simply unappreciative of true greatness. But yes, this young Master Lu does have some standing. According to Ashua, he is apparently the nephew of Lu Wanxiong, the Fan King. Lu Wanxiong wields considerable influence in both legitimate and underground circles. Unfortunately, having no offspring, much of his business has been entrusted to Lu Zhihua. Despite his youth, he commands respect and authority on Hong Kong Island. Moreover, he is upright and has never been embroiled in scandal. If Ashue could truly be with him, it would be quite fortunate. Ame's eyes brightened further, gazing longingly at Lu Zhihua. Though Zhang Yongjie only toyed with her, any man in this situation would feel possessive. He reached out and pinched her backside sharply, growling in her ear, You little minx, what the hell are you staring at? Planning to skip work tomorrow morning? Ame cooed softly, batting her eyelashes as she nestled against Zhang Yongjie's shoulder. If you had the power, I'd be begging for it. Amidst the convivial atmosphere, Lu Zhihua raised his glass, smiling warmly at the assembled family. I am delighted to meet all of Ashue's relatives today. In a few days, my family will host a small gathering with several long-standing friends from Hong Kong's business and governmental circles. Uncle Chun's Tianxiong Freight is just starting out, and Uncle Lu's film company also seeks greater support. If the elders would not mind, you are all welcome to join us and make some acquaintances. Chun Tianxiong and Lu Wei's eyes lit up simultaneously. Such a banquet was not easily accessible to just anyone and would indeed be of immense benefit to their ventures. Haha, thank you, Zhihua. I will surely attend, they both responded promptly. Feeling left out, Chen Guofu hastily rose, raising his glass toward Lu Zhihua. Young Master Lu, if I have the time, I would be honored to join as well. Haha, certainly. I will be there without fail. Lu Zhihua graciously handed out several invitations, his gaze finally lingering meaningfully on Huo Tianyao. I heard Uncle Huo is in the import-export business. Perhaps you might find suitable partners at the gathering. Uncle Huo, you are welcome to join if you are available. Without much deliberation, Huo Tianyao responded coolly. Thank you for your kindness, young Master Lu. I have been preoccupied with trivial matters lately, and fear I won't be able to attend. I appreciate the invitation. He had no interest in such pretentious social affairs. More importantly, he did not wish to see Chen Shui and Lu Jihua appearing together frequently. The room fell silent at his words. Lu Jihua remained expressionless, smiling politely. Yet the smile on Chen Guofu's face froze instantly, replaced by irritation. He felt Huo Tianyao was ungrateful, showing no respect before such a distinguished benefactor, and by extension, he himself was deeply embarrassed. Setting down his glass, Chen Guofu's tone grew reproachful and condescending. Ah Yao. Young Master Lu's intentions are sincere. This is truly the upper echelon. Opportunities like this are sought by many but attained by few. Don't you understand how advantageous it would be to meet such distinguished individuals for your business? How can you so casually decline? His voice rose as he grew more convinced of his righteousness. Don't think just because you've made some money outside, you're extraordinary. I tell you, on Hong Kong Island, there are countless people wealthier than you. Moreover, they possess power far beyond your reach. Chapter 40. Looking down on my third brother? Zhang Yongjie furiously rebukes Chen Guofu. Zhang Yongjie slammed his glass onto the table with a sharp crack, springing to his feet and pointing furiously at Chen Guofu's nose. Cursing vehemently, Chen Guofu, what the hell do you think you are? How dare you lecture my third brother here? The entire private room fell into stunned silence. Chen Guofu was taken aback, his face darkening in anger. What did you say? Zhang Yongjie sneered coldly. Deaf? I said, what the hell do you think you are? You think you're important just because you hold a petty official position? If you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Chen Guofu's complexion shifted wildly between pale and flushed, his lips trembling. You say another word against my third brother, you bastard, and see what happens. Fourth brother. Chen Tianxiong quickly intervened, then glared at his sibling. Guofu, you went too far just now. Ayao's family. Lin Meifeng kept her head lowered, silently picking at her food, her eyes avoiding contact, burdened by some unspoken concern. Mrs. Chen Guofu's wife, could not remain silent. Though a kind-hearted woman, she was fiercely protective of her husband. Eldest brother, Yongjie, Guofu meant well. He is Hao Yu's father and Aunt Shui's uncle. Would he harm his own family? Young Master Lu is such a distinguished figure. Most people wouldn't even dare to curry favor with him. Guofu only wishes to pave a smoother path for the family. Mother. Li Haoyu cast a glance at Huo Tianyao, his anxiety manifesting in rapid foot taps. Please, refrain from speaking. Chen Shui bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously entwining. It was indeed her suggestion to have Lu Jihua invite his family to the banquet, specifically urging him to extend a special invitation to her third uncle, merely to gauge her standing in Huo Tianyao's eyes. However, she had not anticipated such a tumultuous outcome. Throughout the entire affair, Lu Jihua maintained a composed smile, as if the discord around him bore no relevance. He gently patted Chen Shui's hand, signaling her to relax. A path forward? Mandy, seated beside Lu Wei, suddenly chuckled. Her gaze towards Chen Guofu and Li Mu imbued with a hint of condescension, reminiscent of a summer insect that cannot speak of ice. You may not fully comprehend, Mr. Hua. Enough. Huo Tianyao finally interjected, his gaze sweeping across the assembly, instantly silencing the room. He turned to Chen Guofu, his tone unwavering and serene. Brother Guofu and young Master Lu's kind intentions are duly noted. I shall reconsider the matter of the banquet. Zhang Yongjie, the third brother, remained somewhat indignant. In his view, neither Chen Guofu nor young Master Lu were worthy enough to even carry Huo Tianyao's shoes. No matter how wealthy the Lu family is. Can they procure an armed helicopter? Can they acquire missiles? Even if they could, would they dare to employ them? Huo Tianyao shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Yongjie, who immediately fell silent. He raised his glass. Today marks my second brother's joyous occasion. Let us not allow minor grievances to mar the celebration. This statement, while seemingly conciliatory, effectively provided everyone an exit from the awkwardness. Chen Tianxiong glared at Chen Guofu, who was mumbling to himself, and quickly agreed. Yes, let us drink. Lu Wei also stood to smooth over the situation. Yet, the atmosphere had soured irreparably. In the ensuing moments, the guests feigned harmony, each preoccupied with their own thoughts. Chen Guofu drank in silence. Li Mu softly comforted her husband, and Li Haoyu sat on edge. Zhang Yongjie remained visibly irate, while A Mei stood beside him, attempting to soothe his temper, casting curious glances between young Master Lu and Huo Tianyao. Mandy quietly served food to Lu Wei, occasionally exchanging nods with Huo Tianyao, while Chen Shui, distressed, stole glances at Huo Tianyao, only to find him ever indifferent. Lu Jihua, however, remained unfazed, engaging in business discussions with Chen Tianxiong and Lu Wei, as though the earlier conflict had never transpired. The banquet concluded hastily. After bidding farewell to Lu Jihua, Chen Shui hesitated, wanting to speak to Huo Tianyao, only to see him already turning to get into Zhang Yongjie's car. Third uncle, she softly called out. Huo Tianyao paused, but did not turn back. Rest early. Third uncle. Li Haoyu hurried after him, a pained expression on his face. My father. It's fine, you are you, and your father is your father. With that, Huo Tianyao gestured for Zhang Yongjie to drive. The vehicle merged into the night. Chen Tianxiong sighed, casting a cold glance at Chen Guofuyu. I advise you to refrain from flaunting your authority in front of my brothers in the future. Otherwise, do not expect me to recognize you as my brother. Chen Guofu felt a twinge of apprehension towards his elder brother, hesitating to respond. Li Mu frowned, pulling Chen Guofu and Li Haoyu into the car. I never imagined that Chen Guofu would turn out to be such a sycophant. Zhang Yongjie, driving, continued to ponder the earlier incident. Third brother, you shouldn't have stopped me. Let me teach him a lesson. I wonder if he would dare to speak out of turn again. He had not given a second thought to the fact that he wasn't invited to the banquet. Why would a lowly mule seek to mingle in such circles? Amei shot a glance at Huo Tianyao, giggling. Indeed, that fellow deserves a beating. Huo Tianyao remained silent, merely picking up his phone to send a message. Zhang Yongjie turned to him, letting out a resigned sigh. Alas, my elder brother has been burdened with such a troublesome younger sibling. I truly pity him. After all, it was his elder brother who had funded Chen Guofu's university education. This matter had caused numerous quarrels between his elder brother and sister-in-law, ultimately leading to their divorce. Now, this scoundrel had become an official, parading around as if he were royalty. Damn it, what a scoundrel. Huo Tianyao finally replied, after all, he is my elder brother's biological brother. In the political arena, having influence is one thing, but what is concerning is his lack of perception. Hearing this, Zhang Yongjie burst into laughter. Indeed, this fool is truly blind. If only he knew third brother Yu. Realizing Amei was still present, he quickly cut himself off. Amei looked at him in confusion, then at Huo Tianyao. What is wrong with third brother? Nothing. Third brother, we've arrived. Huo Tianyao nodded and stepped out of the car. Once the vehicle faded into the darkness, a shadowy figure emerged from the corridor's shadows. Boss. I have obtained Lu Jihua's information. He handed over a document before vanishing. Huo Tianyao returned to his room, opened the file, and his brow gradually furrowed. Too pristine. Lu Jihua, 24 years old, a master's in business administration from Harvard, had entered Lu Enterprises post-graduation, rising from project manager to vice president within 3 years. He had participated in numerous large-scale commercial projects, all of which were successful. His social circle was unblemished, devoid of vices, and no scandals had ever emerged. He maintained good relations with both political and business circles, with a clear record of charitable donations, having supported several orphanages and schools. Even his college girlfriend was from a similarly esteemed family, and their breakup had been entirely amicable. Too clean, as if meticulously scrubbed. Huo Tianyao closed the file. Gazing out the window, how could a young man of such privilege and power have no blemishes? The cleaner the facade, the more it suggests underlying issues. It seems I must attend this banquet. Chapter 41. The banquet. What industry does Mr. Huo operate in? The Lu family villa at 79 Tianchuan Road was ablaze with lights. 3 vehicles pulled up in succession at the ornate iron gate. The guests disembarked. Chen Tianxiong donned a newly purchased high-end suit, looking somewhat self-conscious, while Lin Meifeng appeared in a deep blue evening gown, her makeup impeccable, yet a subtle unease flickered between her brows. Lu Wei was brimming with excitement, his eyes darting about. Mandy, dressed in a simple black gown with her long hair elegantly pinned up, exuded a poised grace. Instinctively, she surveyed the surroundings, her gaze lingering momentarily on the villa's security arrangements, an instinct born of her profession. Huo Tianyao wore a black suit, remarking, "Third brother, this place is truly magnificent." Lu Wei lowered his voice and said, "Look at those people. Many of them I have seen in financial magazines." Mandy gently linked her arm with his and smiled. "Relax. We're here to make some friends." Chen Tianxiong nodded and took a deep breath. "Let's go." The 5 of them entered the garden together. The crystal chandeliers swayed in the night breeze, while the political and business elite engaged in hushed conversations, and waiters weaved through the crowd with champagne flutes. Their arrival immediately attracted some attention. Upon realizing they were unfamiliar faces, the onlookers averted their gazes. Lu Jihua soon approached, accompanied by Chen Shui. Chen Shui, resplendent in a silver evening gown, looked stunning, though her expression became somewhat complex upon seeing Huo Tianyao. "Welcome, everyone," Lu Jihua greeted with a gracious smile. During the pleasantries, Chen Guofu also joined them. Upon noticing Huo Tianyao, he smirked slightly but quickly plastered on a smile. "Brother, sister-in-law, you've arrived." Lin Meifeng managed a forced smile, her gaze involuntarily drifting toward Lu Jihua. Lu Jihua appeared oblivious and continued to converse effortlessly with the others. A band began to play a waltz. Chen Tianxiong and Lu Wei joined the throng in the dance floor, leaving Huo Tianyao alone. "Mr. Huo?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called from the side. It was Meng Jiahui, elegantly approaching in a dark green satin gown. "I didn't expect to see you here." Huo Huo Tianyao nodded. Ms. Meng, shall we dance? Meng Jiahui extended her hand, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Not far off, Chen Shui, who was talking with guests alongside Lu Jihua, glanced over. Huo Tianyao felt a stir in his heart, and, almost instinctively, took Meng Jiahui's hand. As they stepped onto the dance floor, they immediately caught the eyes of many curious onlookers. Who is that? Invited to dance by Miss Meng? He looks quite unfamiliar. I wonder which family he belongs to. Could he have just returned from abroad? Clearly, Meng Jiahui's identity was far from that of a mere high school teacher. Lu Jihua's attention was drawn to the murmurs of the crowd. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao and Meng Jiahui in such a close embrace on the dance floor, his brow furrowed involuntarily. He had once pursued Meng Jiahui, only to be ruthlessly rejected. Beside him, Chen Shui's expression was equally unflattering. Her intention was to use this opportunity to test and perhaps provoke Huo Tianyao. But she never anticipated this. On the dance floor, feeling the warmth of Huo Tianyao's waist, Meng Jiahui's cheeks flushed slightly as she murmured, "You dance better than I imagined." It was necessary for work, Huo Tianyao replied succinctly. As the music concluded, the two paused at the edge of the dance floor. Amidst the applause, an elderly gentleman beckoned Meng Jiahui over. Mandy thrived in such an environment. Having met numerous people, she led Chun Tianxiong and Lu Wei, continuously introducing and chatting with others. Huo Tianyao picked up a glass of wine and retreated to a corner. A young gentleman clad in a pink suit approached under Lu Jihua's subtle cue. "May I ask your surname, sir?" Huo Tianyao glanced at him but remained silent, sipping his drink. The young man squinted, sizing Huo Tianyao up. "Oh, quite proud, are we?" He produced a business card and handed it over. "Here, let's get acquainted. I'm Zhou Chintai from Jinding Trading. May I inquire what industry you are in?" Huo Tianyao typically disregarded such pests. However, catching Lu Jihua's fleeting gaze that seemed to be observing this exchange, he understood the situation and promptly accepted the business card. Glancing at it, "My surname is Huo. I am an import and export." "Oh, which company do you work for, Mr. Huo?" Zhou Chintai pressed. This question genuinely stumped Huo Tianyao. The so-called import and export referred to arms trading. However, if he were to mention other legitimate companies, he certainly had them. Yet, he never involved himself in such matters. Those were managed by the base's finance and professional managers. After a moment's thought, he casually mentioned a company name, EFC International. Zhou Chintai's eyes brightened. EFC International Trade, the premier trading company in Europe. How fortunate. My father just dined with their Asia-Pacific president 2 days ago. What position do you hold at EFC? Just then, Chen Guofu interjected. He had evidently overheard the conversation and immediately interrupted. "Young Master Zhou, don't be deceived. I know this fellow. He is involved in import and export in Southeast Asia. How could he possibly be connected to EFC? Zhou Chintai's smile faltered. Southeast Asia? Indeed. Chen Guofu raised his voice. He merely deals in crude goods like rubber and timber, making a bit of pocket change. How could he compare to you, young Master Zhou? He turned his head, casting a look of disdain at Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao, you ought to choose your boasting occasions wisely. Young Master Zhou is not an ordinary person. How dare you toy with him like this? Oh, right. His expression turned scornful. Weren't you saying a few days ago that you wouldn't come? Didn't you look down on this banquet? How come you're here now, shamelessly deceiving such a distinguished guest as young Master Zhou? Around them, several gazes were drawn in. Zhou Chuntai slowly placed his champagne flute on a nearby table, his movements light, yet imbued with a chill. He stepped forward, nearly face-to-face with Huo Tianyao. Mr. Huo. Zhou Chintai's voice turned cold. I, Zhou Chintai, have been mingling in the business circles of Hong Kong Island for many years. And the one thing I detest most is being made a fool of. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze icy. Since you enjoy boasting so much, why not claim that EFC International is your own company? Huo Tianyao remained calm, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Guofu. Just as he was about to declare that EFC International was indeed his enterprise, Lu Jihua suddenly approached, with Chun Shui anxiously trailing behind. Young Master Zhou, is there a misunderstanding? This Mr. Huo is my friend. Zhou Chintai's expression softened slightly, but still bore evident displeasure. Young Master Lu, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you face. However, this Mr. Huo has made a fool of me in front of so many people, which is rather disrespectful. At this moment, numerous guests began to gather around, their various gazes fixed upon Huo Tianyao, some curious, some scrutinizing, some disdainful, and others reveling in the drama. Lu Jihua maintained a gentle smile, patting Zhou Chuntai on the shoulder. Young Master Zhou, please calm down. There might genuinely be a misunderstanding. He turned to Mr. Huo Tianyao, his tone earnest. Mr. Huo, you just mentioned working at EFC International, but young Master Zhou seems to harbor some doubts. How about this? Lu Jihua retrieved his mobile phone from the inner pocket of his suit. I happen to know a senior executive at EFC Asia Pacific, David Chun, who is the vice president responsible for strategic partnerships. I shall give him a call right now to verify your identity. This will not only affirm your innocence, but also dispel any misunderstandings. What do you think? Chapter 42. a stinging rebuff. The entire venue in shock. Huo Tianyao maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly. Please proceed. A flicker of barely perceptible mockery crossed Lu Jihua's eyes. Under the scrutiny of everyone present, he dialed the number and activated the speakerphone. Hello, David. It's Jihua. Once the call was connected, Lu Jihua's tone was relaxed. I have a favor to ask. I have a friend with the surname Hua who claims to work at EFC International. Could you check if the name Huo Tianyao appears in the system? Sounds of keystrokes echoed from the other end. Moments later, David's voice came through clearly. Jihua, I checked both the employee system and the partner database. But there are no records for Huo Tianyao. Are you sure he said EFC International? Could it be another company with a similar name? As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Chen Guofu was the first to leap up, pointing an accusing finger at Huo Tianyao. Did you hear that? EFC doesn't have anyone by that name. Huo Tianyao, what more do you have to say? You deceitful fraud, apologize to young Master Zhou at once. Zhou Chentai scoffed coldly, crossing his arms as he regarded Huo Tianyao. Kid, what do you think this place is? Do you believe that fabricating a title allows you to strut about here? Have you any shame, impersonating someone from EFC International? Whispers began to circulate among the guests. Oh, he is actually a fraud. Miss Ming surely wasn't deceived by him, was she? Who knows, this guy has lost face big time. Let's see how he extricates himself. Feigning regret, Lu Jihua sighed and put away his phone. Mr. Hua, it seems there has been some misunderstanding. However, it's all right. David may not have sufficient clearance to access all information. While his words appeared to mitigate the situation, they effectively pushed Huo Tianyao into a more awkward position. What significant role could someone be if even the vice president of the Asia-Pacific region cannot find them? Chen Guofu, sensing the momentum, raised his voice even higher. What do you mean insufficient clearance? This person simply does not exist. Huo Tianyao, quickly apologize to young Master Zhou and leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. Zhou Chentai added coldly. Mr. Lu, such a person is unworthy of being at your banquet. I suggest we have security escort him out. Chen Shui, panicking, looked towards Lu Jihua for help. Lu Jihua shrugged helplessly. Ah Shui, Mr. Hua is your friend, and thus, he is my friend too, regardless of his identity. I welcome him to this gathering. However, in business, we hold credibility in the highest regard. Mr. Hua is entirely free to disclose his identity. Out of respect for me, no one would look down upon him. Yet here he is, fabricating tales, not only toying with young Master Zhou, but also tarnishing my reputation. I am at a loss. As his words fell, murmurs erupted around them, and many began to jeer. In this day and age, there truly is no shortage of characters. Impersonating someone from EFC? Ridiculous. Indeed, at such a high-profile banquet, how could a fraud slip in? Throw him out. Chen Guofu shouted the loudest. Exactly, toss this fraud out. Suddenly, a cool and resolute female voice intervened. David Chen indeed works at EFC. However, he is responsible for the Asia-Pacific marketing, not the core business department. He would have no access to the list of special advisors at EFC. The crowd turned, noticing Mandy had approached at some point. She stood beside Huo Tianyao, retrieving an exquisite business card from her handbag and presenting it to young Master Zhou. Young Master Zhou, I am Mandy Wang, currently the Vice President of Kaohsiung Capital for the Asia-Pacific region, primarily responsible for multinational mergers and strategic investments. Her tone was professional and composed. Kaohsiung Capital was involved in the restructuring of EFC Group last year, so I am very familiar with their equity structure. Young Master Zhou received the business card, his eyes widening in surprise. The Kaohsiung Capital with headquarters on Wall Street and in London? Indeed, Mandy nodded with a smile, then turned to Lu Jihua. Mr. Lu, your friend David Chen's access is limited, which is why he could not find the information. EFC International Trade is merely one of the publicly known subsidiaries of EFC Group. The actual controlling entity of EFC Group is an offshore fund registered in Luxembourg, the European Joint Capital Management Fund. She paused for effect before continuing clearly. Within the management committee of this fund, there is a special advisor from Southeast Asia who holds the right to provide strategic decision-making advice for 3 core subsidiaries of EFC Group. This advisor's name is publicly referenced by the alias H. However, within the fund's internal records, Mandy looked at Huo Tianyao, smiling slightly. It is Mr. Huo Tianyao. This identity is not listed in EFC's public employee roster, but it is duly recorded among the senior management of the fund. If young Master Zhou has any doubts, he can contact Kaohsiung Capital's European headquarters right now and reference my employee number GS8042. They will verify with EFC Group's compliance department. The crowd erupted into a flurry of excitement. Kaohsiung Capital's reputation in the financial sector is legendary. It is indeed a top-tier multinational investment bank. And anyone who can attain the position of vice president, there is certainly no ordinary individual. At that moment, several well-known business figures from Hong Kong Island approached. With Miss Mandy's credentials, what further verification is needed? Indeed, this Mr. Hua is a remarkable figure. Haha, Mr. Hua, greetings. My apologies for the misunderstanding earlier. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, transforming into a chorus of compliments directed at Huo Tianyao. One business card after another was thrust into his hands. Outside the throng of people, Chun Tianxiong and Lu Wei stood dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. Although they were not well acquainted with UFC International, the flattery from so many business moguls clearly indicated that he was no ordinary individual. It turns out that the third brother's business has grown so substantial. Chen Shui stared blankly at the scene before her, glancing at Huo Tianyao with a gaze filled with complex emotions. Young Master Zhou's hand trembled slightly as he clutched the business card, his expression grim. Chen Guofu's face turned pale, his lips parted as if to speak. Yet no words emerged. Lu Jihua's smile had completely vanished, his eyes darting in shock between Mandy and Huo Tianyao. Indeed, Zhou Qintai and Chen Guofu were both orchestrated by him. Their duet intended to reveal that this man favored by Meng Jiahui was merely a small businessman from Southeast Asia, simultaneously aiming to make Chen Shui understand the stark contrast between Huo Tianyao and Lu Jihua. Huo Tianyao's boastful words unexpectedly provided Lu Jihua with an opportunity to retaliate. However, he seemed to have gravely underestimated the background of Lu Wei's fiancée and even more so, Huo Tianyao's prowess. The praises and flattery from the surrounding wealthy individuals landed on their faces like resounding slaps. Mandy observed them, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Executives from UFC International? What a jest. According to CIA analysis, the entire UFC group likely belongs to Huo Tianyao. Moreover, this was merely the tip of the iceberg beneath Huo Tianyao's vast empire. If these individuals were to discover Huo Tianyao's true identity, they would likely be so astonished they'd lose control of their faculties. At that moment, a cold, cutting voice suddenly rang out, silencing the crowd. Who is bullying my boyfriend? Meng Jiahui rushed over, her face etched with urgency. Someone had just informed her that her dance partner was a fraud, cornered by young Master Zhou and young Master Lu, and was about to be expelled from the banquet. The room fell into an immediate hush. A few seconds later, gasps of shock filled the air. Boyfriend. Miss Meng's boyfriend. How could this be possible? The identity of an EFC executive could afford many businessmen present a level of equality and the opportunity for collaboration. Yet, the identity of Miss Meng's boyfriend brought forth an unprecedented shock. Although the Meng family was not one of the four prominent families, anyone with a modicum of status knew that the low-profile Meng family wielded power that rivaled the four families, a presence even the Lu family had to look up to. Chapter 43. The Meng family's son-in-law? Is Huo Tianyao not worthy? Zhou Qintai stood dumbfounded, utterly at a loss. Lu Jihua's face froze, his expression a tumult of shock, resentment, disbelief, and a hint of unmistakable jealousy. Chen Shui remained rooted to the spot, her champagne glass trembling slightly in her hand. The words boyfriend echoed incessantly in her mind. Although Chen Guofu was unaware of Meng Jiahui's identity, he could discern from the expressions of those around him that her status was extraordinary, rendering him pale with fear. His lips quivering as he struggled to articulate words. Mandy exchanged a knowing glance with Huo Tianyao. She was more aware than anyone of whether Meng Jiahui was Huo Tianyao's girlfriend. The crowd quickly parted, clearing a path. With a composed expression, Meng Jiahui approached Huo Tianyao, sighing in relief upon finding him still calm. Huo Tianyao, are you all right? She asked, her tone slightly anxious, as she cautiously linked her arm through his. Huo Tianyao regarded her, internally sighing. He couldn't expose the intentions of this kind-hearted girl in front of everyone, even though he didn't require such assistance. I'm fine, he replied, casting a glance at Chen Shui, allowing Meng Jiahui to cling to him. A flicker of joy surged within Meng Jiahui. But as her gaze swept over Zhou Qintai and Lu Jihua, the innate aura of a prominent family radiated from her. Zhou Qintai, Lu Jihua. She spoke with a frigid tone laced with undeniable authority. Does my boyfriend need to prove anything to you standing here? Cold sweat beaded on Zhou Qintai's forehead as he hurriedly bowed. Miss Meng, it's all a misunderstanding. I did not know Mr. Huo was your boyfriend. Nor did I realize his connection with Yefsi. Just because you didn't know, does that grant you the liberty to humiliate him? Meng Jiahui raised an eyebrow, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Jihua. Do you think that now your Zhou family has allied with the Lu family, you can disregard the Meng family? Zhou Qintai's complexion drained of color as he repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry, Miss Meng. I'm sorry, Mr. Huo. I was blind and I apologize. Lu Jihua's expression darkened, yet he could only force a smile. Jiahui, this is indeed a misunderstanding. Young Master Zhou merely feared someone might impersonate an identity to infiltrate the banquet. Now that everything is clarified, it's all well. Afraid of impersonation? Meng Jiahui let out a cold laugh. Lu Jihua, my boyfriend is a guest you invited. Yet you side with outsiders to question his identity? Is this how your Lu family treats guests? Lu Jihua was left speechless, his fury boiling within him. But the strength of the Meng family was beyond his reach. leaving him no choice but to bow his head in acknowledgement of his error. The situation took a sharp turn. The typically suave Lu Jihua found himself in this predicament. Many who had grievances with the Lu family stifled their laughter. At that moment, an elderly man, gray-haired yet full of vitality, approached, surrounded by a group of admirers. Upon seeing the elder, everyone parted respectfully, greeting him with deference. Old Meng, Mr. Meng. The newcomer was none other than Meng Jiahui's father, Meng Zhendong. He stepped beside his daughter, his gaze soft as he surveyed the crowd, ultimately landing on Huo Tianyao. Meng Zhendong's eyes were complex and profound. Having fathered a daughter late in life, he adored this cherished pearl, even permitting her to defy family expectations to become an ordinary teacher. However, the matter of his daughter's lifelong happiness was never solely hers to determine. Despite the Meng family's low profile, it maintained an intricate web of connections and interests that needed safeguarding. Marriage had always been a strategic affair for the family. Jiahui, is this the Mr. Huo you often mention? Meng Zhendong's voice was deep and steady, yet his gaze pierced Huo Tianyao with the sharpness of a hawk. Meng Jiahui nodded, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, yet she keenly sensed the scrutiny in her father's eyes. She understood that while her father might accept her pursuit of her dreams, he would never easily relent when it came to matters of marriage. Dad, this is Huo Tianyao. Just now, someone questioned his identity and even tried to expel him. Her tone carried an undercurrent of barely perceptible tension. Upon hearing this, Meng Zhendong turned to Zhou Chuntai and Lu Jihua, his gaze calm, yet imposing, instilling an intangible pressure upon the two. Young men, Meng Zhendong began slowly. His tone measured but laden with gravity. You must understand the importance of propriety in your actions. Mr. Huo is a guest of the Meng family, and to question him is to question the integrity of our lineage. The moment those words left his lips, the room erupted in astonishment. Meng Zhendong personally stood in support of Huo Tianyao, a gesture that carried immense weight. Zhou Chintai felt his legs weaken, bowing repeatedly. Meng Lao, I apologize. It was my error, and I extend my sincerest apologies to Mr. Huo. Lu Jihua also lowered his head. Meng Lao, I mishandled the situation, please forgive me. Chen Guofu, overwhelmed with fear, felt his knees tremble. Meng Zhendong waved his hand dismissively, ignoring them, and turned his attention back to Huo Tianyao, a courteous smile gracing his face. Mr. Huo, I trust today's events have not caused you undue embarrassment. Since you are here, please enjoy yourself a while longer. And do not let these trifles dampen your spirits. His demeanor was gentle and polite, yet Huo Tianyao could sense that this kindness lacked sincerity. You are too courteous, Mr. Meng, Huo Tianyao replied calmly. Meng Zhendong nodded slightly, gestured towards Mandy, and addressed the crowd. All right, everyone, please continue. Do not let such minor matters affect your mood. After the crowd dispersed, Meng Zhendong gently patted his daughter's shoulder and lowered his voice. Jiahui, come with me for a moment. Meng Jiahui glanced at Huo Tianyao, offering a soft smile before following her father to a secluded corner. Dad, Meng Zhendong directly inquired, his tone gentle yet unmistakably serious. When did you come to know of this Huo Tianyao? He is the uncle of one of my students. I have seen him a few times at school. Meng Jiahui hesitated, omitting any mention of their fleeting encounter. Dad, he truly is a special advisor for the EFC fund, as Mandy Wang just confirmed. Meng Zhendong nodded. His credentials seem legitimate. Mandy Wang does have some business dealings with our family. However, Jiahui, you must understand that merely being an EFC advisor is far from sufficient to gain entry into the Meng family. His voice carried both paternal affection and the authority of a family head. I permit you to pursue your dreams, to be a teacher and engage in what you love. Yet, when it comes to marriage, you must consider the family as standing. You must know, our Meng family is currently. Meng Jiahui bit her lip. Dad, I am aware, but I genuinely like him. Meng Zhendong gazed deeply at his daughter. If our Meng family were an ordinary household, I would not stand in your way. Yet, he ruffled Meng Jiahui's hair, exhaling a long sigh. Meng Jiahui's eyes glistened with tears, and she couldn't help but glance at Huo Tianyao once more. She had initially intended to muster the courage to enjoy these final moments of their connection. Today, they had finally taken a step closer. However, it seemed that this was where it would halt. Moreover, her father's concerns were unwarranted. Huo Tianyao had no interest in her whatsoever. Let us go? I still need to explain the situation to the Zheng family. The tears in Meng Jiahui's eyes nearly spilled over, yet she nodded, wiping away the traces of sorrow, and took one last look at Huo Tianyao before following in her father's footsteps. Chapter 44. Chun Shui's Confession. The mysterious movements of the sister-in-law. The banquet continued, but the atmosphere had shifted drastically. People approached Huo Tianyao intermittently for conversation, and Lu Wei swaggered over, proudly draping an arm around Mandy's shoulders. I told you my fiancé is exceptional, yet you refuse to believe. Chun Tianxiong shot a fierce glare at Chen Guofu, lowering his voice. Now do you realize how embarrassing you are? Chun Guofu's face fluctuated between red and pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. His lips trembling and unable to articulate a response. Mandy cast a sympathetic glance at him, shaking her head. Given Huo Tianyao's temperament, this fellow would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if he were Chun Tianxiong's own brother. Lu Zhihua stood not far off, observing everything with clenched fists, nearly crushing his wine glass. Especially concerning was Chun Shue's demeanor. She had been fixated on Huo Tianyao for quite some time, her gaze filled with complexity. More importantly, Meng Jiahui was the woman he had long desired but could never attain, and it was unexpected to discover that she too harbored feelings for Huo Tianyao. From Chen Shui, he had already learned of Huo Tianyao's background. A mere small-time businessman returned from Southeast Asia, but reality had dealt him a harsh slap, leaving him humiliated before so many. A sudden feeling washed over him. It seemed he had been played by Chen Shui. This woman of humble origins dared to toy with him. The thought of having never gained any advantage over Chen Shui ignited a fiery resentment within Lu Zhihua. As the banquet drew to a close, Huo Tianyao failed to catch sight of Meng Jiahui amidst the crowd. "Let us go," Chun Tianxiong declared, waving his hand as everyone began to exit. "A Shui," Lu Zhihua called out, hastening after Chen Shui. Chun Tianxiong shot him a warning glance, instructing Chen Shui, "Hurry, we'll be waiting for you outside." The others snorted dismissively and turned away. Chun Guofu wished to exchange a few words with Lu Zhihua, but under Chun Tianxiong's menacing glare, he could only manage an awkward smile before trailing after the group. Lu Zhihua suppressed his anger, speaking gently, "A Shui, it's still early. Shall we take a stroll by the seaside?" However, Chun Shui absent-mindedly shook her head. "No need, Zhihua, I have matters to attend to. What could possibly be more important than me?" Lu Zhihua pressed on. Yet, Chen Shui had already turned her gaze toward the direction Huo Tianyao had taken, hastily replying, "I'm sorry, Zhihua, but I truly have something to do. I must leave now." With that, she hurried after Huo Tianyao, leaving Lu Zhihua's expression dark and foreboding. He stood rooted to the spot, coldly staring at Chen Shui's departing figure, before shifting his gaze to Lin Meifeng, who stood beside Chen Tianxiong. He downed his drink in one go, grabbed his phone, and sent a text message. "Third uncle." As Chen Shui caught up to Huo Tianyao, who was about to enter Chen Tianxiong's car, she asked, "May I have a word with you?" Chen Tianxiong paused momentarily. But upon realizing it might be regarding Lu Gongzi, he nodded. "Yao, please get into a Shui's car." Huo Tianyao hesitated for 2 seconds, then nodded and followed Chen Shui. Chen Tianxiong started the vehicle. Suddenly, Lin Meifeng's phone buzzed. She picked it up and her expression changed dramatically. "What's wrong?" Chen Tianxiong asked with concern. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Lin Meifeng quickly tucked her phone away, smoothing her hair. "Xiong has a friend looking for me. You head back first. I'll return later." Chen Tianxiong sensed something amiss, yet did not dwell on it, simply nodding in acknowledgement. "Come back early." Inside Chen Shui's car, a heavy silence enveloped the interior, broken only by the low rumble of the engine. "Third uncle, about today." Chen Shui finally spoke, her voice trembling slightly. "I did not intend to put you in an awkward position. I asked Lu Zhihua to invite you here merely to ascertain whether I hold any significance in your heart." Huo Tianyao's gaze shifted momentarily, yet he remained silent. "I recognize how childish and absurd this may seem," Chen Shui continued, gripping the steering wheel tightly as she fixed her eyes ahead, "but each time I perceive your cold demeanor towards me, I cannot help but feel compelled to test the waters, to provoke a reaction from you. I yearn to discover whether you genuinely do not care for me." She turned her head, tears glistening in her eyes. "Yao, may I refrain from calling you third uncle? I have never regarded you as such. Since that night, you have occupied my heart alone." Huo Tianyao's heart jolted. He had vaguely guessed Chen Shui's sentiments, yet hearing her express them aloud stirred tumult within him. "Ah Shui," he began, his voice somewhat hoarse, "please allow me to finish." Chen Shui interrupted him, summoning her courage to continue. "I understand that we are technically uncle and niece. Yet we share no blood relation. I am aware you might perceive me as too young and naive. However, I am sincere. Since that evening, I have known that I can only love you for the rest of my life." She gazed at Huo Tianyao's reflection in the rearview mirror, summoning all her courage. "Yao, grant me a chance, will you? If you are concerned about my father, I shall speak with him. I will explain." Huo Tianyao's hand trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Chen Shui's confession ignited an unusual warmth and flutter in his heart. For years, he had grown accustomed to solitude and coldness, burying all emotions deep within. Yet, confronted by the sincerity in this girl's eyes, he felt an unprecedented wavering. Deep within, her shadow had indeed begun to take root. But he could not. He had no future. "Ah Shui," Huo Tianyao opened his eyes, his voice regaining its calmness. "You are wonderful, but we are not suited for one another." Chen Shui was taken aback. "Why? Is it because I am your niece? But we share no blood relation." "It is not for that reason," Huo Tianyao interjected, steeling himself. It is because I do not love you. Those words struck Chen Shui like a dagger to her heart. Her face turned ashen, and she slammed the brakes. What did you say? Her voice was barely audible. I said, I do not love you, Huo Tianyao reiterated. Each word articulated with chilling clarity. I have always regarded you as my niece, nothing more. Let us pretend the past, and today never occurred. From now on, I will still be your third uncle. Is that understood? Chen Shui stared at him, her tears finally spilling over, and she abruptly turned her head, collapsing against the steering wheel, choking back sobs. The blaring of horns surged around them, yet it could not drown out the sound of the girl's weeping. Huo Tianyao longed to embrace her, to comfort her, yet he could not. I'm sorry, he murmured, preparing to exit the car. Chen Shui suddenly turned, crying out. Then who do you love? Is it that Miss Meng? Is she truly your girlfriend? Huo Tianyao hesitated, shaking his head with a bitter smile. She is not. And I do not love her either. With that, he stepped out of the car. The gentle breeze was refreshing, yet it sent a chill through his heart. Meanwhile, inside the car, Chen Shui, her tear-streaked face, suddenly bore a smile of relief. He had clarified his feelings. He did not love her, thus she still had a chance. Chapter 45. The enigmatic Lu Gongzi, the arrival of the unhinged. Moments after Chen Tianxiong and the other's vehicle vanished, Lin Meifeng was picked up by a fully tinted chauffeur-driven car, which slowly navigated into a secluded private driveway, the trees lining the path casting ominous shadows in the darkness. Lin Meifeng clasped her hands tightly, her nails nearly embedding themselves into her flesh. The scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate until a seemingly abandoned Victorian villa came into view. The front door was securely locked, the iron gate overrun with vines, suggesting it had long been uninhabited. However, the car circled to the back entrance. The rear door opened silently, and as the vehicle entered, the door swiftly closed behind them. As Lin Meifeng was assisted out of the car, her legs felt weak. This was not her first visit, yet each time she stepped into this place, an all-consuming terror gripped her. Mr. Liu is waiting for you, a stoic man in black murmured, handing her a black hood. Trembling, Lin Meifeng accepted it and donned it. As darkness enveloped her vision, she was guided forward. After passing through several doors and descending a flight of stairs, they entered a long corridor. Even blindfolded, Lin Meifeng sensed that this space was far more expansive than the villa she had seen above ground. Finally, the hood was removed. Her surroundings were suddenly illuminated. Before her lay an extraordinarily vast underground chamber, lavishly adorned to the point of suffocation. Crystal chandeliers cast a soft glow. The Persian carpet covering the floor felt plush and silent underfoot, and priceless oil paintings adorned the walls, while antique sculptures in the corners glimmered gently in the light. Yet, amidst this opulence, what was most disquieting were the women. Over a dozen women sat or stood, clad in exquisite yet revealing gowns, their gazes vacant. Some bore striking resemblances to one another, suggesting they were mothers or sisters. No one spoke. The entire space was steeped in an eerie silence. In the center of the room, on an intricately carved mahogany chair, Lu Zhihua lounged, a glass of red wine in hand. He had shed his suit jacket from the earlier gathering, the collar of his white shirt undone, exuding a dangerous aura distinctly at odds with the daylight. Upon seeing Lin Meifeng, he offered a slight smile, devoid of warmth. Long time no see, his voice was soft, yet it sent a shiver down Lin Meifeng's spine. Your daughter looks lovely tonight, does she not? That silver gown suits her perfectly. Lin Meifeng's complexion turned pale. Master Liu, I implore you, do not harm Ah Shui. She has suffered enough, and it seems her heart belongs to another. Is it that Huo Tianyao? Lu Zhihua let out a derisive snort. Due to certain circumstances, he had lost some things in his youth, which had ultimately led to his warped psyche. Those who are twisted in mind possess an acute sensitivity. He was acutely aware that Chen Shui's gaze towards Huo Tianyao was decidedly abnormal. In the external world, to smoothly inherit the Liu family business, he needed to don the facade of a perfect persona. Here, he would return to his true self. Lu Zhihua set down his wine glass and rose, slowly approaching Lin Meifeng. As a mere executive at EFC, how dare he compete with me for a woman? Let me be clear, Chen Shui belongs to me, and Meng Jiahui will be mine as well. As for Huo Tianyao, I will ensure he does not have it easy. He bellowed, violently tearing Lin Meifeng's clothing apart. Lin Meifeng trembled, covering her body and staggering backward. Her heart sank in sudden alarm. Huo Tianyao? Does a Shui have feelings for Huo Tianyao? How could this be? He is a Shui's third uncle. What is there to hide? A twisted excitement flickered in Lu Zhihua's eyes. He never anticipated that this scoundrel Huo Tianyao would be a kindred spirit. Lin Meifeng stared in disbelief, her form faltering as she struggled to maintain her composure while retreating. Still hiding? What? Because of your husband? Wishing to return to your family? Ha, do not forget. I still possess those scandalous photographs of yours. If your husband and daughter were to see them, how do you think they would regard you? Lin Meifeng could no longer afford to contemplate the relationship between Huo Tianyao and Chen Shui. She closed her eyes in despair, tears streaming down her face. As memories surged like a tidal wave. 5 years prior, she had disdainfully rejected Chen Tianxiong for his lack of wealth and, swayed by her friend Alan, resolutely chose divorce. She attended various high-class banquets, becoming immersed in a life of luxury. The youthful and wealthy Lu Zhihua, ever tender and considerate, captivated her completely. Until one day, Lu Zhihua brought her to this place, revealing his true nature. Do you know what I cherish most? That day, Lu Zhihua whispered in her ear, his fingers brushing against her trembling shoulder. I adore complete families. That kind of forbidden beauty. Yet he seemed to harbor some unspeakable secret. They had never consummated their relationship. But instead, he proposed a far more terrifying demand. He wanted Chen Shui. Assist me in approaching your daughter. I will treat her well, and ensure you continue to enjoy your current lifestyle. Otherwise, he left the threat hanging. But Lin Meifeng understood the unspoken menace. From that day forth, Lin Meifeng lived in a dual torment. The remnants of her conscience gradually distanced her from Lu Zhihua, while he appeared to have found a new target, forgetting her entirely. Later, under Huo Tianyao's financial assault, she chose to return to her family. Yet, a sliver of panic lingered within her, preventing her from remarrying Chen Tianxiong. Ultimately, the nightmare returned. At that family banquet, her daughter Chen Shui had the audacity to bring this monster along. Clearly, Lu Zhihua had no intention of letting her or her daughter go. Meifeng, some games, once begun, cannot be halted at your whim. Lu Zhihua's voice pulled Lin Meifeng from her reverie, and she trembled. What do you want? Me? Lu Zhihua smiled. I am pursuing her, openly and honestly, as the vice president of Lu Enterprises. Collaborating with your daughter's law firm under the pretense of work to draw near to her, to care for her, to win her over. Isn't that quite romantic? He stepped closer to Lin Meifeng, leaning in to whisper in her ear, but my patience is limited. I advise you to comply. Let us not even mention those photographs. Just consider that your daughter has sacrificed greatly and worked tirelessly to rise to partner at the law firm. Her promotion is entirely due to my status as a significant client of theirs. With a mere word from me, she could be dismissed from the firm. Furthermore, from this day forth, she will be unable to secure an offer at any law firm or company throughout the entire Hong Kong island. Lin Meifeng abruptly lifted her head, her eyes filled with terror. No, you cannot. I can't. Lu Zhihua straightened, his gaze icy. And furthermore, you must assist me. No. Lin Meifeng shook her head, stepping back. I cannot. She is my daughter. Oh. Lu Zhihua raised an eyebrow. Then you are choosing to let her suffer alongside that Huo Tianyao? You know, I have my ways of ensuring they cannot remain on Hong Kong Island. Or worse. He did not finish his sentence, but the threat in his eyes was unmistakably clear. Chapter 46. The Twisted Tycoon, Big Sister's Helplessness. The eldest brother and younger brother captured. Lin Meifeng collapsed onto the floor, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Consider it, Meifeng. Lu Zhihua's voice whispered like a demon. Is it to help your daughter walk a bright path, to become the young mistress of the Lu family, or to watch her and her beloved face destruction together? This choice should not be difficult. He stood up and walked to a young girl, who appeared to be barely 20, her eyes vacant. Beside her sat a middle-aged woman with a similar appearance, equally expressionless. Lu Zhihua reached out, caressing the girl's cheek. She flinched slightly, but did not dare to evade. They had struggled when they first arrived. Lu Zhihua seemed to be addressing Lin Meifeng while also speaking to himself. But soon really on one side lies the purity and future of his daughter, while on the other rests the moral threshold and the conscience of a mother. Whichever side he chooses, it signifies an irrevocable loss. Huo Tianyao hailed a taxi, and upon arriving home, refrained from turning on the lights. He poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. The alcohol seared his throat, yet it could not extinguish the turmoil within his heart. The outcome of the recent banquet was significant. At the very least, he discerned that Lu Gongzi was indeed behaving strangely. However, since Chen Shui had unequivocally expressed her feelings to him, it meant she would no longer exploit Lu Gongzi to provoke him. Logically, this should also imply that he would not have excessive interactions with Lu Gongzi, thus rendering any issues regarding Lu Gongzi inconsequential to Huo Tianyao. Nevertheless, that Zhou Gongzi and Chen Guofu must pay a price. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Ah Sheng, it's me, Huo Tianyao. The voice on the other end belonged to Wang Jiejun of the Security Bureau. Yao Gu, it's rare for you to reach out. What's the matter? I need someone to handle a situation for me. Huo Tianyao's tone was frigid. Who? Chen Guofu, a minor director at the planning department. Huo Tianyao paused. I want him to lose his job and be utterly disgraced. The voice on the line grew quieter, seemingly in the midst of investigating the identity of the individual. After a moment, Wang Jiejun's voice returned, tinged with a hint of incredulity. Yao Gu, this Chen Guofu is your elder brother Chen Tianxiong's biological sibling, isn't he? Yes. Indeed. Huo Tianyao interrupted. Ah. Wang Jiejun was momentarily taken aback, but soon found clarity. In his eyes, Yao Ge treated his own people with even greater care than himself. Clearly, this Chen Guofu had brought his downfall upon himself. I've learned that his father-in-law, Li Guanghui, is the director of the planning department. Should we deal with him as well? Huo Tianyao pondered for a moment, recalling Li Haoyu, and rejected the proposal. All right, I understand. You'll receive news by tomorrow. Wang Jiejun chuckled. I never expected that after all these years, I could still be of assistance to you, Yao Ge. Huo Tianyao said nothing and ended the call. Although Wang Jiejun was merely a director, he held the rank of senior superintendent. Coupled with the unique power of the security bureau, dealing with a mere Chen Guofu posed no challenge whatsoever. The following morning, Chen Guofu whistled a merry tune as he entered the office building. Although there had been some unpleasantness at the banquet the previous day, Liu Zhihua had made overtures to win him over, ensuring that the vacant deputy director position, which had been fiercely contested, was now firmly within his grasp. His father-in-law, Li Guanghui, had grown old, diminishing his influence within the department, but fortunately, he had found a new patron. Once his father-in-law retired, the directorship would undoubtedly be his. Colleagues seemed to have already received the news, rushing forward to curry favor as they saw Chen Guofu. Director Chen, you look particularly well today. Congratulations, Director Chen. Do look out for us old colleagues in the future. Along the way, he was inundated with flattery and congratulations. Chen Guofu modestly nodded in response, yet internally, he was elated. After so many years of enduring humiliation as a son-in-law under Li Guanghui, he had finally emerged from the shadows. No sooner had he settled into his office than his secretary knocked and entered. Director Chen, the director requests your presence. Chen Guofu adjusted his suit and leisurely made his way to the director's office. In the past, he would have hurried, but times had changed. Li Guanghui, seated behind a large desk, surprisingly stood up upon his son-in-law's entry, a smile plastered on his face. Guofu, come, take a seat. Chen Guofu couldn't help but sneer inwardly. This old fellow, who had previously summoned him with disdain, now displayed a complete about-face upon seeing him ally with the Liu family. The director has something for me? Chen Guofu intentionally omitted the term father and softened his tone. Shedding the usual deference, Li Guanghui seemed oblivious. Or perhaps he sensed the shift but chose to swallow his pride. He personally poured Chen Guofu a cup of tea. It's nothing major. I merely wanted to congratulate you. The appointment for deputy director will be finalized next Monday. Moving forward, the responsibilities of the planning department will rest heavily on your shoulders. Of course, Chen Guofu accepted the tea, crossing his legs. Young Master Liu mentioned this is just the beginning. Once you retire, this position. He left the sentence unfinished, yet the implication was unmistakable. Li Guanghui's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly masked it with a smile. Indeed, the youth are formidable. Guofu, I may have been too stern with you in the past, but it was all for your own good. I am genuinely pleased with your success. Chen Guofu internally scoffed. He had once been a despised son-in-law, yet now, the rapid change in attitude and the obsequious tone made him feel buoyant. Just as he was about to respond, the office door was abruptly pushed open. 3 men in black suits, adorned with security bureau badges, strode in with stern expressions. The leader, a middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, fixed his gaze on Chen Guofu. Are you Chen Guofu? Chen Guofu froze, instinctively rising. I am. Who are you? We are from the Special Operations Unit of the Security Bureau. The middle-aged man displayed his credentials. Chen Guofu, you are suspected of colluding with foreign terrorist organizations and leaking official secrets. Please accompany us for an investigation. What? Both Chen Guofu and Li Guanghui exclaimed in unison. What nonsense are you spouting? There's no way I could collude with a terrorist organization. You must be mistaken. If there is any confusion, it will be resolved during the investigation. The middle-aged man gestured, and 2 subordinates immediately moved in, one to his left and one to his right, seizing Chen Guofu. Li Guanghui quickly stood up. Wait, I am the director of the planning department, Li Guanghui. What evidence do you have for this arrest? I demand to see a warrant. The middle-aged man glanced at Li Guanghui, his gaze indifferent. Director Li, we are the Special Investigations Unit of the Security Bureau, authorized to detain suspects in emergencies without a warrant. As for the warrant, he paused, smirking. I am Wang Jiejun, the head of the Anti-Terrorism Operations Unit. If Director Li has any questions, you are welcome to inquire at the Security Bureau. Li Guanghui opened his mouth, but no words came forth. The Security Bureau was an entity of immense power, far beyond the purview of a mere planning department director. Take him away. Wang Jiejun said coldly. Dad, save me, Dad. When Chen Guofu was dragged out of the office, he frantically implored Li Guanghui for help. Li Guanghui, watching his son-in-law being taken away, turned pale with fear. Just moments ago, he had been deferential to this son-in-law, but now a wave of dread washed over him. If Chen Guofu was indeed entangled in some terrorist organization case, he, as the father-in-law, would likely face repercussions as well. Distracted, Li Guanghui paced back and forth in the office, ruminating over whether he had overlooked anything in his actions. After a considerable time, he picked up the phone and called his daughter. Miling, Huo has been arrested. What on earth has he done? Li Miling instantly panicked. Dad. What happened? Why was he arrested? He has always been law-abiding and has never done anything wrong. Li Guanghui's expression darkened. He was taken away by the Security Bureau, suspected of colluding with a terrorist organization. Impossible. Li Miling screamed. Guofu is so timid. How could he possibly do such a thing? Someone must be framing him. Framing? Li Guanghui's brow furrowed as he pressed for more information. Miling, has Guofu offended anyone recently? Li Miling paused, suddenly recalling that last night. Chen Guofu had mentioned something about an incident at a banquet. However, in her view, Guofu, being the brother of Huo Tianyao, could only have made a mocking remark. It wouldn't warrant such a grave accusation. Moreover, Huo Tianyao shouldn't possess such influence. What are you hesitating for? Tell me immediately if you remember anything. Li Guanghui coldly interrupted her thoughts. She quickly replied, yesterday at the Liu family's banquet, Guofu had a conflict with one of my brother's acquaintances. But it was instigated by young Master Liu. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes lighting up. Right. Young Master Liu. Guofu said that young Master Liu values him highly, and that the position of deputy director was arranged for him by young Master Liu. Dad, I'll go find young Master Liu. He must have a way to help. Li Guanghui pondered for a moment and nodded. The Liu family's influence in Hong Kong was indeed significant. Perhaps they could assist. After hanging up the phone, Li Miling utilized her connections and finally located the Liu family's villa in Repulse Bay. Upon hearing Li Miling's tearful account, Liu Jihua's brow furrowed. Taken away by the Security Bureau? What exactly has he done? He has done nothing at all. Li Miling wept uncontrollably. Guofu is always law-abiding. How could he suddenly be implicated with a terrorist organization? Young Master Liu, I beg you to save him. You are our only hope. Liu Jihua raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the woman before him. Although Li Miling was over 40, having been born into a wealthy family, she was well preserved, with fair skin and enduring charm. Her body trembled slightly from crying, exuding a mature allure, especially with her ample bosom subtly on display. Liu Jihua's eyes gleamed, his peculiar inclinations stirred. Aunt Li, please do not fret. Liu Jihua adopted a gentle demeanor, rising to pour a glass of water for Li Miling. Uncle Chun is my friend. I will certainly do my utmost to assist. Sitting back on the sofa, he intentionally moved closer, his hand inadvertently resting on Li Miling's shoulder. Let me make a call to inquire. The Liu family's clout was formidable. He dialed a number, briefly explaining the situation. The person on the other end was evidently aware of Wang Juxing's authority and tactfully responded, Young Master Liu, it is not that I am unwilling to help. However, when Director Wang personally apprehends someone, it is rare for them to escape unscathed. But I can try to inquire about the situation. After hanging up, Liu Jihua comforted Li Miling, each unintentional touch causing her to relax slightly, her cheeks flushing with color. Yet, she dared not overthink it. Interpreting it merely as an accidental gesture from Liu Jihua, a young, affluent, and courteous gentleman. How could he possibly be interested in an older woman like her? A few minutes later, the phone rang again. Young Master Liu, I have clarified the situation. Chen Guofu has offended someone he should not have. However, they mentioned that it is merely a lesson for him. He will not be formally charged. Yet, he has succumbed under pressure and disclosed many inappropriate things. The position at the planning department is likely irretrievable. Liu Jihua's mind stirred. Offending someone one should not have? Could it truly be Huo Tianyao? Huh. Who would have thought this fool had connections to the Security Bureau? But so what? The high-ranking position at EFC is insignificant in the face of the Liu family. As for Meng Jiahui, she likely could not meet Huo Tianyao again and certainly would not come to his aid. Liu Jihua chuckled coldly to himself, hanging up the phone and turning to Li Miling with a resigned sigh. Aunt Li, Uncle Chun has indeed offended someone. That individual wields considerable influence, and he may not be able to escape. Liu Jihua's words fell like a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing the flicker of hope that had ignited within Li Miling. Not able to escape? Her voice trembled, her face as pale as a sheet. Young Master Liu, did you not say you could help? Aunt Li, please allow me to finish. Liu Jihua gently grasped her hand, this time not letting go immediately. That Director Wang from the Security Bureau is notoriously unyielding. Very few have managed to walk away intact from his grip. He sighed, his fingers lightly caressing the back of Li Miling's hand. Furthermore, Uncle Chun has disclosed certain matters he should not have. The implications are too vast. Even if I exert all my effort, it will likely be challenging to secure his safety. Chapter 48. The nephew's mother sacrifices to a perverse tycoon. Is it not inhumane? Li Miling felt the world spin around her, her entire being collapsing against Liu Jihua, tears streaming down her face once more. How could this happen? What has he done? Sensing the warmth of her body in his embrace, Liu Jihua's eyes glinted with triumph. He gently placed his hand on Li Miling's shoulder, feeling her tremors. However, it was not entirely hopeless. Li Miling anxiously turned to him, their faces nearly touching. What is the way? Lu Jihua's gaze lingered on her face, eventually settling on her slightly trembling lips. Li Miling sensed an unusual intensity in his gaze. Her face flushed as she instinctively attempted to retreat. But Lu Jihua's hand had already slid to her waist. Aunt Li, you are truly beautiful. Lu Jihua's voice suddenly deepened, imbued with a dangerous softness. Especially in this moment of anxiety and helplessness, evoking an irresistible urge to protect her. Li Miling felt her entire body stiffen, her mind a blank slate. She was not an inexperienced girl, and she could naturally discern the implications behind his words. Yet, she found it difficult to believe. Who was Lu Jihua? The scion of the Lu family, a promising young man surrounded by all manner of women. How could he possibly be interested in her, a woman in her 40s? Mr. Lu, please, do not jest. She attempted to push his hand away, but her strength faltered. I am not joking. Lu Jihua tightened his grip, pulling her closer. If you wish to save Uncle Chun, I can assist you. But you must understand, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. His breath brushed against Li Miling's ear, his voice barely above a whisper. I can leverage all of the Lu family's connections to ensure Uncle Chen's safe release. However, you must pay a price. Li Miling's heart raced, nearly leaping from her chest. She comprehended Lu Jihua's intentions, yet the notion was utterly absurd and terrifying. What is it that you desire? Her voice was barely audible, frail as a whisper. Lu Jihua smiled, his expression brimming with a sense of control and delight. I want you, Aunt Li, not just once, but to be at my beck and call. No. Li Miling instinctively rejected the idea. This is unacceptable. I am Guofu's wife. Wife? Lu Jihua's smile turned sardonic. Your husband, after merely half an hour at the security bureau, divulged everything. To save himself, he even betrayed your father. If all goes as expected, your father will soon be apprehended. Is such a man truly worth your fidelity? Li Miling was taken aback. She could hardly believe her husband would commit such an act, yet Lu Jihua's certainty left no room for doubt. Mr. Lu, are you speaking the truth? Did he really betray my father? Lu Jihua's fingers traced gentle circles at her waist. Every word I speak is the unvarnished truth. If you doubt me, feel free to call your father right now. Li Miling's mental defenses crumbled entirely. Mr. Lu, please save my father, and also Guofu. She could not bear to see her father imprisoned, nor did she wish for Li Haoyu to grow up without a father. As long as you promise me, I will ensure their safety. Can you truly guarantee their well-being? Her voice trembled. Lu Jihua recognized that he had ensnared his prey. He released her, lifted his wine glass once more, and resumed his genteel demeanor. I assure you on the honor of the Lu family, your father will be released shortly, and his position will remain unscathed. Indeed, he may even advance further. Uncle Chun will return home safely today. He paused, adding, of course, it depends on your performance. Li Miling closed her eyes, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. She understood that once she took this step, there would be no turning back. Yet, for the sake of her father, her husband, and her son, she felt she had no alternative. All right. The words seemed to drain her of all strength. Lu Jihua's lips curved into a satisfied smile. He relished the feeling of control, enjoying watching these women step by step into the web he had woven. As she departed the Lu residence, Li Miling's complexion was flushed with a spring-like vitality. However, the occasional pang of pain coursing through her body caused her to furrow her brow. The only solace she could find was the excuse that she had not engaged in anything substantial with Lu Jihua. She glanced back at the Lu residence, a hint of regret tugging at her lips. Such a young and handsome man, yet so devoid of humanity. What a pity. With a sigh, Li Miling entered her car and called her father, Li Guanghui. Just as Mr. Lu had indicated, Chen Guofu had been terrified at the security bureau, trembling in fear. Even before any measures were taken against him, he had hastily begun to implicate others. Not only did he confess to Li Guanghui's corruption, but he also named several colleagues. The Independent Commission Against Corruption received the news and promptly dispatched a significant number of personnel, swiftly apprehending numerous individuals from the planning department, leaving everyone in a state of trepidation. However, for reasons unknown, someone had intervened, sparing Li Guanghui from arrest. Observing her father's pale and shaken demeanor, Li Miling exhaled a long sigh of relief. Indeed, Mr. Lu's influence was formidable. Yet, as certain memories surfaced, her cheeks flushed, though the regret in her eyes remained evident. Just after meeting with her father at the planning department, a disheveled Chen Guofu stumbled into the office, his appearance a testament to his ordeal. He was released, but not without having been beaten by his colleagues from the planning department. Dad, Miling. Chen Guofu fell into the office, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing him in such a state, Li Miling felt a twinge of pity, yet more so, she felt disgust and hatred. Were it not for his betrayal of her father, she would not have compromised with Lu Jihua. Simultaneously, her heart had begun to shift since the affair. Humph. Chen Guofu, you are truly no man. Li Meiling scoffed, angrily slapping the freshly printed divorce agreement onto Chen Guofu's face. We are divorcing, and our son will stay with me. Meiling. Chen Guofu's face turned ashen, his body weakening as he fell to his knees before her. No matter how he pleaded or apologized, Li Meiling showed him no mercy. Dad, I'm so sorry. I was just so scared. He quickly shifted his focus to Li Guanghui, even bowing his head in supplication. Scared? Li Guanghui's expression was icy, devoid of any compassion. You're scared? Did you not have the Lu family as your backing? Weren't you arrogant and self-satisfied, wanting to take my position? Chen Guofu found himself speechless. But recalling Lu Zhihua, he felt he had grasped the final lifeline. Wiping his tears away, he sprang up and lunged for the phone on the desk. Li Meiling gasped, realizing he intended to call Lu Zhihua. Get out. From now on, I never want to see you again. She hurriedly dragged Chen Guofu out of the office. Chapter 49. Mr. Lu takes advantage and turns his back. Chen Guofu returned home in a daze, just in time to encounter his son, Li Haoyu, who was preparing to leave. Dad, what is wrong with you? At this moment, he remained oblivious to the close brush his father had with death. Gazing at the son he was on the verge of losing, Chen Guofu sighed, attempting to mask the truth by claiming he had simply tripped. Li Haoyu, not suspecting a thing, replied, Dad, you're getting older. You should be more careful. Yes, Dad knows. Chen Guofu nodded and inquired, where are you headed? I'm going to hang out with some classmates, came the reply. Oh, then off you go, Chen Guofu said, waving his hand despondently as he entered the house. Inside the living room, the wedding photo hung prominently, its brightness strikingly harsh at that moment. Chen Guofu poured himself a glass of wine, downed it in one gulp, and fixed his gaze intently on the photograph, his eyes beginning to redden. Memories flooded back of the years spent toiling for the Li family. The humiliations he endured at the hands of Li Guanghui, the anguish of having a son who could not bear his surname, and the coldness he faced in the office. Clenching his teeth, he smashed the wine glass to pieces, rummaging through the house in a frenzy. He packed away every valuable item he could find, regrettably not locating the bank card and savings book that Li Meiling had always hidden. Chen Guofu believed that all these riches were rightfully his, and to secure another position with the help of young Master Lu, he needed to make a sacrifice. After casting a final glance at the home that held no sentiment for him anymore, he grabbed a bulging black leather bag and resolutely turned to leave, hailing a car with his sights set on the Lu residence. Encountering the woman whose husband he had just dallied with would surely invoke a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness, one would think. Yet when Lu Zhihua saw Chen Guofu, he appeared remarkably composed. Uncle Chen, what brings you here at such a late hour? He asked with a smile, swirling his glass of red wine. Having shed all inhibitions, Chen Guofu suddenly knelt before him. Young Master Lu, you must help me, he implored. I have lost everything, my job, my home, he cried out, pouring the contents of the black bag onto the floor, gold and silver trinkets scattering everywhere. These are all I possess, and I offer them to you. I only ask for a position. Any position will do. I am not picky. Lu Zhihua regarded the cheap jewelry strewn across the ground with a flicker of disdain. He leisurely set down his wine glass, yet made no move to assist Chen Guofu to his feet. What are you doing, Uncle Chen? Please get up and speak, he urged. I will not rise. Unless young Master Lu agrees to help me, I shall remain here. Chen Guofu cried, even louder, while Lu Zhihua felt a cold amusement within. Just half an hour earlier, Li Meiling had called, tearfully beseeching him not to meet with Chen Guofu or assist him in any manner. How had Lu Zhihua responded then? Rest assured, Aunt Li. This is our secret. As for Uncle Chen, you need not worry. I will not see him. Little did she know that witnessing the husband of the woman he had been with kneeling before him brought him a peculiar sense of enjoyment. Observing Chen Guofu's pitiful state, while recalling Li Meiling's alluring demeanor sent a shiver of delight through Lu Zhihua. Uncle Chen, please rise. His tone had a slight dissonance. No. I will not rise unless you agree to help me. Young master. At that moment, a bodyguard hurriedly entered, interrupting Chen Guofu. The bodyguard glanced at Chen Guofu, hesitating momentarily. Speak, Lu Zhihua said coolly. Uncle Chen is not a stranger. The bodyguard finally spoke. I've just received news that young Master Zhou has encountered trouble. Half an hour ago, he was attacked at home, leaving him with a mouthful of missing teeth. He is currently hospitalized. Lu Zhihua's wine glass trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of red wine. He abruptly stood, his eyes wide with shock. Huo Tianyao, you have some audacity. How dare you touch my people? Lu Zhihua's expression darkened considerably. What had been mere suspicion now crystallized, as both Chen Guofu and Zhou Qintai faced misfortune. Additionally, Lu Zhihua recalled Li Meiling's earlier call expressing gratitude, stating her father was safe. However, in truth, Li Guanghui had already been released before Lu Zhihua intervened. What did this signify? It illustrated a clear objective from the opposing side. solely targeting Chen Guofu. He had heard from Chen Shui that Huo Tianyao had a particular fondness for Chen Guofu's son, Li Haoyu. Perhaps Huo Tianyao refrained from involving Li Guanghui out of respect for this boy and Chen Guofu's elder brother, Chen Tianxiu. After piecing together these thoughts, the only solace Lu Jihua found was that it seemed he had done nothing wrong, merely indulging in Li-miling. Huo Tianyao, Chen Guofu, still kneeling, was struck dumb. Did young Master Zhou's assault stem from Huo Tianyao? Was he set up? He trembled, scrambling to Lu Jihua's feet. Young Master Lu, I acted entirely upon your instructions. It was you who directed me to provoke Huo Tianyao at the banquet. Now that he is retaliating against me, you cannot turn a blind eye. Lu Jihua looked down at this man, now devoid of any value, feeling a surge of revulsion. Uncle Chun, one may eat recklessly, but one should not speak recklessly. When did I instruct you to provoke Mr. Hua? He and I are friends. He continued, should you dare to spread rumors outside, be wary of the consequences. Lu Jihua was not afraid of Huo Tianyao. He was merely concerned with maintaining his public image. To fully assume control of the Lu family, he needed to craft and uphold a flawless reputation. Chen Guofu was left bewildered. Young Master Lu, you cannot abandon me like this. I did it all to assist you. Enough, Lu Jihua interjected coldly. Out of respect for Aunt Li, I shall not hold this against you. However, do not let me see your face again. And do not let me hear any whispers about you outside, or else. He grasped Chen Guofu's collar, his expression menacing. Remember, it is easier for me to crush you than to squish an ant. A shiver ran down Chen Guofu's spine. As for why the other party had mentioned his wife, he remained oblivious. Overwhelmed with fear and helplessness, he could only nod vacantly. Lu Jihua snorted dismissively, signaling to the bodyguard, take Uncle Chen out. And do bring along his little treasures. The Lu family has no need for such trifles. Two bodyguards quickly stepped forward, lifting the limp Chen Guofu, and unceremoniously tossed him out of the Lu residence. The black leather bag followed suit, with gold and silver jewelry scattering across the ground. The villa's door slammed shut behind them, and as the night breeze swept through, Chen Guofu shivered. Everything was over. He had lost his job, his support, and his home. He thought of Li-miling, of his son Li Haoyu, and of the house that had never truly belonged to him, despite his 2 decades of devotion. He knelt on the ground, picking up the scattered jewelry piece by piece. Tears of regret streamed down his face, drop by drop. Chapter 50. Kneel and beg for mercy. You are overthinking. That evening, at the Xiongji Freight Company. Afeng, what troubles you? Did you not rest well last night? Chen Tianxiong inquired with concern, observing the dark circles under Lin Meifeng's makeup. In truth, he had sensed something amiss the previous night, upon returning home. Lin Meifeng had spent a considerable time in the restroom, only retiring to bed after the lights had been turned off. Today, she appeared burdened with worries. Yet, he had been too preoccupied to ask. Lin Meifeng forced a smile and shook her head. I am fine. Perhaps I am just a bit tired from these past few days. Chen Tianxiong embraced her with a pained expression. Let us visit the tea restaurant shortly. I shall prepare something delectable for you. Then, you must rest for a few days. I can manage everything here at the company. Feeling guilty, Lin Meifeng nodded, her expression complex. At that moment, a female employee happened to pass by the office door, witnessing the scene and laughing. Hey everyone, come and see. The boss and the boss lady are showing off their affection again. Just as the workday was drawing to a close, many employees gathered around, jesting. Haha. Couples who flaunt their love meet a swift end. Boss, with such a beautiful wife, you must keep a close watch on her. The couple, known for their amiable relations with their employees and the harmonious atmosphere of their fledgling company, blushed deeply and hastily left the premises. As evening fell, the Xiongji tea restaurant was nearly empty. Huo Tianyao settled into a corner, ordered a glass of iced lemon tea, and glanced at the messages on his phone. It was an update from the shadow team regarding Zhou Qintai. He calmly deleted the message when suddenly, hesitant footsteps echoed from the entrance. Looking up, he saw Chen Guofu's weary and anxious face. Clutching a black leather bag tightly in his hands, he stood at the door like a rigid statue. Yao. Chen Guofu's voice was hoarse. After much internal conflict and contemplation, he had decided to seek out Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao remained silent, observing him quietly. Chen Guofu swallowed hard and stepped into the establishment, just as a staff member emerged after completing the cleaning. You go outside, Chen Guofu commanded, pointing towards the exit. Close the door and hang up the closed sign. The staff, aware of the authority of the boss's brother, complied without hesitation, quickly exiting and shutting the door. Yao. Chen Guofu called again, this time with a trembling voice. I realize my mistakes. I truly do. Huo Tianyao took a sip of his iced lemon tea. Get to the point. With a sudden thud, Chen Guofu fell to his knees, a gesture he had repeated numerous times that day. I should not have spoken of you that way at the banquet. I certainly should not have aided outsiders in bullying one of my own. His voice trembled with emotion. I know it was you who had the security bureau detain me, I understand I brought this upon myself. But Yao, for the sake of my brother and Haoyu, please spare me this once. He knelt low, his forehead nearly touching the ground. I promise, I shall never dare again. I will greet you with the utmost respect. Huo Tianyao regarded him in silence for an extended moment. The tea restaurant was quiet, save for the hum of the refrigerator and Chun Guofu's stifled sobs. Rise. Huo Tianyao finally spoke, his voice calm and unperturbed. For the sake of my brother, I shall let this go this time. Chun Guofu abruptly lifted his head, joy illuminating his face. He scrambled to his feet, but faltered, nearly collapsing once more. Steadying himself, he hurriedly exclaimed, Thank you, Yao. Thank you for your magnanimity. He paused, donning a sycophantic smile. Yao, look, I have lost my job. My father-in-law's side is also. I know you possess great influence. Even within the security bureau. Could you possibly assist me in securing a position? Any position would suffice. As he spoke, he opened the black leather bag, spilling its contents of gold and silver jewelry onto the table. This is all I have. I dedicate it to you. I understand this paltry offering may not impress you, but it is my sincere intent. Huo Tianyao furrowed his brow. Chun Guofu continued, Yao, you are so formidable. You must know many prominent figures on Hong Kong Island. A mere word from you could easily arrange a job for me. I do not have high demands. Even a minor department head would suffice. Or even a section chief if absolutely necessary. Suddenly, the door of the tea restaurant was flung open with force, interrupting Chun Guofu's plea. Zhang Yongjie stormed in, followed by Chun Tianxiong and Lin Meifeng, their expressions a mixture of complexity and concern. Chun Guofu, do you have no shame left? Zhang Yongjie bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at him. It is already a miracle that the third brother forgives you. Do you dare to ask him for a position as well? Do you even remember how you treated the third brother before? At the banquet, you claimed he was beneath you, that there were many wealthier than he. And just yesterday at the feast, you had the audacity to conspire with outsiders, nearly embarrassing the third brother. His anger mounting, Zhang Yongjie seemed ready to charge at him. Now you recognize the third brother's prowess? It is too late. Let me tell you. The only reason the third brother has not dealt with you is out of respect for my brother and Haoyu. If you dare to make any further demands, I swear I will make you regret it. Chun Guofu's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he struggled to articulate a response. Chun Tianxiong and Lin Meifeng were still unaware of the events that had transpired that day. Upon inquiry, Chun Guofu hurriedly spilled the beans. Though he refrained from mentioning Lu Jihua's orchestration behind the scenes, both of them were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Huo Tianyao not only thrived in business, but also possessed such profound connections, even able to manipulate Chun Guofu's father-in-law. Meanwhile, a flicker of thought sparked in Lin Meifeng's mind. Should she inform Huo Tianyao about the threats posed by young Master Lu? After all, Chun Shui harbored feelings for Huo Tianyao. Ethics were no longer a concern. There was no blood relation to consider. Yet, after much contemplation, she ultimately felt that Huo Tianyao would struggle against the Lu family, who were deeply entrenched in Hong Kong Island, supported by the four great families. In that moment, she found herself in a quandary. After the initial shock, Chun Tianxiong's expression grew increasingly complex. After all, Chun Guofu was still his brother. However, he was acutely aware of who Huo Tianyao truly was. The decision he had made would not be easily altered. Moreover, Chun Guofu indeed deserved a lesson. Guofu's actions, once undertaken, must be acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Chun Guofu was immediately flustered. Elder brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. He cried out, but I am your brother. We share the same mother. You cannot abandon me. He hastily knelt again before Huo Tianyao. Yao, no, brother Yao. I beseech you, please help me just this once. Huo Tianyao set down his cup, the sound of its crisp clinking commanding the attention of everyone present. Chun Guofu. Huo Tianyao's voice was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. The fact that I have spared your father-in-law is already a concession made for the sake of my elder brother and Haoyu. He rose, looking down upon Chun Guofu. As for assisting you in securing a position, yes, that would pose no challenge for me. But tell me, on what grounds should I extend my aid to you? Chun Guofu opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Indeed, on what grounds? Having repeatedly tested the limits of his opponent, he understood that were it him in the other's place, not only would he refrain from lending a hand, but he would be content to refrain from further trampling upon them. Chun Tianxiong gazed at his brother's expression of despair, his heart aching. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. Guofu, why not come work at my company? Chun Guofu abruptly raised his head, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. Elder brother, however, you must start from the very bottom. Chun Tianxiong interrupted him, his tone serious. You may choose to be a truck driver, a laborer, or a warehouse manager. The salary will adhere to company standards. I shall not grant you an extra cent. He looked at his brother, enunciating each word clearly. If you are willing, report for duty tomorrow. If not, then there is little I can do. Chapter 51. Sister-in-law said, I was merely momentarily confused. The tea house once more fell into silence. Chen Guofu's complexion shifted repeatedly. From the director of the planning bureau to a laborer in a freight company, the disparity was staggering. Yet, upon witnessing Huo Tianyao's indifferent gaze, Zhang Yongjie's furious expression, and his elder brother's serious countenance, he recognized this was his last opportunity. I am willing. He lowered his head, his voice barely audible. Chen Tianxiong nodded, turning to Huo Tianyao. Third brother, is this acceptable? Huo Tianyao glanced at his elder brother and gave a slight nod. As long as elder brother has decided, that suffices. He picked up his phone and turned to leave. As he passed by Lin Meifeng, his steps faltered momentarily, and he cast her a penetrating glance. His gaze was sharp as a blade, seemingly capable of piercing through to the very soul. Lin Meifeng's heart quivered, and she hastily lowered her head. Huo Tianyao said nothing further and departed. Zhang Yongjie shot a fierce glare at Chen Guofu before following suit. The tea house was left with only Chen Tianxiong and his wife alongside Chen Guofu. Chen Guofu slumped to the ground, staring at the scattered jewelry on the table, and suddenly burst into tears. Over 2 decades of effort, over 2 decades of ambition, what had it ultimately yielded? A laborer's job. Chen Tianxiong approached and patted his brother's shoulder with a sigh. Guofu, one must not forget their roots. Although a Yao is not your biological brother, do not forget that in your timid youth, he aided you when you were bullied. Chen Guofu's gaze became vacant, and he nodded blankly. Chen Tianxiong shook his head, feeling a pang of sorrow. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently under my guidance, I shall not treat you unjustly. These words offered Chen Guofu a glimmer of hope. Lin Meifeng stood to the side, observing her husband's broad back and her younger brother-in-law's shattered demeanor. The thought within her growing ever more insistent. Perhaps, just perhaps, Huo Tianyao could indeed stand against Lu Zhihua. Perhaps she ought to take a risk. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Glancing around, she stepped back, hastily retrieving it. A new message read, "Tonight, at the usual place, where the lingerie I gifted you." Lin Meifeng's hand trembled violently, nearly dropping the phone. She stared at the message, then at the scene before her, tears silently streaming down her face. What should she do? After a brief meal with Zhang Yongjie outside, Huo Tianyao returned alone to the small apartment, switched on the light, and felt a familiar pain in his stomach. He retrieved a bottle of medication from his space. It was nearly empty, and he poured out the last 3 pills. Just as he swallowed them, a sudden, intense pain surged through him, more severe than ever before. Trembling all over, he accidentally dropped the bottle, which clattered to the floor and rolled into the corner. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he bent to retrieve it when his phone suddenly rang. "Boss, we discovered a secret hideout of Lu Zhihua. There should be a basement within. Additionally, Lin Meifeng has just been brought inside." "What?" Huo Tianyao exclaimed, startled. He had sensed something was amiss with Lin Meifeng but attributed it merely to familial discord with his elder brother, never considering the need to monitor them. Yet, unexpectedly, the individual sent to surveil Lu Zhihua had delivered such explosive news. Taking a long breath, he fought to suppress the intense pain within him. However, a wry smile of helplessness crept onto his face. How on earth was he to handle such a situation? More importantly, should he inform his elder brother? Previously, he had feared that his sister-in-law might be influenced, and given that Alan's background was not entirely clean, he had chosen to have her disappear without a second thought. Yet matters like this were beyond his complete control. Eliminating Lu Zhihua, setting aside the fact that no evidence had yet surfaced to suggest any direct threat against him. Concerns about inciting dissatisfaction among the upper echelons of Hong Kong were trivial. Beyond Lu Gongzi, there were Ma Gongzi, Zhang Gongzi, and countless others. Was he to eliminate each man Lin Meifeng became entangled with? He was no cold-blooded butcher. Though he was dubbed the Eastern Butcher, that was on the battlefield. In lawless territories, maintained surveillance. Huo Tianyao concluded the call. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table, 2 chairs, and a folding bed. Thick curtains shrouded the windows, allowing no light to penetrate, and the sole source of illumination was a stark, fluorescent light fixture overhead. Huo Tianyao sat in one of the chairs. Having waited for 2 hours, the door creaked open. Lin Meifeng was ushered in by 2 men clad in black, her complexion as pale as parchment, her gaze vacant. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, her lipstick smudged, and there was an inconspicuous red mark on her neck. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao in the room, she initially exhaled in relief, only for a wave of sheer panic to flicker across her eyes. Instinctively, she tugged at her collar, attempting to conceal the mark on her neck. "Please sit." Huo Tianyao gestured toward the chair opposite him. The men in black withdrew, closing the door behind them. The room was now left with just the 2 of them. Lin Meifeng sat down stiffly, her hands clenching the hem of her clothing. She dared not meet Huo Tianyao's gaze, her eyes darting nervously. "Sister-in-law," Huo Tianyao spoke, his voice chillingly calm. "How was your time in Lu Zhihua's basement?" Lin Meifeng trembled, her head snapping up, her lips quivering, yet she uttered nothing. Speak. Huo Tianyao's tone turned colder, and tears began to well in Lin Meifeng's eyes. Yao, I was just momentarily foolish. Her voice was scarcely above a whisper. Momentarily foolish. Huo Tianyao scoffed. Would a fleeting lapse in judgment lead you to willingly be blindfolded and taken away? He rose and approached Lin Meifeng, towering over her. Tell me the truth. What leverage does Lu Jihua hold over you? Speak, and I may be able to resolve this. Lin Meifeng lifted her gaze to meet Huo Tianyao's. Her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, fear, pleading, and a glimmer of desperate resolve. She parted her lips, but ultimately shook her head. No. There is nothing he has on me. I was merely confused. She lowered her head, tears cascading onto her hands. Yao, please pretend you did not see anything. I beg of you. Huo Tianyao studied her intently for a long while. He could see the fear in Lin Meifeng's eyes was genuine. Yet she would rather endure that fear than reveal the truth. This indicated either an overwhelming threat or that she had been completely subdued. Sister-in-law, think this through. His voice softened slightly. If you remain silent now, it will be too late when the situation escalates. Lin Meifeng's shoulders began to tremble, her mind echoing Lu Jihua's earlier threats. Your husband recently secured a significant contract, hasn't he? He has staked all his assets on it, correct? Let me tell you. That was orchestrated by my people. If you do not comply, your husband's company could face bankruptcy at any moment. The more she pondered, the more paralyzed she felt. For the Lu family was deeply entrenched in Hong Kong, making it impossible for her to believe Huo Tianyao could contend with them. Yes, Huo Tianyao was wealthy. But even with his riches, he could only resolve superficial issues. If her compromising photographs were to leak, her life would be irrevocably shattered. Ultimately, this materialistic woman was driven by her own selfishness. Chapter 52, Sister-in-law's Sacrifice, the covert capture of Lu Jihua. Huo Tianyao sighed and returned to his seat. Fine. If you choose not to speak, I won't force you. However, I must inform my elder brother about today's events. No. Lin Meifeng suddenly lifted her head, her eyes brimming with terror. You cannot tell Xiong. Please. She abruptly stood and rushed to Huo Tianyao, kneeling before him. Yao, I implore you. Do not tell Xiong. As long as you remain silent, I am willing to do anything. Huo Tianyao furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Lin Meifeng raised her head, her tear-streaked face contorting into a twisted smile. She began to unbutton her blouse. I know you peeked at me when I was bathing as a child. She trembled, her voice laced with a desperate allure. You must desire me, don't you? I will give myself to you, all of me, if only you keep this to yourself. Huo Tianyao's expression darkened in an instant. He sprang up, seizing Lin Meifeng's wrist. Lin Meifeng. His voice finally brimmed with anger. Do you comprehend what you are doing? I do, Lin Meifeng sobbed. Yet she continued to struggle to remove her clothing. Yao, please, just have pity on me. I will give you whatever you want, just don't tell Xiong. Her coat had already slipped halfway off, revealing the provocative lingerie beneath, a set gifted to her by Lu Jihua. Slap. A resounding slap echoed through the room. Lin Meifeng was struck, her head jerking to the side, a crimson handprint blossoming on her cheek. Stunned, she covered her face, gazing at Huo Tianyao in disbelief. He retracted his hand, disappointment and fury evident in his eyes. Sister-in-law, you have utterly disappointed me. He took a step back, his tone frigid. What do you take my brother for? What do you take yourself for? And what do you consider me? Lin Meifeng collapsed onto the floor, weeping uncontrollably. Yet even in her despair, she refused to divulge the truth, merely repeating, I was just momentarily foolish, just momentarily foolish. Huo Tianyao observed her in this state, his fury gradually replaced by a profound sorrow. This woman had been utterly dismantled by fear, stripped of her reason and dignity. Willing to resort to such measures to obscure the truth, he crouched down, meeting Lin Meifeng's tear-filled eyes. Sister-in-law, please tell me what is truly happening. Trust me. I can resolve this. Lin Meifeng continued to cry, silent. Huo Tianyao inhaled deeply, standing up and moving to the window, parting the curtains slightly. The night breeze rushed in, carrying with it the unique dampness and smoke of Kowloon City. Put on your clothes. He did not turn around, his voice piercingly clear amidst the night breeze. I will not inform my brother about today's events. Lin Meifeng's sobs abruptly ceased, her head lifting in disbelief. Not because of you, but because I do not wish to see my brother hurt. Huo Tianyao turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Lin Meifeng. However, Lin Meifeng, heed my words clearly. This is the first and last time. He stepped closer, looking down at her. If you dare to betray my brother again, he paused, enunciating each word, you will vanish without a trace, just like Lin. Lin Meifeng trembled, her eyes wide with incredulous terror. Lin. Indeed. Huo Tianyao glared at her. She was disposed of by my people, fed to the fish in the sea. Lin Meifeng's body went limp as she collapsed to the ground. Trembling violently, forgetting even to weep, her mouth agape, gasping for breath. Remember my words. Huo Tianyao resumed his seat and called out towards the door, "Someone come." A figure clad in black entered, addressing him, "Boss. Take her back." "Yes, boss." Lin Meifeng, trembling and pale as a ghost, felt as if her body had turned to mud. When she was lifted, her gaze met Huo Tianyao's, and she hurriedly averted her eyes. The door was shut once more. Huo Tianyao sat alone in his chair, lighting a cigarette. As the smoke curled around him, his eyes grew increasingly cold. The more Lin Meifeng concealed, the more it indicated the gravity of the situation. She would rather exchange her silence with her body than reveal the truth, suggesting that Lu Jihua's threats had undoubtedly struck at her most vulnerable point. What could it be? The compromising photos left behind? Or perhaps something related to a Shui or her elder brother? Huo Tianyao's mind flashed through several possibilities, but whichever it was, it signified that Lu Jihua had breached his bottom line. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. "Keep Lin Meifeng under surveillance 24/7. I want to know her every move. Additionally, capture Lu Jihua and bring him to safe house number 1. Maintain absolute secrecy in the operation." The meaning of absolute secrecy was clear. Apart from the target, everyone else present must be dealt with. Yet when the shadow team stormed the basement and apprehended Lu, they discovered that, aside from the dispatched guards, there were only pitiful women, clad in revealing nightgowns, all adorned with identical metal collars around their necks. Their expressions were vacant, their movements mechanical. Even when they witnessed Lu Jihua being captured, screaming and thrashing in a frenzy, none dared to approach him for any act of retribution. The deputy captain, Bai Gu, cast a glance at these women, a flicker of compassion in her eyes. She too had once fallen into such a plight, perhaps even worse. It was Huo Tianyao who had rescued her. "Captain," she whispered, "what shall we do with them?" "Execute the boss's orders," replied the captain, Yi Xiao, his tone unwavering. "Clean up the scene." "No." Bai Gu suddenly positioned herself in front of the women. "Captain, look at their condition. They are imprisoned. They are innocent." Yi Xiao's gaze turned icy. "Bai Gu, are you questioning the boss's orders?" "What I question is the order itself." Bai Gu stood her ground. "The boss has said, we are not butchers. These women are innocent. He must be unaware of the situation here. Otherwise, he would not issue such a command." The other team members halted their actions, looking towards Yi Xiao. He surveyed the group, his gun lowering slightly. He too felt a twinge of hesitation. But absolute secrecy remained the highest directive. "Contact the boss," Yi Xiao finally declared. When Huo Tianyao received the call, he was en route to safe house number 1. "Boss, there are 12 female witnesses on site, all imprisoned by Lu Jihua." Yi Xiao's voice came through. Bai Gu has refused to execute the cleanup order and requests instructions. Huo Tianyao fell silent for a few seconds. "Clarify the situation," he commanded. Yi Xiao rapidly described the conditions in the basement, the state of the women, the collars around their necks, and the repulsive acts Lu Jihua had been committing when they burst in. "Boss, I just had someone investigate," Yi Xiao added. "These women have been recorded as deceased or missing in the resident system of Hong Kong Island. Lu Jihua must have tampered with the records." Huo Tianyao closed his eyes. He knew Lu Jihua was not a good man, but he had not anticipated such depravity. Bai Gu was right. "Take them with us," he ultimately decided. "Send them to transit station number 3. I will arrange it." "Boss, this will increase the risk of exposure," Yi Xiao cautioned. "Then minimize the risk." Huo Tianyao's voice was calm, yet resolute, instructing Bai Gu to ensure the safety of these women. "Understood, boss." Upon hanging up, Yi Xiao turned to Bai Gu and the other members. "The boss has spoken." The encrypted call sound was barely audible, so Bai Gu and the others could not hear it. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's expression, they grew tense. In the next moment, Yi Xiao suddenly broke into a grin. "The boss says to take them with us." Bai Gu exhaled in relief, a smile breaking through. The other members exchanged glances, also smiling. Chapter 53. The systems seemed to be returning. Transit station number 3 was located in a secret warehouse at Kowloon Pier. When Huo Tianyao arrived, the 12 women had already been settled there. They huddled together, shivering. Some wore vacant expressions, while others were filled with wariness and fear. Bai Gu was distributing blankets and food to them, her movements as gentle as possible. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao enter, the women grew even more anxious. But Bai Gu assured them in a soft voice, "Do not be afraid. He is here to help you." Huo Tianyao surveyed the women. Most were quite young, the youngest appearing to be no older than 18. Each bore deep purple bruises around their necks, marks left by prolonged wear of the metal collars. "Can you speak?" he asked one woman who looked slightly older. She lifted her head, a flicker of hatred flashing in her eyes. "Who are you?" "We are the ones here to save you," Huo Tianyao replied. "Lu Jihua has been captured. You are free now." "Free?" Another woman suddenly let out a sharp, despairing laugh. "We have long lost our freedom. Our families think we are dead. Where can we go?" Huo Tianyao silently regarded them. Indeed, these women had nowhere to turn. Lu Jihua was ruthless, his methods meticulous. Their relatives had long since suffered untimely demises. They had become the deceased or the missing. Huo Tianyao turned and exited the room, with Bai Ge following closely. Boss, Bai Ge hesitated. Send them to the base, Huo Tianyao instructed. Bai Ge paused. The base? But they. Tell Lung Feng, Huo Tianyao interrupted. Those who can handle firearms should be armed and trained. Those who cannot should be assigned simple tasks. Do not mistreat them, nor neglect them. Provide them with new identities, new lives. Bai Ge's eyes lit up. Yes, boss. She turned to return to inform the women. But Huo Tianyao called out to her once more. Bai Ge. Yes, boss. You have conducted yourself admirably today. Huo Tianyao regarded her as Bai Ge nodded vigorously, tears glimmering in her eyes. At that very moment, in a corner of Huo Tianyao's mind that he was oblivious to, a numerical interface flickered imperceptibly. Safe house number 1. Lu Zhihua was bound to an iron chair, the black cloth covering his eyes having been removed. He surveyed the rudimentary room, his visage devoid of any fear or panic, instead adorned with a morbid smile. It seemed that being kidnapped was, for him, a form of exhilaration. Speak, how much do you want? Name your price, he carelessly remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the shadowy members guarding him. They shot him a disdainful look, their eyes brimming with loathing and an unquenchable desire for violence. The door swung open, and Huo Tianyao entered. Lu Zhihua's expression morphed into one of surprise. It's you? You actually dare to kidnap me? Do you have any idea of the consequences? Huo Tianyao remained silent, simply dragging a chair over to sit opposite Lu Zhihua. A crude iron table separated them, the harsh fluorescent light hanging from the ceiling casting deep shadows across Lu Zhihua's face. Consequences? Huo Tianyao finally spoke, his voice calm and unperturbed. You should be well aware that you will not have the opportunity to impose any consequences upon me. Lu Zhihua's eyes narrowed as he appraised Huo Tianyao, suddenly erupting into a nervous laughter. You wish to kill me? Do you dare to kill me? Huo Tianyao regarded him, his gaze devoid of emotion, merely a cold scrutiny. What leverage do you hold over Lin Meifeng? Lu Zhihua's grin widened. He tilted his head, his tongue languidly licking his lips, the motion grotesquely slow. Ah, Lin Meifeng. He elongated the syllables, his eyes glazed over as if savoring a delightful memory. She is truly an exquisite woman. Do you know what her most enchanting quality is? It is not her physique, although that is splendid as well. He leaned forward, lowering his voice as if sharing a secret. It is the sight of her struggle. Desiring something, yet desperately telling herself she must not have it. Loathing me, yet compelled to smile at me. That contradiction, that torment, is simply delectable. Huo Tianyao produced an envelope from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The envelope was unsealed, and several photographs slipped out, scattering across the surface. The images depicted Lin Meifeng in a variety of undignified poses and humiliating attire. The photographs were taken with professional precision, the lighting and angles perfectly capturing the anguish and humiliation etched on Lin Meifeng's face. Upon seeing the photographs, Lu Zhihua's eyes lit up. He reached out to grab them, but his hands were shackled to the chair, forcing him to lean closer to examine them. Quite well taken, wouldn't you agree? He boasted, a hint of pride creeping into his tone. I specifically hired a professional photographer for these. Look at this one, she cries so beautifully. This is the leverage you wield against her. Huo Tianyao interrupted. Surely, this is not all. What more do you have? Tell me, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Lu Zhihua leaned back against the chair's backrest, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Why do you presume I am threatening her? Could it not be that she is willing? Mr. Huo, you underestimate my allure. He paused, his smile morphing into something sinister. She was the one who climbed into my bed willingly. Oh, by the way, I owe you a debt of gratitude. You may not be aware, but had it not been for your actions against Chen Guofu, Lin Meifeng's sister-in-law would not have come seeking my assistance. TSK, Li Meiling, that brazen harlot. She willingly knelt at my feet. Upon hearing the name Li Meiling, Huo Tianyao's brow furrowed. Punishing Chen Guofu was a trivial matter, yet he had not anticipated such a chain reaction. Nevertheless, he felt no remorse for Chen Guofu. This was all of his own making, and besides, if Li Meiling were a paragon of virtue, she would not have ended up in such a predicament. It appears you are disinclined to cooperate willingly, Huo Tianyao declared, losing patience with Lu Zhihua's ramblings. He turned to the shadowy figure behind him, asking, has the doctor arrived? Yi Xiao had been watching Lu Zhihua intently, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing Huo Tianyao's inquiry, he quickly averted his gaze. Boss, he has arrived, just outside. Let him in. Yi Xiao nodded and opened the door, beckoning someone inside. A middle-aged man clad in a white coat entered. He appeared quite ordinary, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and carrying a black medical kit. Under different circumstances, one might mistake him for a head physician of some department in a hospital. Yet, the members of the shadowy team knew well that he was the one responsible for interrogation. No matter how resolute one's tongue, he could pry it open. Chapter 54. Torture and Coercion. The Useless Toothpick. Boss. The doctor respectfully inclined his head towards Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao rose, vacating his seat, Pry open his mouth. By any means necessary. The doctor nodded, placing the medical kit on the table and opening it. Inside were not conventional medical instruments, but rows of slender syringes filled with various colored solutions, alongside some oddly shaped metallic tools. Lu Jihua observed the implements, his smile finally faltering. Yet he maintained a facade, adopting a glib tone. Oh, have you prepared some toys? What? Are you going to give me an injection? The doctor ignored him, instead picking up a syringe and drawing a transparent liquid into it. His movements were deliberate, each step reminiscent of surgical preparation. This is a neural enhancer. The doctor explained calmly as he worked. It will heighten your sensitivity to pain tenfold. The standard dosage is 0.5 milliliters, but for efficacy, I shall administer 2 milliliters. He positioned the syringe against the vein in Lu Jihua's neck. Rest assured, you will not die. Merely, it will be quite unpleasant. As the needle pierced his skin, Lu Jihua's body visibly stiffened. Yet he gritted his teeth, forcing a contorted smile. Is that it? I expected something more novel. Before he could finish his sentence, the drug took effect. Lu Jihua's face paled dramatically, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. His breathing quickened, his eyes widening as if witnessing something horrifically terrifying. Now, the doctor's voice remained soothing. Let us begin. He retrieved a slender silver needle from the medical kit, the tip glinting ominously under the light. This is the first lesson. The doctor states that the human body contains 361 acupuncture points, of which 72 are pain points. I shall test each one until you are willing to speak. The silver needle pierces Lu Jihua's shoulder. Lu Jihua emits a short, anguished cry. The sound does not seem to emanate from his throat, but rather appears to be squeezed from the depths of his soul. His body begins to tremble violently, struggling against the restraints. The handcuffs binding his wrists to the chair quickly draw blood. Sweat soaks his shirt, and his hair clings to his forehead, rendering him a pitiful sight. Yet, the doctor remains impassive, merely withdrawing the silver needle, repositioning it, and piercing again. The second needle, the third needle, the fourth needle. Lu Jihua's cries grow increasingly heartrending, eventually transforming into a beastly roar. His eyes bulge, foam spills from the corners of his mouth, and he writhes madly in the chair as if attempting to escape this tormented shell. Huo Tianyao stands silently by, watching with an expressionless face. The night owl harbors a deep disdain for Lu Jihua. Each of his anguished cries brings Huo a sense of delight. Stop. Lu Jihua finally manages to squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. I will speak. The doctor withdraws the silver needle and wipes its tip with a disinfectant swab, maintaining his composure. Speak. Lin Meifeng, Lu Jihua gasps, his voice hoarse. I threaten her with photos. And her husband's company. In detail, the doctor prompts. Xiongji Freight. The recent large order was arranged by me, Lu Jihua stammers. If she does not comply, I will let that order fall through, and her husband will go bankrupt. He pauses, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. And her daughter, Chen Shui. I want her. I will make Lin Meifeng deliver Chen Shui to me, or else Chen Shui will face unemployment and misfortune. Huo Tianyao's gaze sharpens. Does Chen Shui know about this? He inquires. Lu Jihua shakes his head, a rueful smile crossing his lips. She does not know, that foolish girl. She still thinks I am a righteous gentleman. Ha! His laughter quickly devolves into a fit of agonizing coughs. The doctor waits for him to recover before asking. Is there anything else? Any plans concerning Mr. Huo? Lu Jihua lifts his head, gazing at Huo Tianyao with a fervent hatred gleaming in his eyes. You, he hisses, you have destroyed my pleasure. I want you dead. Specific plans, the doctor reminds him. Raising the silver needle once more, Lu Jihua watches the needle tremble, his body involuntarily shaking. But this time, he does not immediately respond. His gaze becomes peculiar, filled with fear, but even more so with a morbid excitement. I will not speak. He suddenly laughs, a horrifyingly twisted smile gracing his face. It would lose its meaning if I did. The doctor frowns, piercing another acupuncture point. Lu Jihua cries out again, but this time he grits his teeth, refusing to plead for mercy. His eyes remain fixed on Huo Tianyao, filled with a malicious anticipation. You will soon know, he struggles to say. I have arranged a grand gift for you. The doctor tries several more acupuncture points, but Lu Jihua seems resolute this time, emitting only cries while refusing to divulge anything further. You will die? You will certainly die. My uncle will not spare you. I shall wait for you below, Huo Tianyao. Half an hour later, Lu Jihua, who had been incessantly howling, finally loses consciousness. The doctor puts away his instruments and looks at Huo Tianyao with a sense of resignation. Boss, this man's psyche has become utterly warped. Additionally, he glances at Lu Jihua's motionless lower body. Under the influence of the medication, he should have regained consciousness by now. Yet, after such a long time, there has been no sign of movement. Huo Tianyao's eyes flicker as he gazes over. So, you mean he is incapacitated? Not humanely treatable? The doctor nods. Indeed, this is likely the primary factor contributing to his psychological distortion. His tolerance for pain is beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, he seems to derive a perverse pleasure from enduring suffering. He is not afraid of death. As he speaks, he picks up a scalpel, slicing through Lu Jihua's pants. Then yanks, revealing an object resembling a toothpick before the onlookers. The night owl's eyes widen, and he bursts into uncontrollable laughter. Huo Tianyao cannot help but smirk as well. The doctor shrugs, remarking, "It seems this is a trauma from his childhood, caused by some reason. Such childhood issues tend to lead to severe psychological distortions. It is likely that he has not experienced a single day of happiness throughout his growth, and to have become the successor of the Lu family. He must have endured much inhuman torment and effort. Furthermore, Lu Ruoxiong probably remains unaware of his condition. Otherwise, he would not have chosen him as a successor. No wonder he is unafraid of death." The doctor adjusts his glasses. A person like him suffers far more than an average individual while alive. Gazing at the unconscious Lu Jihua, Huo Tianyao's eyes grow profound. A person who is not afraid of death is the most difficult to deal with. For death cannot threaten him, and Lu Jihua's incapacity for humane treatment is somewhat of a silver lining. "Can we ascertain whether he speaks the truth?" Huo Tianyao inquires. The doctor nods. Under the influence of a neuroenhancer, the likelihood of deceit is minimal. He has indeed arranged measures against you, but the specifics are protected by a subconscious defense he has set up. It may be a form of psychological suggestion that prevents him from revealing anything even under extreme pain. Huo Tianyao remains silent for a moment. Lu Jihua, who has disguised himself for so many years without revealing a flaw, must execute his plans meticulously. If he claims to have arranged measures, then it certainly is not an empty boast. Huo Tianyao's mind races with analyses of all possibilities. What might Lu Jihua's grand gift be? When will it arrive? In what form? Will it target him, or his brothers, or friends? What kind of revenge would a psychologically warped individual orchestrate? Huo Tianyao turns to the night owl. "Activate all safety protocols. Everyone around me must raise their protection levels, especially the Chun Tianxiong family." "Understood." The night owl nods, glancing at Lu Jihua. "What shall we do with this person? Leave him for now. Do not let him die." Chapter 55. Chun Shui discovers the illness. Let me accompany you to the end. Upon returning to the small building, Huo Tianyao finds the door wide open. Inside, the faint sound of a woman's sobbing can be heard. He furrowed his brow as he stepped into the room, only to find it meticulously organized. The floor was spotless, and there sat Chen Shui at the bedside, clutching a medicine bottle tightly in her hands, her shoulders trembling as she sobbed. When she lifted her gaze, her eyes were swollen and red, streaked with tears. "Senshu." Her voice was hoarse, laced with a heavy nasal tone. Huo Tianyao's gaze fell upon the medicine bottle in Chen Shui's hands, and a weight settled in his heart. "Did you rummage through my things?" "I didn't mean to." Chen Shui wiped her tears. "I came to look for you, but you weren't here. I noticed the window was ajar and the room was in disarray. I used my spare key to come in, hoping to tidy up a bit." She raised the medicine bottle, her fingers trembling. "I found this in the corner. I searched on the computer," she stammered, unable to continue. Her eyes fixed on Huo Tianyao, reflecting shock, fear, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Huo Tianyao silently approached and took the medicine bottle from her grasp. It was an empty bottle he had forgotten in the corner. "Stage for gastric cancer, isn't it?" Chen Shui finally uttered, her voice breaking again. "This medication is specifically for late-stage gastric cancer." Huo Tianyao discarded the bottle into the trash can and turned to the window. He neither denied nor confirmed it, simply facing away from Chen Shui, staring into the pitch-black night sky. "Why didn't you tell me?" Chen Shui's voice echoed behind him, heavy with suppressed sobs. "Why don't you seek treatment? Why not undergo surgery? I've checked. There is a certain success rate for the surgery." "How much?" Huo Tianyao suddenly inquired. Chen Shui paused. "What?" "The success rate." He pressed further, turning to face her, his expression devoid of emotion. "What did you find?" "Between 5 to 10%, she replied, her voice dwindling. "The accurate figure is 7.3%, Huo Tianyao stated calmly, and that is in cases detected early. For someone like me, whose condition has already metastasized, the success rate is less than 1%. He walked to the table and lit a cigarette. "Even if the surgery succeeds, the 5-year survival rate post-operation is merely 30%. In other words, in the best-case scenario, I might live for another 5 years. And during those 5 years, I would have to endure continuous chemotherapy, take medication, and be tethered to tubes." He exhaled a plume of smoke, which slowly dispersed in the light. "Do you think such an existence holds any meaning?" Chen Shui stared at him, tears cascading silently down her cheeks. She yearned to voice her thoughts, but found herself utterly speechless. "So, you intend to," she finally choked out. "During this time back, you've been helping everyone. Helping father. Aiding second uncle and fourth uncle. But what about yourself? You reside in this small room every day. Have you even considered living for yourself, just once?" Huo Tianyao regarded her, a flicker of complexity flashing in his gaze. "While I am alive, Fulfilling my obligations is sufficient. And what about me? Chen Shui sprang to her feet, her voice rising. Am I not important to you? You know I have feelings for you, yet you continuously push me away. Is it because of this illness? Huo Tianyao remained silent. Yet his silence provided the answer. Chen Shui rushed to him, seizing his arm. Senshu, no, Yao. Let us seek treatment, shall we? Let us go to the best hospital, find the finest doctors. If money is an issue, I can earn it. I can resign from my job at the law firm and accompany you abroad. Enough. Huo Tianyao interrupted gently, freeing himself from her grasp. Chen Shui, listen to me. He looked at her, enunciating each word clearly. First, do not tell anyone about this, especially not your father, second uncle, or fourth uncle. I do not wish to see them distressed on my account. Chen Shui bit her lip, her nose tinged with sorrow. Second, I will not pursue treatment or surgery. This is my choice, and I ask you not to persuade me otherwise. But, there are no buts. Huo Tianyao's tone was resolute. I refuse to live a life of indignity. He paused, softening his voice slightly. Third, if you have any wishes, any aspirations, tell me, whatever they may be. I will assist you in fulfilling them. Chen Shui gazed at him, her tears cascading like pearls from a broken string. My wish, she choked out, is but a simple one. Huo Tianyao waited for her to continue. I wish to be with you. Chen Shui summoned all her courage, locking her gaze with his. I do not care how long you have left. A year, a month, or even a day. I want to be with you. She stepped closer, nearly pressing against his chest. Yao, I am indifferent to others' opinions. I do not care about the title of uncle and niece. I simply wish to accompany you in the time you have remaining. Huo Tianyao's heart constricted sharply. He beheld the sincerity and determination in this girl's eyes, feeling his defenses gradually crumble. Yet he could not allow it. He recalled the doctor's words. Mr. Huo, your condition allows for no more than 6 months. And in the final month, you will suffer greatly, requiring round-the-clock care. How could he drag Chen Shui into such a future? A Shui, he struggled to articulate. You must listen to me. I want tea. Chen Shui covered her ears, like a stubborn child. You're going to preach to me again, aren't you? Speaking of what is best for me, of not wanting to delay my life. But have you ever asked me what I desire? She dropped her hands, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. What I want is only you. My heart has long ceased to make room for anyone else. Huo Tianyao shut his eyes. He felt a familiar pain in his abdomen, unsure if it was due to his illness or the turmoil of emotions at that moment. A Shui, he reopened his eyes. His voice hoarse. Do you know what I fear the most? Chen Shui shook her head. My greatest fear is not death, Huo Tianyao confessed, but dying without dignity. It is the thought of reaching an end where I cannot even care for myself, relying on others to clean me and change my diapers. It is the agony of sleepless nights, dependent on morphine to find respite. He gazed into Chen Shui's eyes. Would you still love me then? Would you still wish to be close to me? Chen Shui was momentarily taken aback. I would, she asserted firmly after a few seconds. I will care for you. I will be there for you. When you're in pain, I will massage you, and when you can't sleep, I will talk with you. Yao, let me stay by your side, please. Huo Tianyao's heart was hit hard. For a moment, he almost nodded, but reason ultimately prevailed. Sorry. He turned around with his back to her. I can't promise you. The room fell into a dead silence. Only the suppressed sobbing of Chen Shui, and the occasional sound of cars passing by outside the window. After a while, Chen Shui asked softly, Is it because you don't like me? Huo Tianyao didn't even turn his head, and it took him a while to squeeze out something from his throat. I see. Chen Shui's voice was filled with despair. She ran out as if escaping. When she reached the door, she suddenly stopped without looking back. I will pretend not to see the medicine bottle, she said. I will help you keep your secret. But Huo Tianyao, her voice suddenly cooled down. Remember, you owe me an explanation. A genuine explanation. The door opened and closed again. There is only Huo Tianyao left in the room. The pain in the stomach has started again. This time, it's more intense than ever before. He supported the table and slowly sat down, sweating profusely on his forehead. Take out the medicine bottle from the space and swallow it whole. Lying on the bed, looking at the ceiling, his gaze gradually became calm. Chapter 56. The Mountain Chicken returns. Xun Haonan seeks revenge. The next day, Lu Jihua, who has always been punctual for work and never takes leave regardless of wind or rain, surprisingly missed work for the first time. This has surprised many people within the company. Everyone knows. After all, Lu Jihua is a nephew, and in order to truly take over the Lu group, he must always maintain diligence. The news quickly spread to Lu Wanxiong. At first, he didn't pay attention. Young people have been suppressing for too long, and occasionally indulging is understandable. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The phone is always turned off and I don't go home. Several trusted bodyguards have also disappeared without a trace. Dispatch personnel to investigate, but there has been no news. Kidnapped. Lu Wanxiong's heart suddenly sank. For the safety of my nephew, he asked all relevant personnel to speak in unison. Lu Jihua went abroad to discuss business and left in a hurry. After a few days, the other party has not called to demand ransom for a long time. This made Lu Wanxiong extremely worried, and his face became increasingly ugly. Lu Jihua's diligence and ability, as well as his diligent and untainted nature, made him very fond of him. Meanwhile, if anything happens to Lu Jihua, it will definitely have a huge impact on the group's stock price. Helpless, he had to secretly dispatch a large number of trusted subordinates to search for Lu Jihua's whereabouts everywhere. After Qin Shui left Huo Tianyao's residence last night, apart from working hours, at other times, I am searching for information and consulting with doctors. But all the answers are the same as what Huo Tianyao said. The success rate of surgery is too low. When alone, she always has red eyes and avoids tears. And her mother Lin Meifeng was also in constant fear. On one side is Lu Jihua's threat, on one side is a warning of Arlene's death. Let her live in constant fear and turmoil every day. Until the next day, Huo Tianyao arranged to meet her alone. When returning those photos to her and telling Lu Jihua that he would no longer threaten her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief and shed tears in excitement. I am naturally curious in my heart, but she dared not ask. Dared not ask how Huo Tianyao managed to deal with Lu Jihua. In the next few days, Lu Jihua did not contact her again. Only then did she completely let go of the stones in her heart. Huo Tianyao sighed. On the second day after being informed of Qin Shui's condition, received an invitation personally sent by Liang Kuan, his mother's 60th birthday. Nowadays, Liang Kuan has secretly taken down the entire family of Big Boss B, and he became the new leader of Hongxing society. At once, there was no difference in popularity. However, the big water pipe behind Hongxing, the Lu family, did not extend an olive branch to him and ignored him. In essence, Lu Wanxiong was overwhelmed by Lu Jihua's affairs and had no time at all. Liang Kuan, who doesn't know this, feels helpless. He thought the Lu family still supported Jiang Tianxing, afraid of being liquidated in the future. After careful consideration, decided to tightly embrace Huo Tianyao's thigh. That's why I personally sent the invitation today. Everyone carries the flower sedan chair. In the matter of Li Haoyu, Liang Kuan gave face so much. Besides, I can also take care of my older brother and his team in the future. Huo Tianyao did not refuse. I will attend the birthday banquet in 3 days. Liang Kuan was overjoyed. After returning, he showed off to a few close aides. Although not many people know the identity of Huo Tianyao, but after the Causeway Bay incident, many club leaders have remembered Mr. Huo's 3 words. Everyone knows that Mr. Huo comes from Southeast Asia and has tremendous energy. Same evening, Yao Ma Tea food stall, Chun Haonan and De Tian Air were sitting at a table on the street. They already know that the culprit behind the murder of Big Brother B's entire family is Liang Kuan, desperate for revenge, but suffering from a lack of manpower. Find Big Boss B's confidants Abeo and Aniu, but the response received was only helplessness and fear. Anan, it's not that we don't want to help Brother B seek revenge. Abeo lowered his head. Now Hongxing is Kun's business, and we still have a family to take care of. Anyo was even more direct. Anan, forget it. Brother B has already left. You also need to consider yourself. Considering oneself? Chun Haonan sneered coldly. If he can't even avenge his elder brother, what kind of brother is he? De Tian Air, along with the foreskin and nest skin, couldn't help but curse angrily. Brother B used to be so good to you. But now you dare not even avenge him. Are you guys still considered human? Bastard. Abeo and Aniu shook their heads and got up to leave. The faces of Chun Haonan and others looked even uglier. At this moment, a series of low-engine roars echoed from far to near. That's a luxury convoy that shouldn't have appeared in such a place. Everyone looked up one after another. The convoy slowly stopped on the street, neat and orderly. The car doors opened simultaneously. A dozen strong men wearing black suits and sunglasses quickly got off the car, separate on both sides, with well-trained movements. The door of a Mercedes-Benz in the middle was respectfully opened by a subordinate. Adorned in an exquisite black suit, Shanji emerged from the vehicle. He removed the Rolex from his wrist and cast his gaze toward Chun Haonan and his companions. Chun Haonan, De Tian'er, and the others rose simultaneously, frozen in place. Shanji smiled silently, spreading his arms wide as he approached. Chun Haonan hurried forward, and under the watchful eyes of everyone at the street stall, the 2 men embraced fiercely. Brother Nan, this is for you. Upon release, Shanji handed the Rolex back to Chun Haonan, the very item Chun had entrusted to Shanji during his turbulent escape. Shanji, De Tian'er, Baopi, and Xiaopi exclaimed in unison, their faces alight with joyous smiles. Shanji nodded with a smile, then turned to the dozen or so black-clad henchmen behind him and called out, "Call out to Brother Nan." Brother Nan. The men bowed in unison. Their voices harmonized and formidable. The street stall fell into sudden silence. Every diner held their breath. Chun Haonan was visibly moved, about to speak. But Shanji interrupted with a smile. Brother Nan, no words are needed. We are brothers, now and always. The brothers embraced once more before resuming their seats. Shanji began recounting his experiences since leaving Hong Kong Island. After I fled Wanwan, Through my cousin's introduction, I joined the Sam Luen gang. Later, the leader of Sam Luen eliminated a rival, the head of Zazatang. I heard about Brother B, Chun Haonan said, lighting a cigarette. Did Liang Kuan do it? Chun Haonan nodded, eyes reddening. His entire family, none survived. Shanji inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. Then there's nothing more to say. He stubbed out the cigarette in the ashtray. When do we act? Just as Chun Haonan was about to reply, his phone rang. The caller ID showed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Anan, it's me, came a steady male voice from the other end. Chun Haonan's expression shifted. This was Jiang Tianxing, the former head of Hung Hing and the man whom the late Big B respected most. Mr. Jiang, you're with Shanji, right? Jiang Tianxing said. Come to my place. I have matters to discuss with you. Then the call ended. Chun Haonan and Shanji exchanged a glance. Jiang Tianxing? Shanji raised an eyebrow. What does he want with you? I don't know, Chun Haonan replied, standing. But he asked us to come over immediately. Shanji also rose and gestured to his men. One subordinate quickly approached. You all return to the hotel first, Shanji instructed. Wu, drive us to Mr. Jiang's place. Yes, Brother Ji. Chapter 57. Huo Tianyao shoots publicly. Jiang Tianxing's mansion was brightly lit, yet eerily quiet. He sat behind a redwood desk in his study, dressed in a robe. When Chun Haonan and Shanji were ushered in, Jiang smiled warmly and invited them to sit. Haonan, Shanji, please have a seat. His tone was gentle. Shanji, I hear you've done well in Wanwan. Already a hall master. Shanji chuckled, scratching his head. Chun Haonan's face was somber. Since Big B's death, he had not smiled. Jiang Tianxing set down his wine glass and looked at Chun Haonan. Haonan, I am deeply grieved by Big B's fate. He followed me for so many years. I never imagined this end. Liang Kuan is ruthless, Jiang continued. As the dragonhead, Hung Hing is doomed unless he is removed. Chun Haonan suddenly looked up. 3 days from now is Liang Kuan's mother's 60th birthday, Jiang said slowly. All the hallmasters of Hung Hing will attend. The scene will be chaotic, that's our chance. Shanji narrowed his eyes. You mean, act during the banquet? Jiang Tianxing spoke lightly. Eliminate Liang Kuan amidst the disorder. Avenge Big B and purge Hung Hing. Chun Haonan clenched his fist. It was indeed an opportunity. Shanji nodded emphatically. However, Jiang's tone shifted. I have a second piece of news. At this banquet, Liang Kuan has invited a certain Mr. Huo from Southeast Asia. Both Chun Haonan and Shanji were taken aback. Since the Causeway Bay incident, factions had quietly sought information on Huo Tianyao. They knew he hailed from Southeast Asia and possessed great influence, but his exact role remained unclear. Though thoughts of retaliation arose, it seemed unwise for the sake of a mere fat dog. Moreover, Huo Tianyao never appeared personally. Men like Big D, Chang Fa, and Liang Kuan handled matters on his behalf. Huo and Liang Kuan shared a good relationship. This time he would attend to pay respects to Liang Kuan's mother. Jiang Tianxing continued, but you need not fear him. He has made enemies he shouldn't have. He paused, lowering his voice. Just 2 days ago, young Master Lu of the Lu family personally approached me. Chun Haonan and Shanji exchanged a glance, eyes brightening. The Lu family is the major power behind Hung Hing. Their influence on Hong Kong Island is immense. With their backing, a mere Huo Tianyao is insignificant. Young Master Lu wants Huo Tianyao dead. Jiang's eyes gleamed. If I can help eliminate Huo, the Lu family will fully support my return as Hung Hing's dragonhead. He pushed forward a black leather case containing $500,000 in cash and several firearms. At the banquet 3 days from now, you have 2 targets, he said, holding up 2 fingers. First, Liang Kuan. Second, Huo Tianyao. Chun Haonan and Shanji nodded eagerly, ready for action. Jiang Tianxing smiled approvingly. Haonan, once this is settled. The title of Causeway Bay's top figure, the formidable figures of the underworld clinked their glasses in convivial celebration, the atmosphere brimming with fervor. Liang Kuan, adorned in a striking crimson suit, beamed with unbridled joy as he cordially attended to the guests at the main table. Beside him, his venerable mother donned a pristine embroidered jacket, her smile radiant and uncontainable. Brother Kuan, my heartfelt congratulations. You truly exude an aura of authority now. Wishing the esteemed lady boundless blessings like the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Compliments rose in a harmonious chorus. Liang Kuan responded graciously to each. Though a flicker of unease stirred within, he had specially invited Huo Tianyao tonight, yet the man had yet to make an appearance. At that moment, a commotion arose at the entrance. Huo Tianyao had arrived, clad simply in a black suit. He was accompanied only by Zhang Yongjia, who appeared somewhat apprehensive, his eyes darting nervously about. There were simply too many elder brothers present, many of them renowned figures of great prestige. Mr. Huo, welcome, welcome. Liang Kuan hurried forward, his face alight with smiles. Brother Kuan, congratulations. Huo Tianyao extended a red envelope, a modest token of goodwill. Oh, Mr. Huo, You are too kind. Liang Kuan accepted the envelope, its weight reassuring him further. He led Huo Tianyao to the main table. Please be seated, Mr. Hua. This is my fourth younger brother, Zhang Yongjia, he introduced. Brother Jia. It's an honor. Liang Kuan warmly shook Zhang Yongjia's hand. Come, sit beside me. Zhang Yongjia, overwhelmed with gratitude, promptly expressed his thanks. Huo Tianyao patted his shoulder, whispering, relax, make more friends. The banquet commenced officially. Liang Kuan took to the stage first, expressing gratitude for everyone's support before declaring the feast open. After several rounds of wine, the atmosphere grew even more lively. Zhang Yongjia gradually loosened up, engaging in drinking and conversation with those nearby. Huo Tianyao sat quietly, occasionally sipping tea, his gaze sweeping across the room. Aside from a few elder brothers sent by Chang Fa and Lian Sheng, who courteously greeted him, the other big shots scrutinized him discreetly. The name Mr. Hua had long circulated covertly across the island, arousing widespread speculation about his origins. Liang Kuan had once been merely a home master, and his flattery of Hua might have been understandable then. But now, as a leader himself, such overt deference seemed peculiar. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from the restroom. Immediately, a panicked waiter rushed into the hall, shrieking, Brother Kuan, trouble. Someone's attacking your mother. Chaos erupted instantly. Which bastard dared? Liang Kuan's expression darkened as he sprang to his feet, hastily leading his men toward the restroom. Before they reached their destination, multiple private room doors flung open simultaneously, and swarms of short, stocky men surged forth. Kill him. Kill Liang Kuan. Amid the clamorous shouts, Chun Haonan and Shan Ji stepped forward. Liang Kuan, prepare to die. Chun Haonan's eyes blazed red as he slashed toward Liang Kuan. The bodyguards around Liang Kuan immediately moved to defend, but Chun Haonan's forces were numerous and evidently well prepared. Blades clashed, blood splattered. Protect Brother Kuan. Hurry. Others in the hall reacted, rushing to join the fray. The scene descended into utter pandemonium, friend and foe indistinguishable, rapidly devolving into a fierce melee. Shan Ji's intent was clear. Leading several men, he broke through the crowd, heading directly for Huo Tianyao. Third brother, watch out. Zhang Yongjia attempted to block the way but was kicked aside by Shan Ji. Huo Tianyao's eyes hardened, sidestepping Shan Ji's blade. He grasped the attacker's wrist and twisted with force. A sickening crack echoed as Shan Ji cried out, the saber flying from his grasp. Yet his henchman surged forward. Third brother. Zhang Yongjia scrambled up, seizing a wine bottle to smash over one thug's head. Amid the chaos, a gunshot rang out. Zhang Yongjia stiffened, looking down at his left arm, blood pouring from the wound. Fourth brother. Huo Tianyao's eyes reddened instantly. He whirled toward the shooter, one of Chun Haonan's men, gun aimed squarely at him. Time seemed to freeze. A chilling glint flashed in Huo Tianyao's eyes. In the astonished gaze of all present, an AK-47 materialized in his hands. Damn, an AK. Run. Before anyone could react, Huo Tianyao pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames burst from the muzzle as bullets swept across the room. Chun Haonan's men fell like wheat before a scythe, their screams piercing the air. The hall erupted into chaos. Everyone scattered in panic, tables overturned, dishes shattered. Drop your weapons. Police. Soon, piercing sirens blared outside as a large contingent of officers stormed in. Led by a senior inspector surnamed Huang, Huo Tianyao watched the incoming police and glanced at the wounded Zhang Yongjia, then slowly lowered his weapon. Officers rushed forward, cuffing Huo Tianyao. Inspector Huang approached with a sneer. Huo Tianyao, is it? Brandishing a firearm and killing on the street. You're finished. Huo Tianyao met his gaze, eyes deep and unfathomable. This man knew his name, and the police had arrived with unprecedented swiftness. Something was amiss. Who sent you? He demanded. Inspector Huang's face darkened. Enough nonsense. Take him away. The lurking shadow squad member's eyes hardened, ready to act, but Huo Tianyao's glare halted them. After Huo Tianyao and a few unfortunate stooges were taken away, more officers and medics entered to clear the scene. The death toll numbered over a dozen. Aside from the ambushers targeting Liang Kuan's mother, the formidable Big Tian heir, Bao Pai, and Chao Pai, Shin Haonan, Shan Ji, and others lay riddled with bullets and pools of blood. Only a scant few still clung to life. Liang Kuan, wounded twice by Chun Haonan's blade, lay gasping on the ground. Though not fatal, the shocking sight of Huo Tianyao's ruthless gunfire had left a deep psychological scar. He watched helplessly as Huo Tianyao was led away, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 58. Huo Tianyao threatens the Security Bureau. Mongkok Police Station, Interrogation Room. Huo Tianyao sat shackled on the tiger bench, facing Inspector Huang and two subordinates. Name. Age. We're asking you questions. One officer slammed the table fiercely. Huo Tianyao raised his eyes, his gaze unnervingly calm. The officer recoiled, cowed by the intensity, silent thereafter. Inspector Huang sneered, Huo Tianyao. Don't think you can keep silent and escape consequences. Countless pairs of eyes bored down upon you as you pulled the trigger, sealing your fate. At that moment, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Wang Jiaxing hurriedly entered, accompanied by 2 others. He was drenched in cold sweat upon receiving the news. How could Huo Tianyao have brazenly eliminated over a dozen individuals in front of so many witnesses? Although they were despicable lowlifes, they were still human beings. However, what Huo Tianyao ought to do was certainly beyond the jurisdiction of a mere police station. With a gaze laden with complexity, he cast a glance at Huo Tianyao before revealing his credentials. I am Wang Jiaxing from the Security Bureau, Inspector Huang. I need to take this individual with me. Inspector Huang glanced at him, scoffing. Director Wang, I'm afraid this case falls under our serious crimes unit. Your Security Bureau's reach is extending a bit too far. Don't you think? Wang Jiaxing's expression darkened. Inspector Huang, this individual holds a special identity. You must hand him over to me. Sorry, but that is impossible. Inspector Huang replied assertively. If Director Wang has any objections, he may address them with my superior. Now, please leave. Wang Jiaxing narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Inspector Huang deeply. May I speak with him privately? Just as Inspector Huang was about to refuse, Wang Jiaxing stepped closer, whispering a few words in his ear. Inspector Huang's face shifted noticeably, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, forcing a smile. Well, I suppose that's acceptable, but you have a maximum of 5 minutes. He gestured upwards. Don't put me in a difficult position. I'm powerless here. Wang Jiaxing nodded, watching the officers exit before signaling his 2 subordinates to wait outside as well. With the door shut, Wang Jiaxing quickly lit a cigarette for Huo Tianyao. With a bitter smile, he remarked, Brother Yao, you've made quite the spectacle this time. Huo Tianyao met his gaze silently. Wang Jiaxing sighed, speaking softly, Brother Yao, before I came, I contacted their superiors. Yet, they showed me no respect whatsoever. From my observations, it seems someone up top is targeting you. Brother Yao, have you offended anyone recently? Huo Tianyao's brow twitched slightly. Wang Jiaxing continued. It likely isn't anyone from other regions, but someone from Hong Kong Island. Otherwise, they wouldn't be utilizing both Triads and police. Upon hearing this, a name flashed through Huo Tianyao's mind. Lu Zhihua. He inexplicably exhaled in relief. Since it was a personal vendetta against him, such tactics were hardly worthy of concern. Wang Jiaxing, noticing his reaction, pressed, Brother Yao, do you know who it is? Huo Tianyao glanced at him without responding. Wang Jiaxing, feeling helpless, said, Brother Yao, the situation is incredibly precarious. This is Hong Kong Island, not South Africa or the Golden Triangle. You've eliminated so many people in front of all those witnesses. Is this difficult to manage? Huo Tianyao interrupted him coolly, exhaling smoke as he regarded Wang Jiaxing. Ashang, do you recall 2 years ago when I took you to Russia for a certain matter? Many lives were lost that time. Wang Jiaxing nodded, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. He couldn't fathom why Huo Tianyao would suddenly bring this up. Do you know what I brought back with me? Huo Tianyao continued. Do you understand why your masters are so wary of me? The interrogation room fell into an oppressive silence. Wang Jiaxing suddenly jolted, cold sweat beading on his forehead as a chilling possibility crossed his mind. Nuclear weapons. Initially, he had been sent to infiltrate Huo Tianyao's ranks to obtain nuclear weapons data from Russia. However, with Huo Tianyao's spatial capabilities, no matter what he acquired, Wang Jiaxing could never uncover it, ultimately leading to a dead end, forcing him to return to Hong Kong Island. Ashang, tell your superiors. Huo Tianyao's tone grew colder. I have no time to waste here. I need to leave within 2 hours. Otherwise, he openly threatened the authorities and the head of the Security Bureau's Counterterrorism Division, Wang Jiaxing. Yet, he dared not voice any objections, nor could he display the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Brother Yao, rest assured, I will return to report immediately and ensure your release. This time, it can be classified as justifiable self-defense. Wang Jiaxing wiped the sweat from his forehead, nodding at Huo Tianyao before hastily departing. Simultaneously, at the hospital, when Chun Tianxiong and his companions rushed into the ward, Zhang Yongjia had just undergone surgery, his left arm heavily bandaged. Old Fourth, how are you? Chun Tianxiong inquired urgently. I'm fine, brother, Zhang Yongjia responded, his face pale. Third brother has been captured. I know, Chun Tianxiong said gravely. I'm working on a solution. Li Haoyu, seeing his uncle injured, felt tears welling up in his eyes. Uncle, Hao, don't cry. I'm all right. Zhang Yongjia forced a smile before urgently adding, brother, think of a way to save third brother. Chun Tianxiong clenched his fists. I've already entrusted someone to investigate. But this incident has escalated too much, gunfire and murder. Third uncle fired in self-defense to save me. Zhang Yongjia exclaimed passionately. Those people were trying to kill Liang Kuan and also aimed to kill third brother. Third brother acted in self-defense. Self-defense? A voice came from the doorway. Chen Shui entered, her face serious and her eyes red and swollen, evidently having cried. Even if it's self-defense, using an automatic rifle in the street is excessive. Moreover, so many lives were lost. She approached the bedside, taking a deep breath. But don't worry, I'm a lawyer, and I will do everything in my power to assist third uncle. Lin Meifeng suddenly had a thought, and urgently said to Li Haoyu, Haoyu, quickly contact your teacher Meng. Her family is influential. She can surely help Yao. Li Haoyu was taken aback. Mom, teacher Meng resigned a long time ago. Give it a try? Lin Meifeng insisted. She is our only hope now. Chen Shui's eyes lit up. Yes. Teacher Meng. I've heard her family has deep connections. Haoyu, do you have her contact information? Li Haoyu tilted his head. Thinking for a moment, I should have it at school. Chapter 59, Jiang Tianxing's Triumph. Dealing with Liang Kuan? In Jiang Tianxing's villa study, smoke curled around him. He dialed Lu Jihua's number for the third time, only to be met with the same cold voicemail. The number you have dialed is unavailable. Jiang Tianxing furrowed his brow and set down his phone. The ashtray on the table was overflowing with cigarette butts, and the air in the study was stifling. Outside, the sky darkened. Young Master Lu, Jiang Tianxing murmured to himself, a hint of unease flickering in his eyes. The Lu family had released a statement claiming that Lu Jihua was abroad for business negotiations. The assertion appears plausible. However, Jiang Tianxing remains convinced that something is amiss. Is it necessary to power off one's phone while conducting business abroad? Not even a call to convey safety? His mind drifts back to the encounter with Lu Jihua 2 days prior. It transpired in a nightclub, which had been exclusively reserved by Lu for that evening. All waitstaff and attractive women had been dismissed, leaving the expansive hall devoid of company save for Lu Jihua. Upon seeing him, Jiang noted a frenzied obsession gleaming in Lu's eyes. Mr. Jiang, I require your assistance, Lu Jihua stated bluntly. I want Huo Tianyao dead. If you can facilitate this, I shall fully support your return to the pinnacle of Hongxing. Jiang was taken aback. Huo Tianyao's reputation had already begun to circulate in the shadows. A formidable figure returned from Southeast Asia, with his precise dealings shrouded in mystery. Yet, Lu's overt adulation, coupled with ties to Kunsha, suggested he was involved in the opium trade. What troubles you, Mr. Lu? To be candid, Jiang Tianxing had reservations about antagonizing Huo Tianyao. However, the promise bestowed by Lu stirred something within him, though he remained curious about the circumstances that had drawn Lu's ire. Lu's expression twisted momentarily before returning to tranquility. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Merely understand that I desire his demise, and it must be excruciating. Presently, Huo Tianyao had indeed been apprehended. Caught in the act of a public shooting, an inescapable fate. Yet, Lu Jihua had vanished. Surely, nothing has gone awry. Jiang muttered to himself, then snorted derisively. How could that be? What stature does Mr. Lu possess? If he were truly in peril, the Lu family would be in an uproar. He inhaled deeply, extinguishing his cigarette with force in the ashtray. Although the losses of Chun Haonan and Shanji were significant, the objective had been achieved. Huo Tianyao was in custody, and Liang Kuan had been shot and hospitalized. Now, all that remained was to deliver the final blow. Jiang pressed the intercom on the table. Qiang, come in. A robust middle-aged man entered. He was Jiang Tianxing's trusted confidant, having served him for over 2 decades. Boss, which hospital is Liang Kuan in? Jiang inquired. St. Mary's Hospital. VIP ward on the 3rd floor, Qiang replied. Though security there is stringent, with Hongxing personnel on guard around the clock. Jiang sneered. No matter how tight the security, there are always vulnerabilities. Take a few men with you and ensure it's done discreetly. Understood, Qiang nodded, turning to leave. Wait, Jiang called after him. Remember, should you be caught, you know what to say and what not to say. Qiang's gaze sharpened. Rest assured, boss, if things go awry, I know exactly what to say. After his departure, Jiang Tianxing pondered for a moment before rising to change his attire. He intended to pay a visit to the Lu family. At the Lu family villa in Repulse Bay, Lu Wanxiong sat on a rosewood sofa in the living room. His countenance darkened. A cup of tea sat before him, now cold, untouched. The butler entered quietly, reporting in a hushed tone, Sir, Jiang Tianxing has arrived and wishes to see the young master. Lu Wanxiong's eyes flickered. Allow him in. Moments later, Jiang Tianxing was ushered into the living room. Upon seeing Lu Wanxiong, he immediately bowed respectfully. Mr. Lu. Lu Wanxiong gestured dismissively. Sit. Jihua is not here. He has gone abroad for business. Jiang Tianxing felt a stir in his heart. Lu Wanxiong's words were delivered lightly. Yet he noted the bloodshot veins in the eyes of this patriarch and the weariness etched upon his face, indicating a lack of rest. So it is. Jiang Tianxing was disinclined to dwell further. The Lu family's strength was beyond his need for contemplation. He smiled. I intended to update young Master Lu on the progress of that matter, but it seems fate has conspired against me. What matter? Lu Wanxiong inquired. The affair concerning Huo Tianyao, Jiang replied in a lowered voice. Young Master Lu had previously instructed me to deal with him. That has now come to fruition. Huo Tianyao was apprehended this evening during a shooting at Liang Kuan's mother's birthday banquet. A glint of sharpness flashed in Lu Wanxiong's eyes. Oh? What transpired? Jiang Tianxing succinctly recounted the altercation at the banquet, omitting any mention of his intentions towards Liang Kuan. What is Huo Tianyao's background? Lu Wanxiong asked. From the information I have gathered, he hails from Southeast Asia, Jiang replied, likely involved in the opium trade, reportedly well connected with Kunsha, and has been seen in close association with Liang Kuan on the island. Kunsha? Lu Wanxiong pondered. The drug lord from the Golden Triangle? Indeed, Jiang nodded. Huo Tianyao likely wields considerable influence in Southeast Asia. However, after committing such a heinous act on the island, even divine intervention cannot save him now. Lu Wanxiong remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. You have executed this matter commendably. Jiang's heart leapt with joy, though his demeanor remained composed. It is my honor to serve young Master Lu. Lu Wanxiong regarded Jiang Tianxing, stating, you are a valuable asset. It appears my son judged your character correctly. He paused, then continued, who is currently managing affairs in Hongxing with Liang Kuan hospitalized. For the time being, several leaders from different factions are jointly overseeing operations, Jiang responded. But it is chaotic without a clear leader. Lu Wanxiong nodded. Chaos is advantageous. Victory can only be seized amidst disorder. He rose and walked to the window, turning his back to Jiang Tianxing. Mr. Jiang, our Lu family values integrity in business. Your assistance has not gone unnoticed, and we shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Jiang Tianxing's heart raced. I will make a call regarding Hongxing, Lu Wanxiong said slowly, and I am most assured that the Jiang family will manage it well. Jiang Tianxing, on the verge of rising in excitement, restrained himself, respectfully stating, thank you for your trust, Mr. Lu. I will not disappoint you, and will manage Hongxing effectively. Very well. Lu Wanxiong turned, a slight smile gracing his face. Go now, await my news. As Jiang Tianxing departed the Lu family villa, his steps were buoyant. Almost as if he might ascend. He settled into his car and instructed the driver, take me back. The vehicle roared to life, merging into the night. Leaning back against the seat, Jiang closed his eyes, a smirk of satisfaction curling at the corners of his lips. Huo Tianyao was finished, Liang Kuan was nearing his end, and Hongxing was on the verge of returning to his grasp. Everything was unfolding according to plan. Chapter 60. Huo Tianyao. The Lu family does not possess wealth comparable to mine. Simultaneously, at St. Mary's Hospital, on the 3rd floor. In the corridor outside the VIP ward, for Hongxing lackeys dozed on a bench. A doctor clad in a white coat and mask wheeled a medical cart down the hall, the wheels producing a faint sound against the floor. Hey, wake up. The doctor approached the ward door and addressed the lackeys. The patient requires a change of dressings. One lackey rubbed his eyes and stood. Now? What time is it? Doctor's orders. The physician curtly replied, step aside. The henchman hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped aside to grant passage. The doctor wheeled the cart into the ward, the door closing softly behind him. A solitary bedside lamp illuminated the dimly lit room. Liang Kuan lay in bed, his left shoulder bandaged, lost in a deep slumber. Approaching the bedside, the doctor retrieved a silenced pistol from the lower compartment of the medical cart. Just then, the curtains of the ward fluttered unexpectedly. Two shadowy figures slipped silently through the window. Startled, the doctor turned, only to receive a heavy blow to the back of his neck, collapsing limply. It was the members of the Shadow Squad. They had been covertly guarding Liang Kuan, not out of a desire to protect him, but because they understood that since their target was both Huo Tianyao and Liang Kuan, as long as Liang Kuan remained alive, their adversaries would surely continue their assault. As anticipated, the assailants had indeed arrived. The two swiftly secured the unconscious doctor and then assessed Liang Kuan's condition. He was grievously injured, yet not fatally so. One of them approached the window to glance outside. Below, a black sedan silently departed from the hospital. Three had come, with one waiting downstairs. He reported that everything was now under control. The two hoisted the unconscious doctor and retraced their steps through the window. Minutes later, an unmarked van drove away from St. Mary's Hospital. At the first safe house, a doctor from the Shadow Squad meticulously cleaned the surgical instruments. On the operating table beside him lay the assassin captured from the hospital. The assassin had regained consciousness but was securely bound, a cloth gagging his mouth. He stared wide-eyed in terror at the unfamiliar surroundings and the calm-faced man in the white coat before him. Do not be afraid, the doctor said gently. As long as you cooperate, I will not harm you. He produced a syringe, drawing up a clear liquid. This is a truth serum. After injection, you will feel an irresistible urge to speak, and all you say will be the truth. As the needle pierced his skin, the assassin thrashed violently, but to no avail. The drug took effect swiftly. His gaze began to dull, and his breathing quickened. Now, the doctor inquired, who sent you to kill Liang Kuan? Jiang Tian, A born killer. The assassin mumbled indistinctly. Why kill Liang Kuan? The boss. The boss wants to reclaim the leadership of the Hung Hing. Liang Kuan stands in the way. And who else? Besides Liang Kuan, who else must die? Huo Tianyao. Young Master Lu wants Huo Tianyao dead. The doctor exchanged a knowing glance with the figure standing beside him, the Night Owl. Who is young Master Lu? The doctor pressed on. Lu Jihua, of the Lu family. The doctor narrowed his eyes, sharing another look with Night Owl, who nodded, signaling for his subordinates to escort the assassin to another room. This new room resembled a prison cell. In the center stood a large vat, within which lay Lu Jihua, transformed into a grotesque figure. He was still alive, yet devoid of humanity, trapped in a state of unconsciousness. Upon seeing Lu Jihua in the vat, the assassin froze, his eyes wide, lips trembling. His face as pale as a sheet. Do you recognize him? Night Owl inquired. The assassin shook his head emphatically. No, I do not know him. But his eyes and expression betrayed him. The sheer shock and terror were reactions far too intense for merely encountering a stranger. Night Owl and the doctor exchanged a knowing glance, their understanding deepening. Wake him up, Night Owl commanded. The doctor nodded, administering a dose of serum to Lu Jihua's neck. Soon, Lu Jihua's face began to contort as he slowly regained consciousness. Kill me, he moaned in agony. Night Owl grasped his chin, lifting it, and pointed at the assassin. Young Master Lu, you must recognize this man, correct? Lu Jihua's dazed eyes suddenly narrowed upon seeing the assassin. Chong. Jiang Tian's trusted confidant. They met that night at the nightclub. It seems you indeed know him. Night Owl scoffed, releasing Lu Jihua's chin. The assassin was taken away. Lu Jihua, I now offer you a chance. Reveal all your plans, and I will ensure you are sent home. At the mention of home, Lu Jihua's eyelids twitched violently. He had long since wished for death. Yet, he knew his captors would not easily allow him to perish. Perhaps only by returning home could he fulfill that desire. As for whether they would deceive him, he no longer had the heart to ponder. In that moment, he yearned solely for death. He divulged all his plans in full. At the Lu residence, after Jiang Tian's departure, Lu Wanxiong sat in the hall, deep in thought for a considerable time. His subordinates had already reported the events of that fateful banquet to him. Yet in his eyes, the usually humble and courteous Lu Jihua would not resort to such drastic measures against Huo Tianyao over a trivial matter. There must be something deeper at play. After a brief contemplation, he resolved to meet Huo Tianyao. Lu Wanxiong arrived at the Mongkou police station at midnight. His expression was grim, his eyes bloodshot. Accompanied by 4 stern-faced bodyguards, Inspector Huang, who came to greet him, wore an overly accommodating smile. Mr. Lu, what brings you here personally? Where is that Huo Tianyao? Lu Wanxiong's voice was hoarse. Inspector Huang was taken aback, not expecting Lu Wanxiong to personally inquire about this matter, though they were ostensibly the Lu family's subordinates. It was Lu Jihua who usually handled such affairs. They rarely encountered Lu Wanxiong. Mr. Lu, this way please, Inspector Huang said hurriedly, leading the way. The precinct was nearly empty. Had it not been for the interrogation of Huo Tianyao, Inspector Huang would have left long ago. In the interrogation room, Huo Tianyao remained shackled to the tiger chair, yet his demeanor was calm, even somewhat relaxed. Upon seeing Lu Wanxiong enter, he slightly lifted his eyelids. He had seen the man's photograph before. As the saying goes, if a son is unruly, it is the father's fault. Although Lu Wanxiong was not Lu Jihua's biological father. Had he not been supporting Lu Jihua from behind the scenes, Lu Jihua could not have been so reckless. This man had indeed made it onto Huo Tianyao's list of targets. Lu Wanxiong, entirely unaware, fixed his gaze on Huo Tianyao and gestured for everyone else to leave. Only the 2 of them remained in the interrogation room. You are Huo Tianyao, Lu Wanxiong stated deliberately. Is Lu Jihua's disappearance related to you? Huo Tianyao did not evade the question, nodding directly. Indeed, Lu Jihua is in my custody. Despite having suspected it, hearing this confession directly left Lu Wanxiong feeling dizzy. He inhaled deeply. What do you want? Money? Name your price. Huo Tianyao smiled, a smile laced with sarcasm. Mr. Lu Wanxiong, is it? Do you truly believe that every problem can be resolved with money? Moreover, I doubt you possess greater wealth than I do. Upon hearing the second sentence, Lu Wanxiong assumed that the other party was either attempting to make an exorbitant demand or seeking his assistance to navigate the current predicament. He had even begun to ponder whether he could find someone to impersonate Huo Tianyao to extricate him from this situation, thereby ensuring Lu Jihua's safety. There was no denying it. Lu Wanxiong cherished Lu Jihua deeply, and the latter was of paramount importance to the Lu family. As for how to deal with Huo Tianyao later, that could wait until Lu Jihua's return. However, the third statement rendered Lu Wanxiong momentarily speechless, leaving him in a daze for several seconds. Chapter 61. In a bid to save Huo Tianyao, Meng Jiahui compromises her principles. Lu Wanxiong initially amassed his fortune through the sale of fans, earning the moniker Fan King. He later expanded his empire by acquiring Huame real estate, amassing a fortune in the real estate business, his wealth now reaching into the billions. While he certainly fell short compared to the four great families, he was not inclined to believe that he could not measure up to this drug lord before him. Engaging in the flower trade was profitable, but how many could truly accumulate billions? If it were someone like Kunsha making that claim, Lu Wankong would find it hard to refute. Yet a nameless Huo Tianyao? Humph. He scrutinized Huo Tianyao from head to toe, laughter spilling forth, tinged with mockery and disdain. But this was not the moment for a quarrel. If this man enjoyed boasting, let him do so. Lu Wankong's priority was the safe return of Lu Jihua. Very well, since you, Mr. Hua, are so wealthy, why resort to kidnapping my son? Present a condition, release him, and I shall assist you in your escape from here. Lu Wankong proposed what he believed to be Huo Tianyao's most fervent desire. Noticing the slight curl of Huo Tianyao's lips, an expression that was neither a smile nor a frown, he felt a pang of contempt wash over him, prompting him to retort, do not doubt it. My family possesses such capability. I assure you, if you release Jihua, I can facilitate your exit this very moment. Oh, is that so? Huo Tianyao finally spoke, his gaze calm as he regarded Lu Wankong. It seems you indeed hold Lu Jihua in high esteem. Pass me the phone. Lu Wankong assumed Huo Tianyao had been swayed, his heart lifting as he hurriedly retrieved his phone from his pocket. However, upon seeing Huo Tianyao's hand shackled, he hesitated for a moment before signaling Inspector Huang outside to enter and unlock one of Huo Tianyao's handcuffs. Huo Tianyao flexed his wrist and dialed Yi Zhao's number. How is the situation progressing? Boss, we have successfully delivered Lu Zihua to the Lu residence, came Yi Zhao's voice from the other end. Additionally, we apprehended someone attempting to assassinate Liang Kuan. After interrogation, we discovered that the masterminds behind it are Lu Jihua and Jiang Tianxing. Jiang Tianxing seeks to reclaim his position as the leader of the Hongxing gang, while Lu Jihua desires your demise. The two of them are in cahoots. Huo Tianyao's eyes turned cold. Eliminate him, along with all his loyal followers. Understood. The call ended abruptly. Lu Wankong, who had been listening nearby, was both astonished and enraged. Jiang Tianxing was his protege, and Huo Tianyao had the audacity to issue such a command in his presence. Huo Tianyao, you have some nerve. Lu Wankong exclaimed angrily. Jiang Tianxing is my man. And so what? Huo Tianyao raised his gaze to meet Lu Wankong's. Mr. Lu, you have yet to grasp the situation. It is I who holds the reins now. Lu Wankong trembled with fury, having lived for over half a century. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Do you not wish to see Lu Jihua? Huo Tianyao suddenly returned the phone. He should have been sent back by now. As his words fell, the phone rang. Lu Wankong answered, only to hear the terrified voice of the butler on the other end. Master, someone has delivered a large vat to the house. Inside is the young master. He has been turned into a human pig. The phone clattered to the ground. Lu Wankong stared blankly at Huo Tianyao, his lips quivering, yet no sound escaped. Moments later, he felt as if all his strength had been drained, collapsing into a chair. Human pig, he murmured, suddenly springing to his feet, his eyes blazing with rage as he pointed at Huo Tianyao. You bastard, I will ensure you die without a grave. Hearing the commotion, the bodyguards outside rushed in. Attack! Beat him mercilessly. Lu Wankong roared like a mad lion, wildly flailing his arms. Inspector Huang, who had followed closely behind, quickly stepped forward to intervene. He cast a knowing glance at Lu Wankong, signaling that a significant number of officers had been drawn to the disturbance outside. Reluctantly, Lu Wankong ordered his men to retreat. Inspector Huang swiftly dispersed the officers, then leaned in close to Lu Ruinkong's ear, whispering, rest assured, Mr. Lu, I shall personally entertain him shortly. Lu Wankong shot him a glance, casting a fierce glare at Huo Tianyao before taking a deep breath and striding away. The incident involving Lu Jihua must remain confidential for the time being, lest it adversely affect the stock price. He needed to return immediately to manage the situation. Inspector Huang turned his head, casting a cold smile at Huo Tianyao, then glanced at his wristwatch. It was still early. Once the officers on duty fell asleep, he would ensure Huo Tianyao learned the consequences of crossing Mr. Lu. Meanwhile, he himself would advance further thanks to this merit with Mr. Lu's assistance. On the other side, upon receiving a phone call from Chen Shui, Meng Jiaowei's expression changed dramatically. She hurried to her father Meng Zhendong's room and knocked on the door. Dad. Upon seeing her father, she choked back tears and implored, please, save Huo Tianyao. Meng Zhendong looked puzzled. What happened? Meng Jiawei quickly recounted the events. In front of many people, he shot and killed over a dozen individuals, and he used an AK-47, an automatic rifle. Meng Zhendong's brow furrowed deeply. Even if Huo Tianyao had acted in self-defense, the circumstances were severe enough for him to be treated as a terrorist. Jiawei, I am powerless in this matter. If it were a minor issue, I might have been able to assist, especially since he is the one you care for. but this situation is far too grave. Meng Zhendong was reluctant to extend significant favors to Huo Tianyao. Dad, Meng Jiaowei cried out. I beg you, you must help him. I cannot bear to watch him die. Meng Zhendong fell silent. Jiaowei, forget him. A person capable of such actions is not as simple as he appears. You belong with the son of the Zheng family. He is your true match. Meng Jiaowei could hardly bear to witness the demise of Huo Tianyao, for he was her first man, her first love. The last words of Meng Zhendong felt like a lifeline to her. Father, as long as you can help me rescue him, I promise. I will marry into the Zheng family. Meng Zhendong was taken aback. For years, the Meng family had aspired to enter the jewelry market, having developed several mines in South Africa, only to be deceived by intermediaries. All their investments had gone to waste, and their financial chain was on the brink of collapse. The glory they once held in the eyes of outsiders had long faded, and the only family capable of assisting them was the Zheng family. The Zheng family had flourished in South Africa for many years, firmly rooted and well-established, should they choose to extend a helping hand. The Meng family could surely regain their former splendor. However, the condition put forth by the Zheng family was to marry their precious daughter, Meng Jiaowei. Initially, for the sake of her family, Meng Jiaowei had consented. Yet upon encountering Huo Tianyao again, she found herself filled with regret. In a fit of rage, Meng Zhendong compelled her to resign from her teaching position and confined her within the household, forbidding her from going anywhere. Meng Jiaowei remained resolute in her defiance, even threatening to take her own life yesterday. Yet now, for Huo Tianyao, she was willing to compromise. Watching his tear-streaked daughter, Meng Zhendong's heart softened. Chapter 62. The Meng family's helplessness, a sudden turn at the police station. When Meng Zhendong made a phone call to the chief of the Mongkou police station to inquire if there was any way to secure Huo Tianyao's release, he received a negative response. Mr. Meng, I understand that if it weren't for you, I would not be in this position. But the truth is, I can't help. There are powerful forces at play against him. I've heard that this incident was orchestrated. Meng Zhendong was taken aback. Who? After a prolonged silence, the voice on the other end uttered two words, Lu family. Meng Zhendong's brow furrowed deeper. Although the Meng family was in dire straits, they were still a formidable presence. Yet the stark contrast between them and the Lu family lay in the fact that the Meng family conducted their business with integrity, remaining low profile, while the Lu family was embroiled in darkness, thriving in the political arena with the backing of four prominent families. This situation was far more complicated than he had imagined. Noticing the unease on her father's face, Meng Jiaowei anxiously inquired, Father, what is it? With a heavy heart, Meng Zhendong replied, Jiaowei, this matter is a scheme devised by the Lu family. Since they are going to such great lengths to ensure Huo Tianyao's demise, I fear we may not be able to offer any assistance. Father, Meng Jiaowei was frantic. You must save him. Meng Zhendong sighed. Very well. I will risk my reputation and seek out Lu Ruoxiong. Feeling a slight sense of relief, Meng Jiaowei watched her father's troubled expression with a twinge of guilt. Yet no matter what, she could not bear the thought of Huo Tianyao coming to harm. She saw Meng Zhendong off as he left, pacing back and forth in the living room, a heavy stone pressing upon her heart. The Lu family's residence was not far from the Meng estate. Half an hour later, Meng Jiaowei received a call from her father. Jiaowei, Meng Zhendong's voice was grave. Lu Ruoxiong has refused. Why? Meng Jiaowei could hardly believe it. Jiaowei, the Lu family is determined to see Huo Tianyao dead. They have even turned Lu Zhihua into a human pig. When I saw Lu Zhihua, I was utterly shocked. Jiaowei, Huo Tianyao is extremely dangerous. You cannot meet with him again. He is a demon. Human pig? Meng Jiaowei was left dumbfounded. Yet love is blind. She would rather believe that Huo Tianyao had his reasons for his actions than accept that he was a demon. Father, is there truly no way? On the other end of the line, Meng Zhendong was taken aback by the depth of his daughter's entanglement. He sighed deeply. Lu Ruoxiong has made it abundantly clear. Should our Meng family dare to intervene, it would mean war with the Lu family. Jiaowei, you know our Meng family is different from the Lu family. We conduct ourselves honorably, while the Lu family has too many unsavory dealings in the shadows. If it comes to a confrontation, we may not stand a chance. Moreover, with Lu Zhihua in that state, the Lu family has lost its successor. Meng Zhendong lamented. Lu Ruoxiong currently has no reservations. He has declared that Huo Tianyao must die. Showing no regard for anyone, Meng Jiaowei stood there, holding her phone, in a daze. She understood that her father had done his utmost. Jiaowei, forget about him. Meng Zhendong urged. This matter is beyond our control, and we cannot meddle. The call was abruptly ended. Meng Jiaowei stood frozen in place for several minutes, wiping away her tears before stepping out and getting into her car. She needed to see Huo Tianyao, even if it were for the last time. At the Mongkou police station, as the clock approached midnight, the duty officers began to yawn, some even lying down on the floor to sleep. The station was quiet, save for the soft sound of snoring. Inspector Lu, who had received a call from Meng Jiaowei earlier, awaited her at the entrance. Miss Meng, Huo Tianyao has committed a grave offense. I can grant you a maximum of 5 minutes. Otherwise, if this leaks out, I will be in serious trouble. Meng Jiawei nodded and followed Inspector Liu to the interrogation room. Outside, 2 officers from the Huang department were on guard. Inspector Liu approached them, discreetly slipping something into their pockets. They felt the weight and were quite satisfied, departing temporarily. The door opened, and Meng Jiawei stepped inside. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao shackled to the interrogation chair, her tears flowed once more. Ah Yao. She moved closer, reaching out to touch his face, but hesitated. Huo Tianyao looked up at her, his gaze softening. Why are you here? I'm here to save you, Meng Jiawei replied, wiping her tears, but I cannot rescue you. She briefly recounted her conversation with her father, her voice choked with emotion as she concluded, I'm so sorry for being so helpless. Huo Tianyao regarded her quietly before suddenly breaking into a smile. Though faint, that smile warmed Meng Jiawei's heart. No need to apologize, he said, your presence here is enough. However, just as Meng Jiawei was about to say more, the door to the interrogation room swung open. Huang Inspector entered with several subordinates, their expressions grim. He cast a cold glance at the visibly uneasy Inspector Liu and declared, Miss Meng, your time is up. Please leave. Meng Jiawei gritted her teeth. I still want to speak with him. I'm afraid that's not possible, Inspector Huang said firmly. Miss Meng, please do not put us in a difficult position. Inspector Liu quickly stepped forward, desperately signaling to Meng Jiawei. However, she remained motionless, her gaze fixated on Huo Tianyao, unable to look away. Several subordinates approached, feigning an intention to escort her out. Huo Tianyao's expression turned icy. Inspector Huang, show some courtesy towards the lady. Huang scoffed, Huo Tianyao. You are barely able to save yourself, let alone concern yourself with others. He approached Huo Tianyao, leaning in to whisper in his ear, Kid, Mr. Liu has instructed me to take good care of you. Don't worry, I will ensure your comfort shortly. Huo Tianyao calmly regarded him for a moment before turning to Meng Jiawei. Jiawei, you should return home. I'll treat you to a late-night snack later. Meng Jiawei was taken aback. A late-night snack? What did that mean? Could it be that he had a way to escape? At that moment, Inspector Huang's subordinates closed in. Inspector Liu, fearing to offend, hurriedly coaxed and pulled Meng Jiawei away. Once the door closed, Huang turned to Huo Tianyao, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Huo Tianyao, let me make this clear. You have offended the Liu family, and no one can save you. He signaled to his subordinates to serve him some appetizers. 2 subordinates stepped forward, wielding electric batons. Huo Tianyao watched them with an unervingly calm gaze. Just as the batons were about to make contact with him, he suddenly moved. With a violent jerk, his handcuffed wrists slipped free. He then executed a powerful kick, sending one subordinate sprawling while simultaneously seizing the baton from the other's grasp and twisting fiercely. Crack! Amidst the cries of agony, the baton clattered to the floor. Huo Tianyao picked it up and struck the other subordinate on the head. The entire event transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time Inspector Huang registered what had happened, his 2 subordinates were already groaning on the ground. You dare to assault an officer? Huang exclaimed, a mixture of shock and fury washing over him as he scrambled for his firearm. But Huo Tianyao was faster. In a swift motion, he lunged toward Huang, grasping his gun-wielding hand and twisting it mercilessly. Ah! Huang screamed, the gun slipping from his grip. Huo Tianyao caught it and aimed it at Huang's head. Now, who is in charge? Huang, drenched in sweat and trembling, felt his legs quaking beneath him, attempting to threaten him with accusations of assaulting an officer. He suddenly recalled the fact that this man had already killed numerous people. What would it matter if he added one more officer to that list? Chapter 63. The police station in turmoil. The security bureau arrives late. Huang's remaining 2 subordinates hurriedly drew their weapons, aiming them at Huo Tianyao, creating a tense standoff. Mr. Huo, let us discuss this rationally, Huang stammered, his voice quivering. Even if you kill me, there is no way out for you. I advise you to reconsider. Before he could finish, Huo Tianyao abruptly shifted the gun's aim. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, striking the 2 subordinates in the forehead, who collapsed in disbelief. Huang's pupils dilated, his gaze darting between the lifeless bodies of his subordinates, panic and terror etched on his face. How dare he shoot and kill within a police station? With a gun pointed at him, wasn't he at risk of being eliminated at any moment? Huang shivered, paralyzed by fear, his body trembling uncontrollably, and a stream of yellow liquid began to seep from him. This was a stark contrast to his previous arrogance. Huo Tianyao had encountered many such individuals and felt no surprise. Are you one of Liu Wanxiong's men? He inquired, glancing at Huang's shoulder insignia. You must not have access to him, I presume. Who do you report to? Faced with the specter of death, Huang dared not conceal anything. He trembled as he spoke. Mr. Huo, I am merely following orders. I report to Inspector Wang. No sooner had he spoken than the interrogation room door was kicked open. The noise from the gunfire had roused all the officers. One by one, weapons were aimed at Huo Tianyao. Upon seeing the 2 corpses on the ground, The officers nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. Drop your weapons. Immediately, they shouted urgently. Huo Tianyao maintained his indifferent expression, using Huang as a shield while glancing at the watch on Huang's arm. Half an hour had passed since he had given Wang Jiaxing 2 hours, as previously amended. A smirk played on his lips, revealing his disdain. This guy, truly regressing as time goes on. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. A group of men in black suits entered, led by a dignified man in his 50s. Following closely behind were Wang Jiaxing and several senior inspectors. Upon seeing this man, the faces of all the police officers changed dramatically. Director Li, someone exclaimed. Others immediately stood at attention, saluting. The newcomer was none other than the head of the security bureau, Li Jingxiong. Li Jingxiong surveyed the scene, his gaze settling on the bodies in the interrogation room before shifting to Huo Tianyao and then to the gunpoint aimed at Huang. His brow furrowed deeply. Huang, perceiving a glimmer of hope, quickly shouted, Director Li, please save me. He has killed 2 of our colleagues. Li Jingxiong turned to Huo Tianyao. Mr. Huo, please lower your weapon. We can discuss this. Huo Tianyao regarded him with indifference, only lowering his gun when Wang Jiaxing signaled him to do so. Li Jingxiong gestured to those behind him, and someone stepped forward to take the gun from Huo Tianyao, reapplying handcuffs, albeit loosely, more as a formality. Inspector Huang. Li Jingxiong addressed him, his gaze icy. You are under arrest for abuse of power and coercion. What? Huang could hardly believe his ears. Director, I did not. He assaulted an officer and killed. Li Jingxiong ignored him, instructing his subordinates, take him away. 2 officers stepped forward, placing handcuffs on Huang. In a panic, he looked towards a senior officer in the crowd, his superior and a member of the Liu family. Inspector Wang, save me, he pleaded. The senior officer's eyes were filled with alarm as he hurriedly addressed Li Jingxiong. Director, there may be a misunderstanding here. A misunderstanding? Li Jingxiong cast a cold glance at him. Inspector Wang, you shall also return to face the investigation. In an instant, Inspector Wang's face turned ashen. Inspector Huang was utterly despondent as he watched the bodies of the 2 officers being taken away by the security bureau, barred from any inquiry by those from the police station. He then saw Li Jingxiong and Huo Tianyao conversing in hushed tones and seemed to grasp something profound. Huo Tianyao's connections were likely exceedingly formidable. He had offended someone he should not have. But contemplating this now was far too late. Take them away. Li Jingxiong waved his hand. Inspector Huang and Inspector Wang were escorted out, while the other officers were also cleared away by the security bureau. In the interrogation room, only Li Jingxiong, Wang Jiaxing, and Huo Tianyao remained. Li Jingxiong approached Huo Tianyao and said, Mr. Huo, I apologize for the inconvenience you have endured. His demeanor was courteous. We shall escort you out shortly. Huo Tianyao replied calmly. Thank you, Director Li. Li Jingxiong glanced at the bloodstains on the floor and, with a slight seriousness, remarked, however, Mr. Huo, I hope you will exercise restraint while in Hong Kong. Our security bureau cannot perpetually clean up after you. Huo Tianyao shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Li Jingxiong felt a twinge of embarrassment. The audacity with which the other party had eliminated officers in the police station made him momentarily desire to apprehend this Eastern butcher on the spot. Yet, the threat posed by Huo Tianyao was far too great. Wang Jiaxing's analysis sent shivers down his spine. He dared not gamble. He could not stake the entirety of Hong Kong on such a wager. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Wang Jiaxing quickly signaled to Li Jingxiong and then stepped forward to mediate. Brother Yao, rest assured, we will help you resolve this matter regarding the 2 officers. However, you must understand that our security bureau is operating across departments this time. Director Li is also acting in your best interest. Hong Kong is a society governed by the rule of law. If such incidents occur repeatedly, we too will face troubles. I hope you can be understanding. This was somewhat commendable. Huo Tianyao nodded. You need not worry. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. I am not a butcher. Nor do I have any interest in indiscriminate killing. Li Jingxiong parted his lips, his expression peculiar, as if he wished to say something, but ultimately refrained. Wang Jiaxing glanced at him, understanding the unspoken sentiment. The individual known as the Eastern Butcher claimed he was not a butcher. Yet he was acutely aware that Huo Tianyao was indeed not a mindless killer, though many innocent lives were lost due to their actions on the South African battlefield. That was war, an unavoidable circumstance. The 2 officers they had killed likely served as a warning due to the tardiness of the security bureau. Brother Yao, that would be for the best. Wang Jiaxing chuckled, glancing at the handcuffs adorning Huo Tianyao's wrists. You will have to endure a little longer and accompany us outside first. Huo Tianyao nodded and followed the 2 men out of the interrogation room. In the hall, numerous officers stared intently at Huo Tianyao, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the demon who had slain their colleague. However, the power of the security bureau was too great. They could not stop Huo Tianyao's removal. Upon exiting the building and entering the vehicle, the handcuffs were removed. Brother Yao, shall I take you back? Wang Jiaxing inquired. No need. I will get off at the intersection ahead. Wang Jiaqing turned to glance back at the police station, which was not far off, intending to say something, but ultimately shook his head helplessly, stopping the car at the intersection and returning Huo Tianyao's phone to him. Brother Yao, if anything arises, just call me first. Do not put us in a difficult position. The Liu family is deeply entangled with the 4 major families. Huo Tianyao shot him a glance. I made it very clear before. If they do not offend me, I will not offend them. If the 4 major families truly take action against the Liu family, I would not mind playing along. Wang Jiaqing felt his scalp tingle in shock. Brother Yao, you cannot do this, he said, his tone bordering on pleading. Huo Tianyao chuckled. Rest assured, I will not indiscriminately open fire. Chapter 64. Gratitude to Meng Jiahui with my body. The Security Bureau indeed faced considerable challenges. On one hand, there was concern that Huo Tianyao might wreak havoc in Hong Kong, creating an insurmountable mess. On the other hand, they dared not casually disclose Huo Tianyao's true identity to warn those who might seek to confront him. Otherwise, others would question why. With such a dangerous person on the scene, the Security Bureau had not dealt with him? Would that not render them incompetent? A dilemma that left them with no choice but to hope for Huo Tianyao's swift departure from Hong Kong. Wang Jiaqing especially hoped that Huo Tianyao's earlier statement about wanting to stay in Hong Kong for a lifetime was merely a jest. After Huo Tianyao exited the vehicle, he immediately reported his safety to his elder brother and the others. They were both astonished and delighted, believing it to be the result of the Meng family's intervention. Had it not been so late, they would have certainly called Meng Jiahui to express their gratitude. Chen Shui snatched the phone from her father's hand, intending to say something. But upon seeing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces, she could only say, Uncle, it's good that you are safe. We will wait for your return. This entanglement weighed heavily on Huo Tianyao's heart. He inexplicably recalled his earlier conversation with Meng Jiahui and replied, I need to thank Teacher Meng. I will return later. Since they had concluded that the Meng family had rendered assistance, attributing the matter to them was the best course of action. There was no need for his elder brother and the others to know too much. The more they knew, the more detrimental it would be for them. Upon hearing the term Teacher Meng, a wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Chen Shui, but with her parents present. She could not voice her feelings and could only silently hang up the phone. Huo Tianyao stood by the roadside, the night breeze tousling the hair across his forehead. He glanced at the time, 12:20 a.m. The phone spun in his palm as he dialed Meng Jiahui's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. It's me, Huo Tianyao. There was a brief silence on the other end, followed by a clattering sound. As if Meng Jiahui had bumped into something out of excitement. Hey Yao, you are out? Yes, Huo Tianyao replied. Didn't I mention before? I want to treat you to a late-night snack. At that moment, Meng Jiahui had countless questions she wished to ask, but ultimately, it condensed into a single word. Okay. Where are you? I will come find you. Huo Tianyao turned and spotted a bustling food stall, promptly relaying the address. 20 minutes later, a black Toyota came to a halt at the entrance of the establishment. The moment she saw Huo Tianyao, the meticulously groomed Meng Jiahui summoned an unprecedented surge of courage and embraced him fiercely. Ah Yao, I almost thought I'd never see you again, she murmured then. Abandoning all restraint, pressed a passionate kiss upon him. Huo Tianyao was taken aback, helplessly watching the exquisite face so near, unexpectedly seized by a forceful kiss. Around them, patrons emitted jeers and laughter. Flustered, Meng Jiahui hastily released him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Clearing his throat twice, Huo Tianyao said, Let us go, let us eat something first. They entered the restaurant and chose a seat by the window, where the dim streetlights glowed and taxis occasionally passed by. Meng Jiahui ordered 2 bowls of the signature oyster congee and several side dishes. While waiting for the food, she cupped the warm tea in her hands, lowering her gaze. Avoiding Huo Tianyao's eyes, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Breaking the silence, Huo Tianyao said, Thank you for today. Meng Jiahui glanced up at him briefly before quickly looking down again. I didn't do much to help, but how did you manage to get out? I heard Lu Jihua was. She stopped mid-sentence, suddenly raising her eyes to scrutinize Huo Tianyao, as if seeking to discern the true role this man she cherished was playing. Huo Tianyao's expression remained calm. Teacher Meng, some things are better left unknown to you. Disappointment flickered in Meng Jiahui's eyes, not because of his deeds, but because she longed to understand him, yet he was unwilling to divulge. Pausing, her voice softened. Ah Yao, I might be leaving Hong Kong Island for a while. He looked at her. Where to? Not decided yet. She avoided his gaze, unwilling to reveal the truth. Maybe abroad. Just to take a break after so many years of teaching. Though she spoke lightly, Huo Tianyao sensed the underlying unease. He did not press further, merely nodded. A change of scenery is good. Their congee arrived, and they ate in silence, occasionally exchanging trivial remarks, carefully sidestepping topics that might weigh down the mood. Midway through the meal, Meng Jiahui suddenly set down her spoon. Yao, have you ever thought about leaving Hong Kong Island? He raised his head. Why do you ask? Just a sudden thought. She smiled faintly. Then her expression grew earnest. Yao, why don't you come with me? Let us leave Hong Kong Island together. Go somewhere else. He regarded her silently. She gave a bitter smile, knowing this was but an impulse of the moment. She could never abandon the Meng family. Lowering her head, she stirred her congee with her spoon. Yao. Sometimes I wonder if things would have been different if we had continued down the path we once started. Her tone was light, but Huo Tianyao caught every word. He gazed at her downcast profile, the light casting soft shadows upon her lashes. Teacher Meng. He spoke slowly. There are no ifs in this world. I know, she replied, lifting her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet forcing a smile. Just idle words. After settling the bill, they stepped out into the night, the breeze growing colder. Wrapping her coat tighter, Meng Jiahui suddenly said, I don't want to go home. Huo Tianyao looked at her. Biting her lip, she continued, I want a drink. Will you have a drink with me? After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. All right. Where to? She blushed, naming a hotel. Not a bar? Seeing his puzzled expression, she hurriedly explained, I don't like bars, and my father forbids me from going there. Huo Tianyao glanced at her twice, then silently nodded. Inside the five-star hotel, they sat apart, Meng Jiahui's cheeks flushed and demeanor uneasy, frequently stealing glances at Huo Tianyao, who remained composed. Soon, a waiter knocked and wheeled in a cart laden with various wines, reds, whites, beers. Without hesitation, Meng Jiahui grabbed a beer and drank it down. Teacher Meng. Huo Tianyao began but hesitated, having sensed her inner turmoil, yet reluctant to press. 20 minutes later, Meng Jiahui was intoxicated, and Huo Tianyao slightly tipsy as well. Suddenly, Meng Jiahui's gaze grew hazy as she looked at him. Yao, do you really not like me? Huo Tianyao's hand paused mid-pour. She stepped closer, cheeks flushed. But I truly like you. Emboldened by the alcohol, she leaned into his embrace. Huo Tianyao's expression shifted. Teacher Meng, you deserve better. What is better? She smiled bitterly. A marriage of equals? A respectful couple? Or like my parents, living separate lives, acting all their days? Suddenly, she reached out and began unbuttoning her trench coat. Huo Tianyao grasped her hand. Don't do this. Why not? Her eyes shone with defiance. Yao, I'm no child. I know what I'm doing. Besides, Haven Tea, we already had a night together. Just consider this another ordinary night, all right? She wrenched free, letting the coat fall to reveal the thin lingerie beneath. Then proceeded to disrobe further. Turning away, Huo Tianyao said, put your clothes back on. From behind, Meng Jiahui bit her lip and wrapped her arms around him, resting her face against his back. Yao, I truly like you. She choked out. This will be the last time we meet. Just think of this as our final farewell, okay? His body stiffened. What do you mean by that? Shoo, don't ask. She circled to face him and silenced him with a kiss. Tonight, just tonight, she whispered, let me be willful once, please. Huo Tianyao closed his eyes, feeling her trembling body and the tears soaking his shirt. After a long moment, he stretched out his arms and held her close. That night, the darkness outside was profound, while inside, passion blossomed. Chapter 65, Demand Huo Tianyao's death? The cleanup operation. Amidst the fervent battle within the hotel, at the Liu family villa, Liu Wanxiong stood in the living room, staring at the shattered remnants of a cell phone scattered across the floor, having just ended a call. His face was a mixture of shock and displeasure. The call came from the police station, informing that Inspector Wang and Officer Huang had been taken away for investigation. Moreover, Huo Tianyao had been escorted by the security bureau, and it appeared that he had been released. How could this be? Liu Wanxiong murmured, his face dark with concern. The head of the security bureau, Li Zhengxiong, personally intervened to escort Huo Tianyao from the station and subsequently freed him. Who exactly is Huo Tianyao? Even Inspector Wang has fallen victim? He turned his gaze towards the corner of the living room, where a large urn contained Liu Zhihua, now barely recognizable. Several private doctors were busily attempting to sustain his vital signs, yet Liu Zhihua continued to moan weakly. Kill me. Uncle, please, kill me. Liu Wanxiong's heart ached. This was his most beloved nephew, the sole heir of the Liu family, reduced to such a state. He approached the urn, tears streaming down his face. Rest assured, I will avenge you, my dear nephew. Regardless of Huo Tianyao's background, I shall ensure his demise. He retrieved his phone, scrolled to Jiang Tianxing's number, and dialed. The phone rang for an eternity before connecting. Jiang Tianxing's voice came through, tinged with nervousness. Mr. Liu, Huo Tianyao has been released by the security bureau. Liu Wanxiong stated directly. Silence fell on the other end for a few seconds before Jiang Tianxing's shocked voice broke through. What? Huo Tianyao has been released? How is this possible? I am unaware of the methods he employed, but it is the truth. Liu Wanxiong's voice turned icy. Jiang Tianxing, I grant you one final opportunity. Eliminate Huo Tianyao. Should you succeed, the position of the Hongxing's leader shall be yours. Furthermore, I will increase my investments. The terms were enticing, yet Jiang Tianxing hesitated. Huo Tianyao's release by the Security Bureau implied that the forces behind him exceeded his comprehension. However, it seemed that events had escalated to a point of no return. Mr. Lu, if you hesitate, I can seek another, Lu Wanyong interrupted. But think carefully. Miss this chance, and you shall never reclaim leadership of Hongxing. Jiang Tianxing gritted his teeth. Fine. I will do it. As soon as possible. Upon concluding the call, Lu Wanyong sank back onto the sofa, tiredly rubbing his temples. The butler approached with a cup of ginseng tea, speaking in hushed tones. Sir, the young master's condition is not optimistic. The doctors say he may last no more than 3 days. Lu Wanyong's hand trembled, nearly dropping the teacup. At all costs, ensure he lives a few more days. He rasped. I want him to witness Huo Tianyao's death. At Jiang Tianxing's villa, after ending the call, he paced restlessly in his study. His confidant, a Chong, had been dispatched to eliminate Liang Kuan, and now there was no word from him, suggesting something had gone awry. Meanwhile, Huo Tianyao had managed to escape unscathed from the Security Bureau. What exactly is Huo Tianyao's background? His face was etched with disbelief. Yet he could not relinquish the position of the Hongxing leader so easily. He picked up his phone and dialed Chen Yao's number. Chen Yao was known as the white paper fan of Hongxing and one of his staunch supporters. Yao, Jiang Tianxing spoke gravely. Huo Tianyao has been released. Mr. Lu wants us to eliminate him swiftly. Additionally, Liang Kuan is still alive. Silence lingered on the other end, clearly indicating that Chen Yao was processing this shocking news. Mr. Jiang, Huo Tianyao is not a simple man. Should we? There is no should we. Jiang Tianxing snapped. This is Mr. Lu's directive. Notify Sister 13 and the Crown Prince. Have them convene at my place tomorrow to discuss the specific plan. Understood. After hanging up, Jiang Tianxing felt a slight sense of relief. As long as his loyal supporters remained, he still held the capital to turn the tide. Yet unbeknownst to him, while he was making calls, several silent assassinations were unfolding across Hong Kong Island. On Boland Street, at Sister 13's nightclub, she was counting money in her office when she suddenly heard muffled sounds from outside. Frowning, she rose to investigate, but the office door was pushed open. 3 figures clad in black entered, wielding silenced handguns. Who are you? Before Sister 13 could finish her question, a bullet pierced her forehead. In Sim Sha Sui. The Crown Prince was playing mahjong with several subordinates when the lights went out abruptly. In the darkness, faint popping sounds echoed, followed by the sound of bodies hitting the ground. When the lights flickered back on, only a few corpses remained in the room. In the Western District, Chen Yao had just hung up with Jiang Tianxing and was preparing to contact Sister 13 and the others when the window suddenly shattered. 2 shadows leapt through the opening, blades glinting menacingly. Chen Yao barely had time to scream before collapsing in a pool of blood. Simultaneously, similar events transpired across multiple locations in Hong Kong Island. Within an hour, all of Jiang Tianxing's loyal supporters had been ruthlessly eliminated. Meanwhile, more members of the Shadow Squad stood in the darkness outside Jiang Tianxing's villa. Night Owl glanced at his watch and signaled to his team. Action. 6 shadows slipped into the villa like phantoms. The guards inside barely registered the intruders before they fell one by one. In the study, Jiang Tianxing had just lit a cigarette when he suddenly heard strange noises from outside. Alert. He rose and retrieved a handgun from the drawer. The door swung open. Night Owl stepped in, gripping a bloodied military knife. Jiang Tianxing? He inquired. Who are you? Jiang Tianxing aimed his gun at him, demanding, who sent you? Night Owl remained silent, slowly advancing. Jiang Tianxing pulled the trigger, bang. The gun fired, but it was not his doing. Another squad member had entered the room. Jiang Tianxing was shot in the arm, losing his grip on the gun, which fell to the ground with a thud. He screamed, his face paling in terror as he hurriedly retreated, but Night Owl had already closed the distance, plunging the knife into his chest. Mr. Huo asked me to convey a message, Night Owl whispered in his ear. In your next life, do not provoke those you ought not to. Jiang Tianxing's eyes widened, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes brimmed with disbelief and profound resentment. He could never have anticipated meeting such a grim fate in his own home. Nor did he foresee Huo Tianyao's retribution arriving so swiftly. Who is he truly? Even in death, Jiang Tianxing remained oblivious to the identities of those he had offended. Unable to close his eyes as he breathed his last, he departed this world with his eyes wide open, refusing to rest. The Night Owl drew his knife and wiped the bloodstains on Jiang Tianxing's clothing. Subsequently, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Huo Tianyao number. Boss, the cleanup is complete. On the other end of the line, Huo Tianyao, who had just concluded another task, spoke in a languid tone. Well done. After hanging up, the Night Owl gazed at Jiang Tianxing's lifeless body and shook his head. Some individuals consistently overestimate themselves while underestimating their adversaries. And the price of such folly is often life itself. He turned and departed, leaving the villa once more enveloped in silence. save for the cold moonlight streaming through the window, casting its glow upon several corpses. As dawn approached, a new day commenced, yet for some, this day would never arrive. Chapter 66, Official Renaming. The long-awaited system notification chime. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the crevices of the curtains into the hotel suite. Meng Jiahui awoke in the disheveled center of the large bed, feeling as if her body had been unraveled. She reached out beside her, only to find the space next to her empty and cool, just like the last time. A bitter smile graced her lips, her voice slightly hoarse. The aches radiating from her body compelled her to draw a gentle breath, yet her lips involuntarily curled into a faint smile of satisfaction. Huo Tianyao was truly remarkable. The wildness of the previous night rendered even the slightest movement of her fingers a Herculean effort, and it seemed she might indeed remain bedridden today. Suddenly, her stomach audibly protested, rumbling in protest. After a night of fervent exertion, her energy reserves had been utterly depleted. It was no surprise that hunger had taken hold. Suppressing her discomfort, she slowly propped herself up, intending to reach for the phone on the bedside table to summon room service. At that moment, the door emitted a soft click, swung open, and to her surprise, Huo Tianyao entered, carrying 2 paper bags from which steam and the enticing aroma of food wafted. Meng Jiahui froze, and a rush of warmth surged through her heart, instantly engulfing her. She let the blanket slip to the floor, disregarding her modesty, and with bare feet took a few unsteady yet joyful steps before leaping into Huo Tianyao's embrace. "I thought you had left," she murmured, burying her face in his solid chest, her voice muffled and nasally. "I brought breakfast," Huo Tianyao said, freeing one hand to tousle her tousled hair, his tone devoid of its earlier coldness. In that moment, Meng Jiahui felt like the happiest woman in the world. Unlike last time, he had not vanished after their encounter. He remembered that she might be hungry, and he had returned. They settled at the small dining table in the suite, sharing warm porridge and small dishes. Huo Tianyao casually picked up the remote and turned on the wall-mounted television. The morning news began to broadcast. A poised and articulate female anchor reported. Regarding the violent incident that occurred yesterday in Mongkok, police have conducted an in-depth overnight investigation and have reached preliminary conclusions. Based on on-site evidence and eyewitness testimonies, the actions of the man surnamed Huo were deemed justifiable self-defense, and he bears no criminal liability. The police also urged citizens to report any extreme threats to their safety promptly. Meng Jiahui's eyes brightened, and her hand holding the spoon came to a halt. As the news footage transitioned to another report, the anchor continued. "Furthermore, our station has learned that to thoroughly purify the social security environment, the police, in conjunction with relevant departments, launched a special operation codenamed Garbage Collector in the early hours of today, successfully dismantling a long-active organized crime syndicate led by a man surnamed Jiang, which had engaged in illegal activities detrimental to society. During the operation, the primary suspects were all neutralized. The screen displayed footage from outside Jiang Tianxing's villa, though blurred. One could still discern the police cordon and the bustling figures of officers. Following were street interviews, where blurred citizens eagerly expressed, 'It's truly a breath of fresh air. It was high time to deal with these scoundrels. I feel so much safer now when I go out. The police should conduct more operations like this.' "Ayao, look," Meng Jiahui exclaimed, her face alight with joy as she pointed at the television. "The authorities have vindicated you, and those villains have all been dealt with. I knew you were a good person. You could never be a demon." "A demon?" Huo Tianyao mused over the term, raising his gaze to meet hers, his eyes deep and inscrutable. "Who said that?" Meng Jiahui's cheeks flushed crimson, her gaze flitting away. Naturally, she dared not reveal that it was her father's private judgment. And after a moment of hesitation, she leaned closer, pressing her lips, still slightly sticky with porridge, gently against his mouth. "Well, you're certainly not." She stole a kiss and withdrew, lowering her head to feign concentration on her porridge, her ears aflame. In that fleeting moment, a cold, mechanical, yet eerily familiar voice echoed unexpectedly in Huo Tianyao's mind. "Ding. Detection of substantial merit value acquired by the host. System automatically calculating. Deducting associated evil value of 8,219 points. Current remaining evil value, 121,2832 points. Ding. Merit system notification. Once the host's evil value reaches 0, all system functions will reactivate." Huo Tianyao's hand holding the chopsticks paused slightly, his pupils dilating in shock. The system. It was the very entity that had appeared at the most desperate moment of his life, granting him a second chance, only to fall silent after he had carved a bloody path through South Africa, earning the moniker of the Eastern Butcher. It was indeed based on merit? No wonder it had vanished without a trace. When he had acquired the system, he had been on the brink of death, merely elated at having received the power to alter his fate, without a thought to delve into the specifics of the system's name or its limitations. With the initial gift package provided by the system and the elite subordinates he summoned, he had rapidly risen amidst the chaos of war through ruthless means. Yet he had also amassed countless sins. While many had not perished by his own hand, they had all met their end due to his will or that of his subordinates. This immense blood debt was evidently recorded by the system as what was termed evil value. Yet upon arriving in Hong Kong, he had done no good deeds. And after last night's brutal actions, how could he suddenly amass such a substantial merit value? His gaze sharpened, casting a sidelong glance at the television screen once more. In the news, the host is summarizing, stating that this anti-crime initiative has significantly enhanced the sense of security among citizens and contributed to societal stability. The scene freezes on the jubilant faces of several citizens applauding with delight. Ah, so that is it. In that moment, Huo Tianyao suddenly comprehends. Although the eradication of Jiang Tianxing and his accomplices was a massacre he ordered for revenge and to establish his authority, it has objectively eliminated a number of notorious gang leaders entrenched in Hong Kong Island, who caused widespread harm. The disappearance of these individuals spared countless ordinary citizens and merchants from their malevolence, inadvertently accumulating immense goodwill. And this merit has been attributed to him, the covert orchestrator of the purge. The system's logic seems to favor the objective impact of actions taken. A twist of fate, a miraculous turn of events. The shadow of the lethal time bomb within his body, which had long been suppressed in the deepest recesses of his heart, is swept away in a moment of ecstatic realization. The system is about to be reactivated. A mere cancer is insignificant, even with over 1 million units of malevolence accumulated. Hope has finally arrived. His excitement erupts like a volcano, impossible to contain. He abruptly sets down his chopsticks, and amidst Meng Jiahui's astonished gaze, he scoops her up from her chair. Ah, Yao, we haven't finished breakfast. Meng Jiahui exclaims. We'll eat later. Huo Tianyao's voice is deep and fervent as he strides towards the bedroom, holding her tightly. The sudden surge of passion leaves Meng Jiahui both bewildered and bashful. Yet she finds herself irresistibly drawn to the rare fire burning in his eyes, and she sweetly wraps her arms around his neck. Outside, the sun climbs higher, reigniting the atmosphere within the suite. Chapter 67. Lu Wankong is terrified. The underworld trembles. The clouds disperse and the rain ceases. It is nearly noon. The moment of parting has finally arrived. Meng Jiahui curls up in Huo Tianyao's embrace, her fingers unconsciously tracing circles on his chest. But the happiness in her eyes gradually succumbs to a veil of reality. No matter how profound the joy, one must inevitably return to reality. She recalls the promise she made to her father. In her view, Huo Tianyao's release must have come at a tremendous cost to her father. In exchange, she is bound to fulfill her engagement and marry the dandy scion of the Zheng family, a notorious playboy throughout Hong Kong. Yao, she speaks softly, a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. I must return. Huo Tianyao senses her despondency and resolve, tightening his embrace around her. What's wrong? Nothing. Meng Jiahui forces a smile, gazing up at him as if to etch this moment into her heart forever. Yao, I will remember last night and today for the rest of my life. She struggles to rise, enduring her discomfort as she methodically dresses, her movements slow yet resolute. Huo Tianyao leans against the headboard, quietly observing her. She does not look back, but the slight quiver of her shoulders betrays her sorrow. At the moment she opens the door to leave, Huo Tianyao suddenly speaks. Has something happened to the Meng family? If so, tell me. I can help. Meng Jiahui's back stiffens, a flicker of hope crossing her mind. But the Meng family's losses have reached over 10 billion. Huo Tianyao is merely a small businessman from Southeast Asia. How could he possibly assist? She suppresses the urge to turn back, discreetly wiping away her tears, and softly replies, No. You should rest well. With that, she hastily departs, closing the door gently behind her. The warmth of Huo Tianyao's expression vanishes in an instant, replaced by his usual calm and sharp gaze. He retrieves his phone from the bedside and dials a number. Investigate what has recently transpired with the Meng family. Previously, when the system lay dormant and his own survival was uncertain, he might have refrained from interfering in the fates of others, especially in such high-stakes familial entanglements. But now, circumstances have changed. Dawn has broken, and the shackles are about to shatter. Some matters, some individuals, he suddenly feels, must be addressed. The merit system holds a certain intrigue. He gazes out at the brilliant sunshine, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Wankong has spent the entire night with Lu Jihua, who is consumed by thoughts of death. It is only when he assures him that he will witness Huo Tianyao's demise that Lu Jihua gradually calms down and drifts into a slumber. As a well-known tycoon on Hong Kong Island, Lu Wankong never misses the morning news, even after a sleepless night. However, when the television flickers to life, the news being broadcast causes him to spring to his feet. Jiang Tianxing was actually shot dead by the police? How could this be possible? No, this is wrong. Something is amiss. He furrows his brow, pacing back and forth. Suddenly, a possibility dawns on him. Huo Tianyao. This individual, capable of stealthily abducting Lu Jihua, must possess a formidable force at his disposal. To track down Jiang Tianxing and eliminate him is hardly surprising. With this thought, Lu Wankong's frown deepens. Huo Tianyao not only has connections with the Security Bureau, but can also enlist police assistance to cover his tracks. What is his true identity? What sort of individuals have the Lu family antagonized? Lu Wankong glances back at the slumbering Lu Jihua, his expression growing increasingly somber. His eyes betraying a flicker of hesitation and fear. He grapples with a pressing question. Should he risk everything for the incapacitated Lu Jihua and the mysteriously powerful Huo Tianyao? The Hongxing gang has always been his sharpest sword, but now, that sword lies shattered. With Jiang Tianxing and his confidants brutally slain, and the gang leader Liang Kuan seemingly aligning himself with Huo Tianyao, the Lu family's grip is loosening. The news from Inspector Wang indicating his impending dismissal only adds to his turmoil. What resources does he have left to contend with Huo Tianyao? Or rather, can he even confront Huo Tianyao at all? Even more troubling, will the other party preempt him and eliminate him first? Considering that this man hails from Southeast Asia, it is entirely possible he is a ruthless drug lord. A sudden wave of trepidation and panic surges within Lu Wankong. Zhongbo, he calls out urgently. And the butler, Zhongbo, rushes in. Sir. Lu Wanxiong's expression was somewhat flustered as he repeatedly urged, quickly, reach out to all our connections in Southeast Asia. Have them investigate the background of Huo Tianyao. Tell them to act swiftly. Furthermore, elevate the security level of the villa to the highest standard. In the meantime, I want to put aside all matters. I need to rest for a few days. This was the first time Zhongbo had witnessed such a discomposed Lu Wanxiong. After nodding hurriedly, he turned and departed in haste. Taking a deep breath, when Lu Wanxiong looked back at Lu Jihua, a flicker of helplessness and guilt passed through his eyes. Clarifying Huo Tianyao's background was merely a means for him to justify making the most advantageous choice for the Lu family. However, the energy Huo Tianyao had recently exhibited made Lu Wanxiong realize that the other party was not someone he could provoke lightly. At the same time, the entire underworld was in turmoil due to the tragic demise of Jiang Tianxing and the prince among others. The notion of eradicating evil and crime? No one believed such a thing. What kind of place is Hong Kong Island now? It is a filthy realm where corrupt police and gangs coexist. The meager salaries of the corrupt officers are hardly sufficient for their indulgences. They rely on the support of the gangs. Moreover, with the Lu family backing Jiang Tianxing, would the police be foolish enough to eliminate a benefactor and offend the Lu family? When it comes to cracking down on crime, the most they would do is apprehend a few minor leaders and extort some money. It certainly wouldn't involve figures like Jiang Tianxing and the prince. It seemed Jiang Tianxing had angered someone he shouldn't have. Indeed, the Lu family had failed to shield their own this time. It appeared the opposing force was formidable. Hey, how come Liang Kuan wasn't harmed? I heard he was injured and hospitalized. It would be simple to take him out, right? Damn, could it be Liang Kuan's doing? It's possible, but Liang Kuan lacks the audacity. I suspect he must have someone backing him. Could it be that Mr. Hua? Highly likely. Didn't the news say Mr. Hua was deemed to have acted in self-defense and was released without charges? Damn it. He killed over a dozen people and still walked free. Just how powerful is his background? In the underworld, very few are naive. Connecting the dots regarding the Causeway Bay incident, many prominent figures speculated about Liang Kuan and his desperate attempts to curry favor with Huo Tianyao. Naturally, such conjectures remained confined to the upper echelons of the underworld. No one would dare speak openly, as certain words could lead to dire repercussions. Who would dare to easily offend Huo Tianyao? A man who could eliminate a dozen individuals and still walk free? Among them, Liansheng's Didi and Dongxing's Changfa were particularly convinced of this. They were all too aware of Huo Tianyao's terrifying nature. The assassination of Jiang Tianxing was child's play for him. Didi swiftly dismissed his subordinate suggestions to encroach upon Hongxing's territory. He harbored suspicions that Liang Kuan had already allied himself with Huo Tianyao. The elimination of Jiang Tianxing and others was not merely revenge for Zhang Yongjia's injury, but also a means to remove obstacles for Liang Kuan. He emphatically instructed his subordinates to avoid provoking Huo Tianyao and all those around him. As for whether to ally with Huo Tianyao, like Liang Kuan, Didi found himself in a state of indecision. After all, Liansheng also had formidable backing. Changing allegiances was a grave taboo in the underworld. Meanwhile, Changfa altered his attitude towards Zhang Yongjia, no longer treating him as a peer, but rather as a subordinate. Chapter 68. The Path to Acquire Virtue. Last night, Liang Kuan received the shocking news of Jiang Tianxing, Sister 13, and the prince's murders. He was both astonished and elated, unable to sleep a wink. Overwhelmed by the uncertainty of the other party's origins and whether they would target him. His joy stemmed from the fact that with their demise, he had a significant chance to consolidate power within Hongxing. When he saw the news, the anxiety that had plagued him all night turned to utter shock. Mr. Huo had actually been released. So impressive. The involvement of officials in cleaning up the aftermath indicated that the perpetrator's identity was extraordinarily significant. Jiang Tiansheng was backed by the Liu family. Even if Jiang Tiansheng had been killed by unidentified assailants, with the Liu family providing cover, the authorities would never allow this incident to reach the headlines. He gradually began to speculate. Could it be that Mr. Huo was behind this? Liang Kuen's face lit up with delight. Was Mr. Huo even more powerful than the Liu family? Was he capable of influencing the authorities? He contemplated calling Huo Tianyao for confirmation, but ultimately restrained himself. Such matters are best left unspoken. It seemed he would need to cling tightly to Mr. Huo's coattails from now on. Smiling, Liang Kuen pondered for a moment before promptly arranging for personnel to move into the territory of the recently eliminated bigwigs. Huo Tianyao sat in the car on his way home, contemplating how to acquire virtue points. Just moments ago, he had attempted to perform ordinary good deeds, such as helping an elderly lady across the street and giving money to beggars. However, none of these actions yielded any virtue points. Clearly, such trivial acts of kindness could not be classified as virtue. Eliminating Jiang Tianxing and others, instilling fear in the gang leaders, preventing them from showing their faces, and creating a harmonious and stable order for the common people that would have them applauding, was what truly constituted virtue. So, should he eliminate all the gang leaders? After much deliberation, he realized that this approach was likely futile. There were too many low-level gangsters in Hong Kong. Nearly half of the youth were involved with gangs or had intricate ties to them. Those who ventured into this life did so to ascend the ranks. And if a significant number of leaders were to perish, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. Just imagine the scene. With a plethora of leaders dead, countless territories would be left vacant, and the low-level gangsters would inevitably become covetous. In the pursuit of wealth, who wouldn't desire to step forward and claim leadership? For every leader that fell, thousands would rise to take their place, leading to catastrophic consequences for all of Hong Kong. If he failed to earn any virtue points, he might instead accumulate a hefty amount of sin points. The reason why Hongxing had not descended into chaos thus far was twofold. First, Hongxing was a well-established gang with formidable strength, and second, the leader Liang Kuen was still alive, deterring anyone from acting recklessly. Additionally, many believed that Liang Kuen was responsible for these events. With such audacity, he must have formidable backing, while the territories vacated by Hongxing were enticing. One must be capable of swallowing them whole. Upon reflecting on this, Huo Tianyao could not help but allow a faint smile to grace his lips, a rare display of joy that had long eluded him. In light of this, supporting Liang Kuen while systematically dismantling those gangs, employing the strategy of small horses pulling small carts to restore peace to Hong Kong, emerged as an exquisite plan. Additionally, the existence of these organizations is justified by their function. To accrue more merit points, it is impossible to eliminate all gangs. Without them, there would be no oppression. As the saying goes, nurturing the enemy allows one to maintain dignity. Huo Tianyao pondered whether to dispatch personnel to establish his own gang, thereby amassing more merit points. The members of the Shadow Team were indeed sufficient for this endeavor. Although termed a team, their numbers had exceeded 100 after years of development. Moreover, they had numerous informal members and informants. However, deploying them to engage in gang rivalries seemed an extravagant waste of their potential. Their primary responsibility had always been to establish an intelligence network, which remained paramount. On the base side, Lung Feng and his associates were internationally wanted and thus could not be present. The Security Bureau's willingness to extend courtesy to Huo Tianyao stemmed from a fear of mutual destruction. Should Huo Tianyao attempt to stir trouble in Hong Kong, even the British Crown might be alarmed, at which point it would not merely be the Security Bureau responding, but the military. Huo Tianyao could not realistically consider deploying nuclear weapons in Hong Kong. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to recruit mercenaries from South Africa with clean backgrounds. Most of these individuals were foreigners, whose identities held considerable utility in Hong Kong. Furthermore, dealing with the Liu family could not be handled through direct assassination. These capitalists, despite their predatory nature, were adept at maintaining a facade of virtue, donating to charities and building schools. Huo Tianyao feared that eliminating them outright might lead to a surge of evil points as their benefactors would be deprived of support, a gamble he was loath to take. This was a matter that could directly impact his life. Nonetheless, in dealing with such businessmen, causing them to lose everything would inflict far greater anguish than mere death. Absorbing the Liu family and taking over their charitable foundation would likely yield substantial merit. Additionally, supporting virtuous officials to ascend to positions of influence where they could advocate for the welfare of the people could also prove beneficial. After much contemplation, Huo Tianyao could only conceive of these few strategies. After all, While he was adept at violence, he also possessed the capacity for benevolence. However, when it came to providing for the populace and undertaking meritorious deeds, he found himself at a loss. Lost in thought, the vehicle came to a halt outside a small building. Huo Tianyao alighted and ascended the stairs, immediately noticing the door ajar. The flickering light from within the living room beckoned him. As he stepped inside, he found Chen Shui curled up on the old sofa, a thin blanket draped over her. Upon hearing his footsteps, she quickly lifted her head, her eyes slightly swollen and shadowed by faint dark circles. "Third uncle." She stood up, her voice hoarse. "I've been waiting for you all night." Huo Tianyao observed the worry in her clear gaze, mingled with an almost imperceptible hint of grievance. And a strange discomfort washed over him, akin to being caught in an indiscretion. This emotion was unfamiliar to him, perhaps a consequence of the impending reactivation of the system. As the heavy shadow of death that had loomed over him began to dissipate, allowing human sentiments to resurface. Yet this entangled fate, previously shunned due to his terminal illness and the uncertainty of life, was now complicated by the intertwining of familial affection and a different kind of sentiment. Now, with a glimmer of hope on the horizon, cancer no longer seemed an insurmountable chasm. However, the barrier that lay between them, her identity as the daughter of his sworn brother, remained. He could not bring himself to disclose that he had been with another woman the previous day, for that would be too cruel. "I had some matters to attend to last night." He averted her gaze, striving for a neutral tone. Chen Shui scrutinized him intently, as if seeking a crack in his facade. After a moment, her shoulders relaxed slightly, as though she had persuaded herself to accept his explanation. "I tidied up your room." She indicated the orderly space, then hurried to the dining table, grasping a stack of printed documents. "Third uncle, I've been researching for a long time and managed to contact a stomach cancer expert from the US. He will be coming to Hong Kong next month for an academic exchange. I've arranged for us to meet him. What do you think?" She extended the documents toward him, her eyes brimming with hope and a hint of pleading. Chapter 69. Huo Tianyao mobilizes. The Mercenary Corps. Huo Tianyao examined the densely packed English medical literature and expert introductions. A warmth blossoming in his heart, yet a greater sense of helplessness prevailed. The intricacies of the system could not be articulated. "No need." He shook his head, his tone softening. "I am well aware of my situation." "How can you be aware?" Chen Shui suddenly grew agitated, her voice rising. "Third uncle, you cannot give up. There must be a way. Shall we try?" Tears filled her eyes in an instant. "Ah Shui, it's not as you think." Huo Tianyao attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. "It is exactly that way. You simply do not wish to seek treatment. You believe there is no hope. Hence you no longer care about anything. Is that not true?" Chen Shui's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she grasped the documents on the table only to let them slip from her fingers, scattering across the floor. "I waited for you all night. I feared something had happened to you. Yet you lack even the courage to try." She choked on her words, unable to continue, and abruptly turned on her heel, rushing out the door. Huo Tianyao stood rooted in place, gazing at the scattered papers and the still swaying door, rubbing his brow in frustration. Emotional debts, indeed, proved far more intricate than the chaos of gunfire. At that moment, his phone rang. It was Night Owl. "Boss, I have clarified the situation." Night Owl's voice remained as composed as ever. "The Hmong Group South African mines are facing severe issues, not regarding output, but politically. Local policies have shifted dramatically, and mining permits are set to be revoked. The Hmong family has invested heavily, and their financial chain is on the verge of collapse. Meng Zhendong is currently seeking to forge a deep alliance with the Zheng Jewelry Group to stabilize the situation using Zheng's channels and funding. The price to be paid is the union between Meng Jiawei and the sole heir of the Zheng family, Zheng Xiaoqiu. Their engagement banquet is scheduled for 1 month hence." Huo Tianyao's gaze sharpened in realization. So it was thus. The departure from Hong Kong Island that Meng Jiawei spoke of was a ruse. She intended to fulfill her marriage contract. The unusual tenderness and the farewell-like demeanor displayed yesterday now bore an explanation. He attempted to call Meng Jiawei, but the cold, lifeless tone of a shut-off phone greeted him. Should he confront her directly? Under what pretense? As a man who had shared but 2 fleeting nights with her, a dangerous figure shrouded in mystery? At this moment, Huo Tianyao remained unaware that Meng Jiawei had consented to marry into the Zheng family in exchange for her father's promise to rescue him. Had he known, he would likely have resolved the matter at once. For now, Huo Tianyao regarded his relationship with Meng Jiawei as merely physical. Assisting the Meng family in resolving their crisis was not a financial burden for him. Yet what would follow? To disrupt the union of 2 families surely warranted an explanation and justification. To wed Meng Jiawei? Setting aside feelings of affection or disdain, what of Chen Shui? When it came to matters of the heart, Huo Tianyao had always shunned entanglement. Once, he had been beset by enemies, unwilling to expose any vulnerability. Later, he was afflicted by a terminal illness, fearful of attachments. Now, With hope on the horizon for overcoming his ailment, the complex web of emotions was more daunting than ever. He was accustomed to resolving issues through force and bloodshed, yet matters of the heart offered no definitive answers. Drawing a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous thoughts. This was not the time for romantic dilemmas. A month was still far off. He would wait to see what Meng Joey decided for herself. He murmured to himself. The immediate priority was to fully activate the system and eradicate the cancer cells within him. As long as he was alive, anything was possible. He set aside the Meng family affairs temporarily and dialed another encrypted number, employing a certain dialect from South Africa. Hyena, bring your most reputable associates. Enter Hong Kong Island in stages under legitimate identities. Once there, follow the Night Owl's instructions. Understood, boss. The voice of Hyena brimmed with excitement. He had not heard his boss's voice in quite some time. He wished to say more, but the call had already ended. He shrugged in disappointment, placing the phone down, and called out to the crowd behind him. Brothers, the boss needs us. The crowd initially froze, then erupted into ecstatic cheers. After ending the call, Huo Tianyao pondered briefly and then dialed Liang Kuen's number. The phone was answered promptly, and Liang Kuen's voice conveyed an unmistakable blend of suppressed reverence and excitement. Mr. Huo, do you have a moment? Huo Tianyao succinctly replied. Let us meet to discuss the future direction of Hongxing. On the other end, Liang Kuen's breath caught momentarily before he immediately responded, absolutely. I am available whenever you need. You choose the place, and I'll be there right away. I'll send someone to fetch you. After Huo Tianyao finished speaking, he hung up. He approached the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. Vendors began to hawk their wares, students hurried past, housewives bargained with their baskets, and small-time extortionists gathered in clusters to collect protection fees. This was the most common scene in Hong Kong Island, and Huo Tianyao's goal was to stir the deepest, darkest whirlpool of the city, using bloodshed and cunning to accumulate merit points, thereby securing his rebirth, while also alleviating some of the shadows from the lives of ordinary people under the sun. He withdrew his gaze, his expression sharpening and resolute. The path must be traversed step by step, beginning with the control of Hongxing. As for matters of the heart, he rubbed his temples and temporarily set them aside. Just as Huo Tianyao reached the ground floor, his phone rang. It was his elder brother, Chun Tianxiong. Little 3. Chun Tianxiong's voice boomed with concern. I heard from a Shui that you're back. Where are you? Where did you go last night? Big brother, Huo Tianyao continued walking. I have some matters to attend to, just stepping out. What could be more important than family dinner? Chun Tianxiong feigned anger, then added. Your sister-in-law knows you're back and has personally taken to the kitchen to ward off your bad luck. Second brother brought Mandy along. And Yongjia is clamoring to see you. You must return for dinner tonight. We need to settle your nerves, understood? A warmth spread through Huo Tianyao as he envisioned his sister-in-law bustling about the kitchen, his second brother Qin Wei seated alongside Mandy, and his fourth brother Zhang Yongjia creating a ruckus. These were among the few connections he had in this cold world. All right, he responded, I'll return later. After hanging up, he felt a weight in his heart. Night Owl had previously reported that after he was taken by the Security Bureau, Mandy had sought to exert influence through the CIA to secure his release, though her efforts ultimately proved fruitless. It reminded Huo Tianyao of the truth. Was Mandy truly as detached from the CIA as she claimed? Even if her intentions were benevolent, they might still be driven by ulterior motives. Once entangled with the CIA, escaping unscathed was nearly impossible, even with her father's high position. It was difficult to entirely shield oneself from future repercussions and control. Was her staying by the side of his second brother a genuine expression of love or part of another mission? Huo Tianyao had always been reluctant to ponder deeply, even less so to disrupt his brother's happiness at present. As long as Mandy did not cross his bottom line, he could tolerate her presence for his brother's sake, even extending some inconsequential conveniences. However, if the CIA's objective was nuclear weaponry, there would be no room for negotiation. Suppressing these thoughts for the time being, Huo Tianyao settled into the car. Chapter 70, Meeting with Liang Kuen. The behind-the-scenes control of Hongxing. The vehicle swiftly departed the bustling streets, arriving at a secluded, quaint tea house. Inside the private room, the aroma of tea wafted gently. Liang Kuen had already arrived, and upon seeing Huo Tianyao enter, he immediately stood. His demeanor a mix of reverence and barely contained excitement. Mr. Huo Tianyao gestured for him to sit, bypassing pleasantries and delving directly into the matter at hand. From now on, all affairs of Hongxing shall heed my command. You will serve as my representative on Hong Kong Island. I will ensure that Hongxing becomes the largest syndicate on the island. Liang Kuen's breath hitched, his heart racing. The largest syndicate. This ambition and blueprint far exceed his imagination. In light of the bizarre downfall of figures such as Jiang Tiansheng and the nature of the morning news, the energy exuded by Huo Tianyao is unfathomably profound. Without a moment's hesitation, Liang Kuen nodded emphatically. Rest assured, Mr. Huo, I, Liang Kuen, shall henceforth follow your lead unwaveringly. Huo Tianyao was not surprised by his declaration and promptly put forth his first demand. Hongxing, from this moment on, you are forbidden to engage in the white flower trade. Liang Kuan's smile instantly froze. No more white flower. During Jiang Tianxing's reign, similar rules were established, yet no one took them seriously. And Liang Kuan had rapidly amassed capital through this very business, ultimately seizing the leadership from Jiang Tianxing. Severing this financial lifeline would mean, Mr. Huo, our brothers have substantial expenses. The profit from white flower comes swiftly. If we abruptly cut it off, I fear. Liang Kuan's expression darkened. Huo Tianyao picked up his teacup, gently blowing the froth, his gaze unyieldingly fixed ahead. Your supply has always come from General Chachai in the Golden Triangle, has it not? A jolt of alarm coursed through Liang Kuan. I can assure you, Huo Tianyao took a sip of tea, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. From today onward, neither you nor any of your associated channels will procure a single gram of goods from the Golden Triangle. A cold sweat broke out on Liang Kuan's back. Huo Tianyao was fully aware of his suppliers and possessed the confidence to sever this connection. What implications did this hold? It signified that Huo Tianyao's influence in the Golden Triangle likely surpassed his wildest imagination. As this thought crossed Huo Tianyao's mind, a sudden notion flickered. What if he were to dismantle the entire drug base in the Golden Triangle? Would this not yield even greater merits? Observing Liang Kuan's pale countenance and the fear in his eyes, Huo Tianyao knew he had struck the right chord. Ceasing the white flower trade will not diminish Hongxing's profits. I have stated that you will become my sole representative on Hong Kong Island. Liang Kuan swallowed hard, weighing the pros and cons. Aligning with Huo Tianyao might entail short-term losses from the lucrative white flower trade, yet in the long run, the benefits of unifying the Hong Kong underworld could be even more staggering. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Mr. Huo, I understand. From now on, Hongxing shall never again engage in the white flower trade. Huo Tianyao nodded and presented his second demand. From this day forth, Hongxing is prohibited from collecting protection fees from any legitimate businesses, vendors, or ordinary citizens within its territory. Not only shall you refrain from collecting, but if anyone from other gangs dares to do so, Hongxing must intervene to protect the common people. What? Liang Kuan was genuinely taken aback. His expression one of utmost bewilderment, almost believing he had misheard. No protection fees? And instead, protect the citizens? This is not the conduct of a gang. It sounds more akin to that of a philanthropist. Mr. Huo, Liang Kuan lamented, his face drawn, it is not that I refuse to comply. But there are so many brothers below who need to put food on the table. Without the white flower business and no protection fees, how will they survive? Morale will surely dwindle. Huo Tianyao seemed to have anticipated this. I will provide the funding to establish a sufficiently large and legitimate security company. All of Hongxing's brothers, upon passing basic vetting and training, will be able to transition into formal employees of the security firm. They will receive fixed salaries and social security benefits. Those who excel will have clear pathways for promotion and bonuses. Liang Kuan was taken aback, fully grasping Huo Tianyao's intentions. This was not merely a simple reform. It was a complete transformation of Hongxing from an underground organization into a sanitized, restructured private militia under Huo Tianyao's command. The Hongxing banner would remain, but the core leadership had undeniably shifted. He realized that his role as a representative would likely be more akin to that of a senior manager. A twinge of regret and chill crept into his heart. He recognized that he might have embarked on an irreversible journey, with the helm firmly in the hands of this enigmatic man before him. Instinctively, he glanced up at the night owls standing like shadows behind Huo Tianyao, as well as the several steady presences faintly emanating from outside the private room. Recalling how Jiang Tianxing and others might have met their demise at the hands of these individuals, the flicker of regret was swiftly overshadowed by fear. There was no turning back. To refuse now would likely mean never escaping this private chamber. Mr. Huo is indeed farsighted. Liang Kuan managed to force out a smile that was more akin to a grimace, his voice dry. I will certainly cooperate and ensure this matter is executed flawlessly. Huo Tianyao was acutely aware of his psychological turmoil, but chose not to expose it. What he required was an obedient executor, not a partner with genuine ambition. Thirdly, Huo Tianyao extended 3 fingers. I present to you and Hongxing your first task. Clear out all other gang influences and stalls within Hongxing's current territory. Causeway Bay, Mongkok, Sim Sha Sui. I want to see every inch of Hongxing's domain flying solely our banner. Upon the mention of seizing territory and expanding influence, Liang Kuan finally returned to familiar and exhilarating territory. His eyes sparkled, yet a moment later, a look of concern crossed his face. Mr. Huo, it's not that I lack the desire, but Hongxing has just emerged from internal turmoil. With Jiang Tianxing's faction having collapsed, the morale of other factions is shaky. Given the forces I can currently control, clearing out so many territories simultaneously is likely beyond my means. The likes of Lianxing, Dongxing, and how my gang are not to be trifled with. 3 days, Huo Tianyao replied matter-of-factly. In 3 days, my people will be in place. At that time, they will assist you. What you need to do now is to recruit a significant number of hands, prepare to take over the territories, stabilize the situation, and... He paused, directing his gaze at Liang Kuan. Manage these territories according to the 2 rules I previously mentioned. Liang Kuan felt a shiver run down his spine. Grappling with a mix of trepidation toward the impending arrival of Mr. Huo's men and a fervent desire for rapid territorial expansion, he nodded decisively. Understood. In 3 days, I will reorganize the internal structure, and as soon as your people arrive, we will commence the cleansing. Huo Tianyao said no more and rose to leave, with the night owls silently trailing behind. Stepping out of the tea house, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. Huo Tianyao settled into the car, closing his eyes to rest. The chess pieces for Hongxing had been set. Now it was merely a matter of waiting for the hyenas to arrive and continuing to strategize how to expedite the acquisition of merit points. The thought of dismantling the drug dens in the Golden Triangle resurfaced, undeniably a highly alluring objective. However, figures like Kuncha and Chachai were intricately connected with high-ranking officials from Old Myanmar, Siam, and Laos. Pulling one thread could unravel the entire tapestry, necessitating careful deliberation. Chapter 71, Ding Yao of the Triad. Years later, Liang Kuan has risen to become the CEO of a world-renowned security company, amassing a fortune worth hundreds of billions. In an interview with a reporter from Time magazine, he expressed with an air of pride, "The wisest decision of my life was to follow Mr. Huo back then. Without him, I would likely be languishing in prison, never to see the light of day again." At this moment, the Xiang GT restaurant had closed for the night. Yet the second floor was ablaze with light, filled with the sounds of laughter and conversation. Huo Tianyao pushed open the door, and the aroma of food mingled with the warmth of home enveloped him. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Chun Tianxiong's booming voice rang out. "Is that you, Yao? Big brother?" Huo Tianyao replied, ascending the staircase. Upon reaching the second floor, he found that the once elegant seating area had been transformed into a spacious gathering space. Chun Tianxiong, dressed in a well-fitted casual suit, exuded a newfound gravitas befitting a businessman. With Huo Tianyao's discreet support, Tianxiong Freight had gradually shed its small-time operations, evolving into a reputable company within the industry. The tea restaurant was primarily entrusted to the old partners, where profits mattered little. It served as a cherished memory and a gathering place for brothers. Big sister Lin Meifeng, donning an apron, emerged from the kitchen bearing platters of delectable home-cooked dishes. Upon spotting Huo Tianyao, her face lit up with genuine delight. "Yao is back. Hurry and wash your hands. Dinner is about to be served. Your brother specifically asked me to make soup to nourish you." Having learned of Lu Jihua's downfall, she regarded Huo Tianyao with gratitude and profound respect. Now happily married to Chun Tianxiong, she devoted herself to the freight business, living a fulfilling and stable life. Seated by the window were second brother Chun Wei and Mandy. With Mandy's connections and keen insights, Weilong film industry had significantly expanded, signing several promising artists. Their last film had received favorable reviews, and they were currently preparing a more ambitious project. He appeared invigorated, with his arm draped affectionately around Mandy's shoulders as they whispered intimately to one another. Mandy, with her exquisite makeup and poised smile, occasionally glanced at Huo Tianyao, her eyes betraying a fleeting complexity. Meanwhile, fourth brother Zhang Yongjie presented a contrasting demeanor. Clad in designer attire and slick-back hair, animatedly recounting some tale. He had thrived within the Dongxing gang, reportedly earning the admiration of the influential leader, Luo Tuo, and was on the verge of being promoted to a hall master. His girlfriend, Aimei, adorned in glimmering jewels, nestled against him, her face beaming with pride. Rumor had it they were already scouting for a wedding residence. Everything seemed to be progressing in a positive direction, save for Chen Shui, who sat alone on a corner sofa, hugging her knees and gazing sullenly out the window. She cast a fleeting glance at Huo Tianyao's arrival before turning her head away, evidently still sulking over his refusal to seek medical treatment. "Yao, come and sit." Chun Tianxiong beckoned, pouring a drink for Huo Tianyao. "It's truly fortunate we could gather tonight. We owe our gratitude to Teacher Meng. I never imagined her family background was so formidable. She was a tremendous help at a crucial moment." "Indeed," Big Sister chimed in. "Teacher Meng is so unassuming. One would never guess she hails from a prominent family." "Yao, you must express your gratitude to her," Chun Wei and Zhang Yongjie echoed, all extolling Teacher Meng's loyalty. Huo Tianyao nodded in agreement, though an unusual feeling stirred within him. Gratitude? He had already shown his appreciation in a more corporeal manner. Mention of Meng Jiahui brought to mind their engagement set for a month later, prompting him to pull out his phone and dial her number. The cold, mechanical sound of a dead line echoed in his ear. Noticing his change in demeanor, Chun Tianxiong inquired with concern, "What's wrong? Unable to reach Teacher Meng? Perhaps her phone is dead," Huo Tianyao replied nonchalantly, tucking his phone away. Just then, footsteps echoed from the staircase. A man in a shirt and slacks, looking considerably more subdued, ascended. It was Chun Tianxiong's younger brother, Chen Guofu. Once disgraced for crossing Huo Tianyao, he had come to terms with reality and now worked diligently at his brother's Tianxiong trading. However, he had recently endured a divorce from Li Meiling, and his son, Li Haoyu, had become a rare sight. Upon seeing Huo Tianyao, Chen Guofu's expression grew awkward. Yet he mustered the courage to approach, holding out a glass. Brother Yao, I was foolish and blind in the past. This drink is my sincere apology to you. He downed the drink in one go, adopting a humble demeanor. Acknowledging Chun Tianxiong and certain unexpected circumstances, Huo Tianyao raised his glass, taking a sip, effectively burying the old grievances. Chen Guofu sighed in relief and settled in for a chat. After a few drinks, he spoke more freely, lamenting, lately, I've been quite troubled. A distant cousin of mine has fallen into drug addiction. He lost his job, sold his house, and his wife took the children and left. Now he has become a shell of a man. The elderly in the family are nearly in tears. Drugs are truly deadly. Big Sister Lin, Mei Feng interjected, her voice filled with indignation. Those who peddle them deserve the harshest punishment. They've destroyed countless families. Chen Wei frowned. I've heard there are new types of drugs targeting the youth, posing even greater dangers. Zhang Yongjia, seasoned from his experiences in the gang, shook his head. Once entangled with that stuff, even the gods would find it hard to save you. The situation among our Dongxing members is dire. Huo Tianyao listened quietly. Drugs lead to the ruin of families. This is the most direct form of evil, and it also serves as a target for potential redemption. Cleaning up the other gangs was merely the first step. If he could seize this opportunity to eradicate the drug network throughout Hong Kong, ensuring that such substances vanished from the territories controlled by Hongxing, and even advocate for a more stringent crackdown at a citywide level, the merits gained would likely be astronomical. It appeared necessary to accelerate Hongxing's efforts, and the Golden Triangle would require a firm hand as well. Simultaneously, in the Bay Province, at the headquarters of the Sanlian gang, within an opulent office, Ding Yao, clad in a sharply tailored dark red cheongsam that accentuated her graceful figure, languidly reclined in a spacious Wang Wali wood chair. With a slender cigarette delicately held between her fingers, she exuded an air of charm and cunning amidst the swirling smoke. Beside her, Gao Jie stood silently, like the most loyal shadow. She has successfully allied with Gao Jie to orchestrate the elimination of the former leader, Thunder God, employing ruthless methods to quell dissent within the gang, thereby solidifying her position as the leader of the Sanlian gang. A mere woman, yet commanding such a vast organization. Her fierce tactics and profound cunning are unmistakable. At this moment, a report is respectfully presented. Shan Ji has been murdered in Hong Kong, while the perpetrator, Huo Tianyao, has been acquitted. Ding Yao gazes at the report, a cold smile curling her crimson lips. Shan Ji, merely a pawn with a brutish strength, lecherous and dim-witted, with whom she had shared fleeting moments of intimacy, there was no real affection involved. However, his death concerns the reputation of the Sanlian gang. With a hall master eliminated in Hong Kong, while the assailant remains unscathed, what credibility will the Sanlian gang have in the underworld if no action is taken? How will they deter the restless old-timers beneath them? More importantly, she has already set her pieces in motion in Hong Kong, fully aware of Hongxing's movements. The news that Liang Kuan has forbidden his men from engaging in extortion and collecting protection fees has reached her ears. Ding Yao exhales a puff of smoke, her eyes glinting with sharpness. Hongxing is cutting off its own financial lifeline, and the hearts of its people are in turmoil. Is Liang Kuan digging his own grave? Or is there another reason? Regardless of the motivation, this presents a fortuitous opportunity for the Sanlian gang. They have long coveted the lucrative casino business that Hongxing has operated in Haokong for years. If they can incite internal discord within Hongxing during this turmoil, or even collaborate from within, they could potentially absorb some of Hongxing's power and gain a foothold in the Haokong casinos. Have we clarified Huo Tianyao's background? Gao Jie replies. This individual has a mysterious identity. On the surface, he appears to be a businessman from Southeast Asia. However, he maintains cordial relations with major drug lords in the region, suggesting he is also involved in the narcotics trade. Furthermore, I have discovered that Huo Tianyao has connections with a senior official in the Security Bureau. His ability to emerge unscathed from the police station likely stems from this official's influence. Oh, Ding Yao smirks disdainfully at this revelation. Is that all? She extinguishes her cigarette and prepares herself. Tomorrow, she will travel to Hong Kong to meet with Hongxing's Defei. Simply state that I, Ding Yao, wish to discuss a significant business proposal. For Ding Yao, dealing with Huo Tianyao and avenging Shan Ji is merely a trivial matter. The real priority is to exploit the chaos to undermine Hongxing and secure a share of the spoils. Chapter 72, Huo Tianyao, Lao Si. Do you wish to become the leader of Dongxing? The family gathering has dispersed, and the night is deep. Everyone departs. But Chen Shui ultimately does not exchange a word with Huo Tianyao, following her sister-in-law away in a huff. Huo Tianyao watches her departing figure, letting out a silent sigh. He calls out to Zhang Yongjie, who is about to embrace a Mei. Lao Si, let us have a word. Zhang Yongjie is taken aback, releasing a Mei and signaling her to wait in the car. The two retreat to a secluded corner behind a tea restaurant. Sengu, what's the matter? Zhang Yongjie pulls out a cigarette and offers one to Huo Tianyao. Huo Tianyao accepts it, igniting it with the flame Zhang Yongjie provides, taking a drag. Lao Si, are you enjoying your time in Dongxing? Zhang Yongjie chuckles. It's all right. Luo Gu and Chang Fa take good care of me. The brothers below also show me respect. Life is much more comfortable than before. Do you aspire to rise even higher? Huo Tianyao regards him with calm eyes, suggesting, for instance, sitting in the leader's position of Dongxing. Zhang Yongjie's hand, which holds the cigarette, trembles slightly, ash cascading down. His first instinct is to think Sengu is joking or testing him, and he quickly waves his hand. Sengu, don't jest. I've told you before. I have no grand ambitions. If I can manage a few venues, provide for my brothers, and marry a beautiful wife, I would consider myself content. The leader? That's beyond my capabilities. Are you sincere? Huo Tianyao presses, his gaze seeming to pierce into his soul. Zhang Yongjie's smile falters, his eyes flickering. Once upon a time, he was indeed satisfied being a small leader. However, as his status has risen, he has witnessed more of the hedonistic excesses, and the thrill of power has replaced the earlier fears from bloodshed on the high seas, especially after realizing Sengu's profound connections. He cannot help but harbor ambitions of leveraging such support for his own advancement. What exactly do you mean, Sengu? Zhang Yongjie evades Huo Tianyao's gaze. Feeling somewhat guilty, I speak the truth. Huo Tianyao flicks off the ash. I can help you ascend to the leader's position in Dongxing. However, I have a few conditions. Zhang Yongjie's heart races, and he swallows hard. What are the conditions? 3 points. First, all narcotics business is prohibited in Dongxing from now on. Second, no protection fees may be collected from legitimate businesses, and they must be safeguarded from harassment by other factions. Third, the territory must be exclusively marked with Dongxing's flag. Huo Tianyao reiterates the demands he previously presented to Liang Kuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yongjie nearly leaps up. Sengu, how is that even possible? Dongxing primarily relies on drug trafficking and collecting debts. The brothers below depend on this for their livelihood. If we prohibit it, we won't even need anyone else to attack. We'll descend into chaos ourselves. I will assist you. Huo Tianyao's tone remains unchanged. I can provide you with funds and manpower. What you need to do is enforce my rules and manage Dongxing well. Zhang Yongjie suddenly recalls the rumors circulating in the underworld these past few days, lowering his voice to tentatively ask, Sengu, is Liang Kuan now in league with you? Are those bizarre commands of his also your doing? Huo Tianyao nods calmly, yes. Zhang Yongjie inhales sharply, and despite his earlier suspicions, the confirmation leaves him astounded. The leader of Hongxing has become a pawn of Sengu. What power Sengu wields? The scales in his heart tip dramatically, fear overwhelmed by immense temptation. Yet he still harbors reservations. Sengu, it's not that I don't trust you. The situation in Dongxing is somewhat complex now. The leader of the Five Tigers, Wu, has returned from Holland a few days ago. You've heard of him, right? Infamous for his madness, ruthless in his actions, and showing no mercy to anyone. He seems to have thrived in Holland, reportedly returning with a cache of arms and a band of desperate men. With him around, I find it exceedingly difficult to ascend. Wu? Huo Tianyao chews on the name, his gaze growing colder. He claps his hands. From the shadows, a night owl emerges silently like a ghost, nodding slightly to Zhang Yongjie. Zhang Yongjie is startled. He had not realized there were others nearby. Night owl, Huo Tianyao commands. Devise a plan to ensure Wu inadvertently eliminates Luo Tua. Then, let the fourth brother believe that the dragon head is avenging and purging the ranks, and eliminate the crow in the name of cleansing the house. In this way, the fourth brother's prestige and merits in Dongxing should be sufficient to secure his ascension. Night Owl's face remained expressionless, and he simply responded succinctly, understood, boss. However, if we need to devise a plan for this matter, it will likely take 3 days to prepare. Zhang Yongjie felt a chill down his spine, yet simultaneously a surge of fervor rose to his head. Third brother's methods were ruthless and exceedingly effective. If it truly succeeds. Huo Tianyao glanced at Zhang Yongjie, who was still dazed. Well, dare you take on the task? Zhang Yongjie clenched his teeth, the ambition in his eyes finally unmasked. Third brother, whatever you say, I will do. Good. Huo Tianyao nodded. Wait for news from Night Owl. In the meantime, stabilize Dongxing. Recruit more brothers who are dissatisfied with the crow or neutral, but do not act rashly. Understood. At this moment, Night Owl spoke again. Boss, there is another matter. Within Hongxing, There is significant resistance to Liang Kuan's new regulations, especially from Li Fati of North Point and to Ko Ji of Hong Kong. These two men are senior and powerful. They initially supported Liang Kuan's rise after receiving his money. Now that Liang Kuan intends to sever their financial channels, they pay lip service but blatantly disobey orders. Liang Kuan is temporarily powerless against them and can only enforce your rules within his own territory in Mongkok. Huo Tianyao heard this without even furrowing his brows. Is this the kind of thing you need me to teach you? Night Owl quickly bowed his head. I know what must be done. Yet, in his heart, many doubts lingered. For them, involvement in the society was merely childish play. He was somewhat unclear why the boss now cared so deeply about society affairs. Huo Tianyao glanced at him, perceiving his doubts, but the merit system could not be explained. Enough, go attend to your duties. Yes. Night Owl nodded and vanished back into the darkness. Huo Tianyao patted Zhang Yongji on the shoulder. Go back now, your woman must be anxiously waiting. Remember, keep a low profile, prioritize your own safety. Rest assured, third brother. Zhang Yongjie responded heavily. As he turned to leave, his steps seemed unsteady, both exhilarated and tinged with a solemn resolve for the sanguinary path ahead. Huo Tianyao stood alone at the alley's entrance, gazing at the distant, resplendent lights. Hongxing and Dongxing, under his deliberate manipulation, were about to accelerate their rotation. And the ultimate purpose of all this was encapsulated in two words, merit. At that moment, an encrypted message arrived on his phone from the hyena in South Africa. Boss, the first batch of 20 people, I am personally leading the team. The procedures are complete, and the flight to the island is tomorrow. Huo Tianyao smiled faintly. These kids were quite proactive, arriving so swiftly. Chapter 73, Security Company. Investment Company The hyena arrived so quickly. The matter of the security company must be scheduled. Historically, such business was handled by the base's financial team. Yet over the years, the financial team had established several large companies overseas, which the base used for money laundering. The Security Bureau and some international organizations likely already possessed their information, to avoid attracting their attention and causing unnecessary trouble. Huo Tianyao did not intend to let the base personnel interfere in island affairs. Therefore, he planned to entrust Mandy with founding the security company. Using the CIA's name as a smokescreen seemed fitting. Regardless of whether Mandy had truly left the CIA, in the eyes of others, she was always a CIA operative. After a moment's contemplation, Huo Tianyao dialed Mandy's number. The phone rang several times before being answered, with a noisy background, seemingly a film set. It's me. Huo Tianyao. Are you available to talk? Huo Tianyao was direct and unambiguous, his tone calm, yet unyielding. Silence on the other end lingered for 2 seconds before Mandy's voice came through. Of course, Mr. Hua. Where? Half an hour later. Within a secluded private room of a membership-only club. Mandy maintained her exquisite makeup and elegant dress, but when she saw Huo Tianyao sitting alone on the sofa, a faint and subtle flicker of unease crossed her eyes. She sat gracefully. After the attendant served tea and quietly withdrew, Mandy asked, Mr. Hua, to seek me out so late, what is the matter? Without beating around the bush, Huo Tianyao said, help me register a security company. You will be the legal representative. Liang Kuan, the general manager. You handle the capital, qualifications, premises, and all preliminary arrangements. As soon as possible. Mandy furrowed her brow. A security company? You want to establish a security company on the island? And have me as the legal representative, with Liang Kuan as general manager? This combination is laden with implications. What is your intention? Mr. Hua. She looked at Huo Tianyao cautiously and asked, may I inquire the purpose of founding this company? To my knowledge, your businesses in South Africa and Southeast Asia do not seem to require such a front security company situated on the island. Huo Tianyao lifted the teacup, blew on the steam, and without directly answering, shifted the topic. Mandy, whether or not you have truly left the CIA, and regardless of your purpose in staying by second brother's side. Mandy's eyes suddenly contracted, her body tensed instantly, yet her face remained composed. Huo Tianyao seemed oblivious to her reaction and continued calmly, as long as from now on, you genuinely stand with my second brother, and no longer engage in anything harmful to him or this family, then I will ensure you receive a sufficiently satisfactory explanation for the CIA and your former superiors. Mandy's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the claim of having left the CIA was merely superficial. In reality, whether or not she appeared on the CIA's list, she had always been a CIA operative. Since its establishment, no one had ever truly left the CIA except the dead. What kind of explanation? Her voice tightened slightly. Not nuclear weapons. Huo Tianyao clearly delineated the boundary, but it would be some other high technology of interest to them from the Russian side. The significance of this would suffice for your explanation. Mandy fell silent. Though disappointed, it was not the ultimate goal of nuclear arms. However, the alternatives provided by Huo Tianyao hold immense value for the CIA as well. She took a deep breath, her expression becoming intricate. You knew all along. It's irrelevant. Huo Tianyao set down his teacup. What matters is your decision. Assist me in managing this company and ensure that I get along well with my second brother. Everything else is of no consequence. Mandy gradually leaned back against the chair, a smile gracing her face that seemed to convey both relief and bitterness. I will cover the registration and initial operational costs of the company. Consider this sum as an advance on technological investment. Huo Tianyao did not decline, nodding in agreement. Understood. Let us expedite the process. The company will not publicly recruit for the time being. I will arrange the personnel. Got it. Huo Tianyao continued. Additionally, register another investment company. You will still be the legal representative. An investment company? Mandy was puzzled, as she knew Huo Tianyao was not lacking in wealth. Even to the extent of being described as fabulously rich. Did he truly need to invest in anything on the island? To him, money should merely be a number. Moreover, Huo Tianyao was currently battling cancer. Rather than seeking treatment, he was preoccupied with security firms and investment companies. What was going on? I intend to acquire Lu Wanyong's Huame real estate. This matter is entrusted to you. Upon hearing Lu Wanyong's name, Mandy's confusion began to dissipate. Was this an act of revenge? Yet for Huo Tianyao, avenging Lu Wanyong should be a simple task. Was it necessary to complicate matters so? Huo Tianyao discerned Mandy's doubts. But he felt no need to explain himself. Provide me with an account number. Shortly, I will have funds transferred into it. Remember, I not only want the entirety of Huame real estate, but I also want Lu Wanyong to be utterly ruined. Mandy, filled with questions but too afraid to voice them, could only nod blankly as she jotted down a bank account number. Meanwhile, in North Point, at the sauna frequently visited by Fatty Lee, in the early hours, having just finished a steam bath and lounging in the relaxation room while receiving a massage from a beautiful attendant, the lights suddenly went out, plunging everything into darkness. Amidst the obscurity, muffled groans and the sound of heavy objects falling echoed. When the backup power kicked in, the subordinates were horrified to discover that Fatty Lee and his two bodyguards lay in a pool of blood, their carotid arteries precisely severed, barely able to cry for help. Almost simultaneously, at a private dining room in a seafood restaurant, Dako Ji was drinking heartily with a few trusted confidants, as a server wheeled in a food cart. Just as it approached Dako Ji, the server suddenly drew a silenced pistol from the lower tier of the cart and fired several shots at close range, hitting Dako Ji in the forehead and multiple times in the chest, killing him instantly. Before his subordinates could react, two other servers followed in and gunned them down. The two murders occurred almost simultaneously, executed with remarkable precision, clearly the work of professional assassins. The news spread like wildfire, swiftly reaching every corner of the Hong Kong underworld. After Liang Kuan's ascension, his absurd orders forbidding the sale of white flour and collection of protection fees had long since become a laughingstock among the gangs. All major factions were waiting to see the fallout from the internal discord within Hongxing. Yet, no one anticipated that before the humor had fully played out, Liang Kuan would act with such ruthless decisiveness against the two most powerful and senior hall masters within his own ranks. What the hell? Has Liang Kuan lost his mind? He dares to target Fatty Lee and Dako Ji? It seemed he was resolute in establishing a new Hongxing. Those who oppose him shall be eliminated. Damn, how ruthless. Who in Hongxing would dare to oppose him now? No wonder Jiang Tianxing lost to him. Liang Kuan's methods were formidable. Various discussions, shock, and speculation erupted. Within Hongxing, fear gripped the hearts of many. Those hall masters who had previously pretended to obey Liang Kuan's orders now fell silent. Liang Kuan's reputation had been forcibly elevated through such bloody means. Only Liang Kuan himself was aware that he was not the architect of this chaos. He was equally astonished when he received the news, a chill creeping up from his feet. He immediately realized that this was the handiwork of Mr. Hua. In the most direct and brutal manner, he had cleared the obstacles for Liang Kuan and demonstrated to him, and to all of Hongxing, what it meant to uphold order. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he felt both fortunate to have allied with the right person and a deep respect for Huo Tianyao's methods. He dared not delay for a moment, seizing the momentum to enforce the new regulations across all factions of Hongxing immediately. Chapter 74, Han Bin's Fury and Fear. Ding Yao's affair with De Fei. In the Kuaiqing faction of Hongxing, the leaders Han Bin, the Kowloon leader Shi Yan, and the Tunmun leader Long Nao were gathered together in discussion. They were vehemently opposed to Liang Kuan's orders. However, since Han Bin had just returned from abroad, Shi Yan and Long Nao had refrained from voicing any opinions, indirectly preserving their lives. What did you say? 13 Mei was killed by Liang Kuan's men? Upon hearing the news of 13 Mei's death, Han Bin's expression changed drastically. Long Nao and Shi Yan exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless. Han Bin's affection for 13 Mei was well known. However, given that he had a significant business deal to handle abroad, Long Nao and Shi Yan had chosen to keep this information from him temporarily to avoid affecting him. You bastards. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Han Bin's eyes widened with rage as he swept the bottles off the table with a fierce gesture. Liang Kuan, you're asking for death. He abruptly stood up, pulling out his phone to start making calls. Shi Yin hurriedly restrained him. Calm down, let me explain. Liang Kuan has found a powerful ally. He has killed more than a dozen people on the street and was released without charges. We cannot afford to offend someone like that. Han Bin shoved him away. An ally? Damn it, he dares to kill 13 Mei. Even if the Buddha himself protected him, I would still take him down. Long now chimed in with a curse. Exactly, damn it. Liang Kuan, that bastard, feels invincible now that he's allied with that Mr. Huo. First, he eliminated Mr. Jiang and 13 Mei. And now he's taken down Fatty Li and Dako Ji. Who does he think he is? I say we just take him down directly. Wait. Han Bin suddenly interrupted, his eyes reddening as he fixed his gaze on the dinosaur. What did you just say? Who is Mr. Huo? The dinosaur was taken aback, scratching his head. It's that guy from Southeast Asia. What's his name again? He momentarily struggled to recall the name and turned to the beady-eyed man. Huo Tianyao. The beady-eyed man maintained a serious demeanor. This individual has a mysterious background and significant connections. It is said that a high-ranking officer supported by the Liu family in the police station was taken down because of him. He spoke to himself, completely oblivious to Han Bin's increasingly grim expression. Huo Tianyao? From Southeast Asia? He muttered, suddenly feeling as though all his strength had drained away, slumping back into his chair. What's wrong? The dinosaur inquired with curiosity. Han Bin, lost in despair, shook his head and seized a nearby bottle of liquor, gulping down a hearty swig. The beady-eyed man also appeared puzzled and exchanged a glance with the dinosaur. What is going on? Do you know this Huo Tianyao? Han Bin took a deep breath, casting a complex glance at the two. If the Huo Tianyao you speak of is the one I know. He left his sentence hanging. Within him, there was a tumult of rage over the death of Shi Sin Mei, mingled with fear of the Hua he was aware of. Engaged in international trade, Han Bin frequently traveled to the present-day Russian Federation, a lucrative market. Huo Tianyao remained low-key in Southeast Asia, as it was his stronghold. To avoid drawing the ire of various nations, many didn't even know his full name. However, the scenario was different in Russia. Without a certain reputation or strength, the old Russians, armed with high-tech weaponry, were reluctant to engage in trade. Thus, the name of arms Lord Huo Tianyao echoed resoundingly in the Russian Federation. If Liang Kuan truly managed to ally himself with this person, Han Bin was at a loss as to how he could avenge Shi Sin Mei. Given the terrifying power of the other side, should they provoke him, it was possible that all three brothers would meet a tragic end. Beady-eyed, help me find Huo Tianyao's whereabouts. I need to see him. Han Bin, suppressing his sorrow, pondered for a long time before making this decision. He had seen the wanted poster of Huo Tianyao. He needed to meet this Huo Tianyao in person to ascertain whether he was indeed the arms king he knew. Meanwhile, in a presidential suite of a 5-star hotel on the island that night, Ding Yao had washed away the dust of the world and donned a silk nightgown. Languidly reclining on the sofa, opposite her sat Hong Xing's Defei, who appeared nonchalant, absent-mindedly picking his nose, his gaze occasionally drifting to the alluring curves barely concealed beneath Ding Yao's nightgown. Defei, with Hong Xing in such a state, how can you remain so composed? Ding Yao's voice was sultry, laced with an enticing undertone. Defei scoffed, wiping his finger, which had been in his nose, on his trousers. What can I do? That lunatic Liang Kuan is on a rampage. He has even taken down Fat Li and Dako Ji. Who dares to speak up? What if someone were to support you? Ding Yao leaned slightly forward, the neckline of her nightgown opening just a touch. For instance, our Sanlian gang. Defei squinted. Miss Ding, are you joking? Your Sanlian gang is far away in the Bei province. How could you support me? It's quite simple, Ding Yao replied, grinning like a cunning fox. You find an opportunity to eliminate Liang Kuan. Our Sanlian gang will wholeheartedly support you in ascending to the top position of Hong Xing. We will provide whatever you require, whether it be manpower or finances. Moreover, she paused, casting out an even larger bait. In terms of the casino business in Hojiang, we could collaborate in the future. The profits are negotiable. Defei felt a stir of excitement. He had never gotten along with Liang Kuan, and after Liang Kuan's rise, he had faced severe suppression. The prospect of the top position, combined with the immense profits from the Hojiang casino, was immensely tempting, but he wasn't foolish. Miss Ding, anyone can paint a pretty picture. Defei picked his nose again. Why should I trust you? What if I manage to eliminate Liang Kuan, and you all pull the rug out from under me? Ding Yao stood up, gracefully gliding to Defei's side, leaning down until her lips nearly brushed against his ear, her breath fragrant. Is this enough sincerity? Her enchanting scent wafted into Defei's nostrils. Gazing at her exquisite features and tempting curves so close, Defei swallowed hard, a flame of greed igniting in his eyes. Heh, Defei grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Let us test the goods first. He pulled Ding Yao into his embrace. She feigned a struggle for a moment before yielding, yet a glint of cold calculation flashed in her eyes. The soft lighting of the presidential suite dimmed, marking the commencement of a sordid transaction founded on desire and betrayal. As for the task of eliminating Shanji, Ding Yao regarded it merely as a matter of spending some money to support Liang Kuan. Such businessmen with connections were nothing significant to the Sanlian gang, as countless high-ranking officials from the Bei province had perished at their hands. What mattered most were still Hongxing and the Hojiang casinos. Chapter 75, Han Bin's Compromise and Defae's Plan. The following morning, at the Xiongji Cha Canting, Huo Tianyao sat alone at a window seat on the second floor, a cup of now-cold tea before him. He gently closed his eyes, attuning himself to the intermittent cues from the system echoing in his mind. Ding. Detection of the cessation of protection fees in the Mongkok area of Hongxing. 372 shops and vendors benefited, earning 1287 merit points. Ding. Detection of the forced eradication of the drug trafficking network in the Mongkok area of Hongxing. Estimated reduction of potential victims by over 1,000, earning 1833 merit points. Fragmented notifications rang out intermittently. Although the amounts were not substantial individually, they accumulated swiftly. In just over half a day's strict enforcement of his orders in Mongkok, Liang Kuan had already amassed him over 5,000 merit points. This brought him a small step closer to the goal of clearing his remaining sinful value. It also validated that his plan was indeed feasible. A sense of long-lost exhilaration surged within Huo Tianyao. He silently calculated that if the entire territory of Hongxing could operate in such a manner, the daily merit points gained would be astronomical. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the system was fully activated. Just as he was immersed in his calculations, a commotion erupted from downstairs, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps and shouting. "Hey, who is Huo Tianyao? Get out here." A voice, dripping with arrogance, echoed at the staircase's entrance as a short, brash figure clad in a floral shirt and sporting dyed yellow hair swaggered up, his gaze darting around with an air of bravado. Huo Tianyao did not even lift his eyelids, remaining fixated on the view outside the window. The short figure, noticing the indifference, grew increasingly irate and was about to shout again when a low, commanding voice came from behind. "Shut up." Han Bin and the narrow-eyed companion approached. Han Bin immediately spotted the silhouette by the window, perfectly matching the face he had seen on the wanted poster. Although clad in an ordinary shirt, the unintentional aura exuding from him caused Han Bin's heart to constrict. It was him, the very man whom even certain influential figures within the Russian military treated with deference. The Eastern butcher, Huo Tianyao, who controlled vast arms channels across Eastern Europe and Central Asia. "Brother Bin, this little yellow-haired fool still wants to show off." With a sharp crack, Han Bin retaliated with a resounding slap, sending the figure staggering back against the wall. "In front of Mr. Ho, do you think you have the right to speak?" Han Bin reprimanded sharply, then swiftly stepped forward, slightly bowing towards Huo Tianyao. His demeanor respectful yet tinged with unmistakable tension. "Mr. Ho, my subordinate has been thoughtless and has offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." The narrow-eyed companion followed closely, his heart filled with uncertainty at his elder brother's demeanor. Only then did Huo Tianyao slowly turn his head, his calm gaze settling on Han Bin. "Han Bin, sit." A wave of anxiety washed over Han Bin as he cautiously took a seat. The narrow-eyed companion stood behind him, hesitant to sit. "Mr. Ho knows who I am." Han Bin was taken aback. "I have heard your name from the Russian side. Your business is thriving, and it is said that you are a man of your word." Huo Tianyao replied, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. "You came to see me for a reason?" Han Bin inhaled deeply, his hands clenching into fists beneath the table. The haunting image of Sister Shursan's tragic death flashed through his mind. Yet, he was acutely aware of the formidable power represented by the man before him. After a moment of internal struggle, he finally spoke, his voice somewhat hoarse. "Mr. Ho, I hope you will forgive my boldness. I wish to know the nature of your relationship with Liang Kuan." Huo Tianyao took a sip of chilled tea, his gaze penetrating as he regarded him. "You are here for Sister Shursan, aren't you?" It was not a question, but a statement. Han Bin's body trembled. Indeed, Huo Tianyao knew everything. "Sister Shursan was killed by my people. Liang Kuan now works for me." Huo Tianyao's voice was devoid of any tremor. "Do you seek revenge?" The air in the private room seemed to freeze instantaneously. The narrow-eyed companion turned pale. Han Bin's heart raced, the fiery desire for vengeance clashing violently with the deep-seated fear of the man before him. Seconds stretched into eternity. Finally, Han Bin felt as though all his strength had been drained, his shoulders slumping as he uttered in a husky voice, "I dare not." Huo Tianyao nodded slightly. "Since you know who I am, it saves me a great deal of explanation. My rules are simple. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. I require manpower for my endeavors, and I happen to admire you." He continued, "From now on, you and Liang Kuan will assist me in managing and expanding Hongxing. This is not a negotiation, it is an order." Han Bin lowered his head, concealing the pain and turmoil in his eyes, and replied hoarsely, "Yes, Mr. Ho. I, Hanbin, am willing to serve you." "Very well." Huo Tianyao waved his hand dismissively. "You may leave." Hanbin and the narrow-eyed companion felt as if a great weight had been lifted as they respectfully exited. Shortly after their departure, Night Owl emerged like a specter from the shadows on the other side. "Boss, this Hanbin is emotionally unstable and harbors a deep obsession over Sister Shursan's death. Should we?" Night Owl made a gesture across his throat. Huo Tianyao shook his head. "No need. He is a clever man and knows how to weigh the pros and cons. More importantly, he values loyalty. For the sake of his two younger brothers, he will not easily do anything foolish. Keeping him alive is more beneficial than eliminating him. With him and Liang Kuan together, Hongxing can stabilize more swiftly." Night Owl nodded, refraining from further comment. As for Han Bin, after returning, he locked himself in his office, drowning his sorrows one bottle of liquor after another. The narrow-eyed companion and the dinosaur stood guard outside, exchanging glances. Just then, DeFei swaggered in nonchalantly. "Hey Han Bin, acting all deep in there, huh?" DeFei pushed the door open and, upon seeing Han Bin's state, grinned broadly. "I heard you just returned from abroad, so I came to check on you." Han Bin shot him a cold glare, remaining silent. DeFei leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "This is about Sister Shursan's death, isn't it?" Han Bin's grip on the liquor bottle tightened suddenly, and he threw his head back, pouring the liquor down his throat. Observing his expression, DeFei shrugged. "Come on. Drowning your sorrows only leads to more sorrow." He glanced around and whispered, "So, how about we team up to take down Liang Kuan and avenge Sister Shursan?" Avenge Sister Shursan? A bitter taste filled Han Bin's mouth. How he wished to do so. But the opponent was the Eastern Butcher, the King of Arms, Huo Tianyao. Not only was he formidable, but even if all the gangs on the island were to unite, they would likely not be able to touch a hair on Huo Tianyao's head. Noticing Han Bin's silence, DeFei found it odd but did not dwell on it. He leaned closer to Han Bin's ear, recounting the collaboration proposition from Ding Yao in detail. Han Bin furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance at him. "Do you realize what you were suggesting?" DeFei chuckled. "I know, colluding with outsiders to harm our own, right? But if I truly wanted to do that, would I even tell you?" He continued, "That despicable woman thinks I, DeFei, am someone to be trifled with. Indeed, I wish to eliminate Liang Kuan. But I would never stoop to being a treacherous villain." Han Bin's expression softened slightly as he asked, "Then what do you mean?" DeFei picked his nose and poured himself a drink, speaking languidly. "Ding Yao wants to use me. Why can't I use her? She provides the funds and manpower, making it much simpler for us to deal with Liang Kuan." He leaned in closer. "You know, Han Bin, I've heard that Mr. Jiang has a brother in Siam named Huo Tianyao. I've already sent someone to make contact. If we join forces, we can force Liang Kuan out at the conference. And then," he made a throat-cutting gesture, "once Liang Kuan is dead, we can invite Mr. Huo Tianyao back to take charge." Chapter 76. Liang Kuan voted out of the leadership position. Although DeFei might appear somewhat disheveled, his inherent loyalty is praised by many. Deep down, Han Bin found himself in agreement with his plan. However, behind Liang Kuan stands Huo Tianyao. Han Bin is willing to sacrifice himself for the 13th sister. Yet he cannot allow his two brothers to be jeopardized, nor can he endanger the loyal subordinates who have followed him for many years. After all, that is the Eastern Butcher. Provoking him is no trivial matter, as it would not merely result in the death of one or two individuals. Just as Han Bin was about to politely decline, DeFei, having drained his cup, patted him on the shoulder and declared, "All right, it's settled. I've already made contact. Many of the elder generation and influential figures are discontent with Liang Kuan. The money Ding Yao gave me has all been distributed among them. When the assembly convenes tonight, a vote will ensure Liang Kuan's downfall. Then we shall set an ambush on his way back and eliminate him." Clearly, DeFei had great faith in Han Bin's character. Coupled with the vendetta against the 13th sister, he was convinced that Han Bin would not refuse. "All right, I must take my leave." DeFei placed down his wine cup and turned to depart. "DeFei," Han Bin, in a moment of urgency, called out. Yet, a bold and long-term plan suddenly surged within him. DeFei turned back, puzzled. "What is it?" "Nothing." Han Bin forced a smile and extended his hand. "To a fruitful collaboration." DeFei laughed heartily, shook his hand, and then turned to leave. After DeFei's departure, the intoxication and internal struggle in Han Bin's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by an icy resolve. He immediately summoned Shi Yan and whispered a few commands. That evening, a hastily convened meeting of the Hongxing Society was laden with tension. The long conference table was filled with individuals, shrouded in swirling smoke. Liang Kuan sat prominently at the head of the table, a cigar clamped between his teeth. His eyes narrowed as he surveyed the varying expressions of the gathered hall masters and elders, his lips curling into his habitual, somewhat neurotic smile. DeFei, casually picking his nose and leaning back in his chair, was the first to break the silence. Gu. He elongated his tone, laced with blatant provocation. The brothers have been having a tough time lately. Liang Kuan exhaled a puff of smoke, scoffing. If it's tough, then eat more, Defei. Has your territory been swept clean again? Would you like me to lend you some manpower to bolster your standing? His tone dripped with derision. Defei remained unfazed, wiping his finger on his trousers and sitting up straight. No need for reinforcements. However, Gu, your new rules prohibit the sale of powder and collection of debts. The brothers below are starving, and morale is plummeting. If this continues, Hongxing won't need an enemy to dismantle it. It will collapse from within. Collapse? Liang Kuan's smile faded slightly, his gaze sharpening. As long as I, Liang Kuan, am here, Hongxing will not disband. When Jiang Tiansheng was around, Hongxing was nearly a retirement home. Now that I have the say, new rules must be established. Those who cannot keep up with the times deserve to be eliminated. His tone grew fervent, exuding an undeniable arrogance. Eliminated? Defei slammed his hand on the table. You would cast aside those elders who have shed blood and contributed to the society with a mere word? How did Li Pengzi and Dekuji meet their ends? Was it not because they disobeyed you and were thus cast aside? At the mention of Li Pengzi and Dekuji, many elders in attendance shifted uneasily, whispering amongst themselves. Liang Kuan's expression darkened as he forcefully pressed his cigar into the ashtray. Defei, what do you mean by that? Meals can be eaten haphazardly, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Their misfortune has nothing to do with me. Perhaps it was just enemies seeking revenge. Enemies? Defei sneered. How coincidental that they faced trouble right after opposing your new rules. Gu, do you believe that now you are the leader? You can act as you please and disregard the brothers? He scanned the room, raising his voice. What use is there in having such a leader? Defei, you seek death. Liang Kuan, finally enraged, sprang to his feet, pointing at Defei's nose. I see you're itching for a rebellion. Rebellion? Defei also stood, defiantly meeting his gaze. I merely speak on behalf of the society and the brothers for the sake of justice. I propose we remove Liang Kuan from the leadership position and hold a re-election. Those in favor, raise your hands. The atmosphere erupted instantly. Liang Kuan, initially stunned, soon erupted into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke. Ha! Defei, have you lost your mind? Remove me? Just based on you? Ask those present. Who agrees? He confidently surveyed the room, anticipating support from his loyalists and those intimidated into silence. However, in the next moment, his smile froze on his face. Several hall masters raised their hands without hesitation. Next, several elders, previously bought off by Defei's Triad funds and usually too intimidated to voice their dissent against Liang Kuan, hesitated but ultimately raised their hands. 1, 2, 5. Gradually, more than half of the hall masters and elders had their hands raised. Even a few who Liang Kuan had believed would support him became turncoats. The color drained from Liang Kuan's face, shifting from crimson to ashen, then to a ghostly pallor. He stared incredulously at the raised hands, his gaze sweeping over the faces that were either indifferent, evasive, or smug. The arrogance he had just displayed deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by immense shock, wrath from betrayal, and a hint of barely concealed panic. Why you? Liang Kuan's voice trembled, his finger shaking as it pointed at those people. You all have turned against me? What have I, Liang Kuan, done for the society? Without me, would Hongxing be where it is today? You ungrateful bastards. His roar echoed through the conference room. Yet it came across as particularly feeble. Most of those with their hands raised avoided his gaze, yet they did not lower their hands. Defei reveled in Liang Kuan's disarray, scratching his nose leisurely. Kuan, the will of the people, you see? So many brothers feel you are unfit to remain as the leader. For the sake of the society, wouldn't it be better for you to step aside? Liang Kuan suddenly turned to Defei, his eyes filled with venom and murderous intent, yet deep down he understood that the tide had turned against him. Under the guise of democratic voting, his position as a leader obtained through unscrupulous means was far less stable than he had imagined. Very well. Liang Kuan squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, his chest heaving violently. He suddenly kicked the chair behind him away, exclaiming, "Who dares to take the seat of the dragon head?" With a fierce declaration, he stormed out, accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, not once glancing back. His retreating figure was a stark contrast to the arrogance he had just displayed. In the conference room, Defei watched Liang Kuan's departure with a victorious smile, while Han Bin remained expressionless, observing everything unfold. Chapter 77. Ambush on Liang Kuan. The cunning Ding Yao makes her appearance. After Liang Kuan had stormed out, the conference room was filled only with whispers and flickering glances. Defei swiftly announced that they would summon Jiang Tianyao to take charge, and then dissolve the meeting. As everyone began to leave, Defei exchanged a glance with Han Bin, and they both hurriedly exited to their vehicles. The night had deepened, and the streets were illuminated by flashing neon lights. Seated in his Mercedes, Liang Kuan's expression was so dark it could have dripped with rain. His fingers nervously drummed against the edge of the car window as he shouted at the driver, "Drive faster." Back to Mongkok. His heart raced, tormented by the humiliation and the looming threats of the night. He was not so naive as to believe that the matter would simply end here. Since Defei dared to confront him publicly, there would undoubtedly be further actions to follow. As the car turned into a relatively secluded one-way street, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Screech. The jarring sound of brakes pierced the air as two vans abruptly blocked the road ahead. "Brother Kowloon, it's an ambush," the driver exclaimed in alarm. Leon Kowloon's heart sank, yet a cruel glint flickered across his face. "Damn it, they've come for us. Call the brothers in the back." He had naturally brought his men with him this time. Immediately, 7 or 8 loyal subordinates armed with machetes and iron rods surged out from the 2 vehicles trailing behind him, forming a protective barrier around his car. However, it was evident that the opposition had come prepared. With a loud clang, the doors of the van swung open, and over a dozen fierce-looking individuals wielding sharp blades poured out in an organized manner, while dark crowds surged from the side alleys. Leon Kowloon's expression shifted drastically. Soon, the sound of revving engines echoed from behind. Defei and Hanbin were in pursuit. Defei emerged from his vehicle with a sinister grin, wielding a hefty machete that glinted ominously. "Leon Kowloon, tonight marks your demise. Step out and face your fate." He pointed the blade at the Mercedes, his voice reverberating down the empty street. Hanbin, along with his crew, also disembarked, effectively sealing off all of Leon Kowloon's escape routes. Upon seeing Hanbin, Leon Kowloon's pupils constricted sharply, yet he quickly composed himself and barked, "Defei, Hanbin, what are you plotting? You bastard. Do you think you and your men can take me down?" Defei laughed maniacally, slapping his palm with the back of the knife, reveling in his triumph. "Leon Kowloon, still defiant even when death is at your doorstep? Let me tell you, I've pulled out all the stops to send you off tonight. The money that Ding Yao, that Val harlot, gave me, I've spent it all hiring these skilled fighters. This evening, you are undoubtedly doomed." Hanbin stepped forward, brandishing his weapon, and declared coldly, "Leon Kowloon, you killed Sister 13. I must avenge her." Leon Kowloon's heart sank further. They were outnumbered several times over, and the fierce demeanor of the assailants suggested they were merciless. He shouted with a facade of bravado, "Do you dare to lay a finger on me? Do you know who stands behind me? It's that Huo Tianyao." Defei spat dismissively, his face contorted with contempt. "Just some Southeast Asian fool with a bit of dirty money. When Mr. Jiang Tianyang returns, he'll be the first to deal with him. But first, let us take you down tonight. Brothers, attack. Kill Leon Kowloon, and you shall be richly rewarded. Kill." Defei's men charged forward, roaring with fury. Hanbin's group hesitated for a moment, but under the urging of his companions, they joined the fray. "Hold your ground." Leon Kowloon's loyalists surged forward to meet the oncoming attack, resulting in a fierce melee erupting in the narrow street. The sounds of clashing metal, furious shouts, and anguished cries melded into a chaotic symphony. Although outnumbered, Leon Kowloon's men were seasoned fighters who had followed him for years, managing to hold their ground for the moment. Seizing the opportunity, Defei, accompanied by 2 close aides, lunged directly for the protected Leon Kowloon. Excitement and cruelty flickered in his eyes. "Leon Kowloon, pay with your life." Defei swung his knife with lethal intent. Leon Kowloon hurriedly raised his own blade to block, the impact ringing out with a resounding clang, numbing his arm and forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Defei, relentless in his pursuit, unleashed a series of deadly strikes, cornering Leon Kowloon into a perilous situation. One of Leon Kowloon's subordinates attempted to assist, but was firmly held back by Defei's men. "Ha! Leon Kowloon, look at you now." Watching Leon Kowloon's desperate dodges, Defei grew increasingly exhilarated, closing in as Leon Kowloon neared a wall, the glint of the blade threatening his very life. Just as the tension peaked, Hanbin, who had been providing support beside Defei, suddenly made his move. He swung his knife, but his target was not Leon Kowloon, but rather Defei, who was fully focused on his attack. Thud! The sharp blade struck Defei's shoulder forcefully, blood gushing forth. Defei's maniacal laughter froze instantly, the intense pain causing his body to stiffen as the knife slipped from his grasp. In disbelief, he turned his head slowly, meeting Hanbin's cold and resolute gaze. Hanbin." Defei sputtered, blood foaming at his lips, his eyes filled with shock, rage, and the agony of betrayal. The ally he had presumed would avenge Sister 13 had, at the last moment, plunged a knife into his back. "I'm sorry, Defei." Hanbin's voice was low as he raised the machete and brought it down ruthlessly upon Defei's neck. The light in Defei's eyes dimmed rapidly, and his robust body collapsed to the ground, blood quickly saturating the pavement. This sudden turn of events left both sides of the conflict momentarily stunned, especially Defei's subordinates, who were now utterly bewildered. Leon Kowloon, having narrowly escaped death, gasped for breath, casting a bewildered glance at Hanbin. his face involuntarily betraying a flicker of joy and gratitude, mingled with confusion. Han Bin. You. Han Bin's expression remained impassive. I am Mr. Ho's man. Upon hearing this, Liang Kuan's spirits soared. Ha ha ha. Good brother. However, before they could eliminate De Fei's remaining men, a series of crisp applause echoed from the shadows at the other end of the street, accompanied by the crisp sound of high heels striking the ground. Ding Yao emerged gracefully, clad in a sleek black leather ensemble, surrounded by a cadre of armed gunmen brandishing pistols. A seductive yet cruel smile adorned her face as her gaze swept over the lifeless body of De Fei, landing on Han Bin and Liang Kuan, as if she were admiring her own masterpiece. Splendid, truly splendid. Ding Yao's crimson lips parted slightly, her tone languid and imbued with an air of control, betraying one's brothers, turning against them in the heat of battle. This spectacle is far more captivating than any film I have ever witnessed. Han Bin, they say you are loyal and righteous. Who would have thought you could perform so well, hee hee. Alas, what a pity. Slowly, she raised her hand, prompting the 10 or so gunmen at her side to simultaneously elevate their weapons, the dark muzzles aimed squarely at Han Bin, Liang Kuan, and the already battered subordinates. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole waits in the rear. Ding Yao exhaled a puff of smoke, her eyes icy. Did De Fei think he could manipulate me? What a joke. He was merely a pawn I used to sow discord within Hongxing, to draw out you unstable elements. Now that the pawn has outlived its usefulness, it is time to clear the board. She regarded Liang Kuan, whose face had gone ashen, and Han Bin, whose expression had turned grave, the curve of her lips becoming ever more enchanting, yet increasingly perilous. You too, along with these elite members of Hongxing, shall embark on this journey together tonight. Even the road to the Underworld requires a companion. Hongxing has caused enough chaos. It is time for a change of ownership. Clear the scene. With her command, the gunmen's fingers tightened on their triggers. Liang Kuan closed his eyes in despair. Han Bin gripped his bloodied machete, bracing himself for a final stand. Chapter 78, Hyena Reporting. Operation Codename, Homecoming. Just as death was about to descend, a deafening roar of engines echoed like the growl of a beast, approaching with astonishing speed. Moments later, a tremendous crash resounded as a ruggedly modified black SUV, its front reinforced with thick steel plating, violently collided with the van blocking the street, sending it careening away. Parts scattering. What on earth? The gunmen under Ding Yao's command were taken aback, their aim faltering. Yet their reaction seemed sluggish before the oncoming force. The black SUV had scarcely come to a halt when its side doors and windows burst open, revealing an array of assault rifles protruding. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat. A torrential storm of metal, 100-fold more ferocious and densely packed than their own weapons, descended upon them. It was a symphony of gunfire, rhythmically punctuated with the echoes of warfare. Bullets, like the scythes of death, sliced through the street with precision and efficiency. Ding Yao's gunmen, caught off guard, fell like stalks of rice snapped by a tempest, their bodies crumpling en masse. Blood splattered beneath the neon lights, staining the walls and pavement. The acrid smell of gunpowder mingled with the scent of blood. A burly man, his face marred by a grotesque scar, and clad in a tactical vest exuding an aura of ferocity, leapt from the driver's seat of the SUV. With a still-warm AK-47 in hand, he shouted in heavily accented English toward the center of the street. Hyena reporting. The boss says there's a heap of trash that needs to be cleared. He grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. His gaze sweeping past the bewildered Liang Kuan and Han Bin, locking onto Ding Yao, who was retreating into the shadows amidst the desperate cover of several gunmen. Especially that bitch. The hyena cackled, raising his weapon, mercilessly intent on slaughter. With that, gunfire erupted once more, bullets pursuing the fleeing figure cloaked in black. Protect the sister. Gao Jia's eyes widened with fury as he shoved Ding Yao towards a narrower alley, turning himself to draw his pistol and fire frantically at the pursuing direction, attempting to serve as the last line of defense. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thuds of bullets striking flesh echoed as Gao Jia trembled violently, instantly riddled with holes. Yet he remained steadfast at the alley's entrance until his last breath. Ding Yao dared not glance back at Gao Jia's tragic fate. Her high heels were long abandoned, her bare feet propelled by pure survival instinct as she fled through the labyrinthine backstreets. In the distance behind her, sporadic gunfire and screams reverberated, each sound tightening her heart. Never had she felt so disheveled, nor so terrified, not of death itself, but of the unknown force at play. Who were they? How dare they unleash such a massacre on the streets of Hong Kong with assault rifles? This transcended the realm of vendettas. Although the Sanlian gang possessed firearms, they had always operated with utmost caution, fearing the ramifications of provoking the authorities and inciting military action. Yet these individuals acted with reckless abandon, akin to a pack of ravenous wolves invading a sheepfold. She took refuge in a foul-smelling corner piled high with garbage, her back against the cold, damp wall. Her chest heaving, her heart nearly leaping into her throat. Her meticulously crafted makeup was smeared by sweat and grime, her expensive leather jacket torn. At this moment, she was far removed from the poised demeanor of a Sanlian gang leader. How could this be? Who on earth were they? Was it Huo Tianyao, the shadow behind Liang Kuan? Ding Yao's mind was a whirlwind. She had thought Huo Tianyao merely an affluent Southeast Asian businessman with a modicum of influence, supporting Liang Kuan for profit. But now, to command such a well-equipped, highly trained, and utterly rule-defying armed force was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary merchant. Could he be an international tycoon? Or perhaps a clandestine force from a foreign nation? Trembling, she reached for the concealed satellite phone in her bosom. Intent on contacting the headquarters in Wansheng, urgently requesting the most elite strike team, even willing to leverage deeper connections. This vendetta must be avenged. Huo Tianyao must die. However, just as her finger was about to touch the phone, a cold, emotionless voice whispered almost directly into her ear, "Miss Ding, looking for this?" Every hair on her body stood on end. She whirled around to find a man clad in black tactical gear, his icy gaze the only visible feature, standing beside her, casually toying with her satellite phone. Within the shadow before her, two figures similarly attired silently emerged, their suppressed submachine guns steadily aimed at her vital points. The Shadow Squad. They had been watching her from the very moment she set foot on Harbor Island. Despair, cold as ice water, instantly engulfed Ding Yao. Her last hope for escape, and any avenue for aid, was effortlessly severed. "Whose agents are you?" Ding Yao's voice was dry and hoarse. She abandoned futile resistance, yearning only for answers. Huo Tianyao, what manner of man is he? As the head of the Sanlian gang, Ding Yao had schemed countless times and considered herself no stranger to turbulent storms. Yet only now did she truly realize she might have provoked a monstrous entity beyond all imagination. This was no mere underworld rivalry, but a crushing strike from a higher dimension. The leading member of the Shadow Squad offered no reply to her query, merely whispering into his earpiece, "Target secured." Moments later, seemingly receiving further orders, his gaze upon Ding Yao was as if beholding a corpse. "Miss Ding, in your next life, remember to keep your eyes well open." The faint, muffled pop of a silenced weapon sounded. The final image in Ding Yao's eyes was the narrow, grimy sky above the back alleys of Harbor Island, suffused with boundless regret and bewilderment. "Huo Tianyao, what divine being are you truly?" Until death, she never received an answer. Almost simultaneously with Ding Yao's demise, Huo Tianyao received a report from Night Owl. "Boss, Ding Yao has been eliminated." "Good. Deliver all their bodies to Wang Jiaxing. He knows how to handle them." "Understood, boss." The call ended. Huo Tianyao stood by the window, gazing toward the southern night sky, Wan Province. Ding Yao's death was bound to send shockwaves through the Sanlian gang and the entire underworld of Wan Province. Yet perhaps, this was an opportunity. A bold idea took root within him. If he could infiltrate the social organizations, covertly support certain factions, and influence or even control aspects of Wan Province, then when the time came to cooperate with the mainland on that grand endeavor, the accrued merits might surpass even the salvation of all Harbor Island, a figure astronomical beyond measure. Naturally, this would require an extraordinarily long-term strategy and unimaginable resource investment, but it was worth the attempt. Retrieving a satellite phone from his space, he contacted his subordinates far away in South Africa. He ordered the deployment of a cadre of Asian operatives with clean backgrounds, adept in infiltration and urban warfare, to enter Wan Province in various legitimate guises and in staggered waves. Mission objectives: establish strongholds, penetrate local syndicates, gather political and economic intelligence, and evaluate potential allies. Codename: Return to Nest. Security clearance: Top secret. Directly report to me. Understood, boss. The response was crisp and decisive.